think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad? Good. Wait. La 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 la. La la la. I gotta get the voice going. Good morning, Metroplex. Friday edition of Shan RJ and Roberto live from the NFL Combine in Indianapolis here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. If you listen to the GBag Nation, I popped on yesterday. And Gavin Dawson was very, very interested in hearing how the beginning of this program was going to go after our big night out.
It's interesting because I haven't looked in the mirror this morning. You know, I'm sure I did when I was brushing my teeth, but nothing was registering because I'm just very tired. Because I forgot to put my mouth guard in last night, which means I got zero sleep.
That was the big headline.
The mouth guard helps you sleep?
Absolutely, because it's a sleep apnea thing.
Okay.
So when you have sleep apnea, if you don't have your CPAP or mouth guard in, it basically doesn't count for sleep because you're not breathing. So it's like half. You get 8 hours, you really get 4. Well, I didn't put the mouth guard in. So I'm on essentially no sleep.
That's the big takeaway. That was the big thing that happened last night. Choppy didn't put in his mouth guard.
Well,
there was nothing else that he
So no, hang on. So because we're talking about what happened at the start of the show, and then I looked at myself on the fan cam, and I said, "Oh boy, that's not a human. That is not a human being." I look like a bloated mess, which I am. I am a bloated mess right now because of last night and the salt, the food, the alcohol.
Bob?
I'm good. I had a good time. I don't know. How do you want to? How are we going to lay out how our evening went and what led up to this? Because I mean, we had the dinner, and then we go out and we had top secret cigars somewhere, and then we ended up going to Prime again. It was
and that's where the night should have ended, at the cigars.
Yes.
I'm ready to get out of here. I'm never going to go back to that place again. I can't stand it. Pepe, don't have FOMO. You're going to have FOMO, but this place, Prime 47, this steakhouse that everyone has built up, the number one spot to go around here, I will never go in the vicinity again.
Overrated?
It's the wrong.
Overcrowded.
That's the wrong word. It's not overrated.
And cannot move.
And absolute. Is that what it's like when everyone's talking about networking? Is that the amount of people where people act like they can have conversations and get stuff done? I know I'm sounding like old man waving his fist at the clouds here. I could not run out of there fast enough.
I mean, it's no joke. The setup there, it is like a mosh pit. It's that tight and close, and it's from the bar all the way back. Now,
awful.
It's not like that. It's thinner earlier in the night. And
we had dinner there earlier.
Yeah, and if you post up...
That was nothing special.
It was better than St. Elmo's. If you post up somewhere...
The steak was...
The food was better
absolutely
than St. Elmo's.
Better, yes, the steak, for sure.
So if you post up somewhere...
I could disagree.
If you post up somewhere...
Those meatballs came out of Costco.
The meatballs were not great because they had Italian sausage in them, and Italian sausage is disgusting.
You don't like Italian sausage?
No, I absolutely hate it.
What is the other option of sausage?
I just don't like. I mean, then my whole thing is I don't like the taste of Italian sausage in anything. That like almost sweetness to it. It's disgusting.
Get the hot.
Top 3 Murano.
It's gross.
Get the spicy.
It's disgusting. So you post up in there, and then it can fill in around you, and then you've kind of got your spot figured out. Or it'll be really packed like that for smaller sections of the night, and then it thins out at other times. So yeah, you got to deal with some of that to eventually get your spot.
So Choppy and I, probably around, let me see, when I texted my wife, which I'm sure she's going to be thrilled with the timing of this message, it was 1:13 here. So 1:15, Choppy and I are back in the room asleep, yet Bobby has decided to venture out for food / whatever, ..
More networking, baby.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Networking at the gyro stand on the corner?
No. I went back into Prime. So I was looking for food at first, couldn't find any. Nick Harris called and was like, hey, are you guys still in Prime? I said, no, we walked out. So he came back out, and then we agreed to walk back in for a little bit, talk to a couple more people, and then I came back out and got tacos on the street at like 2 a.m.
Oh,
well, that's good.
They were good. Yes, quesadilla, chorizo quesadillas.
Oh, you like chorizo, but not Italian sausage.
Right.
Makes a ton of sense.
It does.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station. And when you went back in, I mean, don't be confidential. You ran into David Cantor, the agent for Tank, J-Lou, and Rico that we had on yesterday.
Yep.
He was barking noise at my tweet where I said, I've been to the 2 top steakhouses in Indy, and they cannot sniff anyone in DFW, and David Cantor took issue with that, even though he's from Miami.
No, he didn't take issue with it. He agreed. He said nothing can touch Texas Steakhouse.
All right.
So he was actually giving you an endorsement there. But I was talking to him, and we're trying to figure out a way for him to get a podcast. We got to get him on that because that guy can absolutely take an hour and fill it up.
Who did we see last night out and about? Stephen Jones.
Yeah,
was in
people.
The bar.
A lot of Cowboys folks.
Brian Schottenheimer was in Prime 47 right when we walked in. They were leaving.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson was in there.
Sirianni, supposedly. I didn't see any of these people. I always miss these people.
Yeah.
The only people I saw was Jay Glazer with a little 2-top table and John Lynch.
Yeah.
Glazer and Lynch. That's it. And we ate dinner next to Florio.
Yes, and so when you get into the more packed evening time, it'll crush so much that if you're not looking up and around or you're in the right, you're not even gonna see somebody when it's that tight. But because I wouldn't have even known Shotty was in there except they were like when I saw him walk out the door, I saw him. But it's such a tight crowd and it's so compacted. And I mean, Mike Silver was in there last night. Dan Graziano was there, staring intently into everyone's eyes. And it was packed. Kayvon Frazier, was in there, walked right up to Choppy.
That's how I lost you guys. He saw me, flagged me down, and then I look around. Told everybody I look around, and you guys are gone. I'm like, where the hell did they go?
Yeah.
And then it took me about 15 minutes to find you all.
Yeah, but I mean, it was. I enjoyed it. It was. I think we probably stayed. It was beneficial. I think the cigar stay was beneficial.
Yep.
But I mean, we did end up sacrificing more of the
fine.
See it, which you're fine with because that would have just been stargazing or whatever, as opposed to actually having productive, nice talks. But it was.
But Prime was productive.
Yeah, absolutely. It still was, and I liked it. I liked the evening a great deal. It all started when we were at High Velocity in the JW Marriott. You saw Duval, Liam Cohen.
That was a bust. That was an absolute bust as well.
Because nobody's there at that hour.
Our first stop.
Because you picked the wrong bar. There was 2 bars.
What do you mean I picked it?
Yeah,
it was High Velocity. That's where we're supposed to go.
Well, the one on the bar on the right was slammed and packed. We should have gone over there. We didn't even take a lap. You always take a lap. We decided to go in there with that doofus dumbass server we had who couldn't remember to bring back waters and was out of every beer. So
it was
that was a 0 for 1 to start the night.
It was not a bust because we did get to experience Jamaican Sean. He was on his FaceTime. I've never seen. He's gonna hate this, but I've never seen anything like this. Where Sean was talking to that's exactly
Persian accent.
Sean's on the FaceTime talking to his wife and children, and for some reason, whenever he calls his daughter Ava, he goes Ava. It is. I'm telling you. You slip into a Jamaican accent.
When's the flight?
Okay, so what is your
something?
So what is your overall impression of the Indy experience? Are you like, I don't want to come back here, or do you like it?
No, I like it. It's less circus and less show than the Super Bowl. I feel like it's just more productivity,
more meat on the bone,
more meat on the bone out here. A Super Bowl, you're just like you're a little checklist, for someone to go and sell their little product. And in here,
there's none of that here.
Dane Brugler is going to stop by. Mike Tannenbaum yesterday at the end of the show. You go back here, it's actual, back here with Travis Hunter and Shador is different than Media Day at the Super Bowl. It's just a circus. It's just, your TMZ type event. I feel like this is more productive. I enjoy this.
Media Day's a waste of time. You know, look, a lot of the as we call them in the business, gangbangs are a waste of time in general.
Wow.
They just are. They're just a waste. Like any press conference is generally, to me, an absolute waste of time. But I think here, especially with a new coach, this is the first time you're getting them outside their initial press conference.
Who we got to talk to that coach yesterday after he walked off the podium. Get a quick hello in with Brian Schottenheimer. He was jovial, seemed in a good mood. Head up.
What type of music is this?
Yeah, what we got here?
What is this, Peyton?
It's like the 6 a.m. just kind of relaxing, little bouncy music, you know?
Okay. Well, I'm in I have a little bit of a fog and a haze.
Yeah,
I'm not hungover, but I have a haze.
Not for long.
I know. Thank you for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. When I was leaving, Mike Golick,
yes,
Jr., who's walking in right now, he was entering with my media crush, Laura Rutledge.
And everyone else's media crush and fixation, Mina Kimes. They were all blowing into the building at the same time.
What about Diana Rossini?
I did run into
there.
Diana.
She was there,
earlier,
Pepe.
Oh,
Yeah.
no picture, no nothing? Come on, guy.
No, you can't be seen taking pictures and they're looking like a rookie. That's not the way it works. But
Yeah, I didn't notice anyone with their phones out or anything.
no,
like
that's
that.
the quickest way to chase it off, and then to make sure that people start going, "Oh, this is an amateur spot now. We're not going in here anymore." But no, I thought it was great from the dinner. I thought the dinner was great. The type of people you just run into. We were I'm not going to say what the name of their company is because they want to be low key, but like we run into these two guys who their whole job is like investing in players and doing different things like that. Like they basically, hey, we'll get you some seed money, invest in you, and when you blow up, you're going to boomerang back some of your career earnings as a percentage. It's like an investment for us, and you end up bumping into. Goodness, you guys ran into somebody from Fort Worth or something walking out with the cowboy hat who was talking to you guys?
No, he was.
Everyone's a salesman out here.
Yeah.
Everyone's a snake oil salesman.
He was not from Fort Worth. He was from Kansas.
Yeah,
Where's from?
trying to shame us, like
Yeah.
talk Texas to us.
Yeah, he was like, "Where do you guys live?" And Sean's like, "Dallas." And he goes, "Dallas, or suburb?" And I'm like, he goes, "Where do you live?" I'm like, Fort Worth. He goes, "Do you live in Fort Worth? Or do you live in the suburb? Like, do you live in actual?" I'm like, what does it matter, dude?
Fake ass Jr.
I was like, yeah, we were annexed by. So I had to give I had to give him the rundown. Like, yeah, no, my mailing address is this, but I have Fort Worth trash, so suck it. Okay.
Trash comes on Fridays.
Yeah, I pay Fort Worth water, so
We all end up in the same landfill, sir.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right. Last night, by
well,
the
not
way,
my dad. He's cremated, so.
Oh man, landfill joke. Dane Brugler is going to join us at 6:40 this morning. We got a little baby ticket giveaway here on DFW Sports Station. Pepe, let's go with cut 2 because both basketball teams were in action last night.
That ties his season high. Now you got to move for Kyrie.
What are you laughing at?
You know, the mayor of Dallas was Eric Johnson. Is that his name, Bobby?
Yeah.
Yep.
He's been wanting to get 2 NFL teams. You know, he got 2 NBA teams now. So that's the thing. You know, all it took was Nika. That was the real ploy here by the Dumont family to come in here. You wanted to get 2 basketball teams. Well, you got 2 now.
The Dallas Mavericks beat the Charlotte Hornets 103-96. Kyrie Irving with 25 points, 11 of 24 shooting, with 9 rebounds and 5 assists. And, of course, our other team that we have to pay attention to. Man, I didn't realize this was that funny.
It
The other
is.
team
It
thing.
is funny to me.
I'm so hilarious. I didn't even realize it. The Lakers continue to stay red hot. They beat the Minnesota Timberwolves 111-102. Luka with 21 on 6 of 20 shooting. Ugh.
And it doesn't matter a bit because he hit the one shot he had to. Did you see the shot he hit last night?
No.
Oh, my gosh. He is all over.
With a shot of alcohol?
No.
Yeah.
Right there. The
Oh,
fadeaway
yeah, I did
and
see that.
rainbow shot. It's like, I mean, people are saying, you got these Lakers fans now who are going, oh, that's the new logo. This just, him. It is so cool. But he's, that's the thing. He goes 1 of 9 from 3, but that's the only one who made, so it's going to get spread everywhere.
That was the 1 of 9.
1 of 9. He was 6 of 20 from the field. And so he got the highlight reel play, and he's settling in. He looks happy. He's smiling from ear to ear. It appears the depression has cleared. So
Yeah. He can't last going 1 of 9 for 3 and them trying to win a championship, though. That's the reality. He just can't last.
I mean, they can last if they're going to play defense like they've been playing, where they're holding everybody to like 100 points or less every night, like they did Minnesota 102 again.
And it was Anthony Edwards, not Luka, with the discipline problems, with the temperament, as he got a technical foul. I believe he's going to be suspended for his next game. So that is a recap of last night in the NBA and on the streets here of Indianapolis on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. The great Dane Brugler will sit down to preview the Cowboys draft at 6:40. But we had double duty yesterday. After the show, we had to meet up with new Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer. Why I'm in love, and does it even matter? Inside the Star, next on DFW Sports Station 105.3.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Much more.
And it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-417-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Number one, I just remembered that I had asparagus last night. Ha ha ha! And number two,
Gross.
I don't know. It was gross. I don't know what has happened to RJ Choppy, but you're reminding me of my father on this trip. You're starting to slip.
What do you mean?
You are usually, or maybe I'm reminding you of your father. I don't know. But
it does run in the family.
My dad is starting to slip at the age of 89, but you're just off. I mean, I've never seen you like this.
Like what?
All right, let me start from the beginning. This is Inside the Star eventually here on the home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Inside the chop first.
This inside the chop.
Inside the mind.
Your sense of direction, I usually rely on you. You are my human compass. And from finding Bobby, that's how I knew something was a little bit off. And I don't blame you for this, but I'm just going to go chronologically. From finding Bobby the first day.
Oh, the first day?
When we got our passes, just a little bit off. You're late to the lobby multiple times. You're usually always on time. Number one, colonoscopy poop. Yesterday, you decided to just change way too late.
Forgot the credential this morning.
I beat you down there yesterday, though.
I was on GBag. That's wool chucks.
Listen.
And I told you guys, too. I didn't just show up late. Bobby tweeting this out of context. Yeah. It's Chris Young's fault. It's Chris Young's fault. But you're late. Your sense of direction 2 times now. 2 times.
2 times.
You can't find the coffee.
Yeah.
For you to just make this coffee trip right now and come back empty-handed, I'm shocked slash worried. I'm shocked slash worried. You forgot your credential this morning.
Yeah,
Bobby beat us here on his Forrest Gump scooter.
Yeah. Jenny.
Yeah, and you're just off.
Well, listen, I can.
That colonoscopy took something out of you.
Some people aren't built for Indy, Sean.
The colonoscopy
one of
poop.
Them.
Listen, I had to call an audible. The changing. Listen, that was out of my hands. I was told to change. Sarah didn't like what I was wearing. She said, change your clothes.
This guy, he might as well be, what's the Jim Carrey movie where he's being filmed the whole time?
Truman Show.
This is the Truman Show with this guy.
Yeah, I don't,
everything is a photo. Everything's a video. Yeah. Everything's a report back. Everything is a 24/7 live camera.
I gave up my decision-making. It was when I gave her the ring, I gave up my decision-making.
Oh, my God.
It doesn't have to be that way. There's a better way, Chuck.
In terms of the sense of direction, there's no sun in here. So if I don't see the sun, I can't. I don't know where I am. So that's my excuse for being in here.
Oh man,
this place. There's no the hallway ends. How does a convention center hallway end?
By the way, it's
a giant square.
This is an obnoxiously large convention center. This building is huge, but still,
there's one sign. It says media workroom up. So you get up, it's like, oh, which way do I go? 51% of all turns are right turns. So I said, oh, that makes sense. Let's make it right.
Yeah.
So I had to.
He was yesterday. We're like walking on the streets, and he says something like, I think we're going north. Feels like a north wind to me. That's so. I mean, he does consider himself a bit of a natural compass of the world.
Yes.
Well, I think I was right on that
I've
one.
noticed some major slippage.
Listen,
that I've
it's
never noted before.
There's no doubt about that. I mean, look, it could be fun in a couple years to have a dementia patient on the radio. that could give some good content.
His sense of direction is still a little on, though, when he's able to correctly identify the neighborhood that our British waitress was from by listening to her accent last night. Where he's like, is that from such and such? I don't remember where he said, and she's like, yeah, that's exactly where I'm
he
from.
was throwing it out as a joke.
But he nailed it.
I nailed it. I asked him if it was a Geordie accent. And the only reason why I knew that is because of the Ripper. Jack the Ripper. He had a Geordie accent.
Okay, Dane Brugler is going to sit down with us at 6:40 here on the home of the Cowboys. Why is everyone walking in here? Are we that loud?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Everyone's walking in here staring at us.
Yeah.
Like, what the heck is going
Well,
on?
this is because no one else is talking yet, so we're literally the only sound in this room.
Oh.
So we're booming.
Who are these people who look a little puffy this morning?
I'll tell
your
you.
sodium intake. You need your measurements.
On the other side right now, Florio's the only one broadcasting on that side, and it's booming in that room.
You mean Cheapio?
Yeah.
As he was sitting at dinner next to us, and I was like, where's the food? Where Florio, I see him signing the check, and it makes sense now. He was signing the check because it was just a couple of drinks with Shireen Williams and some other agent that was there, and I was like, are you going to eat? Are you going to do anything? So I'm going to have to bust his balls over being cheap.
By the way, on the fan text, Franklin, following general anesthesia, it may take a week or two to get back to normal mentally.
Clearly.
Normal mentally. Yeah. Someone wrote that?
Yes, so there we go. I'm going to use that excuse for the rest of time.
That's perfect. All right, so yesterday we came back here. I don't know how this ended up. I mean, you want to believe in conspiracy theories. Brian Schottenheimer has his own press conference. Everyone else in the world talks a couple of days ago. Yesterday's supposed to be on the players with Travis Hunter. I believe today Shador. Well, Brian Schottenheimer had basically his one-on-one with the Cowboys media. And my first big takeaway, the Osa deal is happening. So Mike Fisher nailing that story. I don't know if he's going to nail the salary. There's some whispers that it's going to come in less than $21 million. But Brian Schottenheimer basically said, you never want to say it till it's officially done. That means it's about to be officially done.
The talk in the bars last night.
How could you hear anything?
Yeah, well, you got to just lean in a little and scream. But the talk in the bars last night was that could get done, or we could hear it finalized as early as sometime today or just as late as whenever they get back to Dallas. But that they think it sounds like that's trending towards that's going to get done.
If the number comes in less than $21 million, can we award that as a great deal for the Cowboys?
I had somebody tell me last night that on the open market, there was a thought from some that Osa Odighizuwa was going to get $27 million.
$27 million?
What?
He could have maxed out at that much. I'm telling you, the NFL likes him a lot. They think that is a guy that they can tap into and get a new level out of. And I mean, look, if Eberflus has been able to do that, and then the kind of San Francisco attack front that we played the audio from Aaron Whitecott and the new defensive line coach, if you can get Osa in that play style and really lean into it, he could become a double-digit sack guy. He's got that kind of ability.
So,
where would that put him, Choppy?
Okay, so $28 million a year is Devontae Adams, T.J. Watt, and Penei Sewell. No.
Wow.
You just can't put him in the same.
Well, thankfully
salary.
we're not. It sounds like.
I know, right?
Thanks, Osa.
Trent Williams is 27.5.
Oh my.
Christian Wilkins is 27.5. DJ Moore, Cooper Kupp is 26.7.
No wonder his agent doesn't want to come on. He doesn't want to hear us question how
right.
he gave the Cowboys a deal. Fantastic, if
Wow.
true. If he takes that. Now, where would 19 put him in terms of the
is he better than Aleem McNeil?
Yeah, I think
Or the same. 19. Let's see. $20 million a year is Godwin, Quentin Nelson, Roquan, Taylor Decker, Von Miller. They're $20 million. 19 a year is Khalil Mack.
Okay. So, look, we missed on this, by the way. I didn't think there was going to be a way. I agree with Nick Harris. There was not going to be a way. They were just going to be able to throw basically $20 million at another player.
I didn't think so either. Unless they're going to.
Thank you, salary cap increase?
Well, yeah. I mean, to get up to $279 million, that'll do that. But now you've got 60 with Dak, 30 Lamb. Now you're sitting at 20 with him, you'll be up to $110 million. You still got to sign Micah.
Micah's coming at least at 35.
If he's 21 million, that ties for 12th highest defensive tackle in the league with Javon Hargrave. And then ahead of him are guys like Kenny Clark, Deron Payne, Jeffrey Simmons, and players like that. But yeah, 27 million.
Well, forget 27 now. Are we satisfied and happy that this is getting done around 20?
Well, I'm happy that he's back. He's a good player.
Yeah, he's a good player.
He's a good player. The money, man, this team's got a lot of holes. Now, obviously, if you get rid of him, you're adding another hole. But
yeah,
are you really going to be able to? Would you rather get two? Let's just say he's a B player, right? Would you rather get one B player and still have nothing else, or two C players where you can fill? You know what I mean? Where you can get some more depth.
But would you rather have a B to B plus player that you think might be able to take a step up to being an A player?
Yeah. Look, that's a good point. That you have to weigh that, and also the other thing you got to weigh is how does he fit with a new system?
Let me give my big takeaway from Brian Schottenheimer, and I'm setting myself up to be mocked and made fun of by RJ Choppy because this is a little bit of a pet peeve of his. Guys, I'm in love with this dude. I'm in love with his personality. Now, I'm a sucker. My wife will tell you that. Naive. I would fall for the interview. Choppy says the interview is overrated. It's easy to sell. I'm in love with Brian Schottenheimer's personality. He is genuine. He is real. He is authentic. Was Bobby Belt overly petty with Mike McCarthy? Of course he was. But I did agree with Bobby on many aspects of Mike, and a little bit of phoniness, a little bit of insecurity sometimes, a little bit of a tough guy act. There's just a little I don't want to say fraudulent, but it's just a little cheesiness, tough guy act a little bit. None of that is here with Brian Schottenheimer. And the way I knew Brian Schottenheimer was sharp and smart, and I raved about this to Cowboys PR last night, he named names. This is my trick I told Todd Haley in Kansas City.
He did name names.
Just name the reporters' names. Connection will make us feel all warm and fuzzy. He did that, and I just left there walking away loving the guy's personality.
Mike did that too, though, especially with Nick Harris.
Yeah, in the wrong sort of way.
Yes. I like, you guys know, I liked Mike. Mike was definitely insecure, and I think he had reason to be.
Pretty dramatic there, Nick.
Because he knew Schottenheimer was going to stab him in the back.
Just the national perception of him versus guys like Sean Payton.
Yeah,
it's just he had absolute reason to be, because there's no discernible difference between the two.
Yeah, and I think
he had the perception. He had reason to be like, dude, I'm a Super Bowl champ too. Don't forget about me.
Right.
But no, you cannot think that Schottenheimer is anything but engaging personally.
Yeah, you cannot not like him.
No, he's charming. He's great.
Can't.
He's great. You could totally see how he would nail an interview. And it makes you wonder how the hell he didn't nail interviews earlier, or why he didn't become a head coach earlier.
Very good point.
Based on his interview skills.
And you totally see it's how he nails the interview. You also totally see how players are going to buy in. Like it's easy to see how he will connect with players and make them go, "That's who I want." It makes sense why there would have been we heard about this. There was a bit of a player push that said, "All right, let's go Shotty. If we're gonna look for a new coach, we like Shotty." It's because he gets them to buy in. They view him as like a legitimate, true leader of men.
Doesn't mean they're going to win games. Doesn't mean the X's and O's are going to be there. Doesn't mean he won't be R2, P2. But I was sitting there. I was falling. I was melting.
You made a good point with GBag yesterday, and we'll.
How'd you hear that?
I'm sure we'll play. Huh?
You listen to that?
Yeah, I was waiting in the lobby for you to come downstairs, so I was just listening. But you made the point there about. Even the R2P2 thing, it sounded like he was pushing back against that yesterday.
Yeah, he's like,
interesting.
I wanted to throw. Pete wanted to run. We had to agree to disagree. So that should make you feel good if you are a new school offensive football fan. We're going to make you feel good about this draft, the Cowboys selections, and everything else with the great Dane Brugler, friend of the show and the station, sits down with us next.
But first, let's talk about my
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Shan RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
It is always a special treat when we're able to catch up with friend of the station and show, the great Dane Brugler, here on the home of the Cowboys with Shan RJ and Bobby, live from the Combine in Indy on 105.3 The Fan. And last night, Bobby Belt, I'm going to embarrass him here. He launched into this 3 or 4 minute soliloquy. Dane Brugler is just a great person. He's a great guy. He sent me this note. He remembered film exchanges. He just went into this authentic praise of you over what a great cat you were. So I had to bring that up as your intro.
It's good to see you guys. Is this your first Indianapolis trip?
Yes.
That's awesome. What do you think so far?
Very good.
Combine's cool. Combine's
very good.
Cool.
I'm not going to do this late night stuff anymore. I'm going to find some local hole in the wall places. I don't need the steakhouse stuff.
Did you do Elmo's? We
did both.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, no.
Different. Very different.
They prefer Prime 47. I preferred Elmo's. I can't. I'm too old to be in a club. That's what Prime 47 is. I can't do it.
I'm an Elmo's guy, yeah.
Right?
I liked Elmo's, like, the atmosphere better.
Yeah, ambiance,
I thought the steak at Prime was a little bit better.
Okay.
I thought the steak at Prime was way better.
Yeah, I got filet both places. I thought the filet.
Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. I mean, that's, with steak. But
you tell me you don't order a filet anyway, so, I mean.
Yeah, I gotta get the ribeye every time in Elmo's. Yeah,
exactly. Come on, filet and filet. You're gonna get a.
I forgot we have the grill bastards here.
Yeah. No, Dane said he hasn't fired it up. He's the only man in America who doesn't fire it up during football season. Yeah. He said the grill's not been on since October.
It's a lot of work to do, and with the kids, it's tough. But I am looking forward to April and May when it's gonna get a lot easier and. Working on the ribs, working on the brisket, and
can you find brisket in Cleveland, Ohio?
It's harder. You do have to special order it.
Wild Fork, I got you.
Okay, yeah,
it'll be there tomorrow. Next day.
We need to talk after this.
Yes. All right, talk to us about the value of the combine. A lot of people, we try to say, whatever. 10 years ago, the only thing I'm trying to do is go into that room and watch them run their 40s and do all the drills. What's the value of the combine now?
It's always been a cross-checking exercise. That's what the whole point of this is. With the on-field drills, you want to make sure that, hey, because we've seen all the tape, all the hays in the barn, the way they move, the data points of the testing, does it match up with what we saw on film? Is he a good athlete on film and then a good athlete here? You just want to make sure that, okay, check that box. If something doesn't match up, where maybe he is a good athlete on film but not here, or vice versa, okay, then we need to figure out what's the truth, what's really going on here. But really, the value of the combine is the interviews and the medicals. That's why the combine was created. That's why it's still one of the most important steps of the process. We found Abdul Carter with the foot issue. Without the combine, that foot issue goes unaddressed, and who knows, that leads to something worse. And so the combine and the medicals, that's paramount to what this whole week is about.
Would you say it's more important for a guy who has maybe character questions? That is the number one reason for him to come to the combine, is to address those?
No doubt, especially because the area scouts, they've been on the road, they've talked to these guys. But this is the first chance for the coaches.
Do you want to interview your iPhone?
I don't know. I don't know why it came on, but
I tell you, he's slipping. He's slipping.
How's that me?
That colonoscopy took a lot out of you. Sorry, Dane. Go ahead.
I feel like I'm not going to touch that one.
Everyone else has.
And the character stuff, the coaches really get involved here at the combine. So, a chance to, because every team gets, 60 formal interviews. They're about 18 minutes each. This is a chance for coaches to sit down with you, get a vibe from these guys, especially if you're quarterbacks, throw them on the whiteboard, throw the video on, get a chance to really find out where are you in your mental development, what were you asked to do in college, what do you still are you kind of raw about. So, the character and just the personal interactions is a big part of this to make sure. All right, we like your film. We like the talent that you are. What about the person? Because you have to scout the person as much as the player.
Dane Brugler from The Athletic joining us here on 105 through the Fan. I want to ask you about Cowboy stuff real quick before just on that exact topic you were talking about. Which has a tendency to move a team more during this week? If somebody tests way above what they were expecting, or if they blow a team away in the interview process? Which one is going to likely make a bigger impact on them and say, let's really focus on this guy?
Yeah, I think it's tough to say with a broad brush what that would be. For a quarterback, for example, if he blows someone away in the interviews, that's something that's going to carry over. I know leaving Mobile, scouts are saying, Dylan Gabriel, the way he interviewed, that is sticking with us. He really separated himself with the way he interviewed. But if you were a pass rusher, as long as you interview fine, that's okay. But if you blow us away on the field with your speed, your bend, your flexibility, just a short area explosion and agility, that's going to carry over in a big way. So I think the position matters, and just with the context of the player, there are different ways to help yourself here at the combine. And it's not just on the field, it's not just in interviews. There's a lot of different ways, and that's why I think for guys that choose not to work out, some guys have a legitimate reason, but the other guys that choose not to work out, you're putting all your eggs in one basket in the pro day, and it could be a missed opportunity. No guarantee that every team's going to be at your pro day. Who knows? You might wake up and have a stomach bug that morning. Who knows? So the chance to work out here, I think, is something that all players should be taking advantage of.
How does this draft match up with Cowboy needs?
Well, looking at 12, it's funny. I think this is a draft where there's top two guys, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, and then the next tier of players, I think, is between 3 and 12. And then I think we go to the third tier after that. So theoretically, if you're the Cowboys, I think you feel comfortable, all right, we're going to get somebody that has a first-round grade, and that's somebody that's going to be on our board in that next tier. And, we always talk about need versus just going best player available, and I think the Cowboys are an interesting team for that because they have key needs that need to be addressed. There's only so much they're going to be able to do in free agency because in a perfect world, you're addressing every need before you enter the draft. So
right.
You can just go to the toy store and pick out what looks fun. Here, it's this year, it's going to be maybe a little bit different if they can't address every single need that they have, especially with these extensions coming down the road and different things they want to do. Do they find themselves backed into a corner where they need to draft a corner? They need to draft a pass rusher. I think how free agency plays out will tell us a lot more.
Running back is cool again.
Yeah.
And yesterday, Brian Schottenheimer went through his traits that he wants in that position, and Eric Chiafalo and many others said, why don't you just say Ashton Jeanty? How do you feel about the running back value now? Jeanty, and who did Kuiper mock the other day that left you very disturbed?
Well, I was upset because Tet McMillan was on the board, and Kuiper put Omarion Hampton there from North Carolina, which Omarion Hampton, good player, but I don't know that I would go there at 12.
And he reminds me a lot of, who people thought Javonte Williams was going to be out of North Carolina, went to the Broncos. That type of back where he's fast, he's physical, but he also has a lot of the running back specific traits that you want: the vision, the tempo, the balance. He's a good player, but that would be a little bit surprising at 12. Ashton Jeanty, I know Cowboys fans are probably have fatigue when it comes to Ashton Jeanty and being mocked to the Cowboys, but it makes sense. It really does. And
that's fun.
Yeah, no
Even
doubt.
if you don't like the running back, and I'm not a running back guy, that's a fun pick.
Yeah.
How does he compare to like Gibbs and Bijan? If they were all three in the same class,
that'd be interesting. Gibbs is, he's just so electric,
he's
and
so good.
The thing that separates Gibbs from everybody, I think everyone is going to point to the speed, but he is so good with the blocking geometry at the line of scrimmage. Like, he's an offensive lineman's best friend because he's not going to run into his own guys. He understands where the angle is. He's phenomenal in that respect. But with Jeanty, I think if you squint, you can see shades of LaDainian Tomlinson. You can. And a big part of that is the way that he catches the ball out of the backfield. That is a key part of what makes Jeanty so special. And yeah, you can point to, all right, did a lot of his damage against Mountain West competition, and all that. But you watched Oregon tape, even against Penn State. I know like the numbers weren't great, but tell me what yards he didn't get that he should have on that tape. It's his built low to the ground really helps him with the balance, the ability to break tackles. The contact balance is absurd. So yeah, I think if he's there at 12, it makes perfect sense for this team.
When you say, sure, they were against Mountain West teams, he also had Mountain West offensive linemen.
No, exactly. It's all relative.
It's all relative, right?
Exactly. And so he had to create his own yardage consistently. And I haven't done a deep dive on those guys up front, but there's not a single one of them that's getting drafted this year, the Boise State offensive line.
Right.
So, yeah, 100%. And it's not like, the quarterback's fine, but it's not like they had an explosive passing game. So, teams knew what the offense wanted to do, and they still couldn't stop them. And, you want to see everything you want to see from a running back is on that Boise State tape. And so if it would not be surprising if he ends up being a Cowboy, and, you can – the Boise State connections, the running back connection, it makes a lot of sense.
We're talking with Dane Brugler from The Athletic here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Dane, so there was talk yesterday, some buzz out there in NFL circles like, could somebody be looking to move up towards the top 5? Let's say Dallas was that team. If Dallas is going up to the top 5, what's the player in your head you go, that's the player that would make sense for them, this team, to go up and get in the top 5?
I would be guessing it'd have to be one of the top 2 guys. Talk about Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter, right?
Could it be a Will Campbell? Like, would you think a Will Campbell would be enough? The offensive lineman from LSU, tackle guard flexibility.
For what it would cost to move up, that would be shocking to me. I don't know. I like Will Campbell. He's a good player, but I'd rather stick and pick at 12 and take Armand Membu or one of these other offensive linemen that'll be available there. And I like Will Campbell. I think he's the top offensive lineman in this draft, but. Again, the cost of what it would take, that's prohibitive. So I think
who are the top 3 best players on your board?
Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, and then I struggle with 3. 3's tough because I think between 3 and 12, it's really interchangeable. Those grades are very close. In my last top 100, it was Jalen Walker, the pass rusher out of Georgia, pass rusher / linebacker. And then, right there, Will Campbell's right there, Ashton Jeanty's right there. So, yeah, that would be my top 5.
Hunter, Brian Broaddus, now agreeing with the Cleveland Browns, who you know very well. Receiver or corner?
I like him at corner. Just I think it's easier to full-time corner, and then we'll give you 25 snaps on offense a game. And
you can't go the other way. You can't do full-time receiver.
You could. It's just harder, right? Yeah. Because you want your corners, especially if you're going to play outside corner, you want him playing every snap. And so I think it'd be easier to do it the other way. It's going to be interesting, though, because I know most teams I talk to like him better on defense and then want to introduce him on offense. But finding ways to use his explosiveness sounds like he wants to play both ways, which is important, just finding out what he wants to do.
Yep.
But I think we're going to see the quarterbacks are an interesting part of the top 5 this year because it's not like last year where we had quarterback 1, 2, 3. I think Cam Ward's going to be their number 1 overall pick. It's just a matter of to which team. Is it going to be the Titans at 1? Do we see the Giants move up 3-1? How that works out will be interesting. And then the domino effect after that, where does Shedeur go? I wouldn't be surprised if he's still on the board at 12 for the Cowboys. That wouldn't be surprising.
Wow.
For the Cowboys.
No, if he was
for
just
the
still on the
Cowboys.
yeah, not for the Cowboys. If he was just still on the
All
board.
right. I'm starting on my Floria headlines over here.
The wording of that.
How strongly do you feel about the quarterbacks, and what's your 1, 2, 3 there?
It's hard to feel great about these guys. It really is. I mean,
including Cam.
And I like Cam. I think he's got the most upside of this group. You know, really fluid our motion, the elusiveness in the pocket. Really encouraged by the way he gets better and better and better. At all 5 years in college, you have to be encouraged by that. And you feel like there's upside there. He's going to continue to get better. So if I had a bet on a quarterback this year, it's definitely Cam Ward. I mean, Shedur's my number 2, but, you know, that's kind of out of default. And then my third, Tyler Shuck out of Louisville, who, he's old. He's 25. But you know what? He can spin it, and it's not going to cost a first-round pick. So I really don't care about the age at that point. It's just this is a tough quarterback year. And that's why we saw 6 go in the top 12 last year. And teams are doing heavy scouting for the quarterbacks in 2026.
Congratulations on continuing to kill it. When's the Beast coming out?
A month, early April. Yeah, so it's getting anxiety thinking about that.
Does your wife hate football?
I just got a text from her saying, "You're coming home Sunday, right?" Question mark. So yeah, she's very understanding, and I love her very much.
The great Dane Brugler. Send him some beef ribs or brisket there in Ohio. Thank you, brother.
Thanks, guys.
Love you. Dane Brugler here on 105.3 The Fan. This place is filling up.
It is.
We're going to send Bobby into the madness to explain why, along with a little baby ticket giveaway, Shireen Williams, Greg Cosell, PFF, NFL Network. It's all coming your way. Friday edition. Buckle up. Going to get crazy in here next on The Fan.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Turn it on and leave it on. Your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Kyrie doing it all. He's been electrifying here on offense. His play on defense set that up. He's going after the rebound and caroms to Clay. Yes, sir!
Follow with the call on Victory Plus, Mavericks, and the Laker Lucas. What are they calling it? Not La La Land, Luca Land now.
Yeah, Luca Land.
Both in action last night. Both teams won. Mavericks over the Hornets, 103-96. Luca with a bad shooting night, but they beat the Timberwolves 111-102. Shan, RJ, and Bobby live from the NFL Combine in Indianapolis, brought to you by Rhino Shield Ceramic Coating. Never paint your house again. And by Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Ooh, he better not go 1 for 9 from three-point range in the playoffs if they want to advance. But
wow, they just beat the Wolves with them going 1 for 9. Man, they're the best defensive team in the league. They can shut you down.
Yeah, they'll shut you down. Yep.
Nico thought he was building the best defensive team in the league. It's the Lakers. Right?
Imagine that. You trade Luke, and all of a sudden LeBron gets to play a little defense. It's not him playing it, but, you know.
You trade Luka, and they become – this is the Jerry Jones 90s curse with what has happened to Nico and the Mavericks from this. They're the best defensive team. Anthony Davis already hurt, and that rating, by the way, came in from the other night. How big was it?
It was quite massive. So the Mavs game against the Lakers, the first one, drew 2.5 million on TNT. That was the network's biggest since the opening night. Now, games for the Lakers since he got there on February 10th against the Jazz, that drew 2 million on ESPN, by the way. That was one of the league's most watched games exclusively on cable this year. So ever since he has gone. When they played the Nuggets, 2.87 million, one of the 10 most watched games of the year. So it has paid off dividends for the NBA with the TV ratings. Christmas Day got average 5.5 million ish. So not even close to that. But this, those Christmas Day games are on ABC. On cable, these have been pretty monstrous.
And Anthony Davis is not believing the Secret Service mission from Nico and Rob Pelinka.
He told the L.A. Times, he says, I don't know if I ever got the real about any of it. I don't know what's true and what's not. But he goes, I am not buying that nobody knew anything. That's what he said. I'm not buying that nobody knew a thing, that this was a big secret. So if you think this was a secret, I mean, Anthony Davis is not one of them.
Which we got the
yeah, but a lot of teams, they confirmed it was a secret. They weren't told, including Danny Ainge, who was involved.
I think it's more he's talking about what we talk about. So it was not a secret from Kidd. AD doesn't think it was a secret from LeBron, like that kind of a thing, where I think he's talking more about in their own building. He's not everybody going like, oh, nobody knew but Rob.
Right.
That's where he's like, I don't believe that. And I mean, we definitely, we're officially on the side after that alternate angle of the Luka 3 the other night. Are we officially on the side of Jason Kidd knew about the trade, or at least Luka thinks he does? That video yesterday that came out, the alternate angle, Luka, that first time he yelled at the bench, that was directly at Jason Kidd.
Yes.
There was this alternate angle from the stands where he is looking straight at him and making sure he hears him.
Yeah.
People were trying to, he said something to the effect of like, this is what I effing do. And he was intense, and he was making sure that Jason Kidd was hearing him.
Meanwhile, when you look at championship contenders, the Phil Jackson stat that is out there will tell us if the Mavs or the Lakers can actually be a player.
He nailed it when he came up with this. This was years ago. It's the 40-20. You have to win your 40th game before you lose your 20th in order to win the NBA championship. It's only happened 4 times in the last 50 years where a team that doesn't hit this stat wins the title. The sad thing about this whole trade, this is what hacks me up about this trade too. The Mavericks were in the finals last year. They did not hit this mark. So let's say they won. They would have been one of the 5 teams in the last 50 years to do this, yet wasn't good enough. We're getting rid of it.
It's because Luka ate too many biscuits.
That's right.
If he wouldn't have done that, they would have gotten to 40-20 and then won the title.
This year, there are 3 teams, Cavs, Celtics, and Thunder, that meet that. So if you're a gambling man, and I claim to be, that is who you should only put a future on.
Cavs, Celtics, and Thunder.
So you're probably not going to get great value either way there. Maybe on Boston. You might get the best value on Boston.
I cannot believe I'm bringing this up. Last basketball note, but teams, not just fans, teams are pouring one out for a fraudulent Twitter account.
Dude, this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. So you were thrilled the other day when I told you that NBA Centel finally got shut down by Twitter or by X. That the account had been banished, and a bunch of people were freaking out, Twitter users. Oh, I love Centel, don't cancel it.
And what is it?
It's this parody account of this is how ridiculous we've gotten to this point. It's a parody account of the NBA Central, which is just an aggregator account and isn't even an official account. But the NBA Centel has burned so many people with fake reports. When the Shams thing first happened with Luka, a lot of people thought that was an NBA Centel report at first. And they had to double check, like, okay, is this the likely culprit of this fake Luka AD trade? But he got banned. And
dude,
there was
CNN did a recap of this.
An uprising. There was an uprising. And they talked about how various teams were mourning the loss of NBA Centel and tweeting out memes. The Sacramento Kings, Houston Rockets, Detroit Pistons, Clippers.
They lit the beam.
They all Clippers, Heat, Suns,
I'm not
Magic,
joking.
over and over. All of these teams are paying tribute to NBA Centel. And then yesterday, the account got reinstated by Twitter. And when it got reinstated, the Phoenix Suns immediately tweeted it and said, our hero is back with like, well done. I'm like, what other league is like celebrating and fighting for misinformation?
Yeah.
It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
It's crazy.
The NFL would you'd never see official NFL accounts doing this with a similar football account.
I'm old bitter man with this. Choppy already, he pumped his fist like butt crack sports or whatever those things are. I hate those people. It makes me look stupid. I've fallen for it a few times.
Look, I will admit I have fallen for it too. I like it though. It's I'm a free.
You're humor above all.
Humor above all, and a free speech absolutist. You can't be censoring accounts.
Yeah.
Just because they engage. Who's to say that?
A lot of that belief turned cigars last night.
That's right. Yeah. To me, this weeds out morons. This account.
How so? If we retweet it, we're a moron?
If we fall for it.
Oh.
It keeps you on your toes. You got to stay on your toes here with this thing.
I don't know about that. Merriam-Webster, by the way, refers to centelled as a verb. So they actually have a definition for being centelled.
Kevin Durant used it. He said you were centelled. Why is this place filling up already?
So there's media availability beginning back there. So I believe Quinn Ewers is going to the podium here in the next few minutes. They've got a list of different players that are going to be up there. No, he is not. He's not here.
Future Cowboys quarterback.
But there's different players up there. 9 a.m. though. We are 50 minutes away from it looking like Prime 47 last night in that room because Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward are going to be talking at the same time at dueling podiums. And so
Shedeur going to be looking for a cell phone?
He's looking for a cell phone. He has lost.
The Travis Hunter
something
crowd.
something got stolen out of one of Deion's lockers again?
The Travis Hunter crowd in here was stupid yesterday.
It looked like Prime. It was stacked.
By the way, Travis Hunter saying, I do want to play both ways, and it is important for me to go number one, even though he kind of softened it later, saying the fit is probably better.
That's the big thing. You know, like, it's nice. It's a bonus. It's icing on the cake. Go number one. You're in a club. You're in a very exclusive club. I don't know if you're aware of this, but there's only one number one pick each year.
You're kidding.
So it's a very exclusive
Is that
club.
Centel?
Yeah. But
Info?
yeah, if you would absolutely, if you're not a quarterback, you absolutely want to go to the better fit. You just absolutely do.
Shedeur phone.
Shedeur lost his second phone. He has two phones, Bobby.
One for the plug and one for the load.
Yes, he does. And apparently NFL teams have been sending messages and calling the other phone, and he just hasn't been returning the calls because he can't find a phone. He asked his mom where the phone is. She does not know.
Imagine asking your mom, where's the whole phone?
Where's the other phones? So he goes, they've got the number for this. I can't find the phone.
Be like my brother-in-law then. Yeah.
So he can't find
I said it.
Michelle. He can't find his phone. So he's already had the meetings, obviously, with Titans, Cleveland, the Giants. Those teams hold the first three picks. But the fact that he can't find his phone, teams think he's been ghosting them. So he went on this, he was like telling, hey, no, I'm not ghosting anybody. I literally lost my phone. Now, I do have one question. This means also, and this may be a draft, I don't know if teams take guys off their board. This also means he's an Android guy.
What I would be more...
Why?
Well, if you have a computer, you have iMessage. He has a laptop, surely.
Oh.
There's no chance you have an iPhone. You can have an Apple computer and not an iPhone. There's no chance you have an iPhone and a non-Apple computer.
I don't see Shedeur everything I've ever seen about Shedeur, I don't see him popping open a laptop.
Well, he's got an iPad.
I don't see him carrying
one. An iPad, right?
I still don't see him carrying one. The dude is just always just Mr.
He's
Too
a college
cool.
kid.
No, but I mean he's Mr.
Not
Too
that
cool.
they go to class.
Yeah, but I don't know. I would wonder more if just this would still be concerning to any teams that they're dude, it's the biggest moment of your life. Why are you losing your form of communication to talk to us?
No surgery for Abdul Carter. Is that a good thing for the possible number one pick?
Yeah, so this is something where, we had talked about this yesterday with Florio where, Florio had said, why not just get it done? And that's kind of what my thought is. If you need to get it done, just get it done. But, he's opting against surgery. The recommendation given to him by the doctors after a couple different evaluations was it's not necessary. Apparently it's not causing pain. That's how it went undetected, is that it's not even causing an issue in terms of that. It was only caught on the scan. But with it not causing an issue and them saying, yep, you can just kind of continue to go through things, rest it up a little bit, and you'll be fine, then that's what they're opting for. But I would personally just go for surgery at that point.
If you don't have to get surgery, if you don't have to, if you can manage it, don't. Surgery can, but yeah, I see the point of just curing it. He could go to QC Kinetics and just get it fixed that way.
Just like that.
And then is Justin Tucker kind of admitting something as he released another statement yesterday?
Look here, this is where it's
Is this his third?
This is the second. I think it's just the second. The Ravens have spoken on it. Other people have spoken, but this is just his second.
I think it's his third.
But yeah, he released a new statement yesterday, and this is he said, it devastates me to know that anyone I have worked with would have not felt respected and valued as a professional, but more importantly as a person, and to anyone who has felt otherwise, I am sorry. I want you to know I am committed to ensuring that everyone I interact with continues to feel that I respect them and care about them as a human being. And this is the problem here, is that he has a quote in there where he says, I have never intended to disrespect anyone. When you're writing up basically follow-up apologies and you're trying to shift your innocence to your intent is innocent, I never intended to disrespect anyone, I never intended to do that, you're already done, I feel like. You're cooked. It's over. This means that you have...
Man, my fraternity saying, deny, 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 and he bent. He bent.
I didn't know she was married.
Didn't know she was married.
That's the same thing.
Oh.
I didn't know she was married. It's the same exact excuse.
Yes, they call that the Steve Smith. Yeah,
This is Steve Smith. Yeah.
There it is, a recap of everything happening here in Indianapolis at the NFL Combine on Shan RJ and Bobby. Thank you for being a Tolo. In order to really thank you, we want to hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on. We have a little baby ticket giveaway. Shireen Williams is going to sit down. She's still fired up over Darren Woodson's exclusion. And we have to talk about why two members of the GBag Nation are being followed by the Texas Rangers. The commercial-free expressway is...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Work pays off. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealer in the world. Shop Classic President's Day savings all month long. We're raising the bar to make 2025 our biggest year ever. A huge selection of new Silverados. A Texas workhorse. Priced below market value. See how much at ClassicChevrolet.com. Upgrade before your favorite model is sold. Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Buyers Barricades.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Hey Tolos, it's Chris Arnold. Join me Thursday at the Casey's Friends and Family event at the Casey's in Granbury from 3 to 5. The first 150 guests who make an in-store purchase will get a code for a free large pizza with Casey Reward. That's the Casey's on 2101 Weatherford Highway in Granbury. Got you down.
And it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Never know what's going to happen. We told you yesterday, got to turn it on, leave it on. We got a little baby ticket giveaway, and sitting down with us right now from the Combine in Indianapolis, the great Shireen Williams, ProFootballTalk.com on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
I think
survive.
I feel like you're judging me. You're looking at my eyes. You can tell.
We're
you can
all
tell the
tired.
haze.
Yeah.
All right.
I understand.
My big question for you. Did you guys eat dinner at Prime last night or just have drinks?
No, we ate.
All right. I have to apologize then. I called Mike Florio cheap because when we got in, I just saw a couple glasses of wine. And
Oh my God,
then I
no,
saw him
we had
sign
so much food.
I saw him sign the check, and I'm like, this cheapskate. He's just paying for a round. He's not writing this off the Football Night in America on NBC. So you did eat.
We did eat. We ate a lot.
Okay.
Oh my God, I was stuffed.
But Shireen, I said David Cantor agreed with me, Tank's agent.
Yeah.
These steakhouses can't touch DFW.
No, agreed.
Right? You agree?
Oh, not even close.
Okay.
Yeah, not close. And that's all we do is eat steak here. You get staked out.
I know. Choppy's like, I'm going to get gout. Is it gout?
Yeah, that's what he said. I don't know if he was correct, if that's actually what it's connected to, but that is at least what he said.
And he's lost and gone again.
Yeah, so he went off to get coffee and must have turned right again. He's gotten lost 2 different times looking for coffee. Something's off with his sense of direction on this trip. It's not even like he's not doing the walkways. Now, there you go. I'm curious about that. Shireen, have you figured out how all the
DJ
walkways
sent him a pin, he just said.
Oh, gosh.
A pin to
that's
get
pathetic.
back here.
Have you figured out the walkways like all the Indy veterans seem to know?
Yes. Okay, so this is like, I was trying to figure out, because I missed 3 combines for the Olympics, for the Winter Olympics.
Wow.
So I'm right at just under 30 combines. So, yes, in my 30 years, I have figured out all the walkways.
Do you love this event?
Love might be too strong a word. I am not a morning person. Like, I don't know if you guys may not even be morning persons, but you're up every morning.
Mm-hmm.
So this is early for me.
It's
So.
8:30.
Yeah, it's early. It's early.
All right.
I usually work nights, so this is early.
Your initial takeaways from Brian Schottenheimer, who spoke to us all yesterday.
Yeah, I put one up about the run game. I think that's going to be very important for that Cowboys offense to figure out how they can run the ball. You would think after their experiment with receiver by committee a few years ago, and then they had to go trade for Amari Cooper in the middle of the season, they would have learned their lesson, but they didn't last year, and that running back by committee didn't work. And you look at their stats, 24th, I think, in carries, 27th in yards, whatever it was, and 32nd in rushing touchdowns with 6. You got to improve your running game. If you can't run the ball, you're not going to be able to do a whole lot. So I really liked what it's a continuation of what he said, obviously, since he got the job, about being able to run the ball and stop the run and all those things.
Were you shocked and uninspired by the hire like everyone else?
I was not surprised by the hire because that's what Jerry has done in his hires. If you look at this was the 9th hire he's made, it's either familiarity or it's a former head coach. And so it was going to be one of those 2 buckets. It wasn't going to be a Ben Johnson who he didn't know, a coordinator who's never been a head coach. It wasn't going to be somebody like that. So it didn't surprise me that it was Brian Schottenheimer. Underwhelmed? I don't know. All my neighbors were upset about it. They're season ticket holders, so I heard it from them. They didn't like the hire. But I think the more people have heard him, like, they didn't really know who he was. And I think the more people have heard him speak and his ideas and his philosophies, I think he's grown on them.
Is there a reason?
You made it back.
I did. By the way,
DJ's pin help you?
This is that made no sense, but yes, it did. This is the most inconvenient media workroom. That is. I have shin splints. That's how far that walk was. I'm sweating. I've never seen anything so far. Power walking. It's just
this is the warmest 40-degree city we've ever experienced.
They could not have put that any further away. I don't know what I was going to ask you. So you mentioned that he wasn't going to hire an assistant that never coached. Why is that his philosophy?
I don't know. It's a comfort thing with him, I think. I don't know. He hasn't even really hired that many coaches the closest he's done to hiring a guy like that is Chan Gailey. Mm-hmm. But Chan Gailey did have head coaching experience in the Europe League, in college football, so he did have some head coaching experience. But that's the closest he's ever come to doing that. I just think it's a comfort thing with him that he wants either guys that he feels like he can do it, that he's been around, that and those haven't always worked out, as we all know, with the Dave Campo and Jason Garrett, and that they didn't work out quite the way he wanted them to work out. And certainly Cowboys fans hope this one works out better than some of those others.
Shireen Williams from Pro Football Talk, Mother Football, as Randy Galloway has referred to her, joins us here on 105 through the Fan. So we're talking about Schottenheimer, and a big thing with Schotty every single time he stands up there and talks, not so much yesterday, oddly enough, but he's really driven home the whole culture thing, and that's been a big underlying point. The Cowboys talking about how much that's important to them. Is that what feels like was missing from this football team? Was it not a talent issue? Do you think it was more just operating within the bounds of what it means to be the Cowboys?
I don't think you can say it wasn't a talent issue. I mean, the talent, when you go out in the first wave of free agency, Royce Freeman and Eric Kendricks were your two signees. I mean, there was a talent issue missing, and hopefully they address that this year. They have drafted very well, as we know, for the most part, over the last few years. They've gotten some starters out of that, and they've given guys second contracts, and all that's good, but you still have to use free agency. But, yeah, the culture's going to help. If that was a problem last year, if you improve your culture, and that's part of why I think Brian Schottenheimer's here, is the players, including Dak Prescott, stepped up, and especially the offensive players really like this guy.
What was the first year you covered the Cowboys?
I came in the middle of the 99 season.
99, okay. So, I mean, you've spent a lot of time around Cowboys HQ and how it operates and how different it is from everywhere else. Is that overrated at all, that discussion point that people talk about, the idea of it's so different here, you need to have different mentality, or do you buy into, no, that's a real factor that if you are not mentally prepared for what Dallas means, you are not going to have success here?
Oh, I think it's a real thing. I think there is something to be said for that. It's different than other places. It is. I mean, and you have to be able to deal with some of those things that you don't deal with at other places that have been well reported. A lot of things you have to deal with. And it is America's team. The spotlight is always on you, always. In a place like Green Bay or Jacksonville or somewhere else, it's not like, even Kansas City, it's not like that, and
fill in the blank for me. Cowboy fans should feel what right now?
I think more optimistic than they probably were at the end of the season.
Okay, that's good.
Than when the offseason started and they're changing coaches. I think Schottenheimer has given you reason to be a little more excited about what the future holds. Now, Florio asked me a couple days ago on the show if I bought into them being selectively aggressive in free agency. I said no. Like, words are fine, but you said last year you were all in. Jerry said it repeatedly, and they weren't all in. So you can say the words all you want. Until I see it, I'm not going to believe it. So I'm a little more optimistic than the end of last season, but I'm going to have to see it in free agency. And if you don't do anything in free agency, going back to the talent issue, you're not going to be any better than you were last year.
Can you show your necklace to the fan cam there?
Oh, my little...
I've been looking at it.
Kendra Scott football,
Very impressive.
Wow. I didn't know she had a football line.
Yeah.
Very impressive. Do you think Osa's about to be done?
Yeah, I think they'll re-sign him, and I think that's important. They let all those guys walk away last year. That was part of it, too, not just signing the 2 guys they signed, but letting all those guys walk away. And you kept turning on playoff games, and, here's so-and-so making a sack, and here's so-and-so making it, and you're like, Cowboys could have had all these guys. All they had to do was re-sign him, and they didn't do that. I think it's very important that they re-sign him. I think they will re-sign him.
Why isn't Darren Woodson in the Hall of Fame yet, Shireen?
Yeah, I presented Darren Woodson this year and disappointed again. He's got 2 years left before he goes in that cesspool that is the seniors thing. And, we got to get him in. And it's convincing the other voters, a lot of them young voters, who want to see the stats. And the stat he has are tackles, which are not an official stat. And they want to see something more. And a lot of them didn't see him play. But if you watched him play, as I got Jimmy Johnson to tell me, if you watched him play, you saw a Hall of Famer on the field. Those Cowboys defenses, one of the points I made, and people don't realize this, those Cowboys defenses were better than the Cowboys offenses. Mm-hmm. Cowboys offense never ranked number 1.
Wow.
Cowboys defense did rank number 1 a couple times in those early 90s. Years. And so that defense was legit. And if you look at it, okay, Dion, he was on the 95 team. That's fine. He's in the Hall of Fame. Charles Haley's the only guy really off that defense who's in the Hall of Fame. So you got to have another guy. And who is the guy? The guy's Darren Woodson. We got to get him in the Hall of Fame. We have to figure out some way. And maybe it's using, and I've talked to Darren about this, using Jimmy Johnson and Bill Parcells, who are big fans of his, and Mike Zimmer and some of those guys to call the voters and explain why this guy, you didn't see him play, but here's why he's a Hall of Famer. Forget not having interception numbers. Forget all this other stuff. He changed the game with what he was able to do. That's the player that teams are looking for now. Derwin James, who's listed as a safety, just made second-team All-Pro. I voted for him first-team All-Pro as a nickel cornerback. That was Darren Woodson. He was before his time. Donnie Shell and Nolan Cromwell are the only 2 guys who had ever done what Darren Woodson did, and now they're looking for the next Darren Woodson. He was a prototype of that.
How close is he? Is it real? Is it like? Do you feel like you just need to sway it? Is it a couple people that need to be swayed?
What
are
are you
mountain?
doing wrong? Is what he's asking.
Yeah.
No. I'm asking about how far are we from is it just we need a person or 2 to flip, or is it bigger than that?
Well, the problem that you have is they've changed the way the voting has gone, and so it's harder to get in. We only saw 3 modern era guys go in this year. So you go to 7. So you go 15, 10, 7. That's the vote. You're down to 7. There's no yes or no vote. You vote for 5 out of that 7, and then whoever gets 80% out of those 5, which it was 3 this year, gets into the Hall of Fame. It may be even harder next year because you've got Drew Brees and Larry Fitzgerald, and Jason Witten's up too, and his chances probably aren't real good as a first ballot because we're putting in less first ballot guys. But it's just going to be harder
Gates
to get in. Gates was not first ballot. He went second year he got in this year.
So the 90s Cowboys, it seems like they're just wildly underrepresented for a dynasty. Like the Steelers, I mean, everybody from the 70s got in, even the guys that didn't. Yeah. Packers, for crying out loud, everyone's. Why are the Cowboys so underrepresented from the 90s?
And I think some of those guys who went in on the Steelers, it took time before you appreciated really what they did, and some of them went into the seniors pool and came out of that. So I just think it takes some time to appreciate what this 90s teams did. But hopefully some of these younger voters see.
All right, you're triggering me. You're triggering me.
But Darren Woodson should be the next one off the 90s teams to go in. But there are other guys we could obviously consider as well.
Shireen Williams here on 105 through the Fan. When you say younger voters, what age range are we talking, and how are they catching up on the old school players? What is the expectation on them to get familiar with Darren Woodson? Are they going on freaking YouTube? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing here?
Well, that's what they should be doing. I mean, the Cowboys sent out the all blue or whatever it's called documentary they did on Darren Woodson. They sent that out. They should have watched that. It was very good. I rewatched it before I wrote my presentation for Darren Woodson, and then just some of the facts, the fact sheet that Scott Agolnick sent out from the Cowboys. If you just look at the fact sheet, if you just want to do it real quick and look at that fact sheet told you all you needed to know. But again, I think it may be a phone. Maybe we can use Jimmy Johnson and Bill Parcells and some of those guys to call voters. you're not going to call 49 voters, but pick out 20 voters and let's split them up and have those coaches call us. Here's why Darren Woodson is a Hall of Famer. Because I can say Jimmy Johnson said this, I can say Bill Parcells said this, and I did that, but it's way more impactful if Bill Parcells and Jimmy Johnson call those guys and talk to them.
We're all fascinated with the process. So
Yeah.
can you paint the picture for us and all of our listeners of walking into the room?
It's Zoom now, right?
It's on Zoom
It's
now.
on Zoom. The presentation, how long is it? How
Yeah.
many people? How long does it take? Because we want to broadcast this thing.
49 voters, all on Zoom. So you have a 5-minute presentation, and you make your 5-minute presentation, and then other people raise their hand and they call on them. So, for instance, I made the 5-minute presentation. Calvin Watkins talked. Rick Gosselin talked. Obviously other Dallas voters. And then it was opened up to the room, and some other people talked. And you want the conversation. You don't want it to be too long, like Eli's went on like 40 some odd. You knew at that point.
40?
45 minutes, I think, was
Oh my
Eli's
gosh.
Eli's
Gary doesn't shut
debate.
up.
That's too long. But you also, I remember the year Larry Allen was up. There was another guard up, and no one said one thing after the presentation, and that's a dead giveaway that your guy's not getting in. So we had enough people speak up, and it went long enough that you're like, okay, he's got a shot, but it didn't go too long where you said, okay, there's too many people against him. I don't think anybody has a problem with Darren. Like, there's no, like Eli, you point to the 117 record, the times he led the league in intercept, all those things. Like, there's none of that, his passer rating. There's none of that with Darren Woodson. We're not getting people pushing back saying, well, but they don't see it. Like, there's nothing there for them to see unless, like you said, you're watching film or talking to Jimmy Johnson. And
Did you vote for Eli?
well, we're not really allowed to say, but let me just say that Eli did not make it, and it was a hearty debate. And what I don't know is, were people just against him because he was first ballot guy?
Okay, let's talk about that. We have a problem with that where it's like, do you differentiate a first ballot person from a fourth ballot?
I do, only because I think first ballot guys, this was Emmitt Smith's presentation from Rick Gosselin. Ladies and gentlemen, I present Emmitt Smith, the NFL's all-time leading rusher. Thank you very much. And there's applause, and that's it. That, to me, differentiates a guy who doesn't need the debate.
It's your way of giving them their own wing.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think it's that upper echelon that Deion's talked about. I do think there's an upper echelon. I do think but now you can't turn back time and take out a Jason Taylor, or take out some of these guys who've gone in who you would not put in that upper echelon. I mean, there are many guys who've gone in first ballot who, if you're talking about the upper echelon, are not upper echelon.
Shireen Williams, Pro Football Talk here on 105.3 The Fan. You got something on this or something else?
Yeah. Was there I guess it's Emmett. Was there a play like the shortest, I don't even say shortest debate, just like the shortest
presentation?
Debate, president, however you want to go with that.
There have been a handful of those guys where the selectors, has just stood up. Ray Lewis was not very long. Like, the presentation, he went his full 5 minutes on his presentation, or whatever the time was at that time. I think it was a little more than that. And I leaned over and I told him, I said, that presentation was way too long for what Ray Lewis did. But his was short. There was no debate or anything after that. It was the presentation and boom, we're done. But I've had probably a handful, maybe 2 handfuls of guys that have just stood up and sat down.
I was fascinated, and I thought that you guys were going to establish a precedent with Antonio Gates, because of the PED stuff. In baseball, no.
Correct.
Gates got in.
But Julius Peppers got in first ballot, and he was the same thing. And people forget that because I think it was his rookie year, but it was early in his career, and Julius Peppers had the same thing, and he went in first ballot.
How do you view it, and why do you think it's different from baseball?
Well, there's no rule, and there's no citizenship clause, and maybe there should be, because frankly, Darren Sharper probably did enough based on what he did on the field to at least be considered for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. But his name's never come up for obvious reasons. But yet we have no citizenship clause. And steroids are the same thing. Like, they won't even let you discuss that in the meeting.
Oh, wow.
And so
what?
That you can't discuss that?
No, because it's not part of what they did on the field.
But it helps them on the field.
I agree with you. I'm with you. And I think we should have a citizenship clause because their big thing is honor of the game and all of this sort of stuff. So if that's your whole motto and I know you're not going to pull O.J. Simpson out of the Pro Football Hall of Fame, but should some of those guys go in? It's Tucker. It's Justin Tucker. Now we don't know how this is going to play out, but what are we going to do with Justin Tucker if he comes out? If that's the last game that he played and we're, have all this.
Why didn't Vinatieri get in?
I think it went back to the first. He got a ton of support. I think it went back to the first ballot thing. I think he probably gets in the next 2 years, maybe this next year. This next year is going to be hard just because you have Drew Brees and Larry Fitzgerald.
Well, that's why we thought you guys left a spot open that could have been taken advantage of with the tougher decisions next year.
Yeah. Well, but they changed the rules. Again, they changed the rules. Under the old rules, we'd have gotten 5 in. And Luke Kuechly may have gone in first ballot, and Adam Vinatieri may have gone in first ballot. I don't know. People have changed their opinions of that. So
it's going to be tough to get Darren in next year.
I agree. Yeah, absolutely. And then, that sentiment, Eric Allen finally got in. It was his last year. So we're going to get down probably to year 19, and we're going to be doing exactly what Paul Domowitch did for Eric Allen. Do not let banging on the table. Do not let this guy fall into that senior cesspool. We have got to get him into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And that may be it. It may be 2 years in his last chance, and that's when he goes in.
I'm just curious really quickly. So you talked about it has to be stuff on the field. That's
Correct.
All you can do?
Yes.
So how does something like locker room person, like a TO, how does TO and
wouldn't
what
let
that,
it be discussed.
So that doesn't
No.
even come up, even if it depends.
Well, no. Now people try to bring it up, and they'll say it has to be what he does on the field. I agree with you completely. That's just how it works.
So that's how. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and people try to bring it up, and they'll make that point of this
impacted
the field.
Shireen, let's talk about some of these prospects here. Who has caught your eye? Who is on your Cowboy or just combine checklist to pay attention to?
Well, obviously the Aggie, since I'm an Aggie, but Shamar Stewart and what he's done, I think, has been pretty incredible from the Senior Bowl to here to his testing yesterday, the way he ran. He's made himself a lot of money from the end of last season, 4.5 sacks in his career, 1.5 last year. Got to the quarterback a lot, couldn't bring him down. I think he's caught everybody's eye. I mean, it went before when this process started at the end of the college season. Nobody probably had him as a first-round draft pick, and now he's going to be top 15, maybe top 10 draft pick. So he's just shot up the board. We just got done with Quinn Ewers. I'll be interested to see how he throws and what he's done. Most scouts I've talked to have him rated 3rd, 4th round, somewhere in there. I think he's going to be probably
late one then.
Second. He may be. We know quarterbacks go way before, or sometimes they should. There's no quarterback in. Every scout I've talked to says, I have no quarterbacks with the first-round grade in this draft. Now, we all know quarterbacks are going in the first round.
Sure.
The question is going to be, how high is one going to go?
How did he get linked up with McCarthy, Quinn?
What do you mean?
Working together, like Mike McCarthy.
When they're working,
mentor now?
That's a good question, and we probably should have asked him that question. No one asked him that question. It would have been a great question to ask him how he got linked up. But that's good for him to be linked up with McCarthy and working with McCarthy and get some of that pro knowledge.
You were outstanding. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you guys.
Fantastic.
Always. It's been a long time.
I'm glad Florio fed you guys.
Yeah.
Are you waiting to get out of here? Are you ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Yeah. Got to get a little Shadur coming up at 9 o'clock here.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah.
The great Shireen Williams, ProFootballTalk.com here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
That was outstanding.
Yes, it was.
We will see if Greg Cosell stops by. But, Bobby, you have been – let's hook up the Tolos before we forget. Let's do it. It's Friday, commercial-free expressway. Pay, hit it.
Yeah. Made it out the treasure, this type of life I can't get.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Lil Baby at the American Airlines Center in Dallas on June 5th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Bobby, let's play what we can of this Ranger audio. You have been dying to here.
Let's do. Do we want to do the Mark Church? Let's do the Mark Church one, I think, because that one's shorter. That's a 4-minute one. We can play that one right now. Peyton, let's play the. You don't have the Mark Church one yet. Okay. All right. Well,
wasn't Bradford the gold?
Yeah, it's long. If we can start it though, and we can get it going, and we can pause it later. All right. So this is Cody Bradford, and we had gotten a preview of this from KNC. That I don't even know if they heard it. They just said there was a group in the Rangers clubhouse that had started crowding around this interview that Zach and Eric were doing with Cody Bradford. And it was very clear to see why. And it's not just because Zach and Eric ask weird questions. It's because Cody Bradford was willing to play ball. And this is, to me, maybe some of the strongest 10 minutes of audio that's ever been aired on 105.3 The Fan. This is Zach and Eric the other day in the clubhouse with Rangers pitcher Cody Bradford.
Cody, I'm 100% with you. I think Jared's going to suck on TV this year as well. All right, let's go ahead and start this thing. 3, 2, 1. We're back at it again with more uncomfortable clubhouse conversations with a local legend, a fan favorite, really, a guy that Wolchuk has a poster of in his bedroom. It's Cody Bradford.
Out me like that, but thank you very much.
Cody Bradford. How you doing?
What's up, guys? Good to see you.
Great to see you, man. You're looking good, feeling good. Best shape of your life, right? You have to just admit that right now because it's obvious.
That's what everybody's saying, so I guess I got to be in the best shape of my life.
Your farmer's tan, I just saw you put your shirt on.
Oh, yeah.
And the farmer's tan is as legendary as it gets.
Yeah.
Are you don't like to take the shirt off in the sun necessarily?
I try and hide from the sun, honestly. So I get a farmer's tan every year.
And then are you rocking the assless chaps out in the sun? Because I can see there's some tan lines.
Sure.
We respect the glute work that you put in this off season. That's all.
Yeah.
Admiring from a distance.
Yeah, you got to work on your cake. You know?
All about the cakes.
Yeah.
All about the cake.
How competitive is this clubhouse, dude? You getting in some ping pong? You doing some crossword stuff? You're a trash talker?
I'm not a big trash talker, but yeah, I like ping pong. But we don't have one here. But as soon as we get to Arlington, it'll go down.
Should we put in the request to get one here? I mean, we're pretty plugged in with Rich Rice.
Yeah, we need one right in the center, right on the Texas T right there. Rich has got to put one in here. That'd be a lot of fun.
Have you ever heard of a Mike Bassick?
Yeah, I've heard of a Mike Bassick.
What's like the thing that you know him most for?
I guess announcing. I don't really know.
Not his rage-filled Coach Ballsack rants that are.
All right, stop it for a second. So I did not listen to this beforehand. I wanted to be surprised. It doesn't sound like he's totally playing ball.
Oh,
and I got that impression from you that he did.
Oh, he is, and it's building,
Okay.
and what he's doing is he's getting the. Oh, okay, this is what it is, and he's going to start leaning in. It started with the cake when he said cake. That's when it started.
All right, let's go.
That means butt.
Not his rage-filled Coach Ballsack rants that are not safe for work.
Never heard of those. I haven't heard them.
So you're an Alito Bearcat.
Yeah.
Is a Bearcat the fiercest of all cats?
I don't know if it's the fiercest, but it definitely has the most state titles of all cats.
It sure does. Were you ever getting interested in playing football? Did you play?
I played in middle school.
All right.
Yeah, middle school. You got to high school way too small.
What sound does a Bearcat make?
Could you give me one more? One more little. Wow. Yeah, that's our guy.
What is your
Stop.
favorite animal?
Stop. All-time cut. Peyton, put into the rotation. Go back to that and replay it, and let's continue with the interview. That was Bradford, right?
Yeah,
it's
Bradford.
well
All right, let's hear it.
Could you give me one more? One more little. Wow. Yeah, that's our guy.
What is your favorite animal?
Favorite animal? Maybe like an elk.
An elk?
Yeah.
That's unique. What brought up an elk?
Because you like to kill him?
I just like to kill them. Yeah. Like to hunt 'em.
Big game hunting.
Like to try to. Not very successful, but.
You ever get bored of just hunting animals?
I haven't gotten bored yet. What would you recommend?
Wow, the most dangerous game in human beings.
Wow.
Or maybe something with some talons.
Oh,
That would be interesting.
Lions, go to Africa, safari style.
Maybe.
Elephant,
Probably
that'd be
not.
too big.
Probably not.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna say no to that one.
You're on record with Cocaine Bear being one of your favorite movies of all time.
I'm not on record. I've never seen it. I saw the trailer. It was really interesting, though.
Okay, so I guess I got
Based
ball
on a
sack
true
that.
story?
Yeah, true story, true drug, true animal. Everything about it is as real as it gets. We've been putting together some different ideas. Like we were thinking about the ecstasy tiger, the mushroom monkey, or what was it, Walter? You like
heroin
the
hippo. I was a big fan of the
heroin
heroin hippo.
and the Vicodin vulture. So just what are your thoughts?
Yeah, that would be interesting. They could do a whole mascot like montage with those things. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
What's the most impressive thing you do in a weight room?
Probably crush water bottles.
Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking heavy back squats.
Stay hydrated.
I'll tell you what, the most impressive thing I do in a weight room is sweat on the floor. I got to get so many towels that that's kind of my thing. Is if there's not enough towels in the weight room, I got to go find more and bring them in there.
Who's the most confident guy that just loves to walk around with his shirt off in the clubhouse?
Ooh, probably DeGrom.
Oh, DeGrom?
Just for fun, yeah.
A little lanky or
yeah, a little
like
lanky.
skinny?
Yeah, he's lanky, athletic.
Okay.
Yeah.
But what about usually I think he
Stop.
loves Adolis Garcia.
Stop it. No way. DeGrom?
He's got to show off his surgery scars.
A reminder that he can't be available and healthy.
Yeah, I think it's a tough look. You got scars all over you. I mean, it's just a tough look.
Chiafalo is just...
He's slinging
he
it,
loves
man.
the male anatomy.
He loves the male anatomy.
He does. Yes, it's a great way to put it.
Nosebleeds with Cody Bradford, Rangers Clubhouse, with the team surrounding and watching on the Fan. Go ahead.
He wants to take Adolis Garcia's body and just switch into it. He likes the biceps, the girth, the tonnage.
Sure. The pecs. He's got everything.
He's got the pecs.
He's got the cake.
Oh, he's got that cake. That's for damn sure.
How do you overcome the adversity of giving up just like a major dong in a game?
Well, just got to tell yourself that if you play the game long enough, you're going to give a bunch of them. So hopefully the more I give up, the longer I'm playing.
Is there a dong in your past that just still haunts you?
Yeah.
Whose dong was it?
Ronald Acuna Jr.
Have you dreamt about that dong?
It's nightmares, right? That's a nightmare situation.
It was a double-decker dong.
Oh, that is about as big as you can get. I guess the triple-decker, but that's going to be difficult. What do you think about those rings, like the C ring, the D ring in Tampa Bay? They got to change the name of that.
Are you familiar?
No, I don't even know what you're talking about.
What? The rings? The D rings?
Like on the roof?
The roof deal.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
You're talking double-decker. I just started thinking the C ring.
Okay.
Okay, I can't help but notice there's a glaring, there's a gold bond void in this clubhouse.
Trying to change over here.
Oh, sorry about that. Tyler Malley's naked right here, and he's trying to dry off. We're not being professional.
Embarrassing.
But yeah, are we not doing gold bond in this
There's
clubhouse?
gold bond, but they don't put it in the bathroom. So what's up with that? They keep it in the training room. I guess if we want gold bond, we got to go in there.
So do you have to request it?
We just got to go, where other people are. We can't just have it in our lockers or, have it in the bathroom in here.
Yeah, because that's a private moment.
Yeah.
When you're trying to apply and rub.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right in the bathroom.
How superstitious are you?
Probably a little stitious. Probably not super, though.
But just a little stitious?
Just a little stitious.
What's the most stitious thing you got going?
I don't know if it's stitious, but I don't like to sleep on my left side. It's my throwing arm. I always sleep on my right side.
All right.
I don't know if that's stitious or just comfort, but
No, that's
it's
good.
something.
You want to try and keep it healthy throughout the season. But that's absolutely. Okay, first ever celebrity crush.
Probably when I was a kid.
Please say Lola Bunny.
Who?
Lola Bunny?
I don't even know who that is. Probably when I was watching Star Wars.
Princess Leia.
No.
Jabba the Hutt.
Yeah, Jabba the Hutt.
That dude. He's got, talking about cake. He's got rolls for days.
All-time motorboater right there.
Oh, my gosh.
All right, if you had to fight one other team's mascot, whose mascot are you fighting?
Probably the Arizona Diamondbacks. That just comes to my head because we're here in Arizona. It's a little snake. Just step on its head and move on.
Yeah. Okay, so do you like reptiles? Lizards? Are you...
I don't dislike them.
I'm freaked out by
they're
snakes.
cool.
Like the slime in it, they're just like one big muscle. And they shed the skin.
Yeah.
It's just weird to me.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I watched a lot of Man vs. Wild. He's over there picking up snakes and stuff, and thought it was cool.
What about Naked and Afraid?
I wouldn't do Naked and Afraid. No, that's too much for me. Too far gone.
Just the afraid part, not the naked
Just the
part.
afraid, just the naked. Yeah.
Oh,
You're naked right
all
now.
right.
It's really incredible.
Yeah, seriously.
There it is. Eric Chiafalo, Zach Wilczuk, that was your favorite audio of the week. This has become a hit.
Fantastic.
They have made themselves must-hear radio, and this is a blockbuster segment and bit.
Yeah, and they go a little further into him beating up girls on the school bus who made fun of him, and that's what Eric tried to set it up. But they get into a lot of different things. Mark Church was also fantastic, and there's a bit we're gonna have to play later where they try to trick him and ask him about the new minor league player the team has signed, RJ Choppy, and we're gonna see if they can dupe him.
If the Cowboys were to draft a running back, which one would it be? Brian Schottenheimer gave us some clues yesterday. The very latest from your new Cowboys coach, live from the Combine in Indy with Shan and RJ, next on 105.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Dallas-Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour live here from the Combine in Indianapolis on your official home of the Cowboys and Rangers. No radio station has ever done the double coverage like this. We have the KMC Masterpiece and GBag in Arizona, and we are here in Indy thanks to Rhino Shield Ceramic Coating. Never paint your house again, and by Best Buy Windows and Siding. You just experienced something else new in the bathroom?
The media members are the most socially awkward individuals, and it never ceases to amaze, no matter when we go to a Super Bowl or this, that they're going to do something that's just out of the realm of ordinary. There's a guy, an older gentleman. I don't want to say older, probably mid-50s, at the urinal. And I walk in, and he's the only one at the urinal. There's a dozen urinals. He's the only one there. And he is standing about 3 feet away from the urinal.
3 feet?
He's standing that far away, and you can see the stream. You can't see anything else. See the stream. All right?
But you looked.
Well, you can't miss it, right? You can't miss it. And I always peek. If I have a chance, I always try to give a peek. But I've never seen a thicker stream in my life. It looked like the guy had his thumb over a garden hose. I've never seen anything like it. It was a thick stream, and I was like, "What in the world is going on here?" I went in the stall.
DJ's dying over here.
I went in the stall. I was like, "I can't even hear this. It's going to splash me back and hit me."
Y'all, we are now known for 2 things out here in Indianapolis. One, they're like, "Oh, you're the Jerry guys." And 2 is RJ's colonoscopy, and the colonoscopy talk has lapped the Jerry Jones mentions, and there's a little parallel right there. RJ's bathroom reports.
Listen, it's you got to go through it. You know, I was talking to people, and they said, I got to do it. Is it really that bad? And I'm like, I mean, the prep is really that bad, but you got to do it. You feel so much better that you have a clean bill of colon.
Bobby Belt is on the move. Bobby is right behind us where all the podiums are set up, and that's where the players and coaches speak. Brian Schottenheimer yesterday, Travis Hunter yesterday, and they are getting ready for Shador. So Bobby's giving you that view. Pepe, are we seeing that right now on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube? Bobby Belt
his screen
with
just
the view
cut
of what's
off.
happening?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Good job,
We
Bobby.
just
Way
lost
to go,
Bobby.
Okay, we lost Bobby. So this little fancy technological insight that he was trying to show off, all for naught.
It's cool back there. It really is. Like the setup they have. I'm fascinated to see how many people there are, though.
I mean, people already coming. Calvin Watkins, Todd Archer,
already
Shireen
here.
Williams. They're like, we don't wake up for this. That's the other thing I'm taking from this. These reporters, like, they're not adults. I thought adults woke up at 7 or before 7 a.m.
A lot of times, we try to be. If we're
No,
gonna
I
be
know.
good adults.
I know out here is different, but like, you think your usual body clock takes over.
Yeah, you would think so. I weekends I could sleep. I could sleep in.
Oh, I can't change. Like yesterday, I had to take a nap because even though I'm waking up at 7 a.m. because it's my normal body clock. Your camera failed. Way to go.
No, it didn't. I turned it off because I was moving back here and I didn't want everybody getting dizzy. Why?
Oh, well, thanks.
Dizzy?
I didn't want people getting dizzy seeing the camera jostling around while I'm walking. Why?
Pepe said to cut out.
Oh, yeah, I hit stop on it because I told you I was going to stand over there for like a minute. I couldn't hear you guys, so I was going to hold it up for a minute and then walk back.
What is it like back there?
It's full. It's going to get fuller because they're not even over there yet. But, I mean, it's stacked deep with – it's not as deep as Travis Hunter yet. It'll get there as soon as they're up there talking.
All right.
But, yeah.
Brian Schottenheimer takeaways. I guess the number one thing for selfish purposes, after he spoke with the media, he told us that Mike McCarthy, 6:30 a.m. Friday schedule, that's not happening with me.
No.
I didn't even want to tweet that because I didn't want Cowboy fans to say, oh, speaking of sleeping in, oh, you're not working as hard? Oh, you can't get up that early like Big Mike and grind and prep? But Brian Schottenheimer told us, no, he's not doing 6:30
Thought he didn't leave the facility.
Look, he can wake up a little later because I don't think anybody's ever going to accuse him of being less of a worker than Mike McCarthy. So.
Okay. Brian also,
rude.
It was unintentional. He brought up the C word again. And
that was aggressive.
The one that ends in T or K?
He said Peyton, let's play cut 22. Brian Schottenheimer on how he put together this new coaching staff.
The guys that came in, I think we found great teachers. We found guys that were incredible people, and I have a real big belief in fundamentals. And so I think if you look at all the coaches that we've added, both young, old, the ability to train fundamentals in the developmental process of our players is critical. And one last thing, like, I know for a fact our players are going to feel the passion and energy of this staff. This staff is awesome, just in terms of the energy, the way they want to teach, the way they want to be on the grass. So I can't wait to see us get to work here in a couple months.
One of the coolest things, I think it was the coolest thing he said, in the off season, he scouts and monitors assistants that he doesn't know a lot about. And he'll call his buddies and say, give me a name. Give me a, it's like we're talking
names.
Yeah, it was like we're talking to Dane Brugler, and we're like, who's your wild card? Like, who are we not talking about enough? Schottenheimer was doing that, and that kind of leads to us figuring out what to expect from new offensive coordinator Clayton Adams from Arizona.
This guy is just incredible in terms of his foundation of teaching fundamentals. And he's been a kind of a fast riser, if you will. I remember meeting him a couple of years ago. He's coaching the tight ends here in Indy, and just walking away from the conversation before a game and being like, okay, that guy's different. And then to see the success he had in Arizona, he's a guy that I've kind of been tracking and saying, hey, if ever given the opportunity to be a head coach and being the play caller, a guy like this would complement me in some areas that I quite honestly need to be complimented. And I'll be good for him because I did this for the last 2 years with Mike. And so I think we'll work very, very well together.
All right, other things. It sounds like Osa is about to get done. He started off the press conference saying he was saying don't want to jinx it. So looks like that is going to happen as a reality. He said, most of my day is spent walking the halls. That's a part of changing the culture and knowing guys on a deeper level. He brought that up on his own. And we keep having these culture comparisons with McCarthy. You know what this made me think of? Because when he was asked about Dak, he's like, we don't talk X's and O's. I love the guy, a fantastic human being. It made me think of when we had to explain Tank to McCarthy.
That was his first year.
Was it his first year? That was 5 years ago?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I felt, okay. And we're like, all right, Tank. And he's like, who? What? And I'm not trying to blow this up. I'm just, that's what I thought of. I think Brian Schottenheimer wants to make sure those things don't happen. And he believes connecting and knowing the nicknames and knowing the stories, he believes that will, I think, my theory, that will be an improvement over McCarthy and help have a tighter and better football team.
Yeah, he believes that those connections, those personal connections and things like that is the biggest missing key, I think, that they can still tap into to reach another level. That if people like each other and get along with each other and are close with each other, they're going to work better together. And that they're going to have better communication and be better problem solvers and have more investment in doing those things and reaching a higher level because of what you're trying to do for somebody else. Nate Newton has said for years, he mentioned it a lot last year when we do Cowboys Crosstalk.
Well,
he said that he didn't become a Pro Bowler until he saw Troy Aikman work. But he said when he saw Troy Aikman work and he saw other guys work, he went, I don't want to let that guy down. Like, that guy works so hard. Like, if I'm dragging my ass, like, I'm screwing over all the work he's putting in. And it Nate, who said he was never the, oh, it's all for you, I'm going to do for you. Like, he felt like, I can't be the reason that guy fails. That dude works way too hard. I got to start picking up my game. And he said that's what made him become a Pro Bowler. It tapped into a work ethic he never knew he could get to.
He has not broken down extensive film on Ashton Genty, but running back traits Schottenheimer likes to see. Vision, contact balance, need to create hidden yards, run through arm tackles. And he did kind of go out of his way to say, I believe you need to catch the ball out of the backfield. I believe you need to be able to do that. And Eric Chiafalo tweeted in response to that, why didn't you just say Ashton Genty? Does that sound like every running back, Bobby, or anyone in particular?
No, I mean, that sounds a lot like Genty to me. Like, I mean, a lot of those different traits he's talking about there sound very similar to what Ashton Genty did. I'll pull up right now. I'll pull up my notes on Ashton Genty, and I'll tell you how I view him. But
who did Brugler compare LaDainian Tomlinson to with us?
Genty. Yeah, I mean, and that's, I don't know. I mean, I never watching him. I feel like he's bigger. Than
LT.
Yeah, I think of LaDainian as a smaller guy.
I don't.
Okay, so these are some of my notes I have on Genty. Plus traits: body control, vision, balance, yards after contact. I wrote pinball running style, displays elite balance, body control through traffic, and undisciplined tackling. Incredibly rare to see first contact bring him down. Seems to process a step ahead of the other 21 players on the field, reading his blocks and anticipating holes and cutback lanes a beat before they've developed. First round grade, short area quickness, footwork, and acceleration. Consistently prolific output against efficient run defenses. 2023 tape shows plus receiving ability for a back and versatility to win routes on the line of scrimmage. I mean, that sounds all like a lot of those traits.
5'10", 215 for LaDainian, according to the internet.
That's good. It's decent size. 215 is solid for 5'10". Yeah, I just feel like he's more. I just from watching him more bruising of a back, even though he's not. Like he has tremendous speed and elusiveness. I don't know. Maybe it's the hair. It just reminds me of Marion Barber.
Schottenheimer said you have to be able to run the ball when teams know you're running. Then he tried to make a joke. I got in a little trouble in Seattle for letting Russ cook. Well, he circled back to the joke, and he basically said, and y'all translate and give your interpretation, he and Pete Carroll eventually had to agree to disagree over the offense.
Yeah, obviously Pete is a...
Carm, come here for a sec, please.
He wanted a more conservative type offense. They were a defense-first team. That's how they got their Super Bowl, is that they were defense-first. And I don't think he was ready to change it, even though the Legion of Boom wasn't necessarily the Legion of Boom anymore.
Let me bring in my boy from Chicago, the great Mark Carman, here on 105.3 The Fan. You're everywhere.
This is a thrill. This is like, I mean, I've had a couple of accomplishments, like a handful in media, like, I don't know, still having a job in media, but to sit down with you guys, my guy Sean, this is a thrill for me. Great start to Friday.
This is one of these guys. You only know him for 1 year. It feels like you know him for 5 or 10 years. That's how great of a dude this is. This was my tennis partner back in Kansas City. I try to tell these guys we had the squad in Kansas City.
We did.
We had a squad.
Underrated hooper, by for crafty.
Thank you.
Crafty.
Thank you.
I never would have considered him.
Old man game.
Do you guys play with a regulation-sized ball for his hands?
DJ, don't laugh at that.
See, he overcomes some obstacles over it. It's not real great speed, but the hands aren't what you want, but he gets it done. That's what Sean does.
Thank you.
He's a competitor. I mean, listen, if I get that type of intro, I got to blow him up.
Is he he's a two-hand backhand guy, isn't he?
Yes, if I remember correctly.
No, I go to the slice now.
But there is a lot of slice in that game.
A lot of junk. Tell us what we're getting in Matt Eberflus 2.0.
So that's really interesting. I think it's a fine hire for DC. I think I don't think that if there's one thing that he did prove in Chicago is that he knows how to run a defense. That head coach, never his thing. There's a reason why he was voted number 32 in the league by the players there, and he deserved it. Front of the room, not his game. But can he figure out how to use guys to the best of their abilities to help the defense reach the highest level that it can? I think he's capable of that. But it's more so like you're going to get a 3-star movie from him. It's not going to be super sexy. He's not going to kill you. I don't think he's going to completely get everything possible that the defense could do. He's not going to be super creative, but he knows what he's doing.
Do we need to worry about his overall game management issues? Or who's the player who walked out of that locker room scene?
Oh, Jalen Johnson.
Okay,
yeah.
Mark, do we need to worry about that for him as a DC?
I wouldn't think so, but I mean, you also have a first-time head coach, and then so here's like one of the quotes that I saw. I can't wait to show what I've learned as a head coach. You need to stay in your lane. like you won 5 games a year on average for 3 years, and I get it. The Bears tore down, but this past year was you can point so much directly at him. Mm-hmm. I mean, the Bears had never fired a coach ever in the middle of a season, and they did it with Matt Eberflus.
When you saw the Mike McCarthy possibilities in Chicago, you did what?
So at the start, it was like, this is completely crazy, but I actually warmed up to it over time.
Really?
Won a lot of games, man. The Bears, you have to understand where the Bears are.
The Bears, y'all never hire a coach that's been a coach before.
Right, exactly. This dude's won a lot of games, knows how to work with a quarterback. Caleb needs a lot of attention. Of the ways they could have gone, I didn't completely hate it. I didn't have it number 1 on the board, but I wasn't like, At the start, I was like, Mike McCarthy, that's completely crazy. But then I was like, I sort of get it. In that realm, I wanted Pete Carroll more than I wanted Mike.
Power rank how we ended up from Kansas City, the roster.
So this was Sharif's thing. Like he always wanted to be the 1 seed at 6'10", and I worked on Nick Wright's show, and I'm like, dude, Nick's the 1 seed. You know this. He's going to the top. The guy he's got an insane level of talent, and he's very creative, and it's just going to happen for him. I got you at 2, and then
over Passon? Passon's 1 or 2.
Passon's way up there.
By the way, I can't stand Jeff Passon. I'll tell you in this commercial break.
And Danny Parkins followed Sean. I mean, it's a strong. I mean, he's on the national level too. I mean, it was a strong roster. Carrington's been hanging around for a long time.
Robert Ford's the voice of the Astros.
Robert Ford's the voice of the Astros. Bob Fesco's still killing.
He's a coward, though.
Who?
Yeah, the coward Robert Ford. Jesse James and the coward Robert Ford. It's a movie.
Oh.
That's over my head, too.
Pop culture show right here. Let's go.
Yeah. Hey, we could talk Gene Hackman if you want. I could, let's go French Connection out of nowhere. I'll dive in.
What a tease. What a segue. Mark Carman, where can we find you? And Jake Riepma all the time.
My new guy.
Yeah. He's our boy.
He's a great dude. Northwestern Wildcat, which I didn't go to, but I've always rooted for him. And, he's got that Lions talk going on.
Yeah, he's from Detroit.
Yeah, so we got a lot going on. I do the CHGO Bears podcast. If you want Bears in content every day, that's what we're doing. And I'll pop up on TV here and there, a little bit of radio too.
Yeah, here and there.
My boy. Love him. The great Mark Carman.
Hey, good luck with the flus. You're
flus.
You're all right.
The flus.
He seems a little testy.
He's testy.
I'm scared of him already.
He's testy. He's not fun. He's right down the middle. He's not having a beer with you out here. It's just not his game.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You sound
terrible.
Rough.
Yeah.
You went out last night?
I've been out all week, and I've been sick. And I was headed to try to rectify the situation, and then you got me.
Yeah,
so.
you shouldn't have shaken my hand.
No. I think
I
I'm
have
out.
kids. You're going to get them sick.
Yeah, and look at you, just a full adult these days.
When are you going to settle down?
I'm going to settle down. We'll catch up.
Mark Carman here on 105.3 The Fan. Speaking of it, we have Gene Hackman and Epstein list updates next.
But first, I want to talk to you guys about my trust.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
$33. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and Trek attorneys in Dallas.
If you are watching on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube, you are starting to see us crack a little bit. It's happening for me right now after last night and going out. And Bobby was out. When did you get back to the room?
Like 2:45 or 3.
All right, so another like 90 minutes. I'm disgusting. I need to. I'm a human cigar.
Yeah,
it's gross.
It was off. That place was. I can't smoke anymore. I smoked cigarettes for so long. I try to put anything. I try to ingest anything into my lungs other than air. I mean, I might as well just cough for 6 hours.
I thought it was. I loved the setup.
It was. We never should have left.
It was great.
There. We should have gone home right from there.
Yes. I loved the setup. It was great. It was a good time. We had great conversations with top secret people. It was awesome. But yeah, it's like I brushed my teeth twice this morning and tried to drink as much water as I could. I've already had like 3 bottles. I just tried to buy another. It was sold out, so I had to get a Diet Coke. And my mouth still feels dry as a bucket of sand.
I have to take a shower. I have to. That's all I can think
about. A pre-flight shower.
A pre-flight shower.
Did you extend your checkout time?
Oh, gosh. That just came up with the commercial break. You're scaring me now.
Yeah, you're going to get charged with the night.
No, stop that.
DJ said they'll throw my stuff in the lobby.
Yeah. If you like, wait, your stuff is in the room still? Like
yeah,
I didn't know if
it's
you,
in the room.
Did
we have a conversation? Like, you guys could have prepped me, giving me a heads up? See, RJ moves in secret with the travel stuff. He checks in. He checks in on his own. He checks out on his own. He calls a hotel on his own. You guys could have told me to bring my bag here. And now
I was preparing to tell you when you came down this morning.
Yeah, why were you preparing to tell him? Because I said to you, make sure Sean knows to get the extended checkout too, because I'm about to go hop on the scooter and y'all are going to ride over together. So I was telling to communicate because I was going to ride with y'all.
Did I acknowledge that statement?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah. If I was looking at something else and I caught, so I'm talking to, if I'm talking to Sarah and then she's talking to me and I'm on my phone, I will just give an answer that I have no idea what she said.
The great DJ Pridemore just took care of it and called
Way
the
to
hotel
go, DJ.
for me.
Thank you, DJ.
I have a 12 o'clock checkout.
Look at that.
I got a 12:30. I asked for 90 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta. My buddy. I gotta meet with my buddy right after this. I gotta go to the
meet up with your buddy. We're flying out.
I know, but he couldn't make it out last night. He said,
"Where are you going? Another overrated Todd Archer food suggestion?"
We're gonna meet right here. I think
he did the when he was trying to get the extended checkout. By the way, he did the choppy move. He asked for something, and then they agreed, and then he went and asked for more. So he's like, I don't know, just like an hour. And she's like, yeah, we can do that. He's like, can we do 90 minutes?
DJ, call back. Give me a 12:30, please. Yeah, Todd Archer said, go to this deli, and whenever I hear deli, because there's no real delis in DFW, you and I, our eyes and ears light up, and I'll never trust Todd Archer's food suggestions again. The worst pastrami maybe I've ever had, almost inedible for me, with all this cartilage and Bobby Bell. I'm very proud of you, Bobby.
Thank you.
You have been very food adventurous on this trip. But Broadus was amazed. You ate the shrimp cocktail without hesitation. You don't even eat seafood. And yesterday you didn't even ask. You had pastrami for the first time ever, and the rye bread on top of it.
The rye bread, yeah, he had the rye bread. That was.
Now again, he eats like a child. Pepe. He goes, "Oh, this tastes like bologna." So according to Bobby, pastrami tastes like bologna.
Was that good pastrami to you?
No, but it tasted like pastrami. I don't know if pastrami tastes like bologna. And then he said these chips taste like chemicals. These barbecue chips.
Yes,
the potato salad was good.
Yeah,
but I'll tell you the pastrami. Maybe it wasn't bologna. It honestly tasted like hot dog casing.
Yeah,
that's what that food, and that's kind of what bologna tastes like to me.
Okay,
and it was tough. Like every bite, I'd pull out the entire pile of it because it couldn't bite it off.
Terrible.
It was not good.
It was not great. Not great at all. Very disappointing.
We keep missing people on this trip. Our timing is off. All the Cowboys went into the deli as soon as we left. And then what else did we? Last night we missed Schottenheimer and Steven.
We walk in and Steven just walks right by and he's like, to the bus. It's like, okay, all right.
Bad timing. Bad deli.
But you know what? I'm also glad
Indianapolis
we went there at the right time, because had we gone at the same time as the Cowboys, I'd have been even more bitter, because there would have been a 50-person line in front of us just for a crap sandwich.
I cannot tell you.
$36 sandwich.
36?
everything at the end of the day. It was like a $35 freaking sandwich.
Oh my God!
I wish I could
food crime.
I wish I could describe Sean's face when he saw, like when he walked inside Prime last night for bar time. It was the.
I hope my wife is listening. I'm going to text her right now just so she'll be proud of me. She'll know I wasn't like trying to rage.
It was the equivalent of someone like like having to just stand in the the women's shopping department while they like pick out clothes and try them on for an hour, just looking like I don't want to be anywhere less than this place right here. He wanted to be in there, and then he walked in and was like, oh, this is not even functional to stand in. It's not functional. When it's that packed, you are genuinely like you just you're literally pressed against people that you're not even talking.
You gotta
to.
be you gotta be a good sidler. You gotta be a sidewalker in these things too.
It was awful. It was awful.
I mean, if you're no joke, it's
Choppy did well. Kayvon Frazier, a little Cowboy connection.
Yep.
We did carve out a little space. I can't fight to get to the bar. I just can't do it.
I did it for you. I did it for you.
You did. Thank you. They had a drink cart set up, but I was ready. I was ready to go, and Bobby went back in after looking for quesadillas on the street.
What would you say is from the door to the that back wall in Prime? How far is that?
30 feet?
Maybe a little more, 40 feet, whatever it is. I bet if you're at that back wall, just getting out the door, you may spend 6-7 minutes trying to move those 40 feet to get through the crowd and get out.
I'm pretty sure it's a fire hazard.
How does
it has
but
to.
how does productive NFL intel get exchanged in that environment? I thought it was going to be calmer, chill, quieter.
Alcohol?
That's what I'm saying. They are,
but it's a club. It's a rave.
But that's
this was glow sticks.
So it's not
ecstasy.
It's not.
The ecstasy wasn't missing.
It's not always that tightly compacted. It was right there, but it'll go through pockets where it's like that. The bigger thing is you find an end of the room and you just kind of like you did see when we settled down and Choppy was talking to some people. So we were in an area where it's like, oh, you can kind of just stop right here and you've got a little more space. You're kind of away from the bar and you can just talk amongst yourselves right here. There are pockets of it that exist.
All right, let's get an update on Gene Hackman and the Epstein list that we hyped up yesterday.
All right, so
Are those connected?
Oh, gosh, Bobby. Gene Hackman, him and his wife, his wife was found mummified and bloated by workers who hadn't seen the couple for a couple of weeks.
What is mummified?
Like
she
dried
was in a
out,
tomb?
dried out. No, not like wrapped in toilet paper.
Oh.
She was very dried out. Now, the home, the door was open when people found her. And there was an orange prescription pill bottle and pills scattered throughout the room where his wife, a classical pianist, was found. Classical pianist.
Oh.
And one of their German Shepherd dogs was discovered. So they had other dogs.
What?
He was found in the mud room. It looked like he had fallen, and that's where he had passed away. They do not. They tested it. There was no carbon monoxide leak in the house.
Oh,
so that's off the table.
So the other dogs did it.
Correct. They also had no external trauma, so they weren't like beaten with something, right? So that's good. The daughter hadn't talked to her father in months, she said, but that he was in good health. So now people are starting to draw their own conclusions. Did he die on his own? He was 95, old age. Did he pass away on his own? And then, she saw him and she's like, I can't live without you. Overdoses on pills. The dog eats the pills.
Oh,
that's
my.
how one dog dies and the others don't. There's a lot of now. It's an open investigation, so now they want to figure out exactly what happened. And
wow,
they will have tox reports and everything coming out of that. In terms of the Epstein list, they say this is phase 1 of the release. Do not expect anything earth-shattering. This is just going to be like
there never is on these things. There's never anything that you're like, oh my God, this was just like anything that's significant. I feel like leaks out, or you figure out, or you talk about, and then the documents just confirm its existence. But I don't think we're gonna get some bombshell of like, oh my gosh,
so
David Duchovny.
Pam Bondi is the new U.S. Attorney General, and she is saying that the FBI is withholding pages, and she demands this release. So it's going to come today, but it's going to fall short of the expectations because it's not going to be a ton of names.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt on DFW Sports Station. The tush push is here to stay. That's next in Below
the Belt
from the Combine in Indy.
After we get...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out my belt.
we're not. Over to you, Bobby.
The tush push ain't going anywhere. The avenue they've been trying to take on this one recently, as we've seen, is, all right, here's how we can do it. We can get this thing out of the NFL. We just got to find an ulterior motive to take it down, and the way that they're going to do it.
What do you think is the actual motive from? Is it just jealousy?
Yeah, they're tired of it working as much as. Now I do think people do think it's not fair the way it works. Like I don't think they think you should be able to push somebody in the back. But if that's clearly not been moving any of this discussion, then they go, all right, well, we got to find another reason now because this has got to go away. I do think there are a lot of people who just think it's not a football play. But we've heard from a lot of different people lately, oh, this is about player safety. Sean McDermott, it's about player safety. That's the biggest thing to me. I think it's dangerous. You got other people saying, I think it's super dangerous.
That's the way to get it ended if you really want to get it ended, I think.
Well,
player safety thing.
It's not going to happen. There is absolutely 0.0. The old Johnny Manziel, how much film did you watch line? 0.0. Troy Vincent says there is 0 injury data that exists on tush-push plays. They don't have a single instance of an injury occurring on a tush-push. So if you are really trying to lay down that this is the issue, this is what's caused it, in a game where they say, what's the line? The injury rate is 100%. Everybody gets hurt at some point. Everybody has this and that. For a game that is as violent as this one and has the injury rate as high as it does, then on those plays, there's not been one time in 3 years now that an injury has actually occurred, according to the NFL in their research.
Andy Reid said Jason Kelsey told him how beat up he got. Mm-hmm. There's your star witness.
I mean, when was the last time the Chiefs executed a QB sneak? They just don't do it because Mahomes got hurt doing it.
Right.
He got hurt with the Denver game several years ago.
Maybe that's the argument for it not being a football play, too, is if the injury rate is 100% in the NFL and that specific play has gotten you literally 0 injuries, that doesn't sound like it's actually playing football then. If nobody's ever had any sort of injury or gotten banged up.
I really respect that line of thinking.
You got to start thinking outside of the box.
Give me another play in sports that has been as indefensible, unstoppable as this.
Ooh, it's a good
any sport.
I'm trying to think what forced rule changes.
Like a play. Is this the most unstoppable play of all time?
Yeah.
Because usually you're going to say someone's stuff. This so-and-so's Nolan Ryan's fastball, Wilt in the paint, but a play.
Man.
Yeah, like outside of like a dunk or like something where it's like you're executing a certain type of thing. Yeah.
Emmett on 3rd and 1. No, like is it this as a play?
The shift. you do the shift on the infield, and then you took down batting average as far as you did.
I think the only thing more unstoppable than this is like it's still like women are undefeated when it comes to men. Like they're undefeated.
You know what?
They will always win if it's
Luigi
girl. Yeah. if it's your girl or this, she's gonna win.
Yeah.
Women are undefeated. And so is this play.
I think there was a play the Mavericks ran years ago that had become unstoppable for an entire year. I don't know that I ever saw them miss it. Maybe once they did. It was when Rodrigo Bois first got here, and he would...
Can't believe we didn't trade him for Carmelo.
They ran this play where Bois would toss it to the top of the three-point line to a point guard. Dirk or someone would come over and set a screen by Bois, and then he would immediately take off running to the basket, and the guy would toss it up to Bois to dunk. Or if the defenders went and traveled, then Dirk would fade back, and they toss to Dirk, and he'd get a wide open shot. And I think they hit that. The defenses didn't follow that dunk play. There was probably the first 7-8 times they tried it, defenses didn't even know, he's going to the basket. I mean, there was no one around him for the alley-oop, where he just tossed to the top and ran around. And after a while, I think defenses started figuring it out and working out. But that early on, I remember around here, people were saying, well, gosh, they can't even stop that. Why would you even bother running anything else?
Franklin, injury return is fan text. The pick play, the cream sky hook. Let's
Pick
see.
play.
Sack bunt.
People don't bunt anymore.
No, they do not. The tennis, the ace serve, like a dominant serve. Former Major League catcher Kelly Shopik coming in, texting the free throw, unless Shaq's shooting.
But again, that's not even a design.
Yeah.
It's not even a play design.
Not even a design, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean that's the thing. So the Cowboys for years used to have a play called load left, which was a run play that they ran in short yardage situations, which was almost 100% success rate with their guys and with Emmett. Like with that offensive line up front, it's famous for, or it became more famous for, the 2 times it got stopped. It got stopped on back-to-back tries in Philadelphia late in 1995, and it almost got Barry Switzer fired because he went for it on 4th down in Philly on their side of the field. They lose the game, and everybody thought this Cowboys team is spiraling. They rallied. They go on. They win the Super Bowl. But that was a play that at the time was considered you can't stop Dallas when they want to run that in short yardage.
Penalty kick in soccer's pretty unstoppable.
That's a pretty good one. That's one that comes in there. I can't even think of another one that would be on that level or that could be similar to that. All right, the NFL salary cap was set at just over $279 million. So we had talked about it would come in a certain like $4 million range. That came in at the lowest level of that, and it's because the NFLPA had the option to take that and roll some of it into next year. That's why it wasn't certain which figure it was going to come in at. So they decided to completely maximize that. That'll roll into the future because, I mean, if you've already got the 279, why even – if it's higher than you already thought, why not take some of that extra and roll it forward?
We told you to turn it on, leave it on. You never know what's going to happen here at the Combine, and that includes the guest list. Greg Cosell, NFL matchup and NFL films, getting ready to sit down with us here on the home of the Cowboys. It's DFW Sports Station, 105.3 The Fan. I was catching up with Greg earlier, and he's like, well, I want to hear Shador. I want to hear Shador first. What did you come away with?
I wanted to hear a bunch of guys. It's funny. I think when you watch guys on tape, sometimes their character shows up on tape. Like, for instance, I was not the least bit surprised that Emeka Egbuka came across like a 10-year NFL veteran, the way he just spoke, because he kind of plays like that. Sometimes, like I was not the least bit surprised that Dylan Gabriel, of course, he's older and he's been, around for a long time, just sounded great. You just listen to him and you go, there's a professional guy, gets it. This is not true 100% of the time, by the way, but it was really, Jackson Dart came, and I would have expected that.
You were talking to me earlier about Brian Schottenheimer.
Yeah, I know Shotty, yeah.
Tell us about him.
Well, first of all, I think he's a really, really good offensive coach.
Because the book on him, Greg, is old, conservative, stale, Seattle, Stone
you got to
Age.
remember one thing. When he was in Seattle, that was the year that Russell Wilson, through the first 8 or 9 games of the season, had his best stretch as a passer that he ever had in his career. And I wasn't there, but word on the street was that, Pete Carroll, who's not necessarily a big pass game guy, just based on his background, then kind of pulled in the reins, as far as how he wanted his whole team to look. But that was the best Russell Wilson has ever played in the passing game in his career. So, and by the way, stale, no knock on you. I know you're just reciting what people say, but I don't know what that means because you can play many different ways in the NFL. I mean, look at what happened this year with the Eagles. You could almost say they were old school. They were a running football team behind a big old line. If you said that kind of team was going to win a Super Bowl before the season, people would say you're nuts. You got to be a big passing team.
Well, they ran through it too. They dominated everybody.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the best run-blocking O-line. I mean, their O-line weighs like 750 pounds. It's the biggest O-line, I think, in the history of the game.
What do the Cowboys need?
Oh. I think they're going to need a run game. It's funny, Dowdle, he's a free agent, right?
Yep.
Yeah. He actually, say what you want, he did well for them.
Yes.
Now, I don't think anybody's going to sit here and say he's a top 5 running back in the league, and I don't know what their plans are, but I'm a believer, and this year was an odd year in the NFL, whether it's a trend or just one of those years. but there were 6 backs in the NFL that had over 300 carries. In 2023, there were no backs who had over 300 carries. So I'm not going to sit here and say the league's changing and we're going back to the run game, but I've always believed that you need to run the ball. Now, that can mean a lot of things. That doesn't mean you have to run it 40 times a game, but, I think the Cowboys are going to need to run the football, and, I think Dak is at the kind of quarterback, probably always has been this way, but certainly at this point in his career, where he's a ball distributor. He's an executor. He needs an offense, and he's good at that, but he needs an offense. And you need a run game to be viable. You need a good O-line. Obviously, we know Zach Martin retired, so, that the O-line, I imagine, has to be addressed. I don't know where they stand on Tyler Guyton at this point after his rookie season. Obviously, he was drafted to be the left tackle. Whether that happens, I guess we don't know the answer to that as we're sitting here right now at the Combine, but they drafted him to be a starting left tackle. He was a first-round pick. So, we'll see how that all plays out. I don't know how we know about CeeDee Lamb, obviously, great player, but, I don't know how they feel about the rest of their receiving core. So, I think there's areas on offense that they clearly need to address. And as you guys know, you can't address everything in one season. So now they have to decide what they want to prioritize.
Greg Cosell joins us here at 105 through the fan. All right, so if you want to run the ball and you're sitting there at 12 and Genty is still on the board, but, one of the top O-linemen is as well, which route would you go?
Personally, and again, this is reasonable. People can disagree, so I'm not going to sit here and say I'm right. I would take Genty. I think he's one of those backs. And now, the flip side to that argument is that it's a really good running back draft, and you're not going to get Genty in the second or third round, but you're going to get a pretty good back if you again, I guess it's personal point of view. Like, I remember the year the Bengals took Jamar Chase at 6. If I'm not mistaken, Penei Sewell was on the board, and so many people said, because they didn't have a good O-line, what are they doing? You got to take the O-lineman. And I felt they should have taken Jamar Chase. Now, again, Chase has turned out to be right now one of the 2 best receivers in football. So, but that's just my way of thinking. Others could easily disagree, and I wouldn't say that they're wrong and I'm right. But I really like Genty. I would take, because I was told years and years ago by a running back coach, this might be 25 years ago, he said that the running back makes the running game, not the O-line. Now, that's case by case, so I don't want to sit here and say that's a mathematical equation. It's universal.
Yeah.
But I think Genty's one of those guys.
We'll finish with this. You made the national headlines last week.
I did?
With your quarterback take. Now,
by the way,
is this accurate?
I don't do takes. I do film.
Whoa. All right. Okay. Well, with your film observation of your number 2 quarterback, what's your 1, 2, 3?
Well, all I'm going by is what the film shows. I thought Tyler Shuck's film was better than Shadir Sanders' film. Now, does that mean he's going to be a better NFL quarterback? There's 20 variables that go into that. And basically, the way I've spoken about Shedeur, because obviously I've been speaking about this for the last 3 weeks. The way the NFL game has kind of evolved is if you're pretty much a pure pocket quarterback, which Shedeur Sanders is, you need to be really high level at so many things. And that's going into the weeds kind of conversation, which we're not going to get into now. I don't see Shedeur Sanders as high level at those things. Now, people immediately take that, Cosell hates Shadir Sanders. That's not the point. Could he be a starting quarterback? I believe he can. But I don't think his traits are such that he should be a top 5 pick in a draft. I think, like for instance, if you look at C.J. Stroud, they're similar in the sense that they're both, at their core, they're pocket quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Stroud's bigger and throws it better. To me, he was just a better prospect. And we've seen what he's done in his first 2 years. So I don't think it's a case where Sanders couldn't be successful in the league. But I can tell you for a fact that from a lot of personnel people this week, the name that I've heard that they view Shadir Sanders as is Teddy Bridgewater.
Ooh, wow. Okay. Greg Cosell, bringing it strong here on the home of the Cowboys, 105 through the Fan. Thank you so much, sir. Keep killing it.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
With those hot takes. Final hour of the week with an up-and-coming TV star that you've been watching on the NFL Network. That's next on Shan RJ.
Uber Eats has a low fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour. Fist pump with us, Chris Sims. There you go. You know Jersey Shore, baby. Shan, RJ, and Bobby here. Chris is getting
He's a Jersey guy.
Oh, that's right. He is a Jersey. He knows Jersey Shore. Trevor Sikkema is like, what the hell did I just get into? As we are your home of the Cowboys and Rangers final hour of the week, live from the NFL Combine in Indianapolis. And sitting down with us right now is Bobby Belts, appointed next football analyst media star.
Wow.
Did you know that you had been labeled that?
I did not know that. That's big praise, high praise. I appreciate it. It means a lot. By the way, the Jersey Shore theme is a good one because the Airbnb that we're staying at has a television where they've got it's not cable. It's one of those things where it's like, it plays a bunch of channels. One of the channels is just Jersey Shore, no matter what. Starting from season 1, episode 1, running all the way through.
A marathon, baby.
And this week, the TV channel has not changed. Anytime that TV has been on, it has been straight Jersey Shore. So this is a funny little small world.
The
kind of
early Jersey Shore seasons are all-time great. Are you married?
Engaged. Soon to be.
You are a reality TV guy because you just referenced that, and you said you live in North Carolina.
I do.
My wife wants to go to South Carolina for the Southern Charm, to go see all the spots, and Trevor goes, the TV show? Bam! Bravo Celebrity. Got him. Can't hide from it. Does your fiance watch Bravo?
We have watched Bravo in the house before. Yes.
Be honest here.
Yes.
Do you know what Vanderpump Rules is?
I do know what Vanderpump Rules is.
Do you know what Top Chef is?
I do know what Top Chef is.
Can you name 3 housewives of any of the series?
No.
Okay.
I can't. That's the line. That's the Mendoza line of reality television. I cannot name any of the characters.
Those were the best. Like those of all the reality shows, I do think the Housewives were the best. They were my favorite, at least.
All right, so you work at PFF?
I do.
And you're doing NFL Network television here and there as
Every
well?
now and then when they like to have me.
You think he's got the hair for it?
It's got wonderful hair.
Look at the fan cam.
Look at that hair. That's a
quaff, would you call it?
That is a quaff.
That's
fantastic.
That's threatening Pelissero right there. That hair is going to be
next to Pelissero. I don't match up right now. I've got a long way to go.
Do you look down at him?
No. Could never.
But from height, you have.
Could never.
So how do you come at the draft from a PFF standpoint?
And why does Bobby hate you guys so much?
Whoa! I thought I was the guy. Hold on, I was the guy 60 seconds ago.
Yes.
He hates it?
No.
Only when you're on NFL Network.
Trevor's the guy. John Owning's the guy. Like there's all the guys.
I love John. Yeah, John's
PFF
great.
has its place. We've talked about this. PFF has its place. It's when anybody tries to replace with PFF the actual just anything else that's going on the field. Well, PFF said this, so that trumps whatever it is. That's where, and I don't think PFF. Maybe some people have wanted to do that over time. I don't think generally most of the people I know at PFF at this point don't have that thought of this replaces. This is the trump card. Is we've got the grade here.
And so this is a great way to actually answer your question because what we do at PFF is we gather so much data, we organize so much data, and then we use that to supplement, at least I certainly do for the NFL draft, what I am seeing. So a lot of times, certainly we can have things like pass rush win rate and true pass sets and how often you're giving up a sack in certain situation. And the beauty of PFF is that we can contextualize a lot of things where it's like, okay, well, how many times did this quarterback get sacked in this offense? And it's like, all right, well, he got sacked 18 times over the last 4 weeks. So it's like, all right, let's contextualize that a little bit more. Were they unblocked pressures? Were they from RPOs? Was there play action involved? Was it how high is the pressure to sack ratio? All these kinds of things. And so that not only helps us sort of analyze the game a little bit better, but it also helps me as a draft analyst sort of contextualize these guys where, a project that I'm working on that I'm really hoping we get some legs here over the next couple of months and even the next couple of years at PFF. It's even like looking at edge rushers. All right, well, we categorize these edge rushers, and I like the fact that we're using edge rushers instead of just calling them defensive ends now. That has been a progression, but I want to go even deeper than that. What kind of edge rushers are they, right? Because there's different types of players. There's 3-4 types of edge rushers. There's 4-3 types of edge rushers. How do you exactly win? Because the rankings of stacking up some of those guys are different. For example, like the Dallas Cowboys, right? They're probably going to want, if they're going to get an edge rusher, I guess depending on how they want to use Micah, like they could have more of a heavy-handed defensive end or a stand-up outside linebacker. It kind of depends exactly what they want to do there when it comes to the interior defensive linemen. Not all interior defensive tackles are ranked the same. You have nose tackles. You have two gap stuffing nose tackles. You have three technique penetrating defensive tackles. And so getting back to your answer, having all that data is such a great tool to help us contextualize exactly what we are seeing and how these prospects actually rank up against the guys who win in similar ways to help build these teams as best we can.
How do you know, or how do you account for when you're doing your film breakdowns, your grades, and all that stuff? You don't know what the assignment is on that play.
Yeah, absolutely.
How do you account for that?
Look, and we talk about this all the time. Our process is not perfect, right? The defensive coordinators, it's their job to confuse these offensive coordinators that are the best in the world at what they do. So if they're able to confuse them, of course they're going to be able to confuse us. So we don't think that our system is 100% perfect, but we do think that we have a great understanding of it. We're always trying to get better. We have coaches in the building every single offseason helping work through our product to make sure that it's better, make sure that those grades are better. But when it comes to the grades, the specific question that you asked there, a lot of what I do as a draft guy, because I'm not a data collector, I'm not a grader specifically, I'm building out our draft guide. So I'm watching these guys myself. So I'm not necessarily assigning them grades. What I'm doing, though, is I'm looking at the play as a whole. I'm trying to analyze what I think their job was on this certain play, whether or not they did it well, and whether or not that's really a major impactful play for them with their scouting report showcasing ability or weaknesses one way or the other. So it's one of those things where you never exactly know, but if you watch enough about a player, even though you'll have a handful of those confusing plays where, okay, I'm not exactly sure what his job was here, I don't know if this was exactly his fault, if you watch enough, you get a better understanding of sort of what they do athletically in their production when it comes to a whole.
Trevor Sikkema, PFF, NFL Network, here on 105.3 The Fan. Give us two or three guys that you think you're higher on versus others, and two or three on the opposite end.
Oh, okay. So the ones that kind of come to my mind immediately when I think of guys who I'm a little bit higher on, Omar Norman-Lott is one of them. He's a defensive tackle from Tennessee. He's sort of this sawed-off, short-arm, first-step explosive kind of a dude. He constantly wins with leverage. The overall volume stats for him when it comes to tackles for loss and sacks isn't there, but you kind of have to understand context a little bit more of. You look at the total snaps he's played, and it's much further down the line from his peers. And so he's not just going to have those volume stats. So you go, okay, well, why didn't he play a lot of stats? It's not because the dude can't ball.
It's 10
it's
guys.
Tennessee does this like hockey substitution where they just rotate in 4 fresh guys every single time. And so when he was on the field, the percentages of how much he was making an impact in the backfield versus how often he was on the field, very high. So I like Omar Norman-Lott. He even tested pretty well in the drills that he was able to do that we saw yesterday. Demetrius Knight, the linebacker from South Carolina, is a guy that I'm super high on. Played at Georgia Tech for 4 years, but really didn't play a lot. Played basically just special teams in a reserve role. When the coach, Jeff Collins, left, he transferred over to Charlotte, and he's like, all right, well, I'm going to see what I got here. He ended up being an all-conference selection, gets another year of eligibility, is able to go to South Carolina, and was part of one of the best defenses in college football this past year and was one of the best players. I mean, he has the build of a prototypical NFL linebacker, which is it feels like it's actually kind of becoming more of a rarity as the game gets faster. I feel like linebacker and tight end are the two positions that are sacrificing size the most to get a little bit faster on the field. But Demetrius Knight, he brings you that explosiveness, that quickness. He loves that physicality about him. And I love his story, too. He's married. He's got a kid. He was a DoorDash driver just to sort of make ends meet while he was in college. Wow. He was telling Cole Kubelic on his radio show down south, he was like, yeah, I drive DoorDash after games sometimes when he was at Georgia Tech, just to obviously like provide for his family and do what he needed to do there. So he's a great dude. I love that. And then the other player that I'll shout out, Trey Amos, the cornerback from Ole Miss. This is somebody who has a super high forced in completion percentage, really long arms. I think he could play man coverage pretty damn well, but also this year he evolved a lot better when it came to those off coverage, zone coverage instincts. Now I think he's pretty scheme versatile. And in a cornerback class that's got Travis Hunter, Jahdae Barron, Will Johnson, those guys at the very top, Trey Amos is my next guy, and I really do think that he's not getting enough love for how good of a football player he is. So those are the three guys that I would say I'm probably the highest on. I think I'm lower on Tyler Booker is one, the interior offensive lineman from Alabama. I like Tyler Booker. I think he's a good player. But there are some people who have him ranked, in the teens or in the 20s on their big boards, and I have him more like in the 40s. I think he's a really good man and gap scheme blocking interior offensive lineman, a powerful dude. If you want to run a lot of duo concepts, if you want to run a lot between the tackles, here's your guy. But if you're asking him to get out on the hoof and run zone blocking concepts, he's not really your guy for it. So I think he's a little bit scheme dependent, so I'm a little bit lower on him. I would say Jalen Walker, the edge rusher from Georgia, I'm a little bit lower on just because not really built like an edge rusher, and yet people tell me, oh, no, edge rusher is where he's going to play at the NFL. That's where he gets his best reps. And I would agree, his best reps come when he is rushing the passer, but he's not really built like one. And so when you go up against the best offensive tackles in the world, you really got to hone your craft and be a good pass rusher, have a good pass rush plan. He doesn't really have that right now. So I like the football player. I like the mental makeup. I'm just lower on him for that reason. So those are two guys that I think immediately come to my mind when I think players who I'm a little bit lower on than others.
We're talking with Trevor Sikkema from PFF here on 105 through the Fan. We were just talking before we got on here about Tet McMillan, the receiver from Arizona, who that's my top receiver. You said it was your top receiver. Feels like every draft process we have a guy who's talked about as like, that's one of the 5 best talents, one of the 5 best guys early on. Kyle Hamilton sticks out to me. And then throughout the process, they start all of a sudden, it's like, why are people all of a sudden pushing this guy down into the teens? And that feels like it's happening to McMillan in a lot of these projections where he passes right by Dallas into the teens after it was like, he may not get past the Patriots 4. Why do you think McMillan, the conversation is shifting around him when everybody universally was talking about him as that's one of the 3 to 5 best players?
I really don't know. I mean, perhaps there are those in the NFL that don't believe that he can continue to improve as a route runner. And if that's the case, you look at him and one of the PFF data points that we have is just separation percentile percentage, and obviously with him being a taller, bigger wide receiver, that's naturally a little bit lower. So you have a guy who, he's a great contested catch player. He's really strong at the catch point, whether it's, on short catches, slants, dig routes over the middle, but also those deep passes as well. He's really good in those contested 50-50 ball situations. But if you don't want to live in that world, if you want a wide receiver who separates a little bit better, maybe that's just what the NFL is getting on him with. Maybe they just don't really trust his speed either, which is kind of a bummer that he's not working out here at the Combine. We've got to wait until his pro day to see that. I was really hoping that he was going to sort of shut some people up and be able to run a pretty good time here for his size. But it's hard to not look at him and think, when you think of pro comps, guys like Drake London, guys like Mike Evans, guys like A.J. Green, right? And obviously those are extremely productive players, and their landing spots meant a lot there. But he brings the same type of ability and ceiling. So it's just hard for me to not watch Ted McMillan and get super excited about him. So I don't know why it feels like the NFL is a little bit split on what he could be.
Who have you mocked or thought about the Cowboys taking at 12?
Obviously, Genty is the one that a lot of people go to. If Genty's on the board at 12, I mean, this was a rushing attack that has to get so much more dynamic. He's one of the best that we've seen over the last couple of years. And so I could definitely understand them being interested in him at 12. I don't even think it's a guarantee he's at 12. I think that there's some Cowboys fans where when I mock Ash and Genty there, they go, no, don't give us a running back at 12. We need either a pass rusher, an interior defensive lineman. We need something like that. We don't want a running back. We can get one later in the draft. I might say to those people, hey, that problem might be solved for you. Like, he might go 6 to the Raiders. He might go even in the top 10, the top 8. So he's somebody that I've mocked to them. But you look at some interior defensive linemen as well, an area that I think got better as the season went on, but certainly out the gate, they were really struggling in run defense as a team. So you look at guys like Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle from Ole Miss, Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle from Michigan, these guys that are good run stuffers that will also give you a little bit of extra juice and potential in the passing game. I wonder if Mason Graham falls to them at 12 because he measured in the arm length is below 15th percentile. The weight that he showed up at the Combine was about 24 pounds lighter than what Michigan had him listed as. So, when you're watching Mason Graham's tape and you go, all right, this dude's kind of twitched up and he's got a little bit of pass rush potential to him along with being a great run stuffer, you go, him doing that at 320, it's great. But him doing it like 295, if he really was playing like at 295, that's just a different story. Now you're not giving him as much credit for being as big as he was, as strong as he was on tape. The tape is king, obviously, but the NFL loves to talk about these measurables. I wonder if there's a chance that maybe he gets there at that spot. The other guy that I will throw in there as of late when it comes to number 12 is Jihad Campbell, the linebacker from Alabama, because I think they've got a need there at the second level, right? Eric Hendricks is an undrafted free agent. DeMarvion Overshown obviously was great for them, but major knee injury that he's kind of coming back from, or that he's going to have to work back from. I like Maris Leafau. He's my guy out of Notre Dame, so I like him as a depth linebacker, but I still think you need that commander in the middle, that LB1 type of player. I think Campbell showed in his athletic testing yesterday at the Combine that you could pair that with his tape and you could see that all over. So I think he's a versatile guy that they'll absolutely love.
The delivery matches the hair.
Yeah, it does.
Follow him. Tampa Bay Trey, the new up-and-coming star. NFL Network, PFF, Trevor Sikkema here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you so much, man. That was impressive.
I appreciate it, guys. Anytime.
All right, we have crosstalk with the KMC match. Well, actually, there's no point in teasing anything. Yesterday, things got wild at this time. Yeah. It's the final hour from the Combine in Indianapolis. We keep it going.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, free.
.com to schedule a free evaluation. PERMAPIER.com.
And it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
That ties his season high. Now you got to move for Kyrie.
Victory Plus with the call. Mavs win, Lakers win. There's your NBA update. With Lucas struggling, they still beat the Wolves. Yeah, Nick Eatman, that's some people don't want to hear about basketball right now.
That's funny. That's funny to me. I love it. It's like that's your update. Lakers and Mavericks.
Yes. You never know what's going to happen here at the Combine in Indianapolis. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, sitting down with us here on 105.3 The Fan. Whew. Don't know where to start with the food crimes that were committed by this man last night.
Oh, man.
Where did you go to dinner?
Lou Minaldi's. Am I saying it wrong?
Lou Malnati's.
Deep dish pizza.
Deep dish pizza. You know, Tommy Yaris is on our team now.
They call it that, but it's...
Yeah, well... Anyways, Tommy Yaris is on our squad now, and
Chicago
he's a Chicago guy, and he's like, you got to have it, you got to try it. He says, I mean, they could have hired him as a commercial for a commercial, and they couldn't have done a better job than him, But I'm like, this is great, So
you had never had deep dish before?
I don't think so. I mean, but I went with the
never went to Pizza Hut.
Well, yeah.
What?
That's
Wait, hold on.
It's better. I know it's better.
Yeah.
Hold on, though. So is that the food crime you're about to? You went to Lou Malnati's and you ordered thin crust?
It's on the menu now.
Oh my God!
Right? Hold on now. Let's don't act like it's not sitting there. And also, there's this sign, and I said, Tommy, read this, and it said, order pizza your way, any way you want it, any way you like it, And I'm like, oh, okay. So now why I'm getting
shamed?
You
know how when your wife says
thin crust,
it's whatever you want, but you know what the answer is, and it's not really whatever you want. That's on the menu, but that's not really on the menu for you to order.
Do what you think is right.
Yeah, exactly. Do what you think is right. That's the line.
You order the fried. Wow. You're fried fish guy at a cheesesteak place. Something.
Oh
like that,
very strange.
You don't go for what it's known for. That the intrigue doesn't hit you.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this: I did try both, and they were both great. Everybody was in a food coma like the whole night. But
because Chop, you put the hate on it.
But the thing,
look, it's stuffed pizza.
The thin crust though was thicker than normal. You know what I mean? It wasn't like Pizza Hut thin crust or Domino's or Papa John's. Sorry.
It tastes good. It's just a casserole.
Crap. I was searching here.
You had to find the official pizza.
Find
the sponsor. If you eat 2 slices of deep dish, you're done
for the day.
It's over.
It was really good. It was a cool atmosphere too as well.
As Sean shakes his head at Tommy walking by in the background.
Tommy and Todd Archer are on my food on my
Why?
X'd out food list.
Todd suggested a deli yesterday.
Shapiro's.
And it was we just didn't think it was very good.
And then we were talking deep dish with Tommy.
He's coming over like with hands.
Yeah, he knows what my problem is. And I deeply researched this stuff. And I said, well, what about this place in Chicago? And he looked at me. I felt like he was judging me.
Yeah.
Like I didn't know what I was talking about. I'm judging him because he never heard of it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty disappointed. Pequods. I gold bellied it one time.
I'm sorry, you what?
Gold Belly. Wait, is it called Gold Belly? Yeah. It's a food service during COVID, like famous dishes throughout the country.
Oh.
They mail to you. So if you want a Cat's Deli sandwich, which we should have had yesterday instead of Archer's Place, they'll send it to you. You just pay a premium and a fee.
Huh.
Well, so I'm judging Tommy off of that. Then, where did you go after that?
That was it. Hotel.
I told you this man. He's trying to shut it down.
Yeah.
He's in an older stage of life than even us.
You know who's getting that way on this trip specifically, and he's always kind of like this. But I was talking to him like a couple hours ago. Machota.
Is he?
Machota feel like I got the sense Machota's kind of over this week.
I hate that. Any kind of growth really upsets me.
We didn't do great with the hotel this time around.
Hotel's
a little too far away. It's not walking distance.
Yeah, see, that's the biggest part because you guys were like 15 minutes away from City Center.
It's a problem.
Yeah. I had a fight with Bobby yesterday.
Who won?
Me. I always do.
I won. We were arguing about having a beer with Jerry. You don't have to talk about any of this if you don't want to. We were talking about having a Miller Lite with Jerry on the bus. And Bobby's like, no, you don't do that. If when Jerry invites you, have the Miller Lite. Is he talking tomorrow?
No, he's talking today.
Today.
This is my contention. It's when it's being offered to you, you're usually holding everyone up that's outside the bus because it's going to keep Jerry there longer, and he's usually already running later.
And my point is, who cares?
Yeah, not my problem.
You guys have been on that bus for years. If Choppy and I are invited on there, and Jerry's like, who wants some? We're going to stay on there as long as possible. And Bobby kept arguing with me. Well, what about been taking off the scout and the pro personnel? I said, who gives a crap? I don't care. So that was our fight and argument. He's always worried about the connections. We don't worry about connections.
I've been on that bus
We
one
burn
time.
bridges, baby.
Yeah, I know.
Number 4. I'm sure I had a beer on it.
Yeah. You want to talk about with the head coach? You want to talk about burning bridges? What did you take from Schottenheimer yesterday?
One of them's still here.
Honestly, my favorite thing that he said, of all the things, my favorite thing that he said was, Tyler Guyton has been in the weight room every single day working his ass off. I love that. Keep going. Because I've said this several times before. I think these next 3 months are the most important months of the 2025 calendar year. If he can take care of March, April, and May, then the season will be fine. He's got to figure out how to be an NFL pro. And I think this is the time to do it. And if he can do that, then you can get your first-round pick back and all that stuff. So all the great things that Shotty said, and I really, really love the vibes.
I love the guy.
He's great. Right now, he's Floyd Mayweather. He's the 72 Dolphins.
For now, of the offseason.
They're undefeated. Everything's undefeated. The culture, though, you can feel it, though. It's there, but first time that you mess up a play down in the red zone, and then all of a sudden we're all talking, and that's what happens. But right now, it does seem like the culture is kind of shifting a little bit, and he's the reason.
Do you feel like Osa's about to get done?
I get that sense, but I also think that it's getting the deal's not getting shopped around, but maybe it's like because. This is Osa's moment, right? This is his time. He's got it.
Bobby talked to someone last night who thought he would get 27 if shopped harder. 27.
Seems high.
But even if it's 26 or 25, we're talking maybe 21 or less.
Yeah, that's getting defensive tackle. Like Aleem McNeil got 25 a year, and the cap keeps going up.
Right, the cap going up. It's funny when Cowboy fans seem to get excited by that, and you're like, but they don't have a lot of money. All these teams that have, that's how Dorrance Armstrong got $15 million a year last year. Like that stuff happens, and I think Osa. So I don't know. It also comes down to how much does he want to be here.
Right.
What does he really want to be here? Does he, But most of the time when you don't go through free agency, you have to pay for it. So that's why that deal of in the neighborhood of 20 to 21 million seemed low. All relative.
Yeah.
If the tag is 24, but he's going to be tagged. He's going to be tagged if they don't get this deal done by Monday. I think he gets tagged.
Did you think he was going to be on this roster next year? And where did you stand? I didn't either.
And
is that Eberflus?
Well, if they tag,
yes, 100% Eberflus. Eberflus is loves the guy.
If they tag him, doesn't that? Because the tag is what, 23, you said? 24. So isn't that the new starting point for his contract?
It's a hold.
You're right. Like that's what you don't want to get into, because that's why I think the Cowboys are trying to get this done, because then he gets tagged, and then and I think from what I was told is that they've kind of told them, hey, look at the history here. We tagged Pollard. We tried to get a deal less than what the tag was. Well, we tagged him. The next year he signed with Tennessee for less than what we were even offering. And same with Dalton Schultz. So it's a game. It's a risk that Osa's got to play, but, does he bet on himself? And
I think Osa wants to be here. I do think this is where I think Osa's comfortable here. I think he'd like to be. I think he is excited about the idea of what kind of focal point he could be in the defense. Because the under tackle, that 3 technique spot for Eberflus, that's the edge rusher in a lot of other systems in terms of the level of importance. And it's something where it's like, okay, Rod Marinelli, what you did for Jason Hatcher, and like all these different, you can do that for Osa Odighizuwa here, Matt Eberflus.
He had an interesting stat. He had 64 pressures in 3 years, 3 seasons, 64 pressures. He averaging about 20-something, 21 a year. Last year he had 54 total, 54 in the season.
Almost met his first 3 years, yeah.
But but then 4 tackles for loss. So you're living back there in the but as far as like run stopping, it just seems. I think he's a really good.
You don't
player.
think he's worth that price?
I don't know.
Does he have more to tap into? Is that what? Do you think that's the? Is it the Tyrone Crawford question? When they paid Crawford, it was Crawford's here, but we think he can be up here, and it maybe never materialized the way they wanted.
Let's be honest, though. The last 3 seasons, the track record here of the next. I mean, I think CD was great last year. I think he met all that. But when you look up at just the extensions, Terrence Steele. Has he taken that next leap? Has Trayvon Diggs? I mean, he got hurt, but no, not really. Hooker and Donovan Wilson.
Dak wasn't playing well last year.
So all of them, only really CD that I think you could say, man, he earned that money and he earned a lot more respect than people even had for him. So it was great for him. But the others, they haven't been great with their next contract. And so I think that you have to be kind of scared about it.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. What sense have you gotten about either players out here or positions out here that they may be interested in?
Well, the good thing, it's a good and bad thing, right? They need everything. So that's not a good thing, but it's also good when you're sitting there at 12 and you're like, well, could we move back and still get the guy we want and need? And so I've heard a little bit of everything. I mean, I just feel like this is going to be the year of the skill player, the skill position guy. Even though I would be totally fine with the big linemen.
Yeah.
But I just have this sense that running back, receiver, even maybe corner, if you can call that a skill position.
Okay.
I mean, it is, but I'm just saying, is that your skill guy? But I just think a flashy player this is the year for it.
Man, that's deviating for them.
Is Osa part of that? We were talking about this, Todd, yesterday. If you lock in Osa, because if you don't lock in Osa, Eberflus may be pushing for it. 12 top. I need my 3 technique. I don't have anybody there, and that's the most important position.
Yeah.
Is that part of just freeing them up too? Is committing to Osa in that sense?
For sure, and then that's what free agency is, right? You put band-aids over some of these positions, but that wouldn't be a band-aid. I mean, that would be huge. But then it doesn't pigeonhole you to going in there and then you're going to be looking at a Michigan player, and all the fans are going to hate that because of that, which is right or wrong, and I think it's wrong. But I still, me personally, I just would keep getting offensive linemen, and I love the fact that like Banks from Texas, they're already looking at him as a guard. Because that's what seems like has to happen. So a lot of these times you see they draft the guy, look at him, he's big as a house. Must be a tackle. We're not gonna draft the guy this high and put him at guard. But as his career goes out, it's like he was a guard. Leonard Davis was kind of that way, and Gallery and Mekhi Becton now. It's like, and they didn't even do that with Zach. It was just like they knew right away, and I think that's what's going to happen. You're going to get some of these guys, and they're going to be guards.
Thank you, brother. It's good seeing you.
All right, man.
Have a good trip
I missed
back.
you guys.
Yeah.
So.
Well, you shouldn't have gone to the hotel room.
Yeah.
You should have come.
Luther
had a cigar with us, but afterwards, I'll never go to that prime place ever again.
Oh no.
Oh no, I can't. I'm
He
old.
saw how deep it gets stacked in that bar, and he just looked like absolutely not. I'd rather be anywhere else.
And you have to kind of play the game.
I'm terrible at that. I'm awful. Would be a terrible reporter.
Yeah.
Except when I break, the Brian Schottenheimer
dangerous game.
Our final
all right, guys.
crosstalk ever with Mike Bassick next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
Salute.
Hey, and it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Oh my God. Here we go. Sean?
Yeah.
Do you remember when you wanted me to do Friday crosstalks?
Kinda.
Do you regret it?
Kinda.
Yeah. On a scale of 1 to 10, if you're at the combine and you had to give me a grade, 10 being, man, I'm so happy I gave you the crosstalk on Friday, and 1 being worst decision I've made in my life.
Oh, yeah. Man.
What's the number?
Probably maybe a 4. I like not having to do extra prep with it, but sometimes my control problems kick in. Yeah.
Okay.
How happy are you taking it over?
I liked a 7. It was the other 3 numbers when I would forget it's Friday. And then the music would come on, and I was like, oh, no, I'm supposed to be leading this. But then I thought, in my brain, those are some of the best when it's total chaos. Now, I get that it can sometimes be the worst, right? I get it. Like that's the thing. That's the thing you have to live with me with. Is sometimes you're going to get the best radio you've ever heard, and sometimes you're going to get the worst radio you've ever heard. But without the worst, you can't get the best, and without the best, you can't get the worst.
That makes perfect sense to me.
All right, so I've unfortunately been to Indianapolis a whole bunch of times because I don't know if
it was a minor league.
Yeah, have you gone by the Indian Stadium, Indianapolis Indians?
Whoa. Yep, still there.
Played there a whole bunch. It's a nice AAA stadium that's been there for a long time. Has the combine experience lived up to your expectations or exceeded your expectations? If it's the other, you can say, like, no, I haven't. It hasn't lived up to it. But I'm assuming it's either lived up to expectations or exceeded expectations. So, Choppy, you go first.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. I think it's exceeded. It's definitely not on the lower end where it's not met the expectations. For me, it's not the workouts. It's not that. It's the relationships. It's the bonding. That's what it is. And
with us? Oh yeah, no. It's what he just did in the bathroom. There are 15 urinals. I'm standing at the second to last one. all of them are open. Choppy walks all the way to the end and stands right at the last one next.
So I wanted a bond. We were having a pee party. I wanted a bond. But no, it's the bonding. It's the relationships. I love.
Would you prefer to be here 5 days versus the 2?
I can't do 5 nights like that, and ending the show at 11 o'clock is just too damn late. My whole day's ruined. So
all right,
he's not happy. He's not happy with the extra hour of sleep. He's not happy with it.
Yeah,
You're a confusing individual, RJ.
I'm a very
Welcome to the
confused
show,
individual.
Kevin.
I confuse myself.
I could see that.
I was hoping for a little bit more like celebrity people watching out and about, but otherwise everything met the expectations. I think it was very, very good. But last night was Mike. You would have run right out of there with me. It was a S show. Terrible scene. I'm not good at networking. I would have liked to people watch a little bit more out and about, but our timing was off.
Bobby, where did you guys go last night?
So we started at a bar at the JW Marriott High Velocity. Then we went to Prime 47 for dinner. Then we ended up at a cigar lounge for like 3 hours. That's also why the people watching got cut into in large part, was because we spent the vast majority last night at that cigar lounge. And then when we got out, it's like we were just missing some people when we had gone back to Prime 47. But and then I stayed out and ate street tacos with Nick Harris and went back to the hotel and fell asleep at like 3.
Yeah, Bobby went out he stayed out on his own.
What's the weather like right now in Indianapolis?
Cold.
Windy.
It was 34 degrees this morning when I hopped on a Lime scooter and rode it to the convention center.
Yeah, so Bobby is rejecting DJ's morning Ubers. RJ did it yesterday. They wanted to walk together, the 10 or 11-minute walk.
We held hands.
DJ got us another Uber this morning, and Bobby insisted on riding the scooter with freezing winds and temperatures.
It was, and I got here 10 minutes before them, and we left at the same time.
Today, that was my fault. I left my.
Well, it's not about getting here. It's about avoiding the temperatures.
I remember.
It's fun. I felt like a kid.
We had friends you made along the way.
We had a series
all the homeless people
in late April there that got colded out. It wasn't raining. It
Colded
wasn't
out?
snowing.
What does colded out mean? I like
it was
that.
going to be 19 degrees at 7 p.m. there in April, and they're just like, there's no reason to play a baseball game in 19-degree weather, so it just got pushed to like later in the year. So,
Michael, have you gotten emotional at all this week whatsoever?
So yesterday,
or nostalgic?
Mike likes it. I kind of told these guys next to me that I love them and care about them, and I understand what they have to put up with. I might have to say deal with it, but so yeah, I kind of did. I got teary-eyed but didn't cry.
Oh.
So yeah, I'm gonna miss you guys. I really am. Like, I'm going to
tell us each what you're gonna miss about us.
Oh, that's nice.
That's a wonderful thing. Say one thing nice about each of us. Yeah.
Start with Peyton.
Peyton, I'm gonna miss your pencil-thin mustache.
Got thicker, I swear.
They made a song about you, and it's a good one. But I'm gonna miss Peyton. Seeming like he's such a calm guy who has the same tone in his voice 99% of the time, no matter what. Mm-hmm. But the tone might not change, as in, like, you can tell he's angry, but he will just say something, like, he'll be really short. And I don't know, for some reason, I kind of like when I see somebody who seems like they can't get disturbed, get disturbed.
Oh.
No
like
friend day. Sean, what am I going to miss about you? A lot, Sean. I have got to know you. I've got to know you quite a bit. Obviously, we don't hang out too much. Our lives are in different stages, and we live in different parts of Dallas, Fort Worth. But yeah, I am going to miss. I do think you're a genuine person. Obviously, you're a highly emotional person.
Boy, pot kettle. Yeah. My gosh.
But yeah, I'm going to miss you. I honestly
Peyton's
don't know
got
when
a
I'm
better
going to
recap
see
than
you.
me.
Yeah.
I don't know when I'm going to see you, but no, we've gotten along, we've hung out. I mean, obviously our relationship is a lot based off of sports. I would say there's not like a lot of our relationship based off of life.
Yeah.
Like kids and marriage, and we haven't gone deep in our relationship. Does that make sense?
Yep.
We are definitely friends, but we're definitely friends based off of sports.
Well
Would
said.
that be?
Yeah.
Well said. Choppy, I'm going to miss you. I know that you love baseball. And I'm going to miss, but we can text each other. I'm going to miss hearing about how your boys are doing. And you're getting married soon, right?
Yeah, April.
And you're going to start a new
6
family?
weeks. Well, I mean, we don't know about that, Mike. We'll see.
As long as she gets pregnant.
Chop.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know
Thank
how
you.
family
Invited
works?
to the wedding?
Good for you, man.
I hope that you
we're
do
just
it.
going to courthouse.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd
Can
just
I
like
come
to
the
say,
courthouse?
I hope you do it the way you do it, but it creates a girl.
No way. Oh, no. That would be a big mistake.
And then you're going to look at women differently.
That's true.
Yeah.
It changes
So what?
everything.
Okay, I can't say it. I won't say it. I'm not the one. I still have to come to work on Monday.
That's true. That is true.
Bobby,
Yes.
I'm going to miss you. I want to thank you for taking those DVDs that I gave you and getting one of them, I think, on some sort of file that I don't know about.
I sent it to you.
Oh, you did? How?
Sent it to the wrong email.
Yeah. No, I texted it to him when I posted it.
Like
Oh.
at Gmail.
Okay.
But I will text it again.
No, Bobby's a sincere, genuine guy. He cares a lot. He talks really fast when things get going. And so sometimes I'm like, I'm not sure everything he just said there because it was, to me, it kind of is, I'm going to try to learn Spanish. I don't know how well that's going to work out. Didn't work out well in high school. But I'd love to learn Spanish. But Spanish to me a lot of times sounds like it's one continuous word. I'm like, when did that word stop and the next word begin? It just sounds very, when you don't understand a language, I guess, it sounds like everything is just flowing and I can't tell when a word stops and a word begins.
That's me.
But Bobby can do that in English too. So I think that's impressive.
Auctioneer.
So, well, guys, I don't know what else
I want
to
to say something. I want to say something to you, Mike.
Oh, wow. Here we go.
I want to recap Mike Bassick, a fascinating individual and personality. When you lock in to you have the most accidental, I think, interesting topics. You're like a great random prep machine. You come up with these angles. I think you love sports that much.
Yeah.
I think when you would launch into baseball, obviously basketball, I think it was must listen radio. I think the fans appreciate your the fans, not the Cowboys. They appreciate your rawness as a Cowboy fan. It's like a realistic, relatable thing. But your interesting topics, some people pay broadcast coaches to help them with topic development, and your mind just would take it there. Volatile, interesting, fascinating individual.
You are a gift. You are a gift.
To therapy?
He's a gift to everything.
Oh.
He's a gift to radio, therapy, friends, baseball.
I'm going to miss him shooting the wheels off.
You're a gift.
That's what I'm going to miss. I'm going to miss Mike shooting the wheels off, and now me having to be number one of management's attention for not doing things the way they
Oh, I can see that.
So,
I'm going to miss you, man.
Good luck, Michael. Good luck.
Because the other two guys, I don't know that they're going to be able to handle a show.
Love you, Mikey.
All right. I don't know when I'll see you guys
today's
again.
our last day, too.
But coming up on the show, we're going to do radio.
You have no idea what we're going to do
I
today.
don't have a run sheet, but I will say 20% of my life I've been on this show. I forgot to look at the run sheet before the show started.
Be ready.
20%.
10:20 is must listen. 10:20 is must listen.
Okay.
So be ready.
Coming up at 10:20, listen on the Fan. And that's how I close. Well, this is Bobby Belton. Let's talk about CD Lamb and all the things that he's doing. And then 100 get him. I'm doing Las Vegas Super Bowl. If you guys stop talking bad about him, then maybe we'll get him in the Super Bowl.
right here on The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, an Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Texas Rangers Spring Training, brought to you by ASCO Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960, and the on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing same-day service guaranteed. It is our last day in Surprise, Arizona. We're at Surprise Stadium for Texas Rangers Spring Training. And Corey, is there anything else noteworthy happening today?
I think Kansas City's going to play right here.
That's nice.
Oh, as a matter of fact, there is something special today. Today, ladies and gentlemen, is the last dance, as Jared Sandler will also be done today.
What?
105.3 The Fan, and he will be now working with the Rangers, I believe.
But he'll still be on our station.
Yeah, we'll still be able. Yeah, we'll still always be able to chat with Jared Sandler and everything. But today is his last dance.
Do you think we should shift this to a
special
Jared
show
Sandler
for Jared Sandler
tribute
today?
show?
Yeah, Jared Sandler tribute show today. Mike, you in for that?
Yeah.
Awesome. Let's go, baby. All right, let's get Jared up here and.
All right, let's see if we can make it happen. In the meantime,
Do you guys know Jared's middle name?
No.
Eugene.
Mike. Is it really?
I don't know.
Oh.
All you had to do is say a name. I was going to say yeah.
Let's go.
I
have no clue what it is.
I was really impressed by that. All right. In the meantime, it is also a shout-out Friday, and it is, of course, Mike Bassick's final day with 105.3 The Fan. I would suggest to you all, we all put a lot of hard work into this, and so I think it's going to be a super-duper fun show. Let's start with cut number 6, if you will, please, Alec.
Here comes Evaldi with the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Completely fooled by that curve was Stanton, and he strikes out. First strikeout for Nathan Evaldi here this evening.
Now, I wanted to start with this question because we've heard numerous. Boch kind of talked about it. John Gray talked about it. But you've heard a lot of buzz here about the starting rotation and the depth of the starting rotation. And so do you look at it and think the Rangers have one of the top 10 starting rotations in all of baseball with DeGrom, we think. DeGrom, Evaldi, Gray, Bradford, Malley, and then Rocker, Leiter, Dunning as perhaps the next three.
6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
Yes, but I would say this rotation out of the top 10, let's say that I'm putting them in, even though I'm not going to be like, I've named this team and this team and this team. This team has the scariest recent injury history to its rotation.
Sure, I agree with that.
Heck yeah, I like it. But DeGrom has pitched, I'm going to guesstimate 40 to 50 innings in the last 2 years.
Right.
Tyler Malley's thrown 25 to 40 innings in the last 2 years. Kamar Rocker's thrown 50 innings in the last 2 years. John Gray's been pretty healthy for a big league pitcher. Bradford got hurt last year, so I'm going to guess he's thrown maybe 200 innings in the last 2 years. So that's the one thing about this rotation is it has a lot of recent injury history missing innings. So how will they come June and July? How will their stamina be, and how will their health be with how much time they've missed in 23 and 24?
Yeah, I think there's going to be I love the staff. I think they're phenomenal. I really do. And I'm excited about the future of the guys like Rocker and what maybe Leiter can grow into this year.
I can give you an update on Leiter in just a second.
I think my expectations on Leiter have dipped a lot, and I think a lot of people are kind of in that same spot. So if he pops up and does something special, I think everybody's going to be like, oh, this is exciting. But, Kevin, we kind of talked about this. I think it's a lot about trying to get to the playoffs. Just navigating the season. The offense is going to have to carry a lot at some times in the season to navigate them to enough wins to get in the playoffs. And if you can have a healthy DeGrom and Evaldi when you get there, lights out for everybody. Good luck. Like, that's one of those where you're like, as long as I can get those guys healthy by the end of the season, if they have to do, like I said, when Evaldi kind of had his dip in the middle of the championship season where he went missing for a while so that he can get his arm back or whatever it is, that might have to happen at some point. But I love what this thing has if you can get to the playoffs, and that's what it's all about.
Now, I realize we're early in spring training, but there's an interesting phenomenon potentially happening with Jack Leiter. So one of the things the pitching staff talked about with Jack Leiter was, hey, ease up on your velocity leading into camp. So like January, obviously early parts of February, ease up on it. And so he tried to do that and sort of ramp up his velocity. So in his last start, I believe, did you say he's starting again today?
He's pitching today.
Okay.
And I think Bradford's starting.
Yeah, look, and just getting the work in is important, but in his last start, he averaged 98.8 on his fastball, which from year over year was up from 96.4. Now, I realize with Jack Leiter, one of the things we've talked about is kind of being steady and staying in control. So I'm not saying, hey, he threw 2 miles per hour faster. That's going to change everything. Yeah. But it is interesting to see, at least early on, compared to year over year, he's got a little extra oomph on his fastball because of the way he led up to his training.
And what you hope with that, you don't know, what you hope is when you make a small mistake, you're trying to, let's say, throw the ball on the outside corner and down a little bit, and you miss, let's say, middle down. You're in the zone, you're in the bottom part of the zone, but you've missed middle. Maybe instead of it being 96, it being 98, maybe that gives you a little bit more leeway for mistakes. That's what velocity does. Because I think if you asked anybody, now, this isn't a perfect world, would you rather throw 98 and throw the ball where you want to 40% of the time?
Yeah.
Or would you rather throw the ball 95 and throw the ball where you want 70% of the time?
Yeah.
Most everybody would say, I would rather throw the ball 3 miles an hour slower,
but
throw it where I want to. That's going to give me more success. We see a guy like Cody Bradford. Cody Bradford last year threw the ball where he wanted to a lot.
Yes.
Because when you throw the way he does, a lefty, tall, he gets great extension, but when you throw the ball at 90 to 92 miles an hour approximately, you have to really execute your sequences, execute each pitch, not to perfection, but you have less leeway. I think that's what Dane Dunning was telling you guys the other day. You have less leeway for mistakes the slower you throw. And so the harder you throw, you can at times, not always, but at times get away with mistakes that maybe a Dane Dunning or a Cody Bradford can't.
You know, Mike, you talked about it a couple of weeks ago about Bartolo Colon and how he would start a game throwing with a little less velocity.
Right.
And then he would work his way up in the middle. I watched a Bartolo Colon game like randomly the other day. I was like, well, I guess I'm going to watch this. And I watched his velocity go up through the game.
What team was he on?
He was with New York at the time.
Okay.
But it kind of went up throughout the game. I was watching it going, but he looked like he was working on movement and location early in the game. And then when he was like, oh, I got it. Yeah. You know, he knew when he would find it. He's one of those guys that knew that. But it did look like he was just kind of working on this side of the dish, this side of the dish, this side, and then he gradually said, okay, I'm locked in now. Good luck to everybody today.
Yeah. And it takes time. I was with them in Cleveland. He was awesome. Now, he didn't really ramp up as much in Cleveland. Mm-hmm. What he would do is, because he could throw the ball in the high 90s and touch 100, he would do that for most of the game. I feel like at the end of his Cleveland tenure and then into his Anaheim Angels tenure, I think he went to Montreal first. I think he went from, if I have it right, Cleveland to Montreal, then to L.A. So I can remember him in L.A., and I was like, wow, not only does he have top 5% elite stuff, but now he knows exactly how to use it from pitch 1 to pitch 110.
Yeah.
And that is when you become Bartolo Colon or Jacob deGrom or Nathan Eovaldi, is when you have great stuff and then you know how to use each pitch individually, where each pitch has a purpose, and you know how to do it to each individual hitter, and you can make quick adjustments in different situations because a pitch doesn't work. It's a double now with nobody out. Well, now I have to readjust because I'm going to try to not let that runner advance to third on this batter because I don't want runner on third, one out. But if it does, now I know a sequence that I can go to against this guy that I believe can get me to 2 strikes so that I have the ability to strike him out where he can't put the ball in play to advance that runner home.
So the Texas Rangers are, in fact, at least per one spot, I think a lot of us kind of agree, even the tenuous nature of the starting rotation. They were in CBS Sports top 10. They came in at number 8.
In your face.
The top 5 are the Braves at 5.
Okay.
The Yankees.
They got Max Fried, which that's the thing is if you play the Yankees in the playoffs, you get Garrett Cole versus Jacob deGrom and Max Fried versus Nathan Eovaldi. Let's say that's your matchup. That's tough because I love our guys, but I love their guys too. I feel like it's an even matchup. You do not have a major advantage in the rotation at that point.
Number 3 is something we've been talking about for a while. The Seattle Mariners.
Yeah, they might be number 1 to me, honestly.
Number 2 is the Phillies, and take a wild guess as to who is number 1 on the list.
Dodgers, I'm assuming.
Los Angeles Dodgers.
9 starting pitchers.
Yes, they really do. They brought back Clayton Kershaw as like, hey, maybe you can pitch, maybe you can't. Thanks for hanging out.
I will say this, and I get how good Blake Snell has been over the last, let's say, 4 or 5 years, and he's had a nice career. It's a weird career, but he's had a nice career.
Yeah.
Let's say you were facing Blake Snell, and I'll throw Shohei Ohtani there. That's really good. Don't get me wrong, but I'll take my chances with DeGrom and Eovaldi in a World Series against those 2 guys, and I would feel like I might have a slight advantage there.
Yeah,
neither one of those guys are as good as Jacob deGrom. I will say this: I do think Garrett Cole, when he's on his game, and we've seen it, he's as good as Jacob deGrom.
Okay,
if that makes sense, and maybe I'm going a little bit too extreme there, but I just think that Jacob deGrom, when healthy, and we'll see, right? It's been a while. So we'll see if he can get back to the status he had with New York in, let's say, 20 and 21. But I get the Dodgers. Their depth is tremendous. I mean, literally right now, you could say Clayton Kershaw is their 9th starting pitcher. Now, he won't be healthy to start the year, but
so absurd.
They have 8 guys that you would say at this point in their careers are probably better than Kershaw because of Kershaw's health issues.
Now, Corey, it is a shout-out Friday from the 972. Shout-out to Coach Ballsack. He will be missed by all of us angry fans. That is from John in Wiley from the 945. Maybe 954. My computer, for some reason, doesn't want to bring that one up. Shout out to Mike for making me laugh every day and becoming a Tolo. God bless and go Rangers. And then I just saw another one. There's been a lot coming in. But I just saw another one, and I get the sense, Mike, that this might be what you take the most pride in. From the 716. Love the show, guys. Moved here about a year and a half ago. Been a Tolo ever since. And Mike, learned a lot listening to you talk about baseball and laugh during the chaos. I get the sense that perhaps that Corey's indifferent to that part.
I think this is the one that he really takes pride in. I'm going to miss you, Mike. The show is my favorite show ever. The chemistry between you 3, the way Kevin tries to keep the train on the track, and you and Corey acting like kids in the back seat. My favorite show ever. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. It's like two brothers in the back seat, and Dad's like, "Stop it, or I'll turn this car around." And then we're like, "Let's see if he really does it." And we just keep pushing and keep pushing. I think that's what he takes the most pride in, Kevin.
Well, thank you, Tolos.
That's fair.
It's thank you for all the kind words. I will say throughout this kind of, the last 2 weeks or so where it's been official. It's been very nice. Maybe I'm just not seeing the negative stuff, which I've been good at blocking. But
sure.
But the overwhelming positive response has made me feel great. So thank you so much. And even if you were not a fan of mine, but you kept listening because you really like Kevin and Corey and you put up with my, let's say, BS you felt like. Thank you so much for sticking around, even if you weren't a fan of my sports takes or shenanigans or whatever. So it is humbling, and it feels great to know that people actually liked what you did.
Well, fear not, Mike. We are just getting started. Coming up next, surprise guest number 1 will join the show right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Full KS.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, live from Surprise Stadium. I hope you've been enjoying our confessional videos brought to you by Best Buy Windows and Siding. We are also celebrating Mike Bassick's last day at the Fan, and right now we bring to you Texas Radio Hall of Famer, sports radio icon. It is Norm Hitzges right here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, lads. How are you?
We're
great.
We're doing fantastic. Can you tell us, if you can go way in the Wayback Machine, or maybe you've just blocked out his memory, what you remember about working with Mike Bassick?
Well, first of all, there are a couple of moments I'd blot out, but not many. Let me take you back further than that. I knew Mike Bassick before he was Mike Bassick. Mike's dad and I knew each other. And I was back then doing sports talk and then the Rangers on the air, though I never did Mike's dad on the air while I was doing about 15 years of Ranger television analysis. But then I'd see Mike's dad at the park with this little tyke trailing around with him. and that would be Mike Bassick Jr. And again, I left the booth before I could see Mike and his legendary 101-mile-an-hour fastball pitch in the major leagues. By the way, Mike, that's two of your pitches added up.
It was before we had Norm exit velocity, but sometimes the gun would read 100 plus after they hit the ball.
Well, as they used to say, Mike could hit him in the same place twice in a row and not leave a mark. Hi, Mike. How you doing, bud?
Man, I'm doing great. And Norm, thank you so much. I honestly had no clue that you were the 1020 segment here. And if people don't know, I mean, Norm is my mentor. I got to break into the business somewhat with Norm Hitzges. And I just remember as a kid, I would just be in awe because I would get to say hello to you at Dallas Maverick games when you were calling the games for HSE, and I'd be there with my grandparents and my dad would come up for a few minutes and say hello, and I'm like, wow, this is the guy who calls the Rangers and the Mavericks game. This is awesome.
Well, Mike, it's been a lot of wonderful years, and I have to tell you how proud I am of you.
Thank you.
When Mike broke into the business, I kept encouraging Mike that he had a real future in this business, and to keep at it, because as you guys know, making your way up in sports journalism these days, sports talk, radio, television analysis, it can be a long pull, and you don't start out making much money. Mm-hmm. And it takes a lot of stick-to-itiveness. And that's been sort of the mark of Mike's career, honestly, both in baseball and in media. And we've been friends for a long, long, long time. And I'm not sure how the people at the ticket reacted when Mike and I would cross paths at Cowboy training camp and share a long hug in public in a conversation. But that's the business. And Mike, I'm so proud of you. I am going to tell you one thing, though.
Yes, sir.
Years ago, I did both Ranger games and a talk show.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on, Mike, muscle up. You're still a kid.
That's a good point.
I hear you, and I don't know how you did that. It was challenging last year. Obviously, I somewhat did that last year, not when we were on the road. It just got tough to bring. It was just I brought the equipment to spring training to do the show when I was doing spring training games. But it's like to haul around this equipment, then find a place where I'm going to do this from somewhere between 8 a.m. or 10 a.m. to noon to 2 o'clock seems very difficult. So I'll ask you, Norm, how did you, when you were on the road with the Mavericks or the Rangers, how were you able to broadcast so well?
Well, I would carry a box bigger and heavier than the one that you toted around, because that's the progress in journalism and technology. But there were some harrowing moments, and then having you get up the next morning show on Cliff, and I'd arranged all the stuff to get into the radio booth, and they had the line there that I could hook my equipment up on, and somehow, I still don't know how, Mike, somehow I set off the fire alarm at Fenway Park.
Oh, my God.
And within minutes, firemen in full gear with those weird little hats they wear and axes were in the same area of the broadcast. And I said, I don't know what I did. I did it, but I don't know what I did. It can be a little challenging at time, and sleep was a little hard to come by back then.
Norm, I remember working at Channel 33, and we had you on as a guest, and I got to walk you out, and we were talking along the way, and Kevin and I were just a weekend show at the time, and you said, Corey, this is the most addictive business you'll ever be part of, and those words have stuck with me since then, because every day when I get up, I'm like, I love the work that I'm doing. I really enjoy getting up to work with Kevin, and then getting up to work with Mike, and then you get to do this part of the business. The TV business has to be pretty exciting too. And for that part of it, what kind of words can you give to Mike that he can stick with as he goes into this TV broadcast part?
Number one, have facts to back up your opinion. And the problem for Mike is there's too many facts in baseball now.
That's true.
I'm serious. I mean, you'll get breakdowns. Mike, you'll get them. This guy throws his four-seamer 43% or 28% of the time, his sinker 12% of the time, his cutter 9% of the time, his sweeper 6% of the time, his curve 4% of the time, and the changeup 3% of the time. Why the hell do we have to know that? We don't need to know that, but in analyzing a pitcher, Mike can do that. Have understandable facts for the audience. And right after the show, Mike, I'd like you to call me and explain war.
The three different wars, too. We don't know the mathematical equation, and then different wars at different websites.
It's crazy, but that's number one. Number two, be yourself. Just be yourself. I've always thought you had a wonderful persona in the media. You have a wonderful personality. Don't think you have to be anybody else. And finally, have fun. I mean, look around the ballpark. There are crazy things in the ballpark. I mean, crazy things. Fans, kids asleep drooling ice cream on their dad's chest. There's things at the ballparks. Mike, you've been to Fenway. Fenway's spooky, buddy. No. The numbers. You guys know about the numbers retired on the facing of the right field third deck?
Please tell us.
The Red Sox never, ever retired a number. Never. And then they decided, geez, we should put up Ted Williams' number.
Okay.
So they put up Ted Williams 9. And then a few years later, up on the same facing, they put up, let's see, a 4, and a 1, which is, I think, Bobby Dorr and Joe Cronin, okay? But don't hold me to that. And years go by. And then they retire Carl Yastrzemski's number 8. And that's what's up there. 9, 4, 1, 8. And then somebody pointed out that was the last time the Red Sox had won a World Series.
Oh, man.
September 4th, 1918.
Oh, wow.
Jeez.
Is that crazy?
That is crazy.
By pure happenstance, they put the numbers up in that order.
Wow.
And you know the little scoreboard at the bottom of the Green Monster?
Yeah.
The manual scoreboard? Thank heavens, because we're losing a lot of jobs in the federal government now. At least somebody's going to keep their job at Fenway.
Topical.
Unless an executive order comes down. But if you look on the slats between separating the games, there'll be a row of games and then a slat, and a row of games and a slat. You'll see some markings on there. That's the code that ships used, and that's the initials of the owner of the Red Sox and his wife in Morse code.
Wow.
And the reason that's important is when Fenway was about to open in 1912, it was so anticipated. This was going to be, and it was, the palace for baseball in America. And when Fenway finally opened, it was like on page 8 or page 10 of the Boston newspapers, because that was the same week the Titanic went down.
Oh, my gosh.
Mike, love that place, man. Love it.
Wow.
Love it.
Norm-
And Mike will tell you other things, like Old Cleveland Stadium. Mike, if someone bought a hot dog in Old Cleveland Stadium, everybody in the place could smell it. One hot dog. The aroma made it all the way around the place.
Wow. Norm, thank you so much. And thank you for loving me through the good times and the bad times. No matter what, you had my back, and you always were thoughtful and caring. And I think people understand that about you who know you. But if, we have young listeners and maybe they don't know Norm Hitzges too much, Norm, you are amazing, and you're a mentor to so many. Right next to me is Jared Sandler, and when I worked with you at the Ticket, Jared Sandler was an intern of ours. So, it's amazing how many people you've affected their lives, and thank you so much.
God bless you. Know how much I'm proud of you, and please pass on the same thing to Jared Sandler for me.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for
lad.
jumping.
Thanks,
Thank
Norm.
you.
Thank
There you go.
for asking.
Ladies and gentlemen, Norm Hitzges right here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, if you were curious, you can listen to the Just Wondering podcast with Norm Hitzges on FanStream Sports, which is run by our buddies Tim and Colby Sapp.
Oh, look at that.
So in case you were just wondering about where to find Norm, it's Just Wondering with Norm Hitzges. That
Wow,
was
thank you,
surprise guest number 1.
That was awesome.
Don't worry, we got plenty more for you today. Coming up next, though, a staple of the KNC Masterpiece at this very time. It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Well, are the Rangers going to rule the world?
Wow.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Kicks and deals, and here's a high fly ball deep down the right field line. McKinstry going over into the corner, and it is gone. Josh Smith with a rainbow shot down the right field line. It's his 4th home run of the season, and the Rangers now lead 2-0.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, live from Surprise Stadium. And right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Baschek.
So when you guys do baseball buckets, is it still going to have the This Week in Baseball behind it?
Oh, man, we got to...
I mean, you guys can change it if you want.
It's true.
I was the one who said, like, I was such a fan of this show as a kid.
Yeah.
This Week in Baseball with Mel Allen. I was just like, for Baseball Nuggets, I love this song, but you guys can change it to whatever you want.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really thought that far ahead on that. I'm just thinking.
You have till Monday.
I was thinking until today. Yeah, I was only trying to get to today, Mike.
Okay. So I figured this being my last Baseball Nuggets, I might as well predict the world. Well,
great.
In baseball.
Okay.
If you want me to, when do I think the world's going to end?
Okay, no.
I have heard that opinion a lot off air.
I might have changed my opinion on that. I just don't know.
I doubt
There's
it.
no reason for me to know. I'm not God. All right, so when it comes to the AL West, let's first, before you can rule the World Series, you have to rule the West.
Right.
You guys can do this on, obviously, March 27th going into opening day. But right now, the Rangers went 78-84. I want to predict them to win 90 to 92 games. I really want to. I think this team has the ability to win that many games. I'm going to be honest, though. I am scared about the bullpen and that in the one-run games going into the 7th inning that they're winning or even up by 2 runs and being able to put up 3 zeros in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. And in today's game, it is rare that a starting pitcher is pitching in the 7th inning, which means you have to have 3 to 4 guys in your bullpen that you feel really confident that they're going to put up a 0 in the 7th, a 0 in the 8th, and a 0 in the 9th if you don't score anymore and hold on to that win. And because of that, because I'm scared of that, I'm going to have them just below 90 wins at 86.
Okay, so you got them going up 8, and that's just on the cusp of the playoffs.
Things can change, right? There can be I can't predict they're going to trade in July for Emmanuel Clase. I don't know. I have to go off what they have right now, and that's why you can predict something right now, Kevin and Corey, and then on March 27th you can say I've changed my prediction because they got this guy in a trade, or I'm changing my prediction because I didn't know this person on February 28th. They were healthy here in spring training, and now that these two guys aren't healthy, and the prediction is they're not going to be back till mid-May or June, that can change your prediction in a positive or negative way. If it's another team, let's say in the Seattle Mariners lose Julio Rodriguez for the first 2 months of the season because he got hurt in spring training, that can kind of change how you see the division. So I'm going to predict they win 86 games. Now, that being said, does 86 win the division? So you can predict. First, tell me, do you think 86 would win the division? 88 won it last year.
It really kind of depends.
Where do you think they'll be?
It depends on how some of the teams perform outside of the division, because I do think this division is going to beat up on itself. I think there are 3 to 4 teams that are going to just knock the crap out of each other all the time, and that record might be a little lower to win the division. So I'm going to say no. It's not, because of the way that these teams, the one team might stand out.
I agree that it's not going to win, but luckily I have the Rangers at 88 and 74, and that
me too
is going to be what it takes to win the division. We've talked about this many times. I'll believe in the Mariners when it's happening down the stretch. You know, like I see
last 20 games.
They have Julio Rodriguez, and he's amazing. They have a great pitching staff. I'll believe it when we see it play out.
Yeah, and offensively, let's see what the Mariners do. I know they got hot in the second half offensively, and then when they got back into the race, I believe after sweeping Texas in Seattle, they then all of a sudden couldn't hit again.
Yep.
Like they were hitting for about a month to get themselves back into the race. They ended up winning 85 games last year. So my 86 wins gets them into the wild card.
Okay. Which is all we need.
I am going to go way out on a limb here.
Oh, my God.
This is going to sound stupid, and I get it. They're going to be playing in front of about 12,000 people, but they're going to have a sellout every night in Sacramento, and I think that place is going to go wild. I am going to go with the wild prediction as of today that the Sacramento Athletics
holy moly
win the division with 88 wins.
Man,
I hope I'm wrong. I'm just telling you, I don't know why I have this gut feeling of the Sacramento Athletics are going to cause a lot of problems in Major League Baseball this year.
Mike, they spent money for the first time, I think, in our life.
Not to build the new stadium yet.
No.
But
they spent it on players, which, that's how you get better players. And they already had, is he healthy? Is their closer healthy, or did I remember wrong?
Mason Miller?
Yeah, did he?
I'd have to look up. I have not seen that he got hurt in spring or wasn't pitching in
but
spring.
They already had a pretty good young core.
Yeah.
They just needed some growth and development, and then they were like, screw it, let's add some more to it.
How bizarre was that sentence to hear, Corey? I think that Mike says he thinks the Sacramento A's are going to win the division. That feels like such a weird sentence for a variety of reasons.
It doesn't sound real because of what we've grown up with.
Okay, so to y'all's point on how I think, Corey, you said it's going to be beating up on each other.
He is healthy, by the way. Sorry.
I do think the Astros, Mariners, Rangers, and Athletics all win 80 to 90 games in that range.
Okay.
I don't think anybody will get over 90 wins. I think 90 easily wins the division. And what I mean by that is I just don't think there's going to be a team with 89 wins and a team with 88 wins. And you're like, oh, my gosh, it came down the last 2 days, and luckily we won 90. I do think 87 or 88 is going to get the job done.
And it's going to be a one-and-done division?
No, I think that the Rangers will get the last
Okay.
wild card
Oh, yeah.
spot.
You just freaking said
So
it.
I do think the Rangers make the playoffs. So last year, Kansas City with 86 wins and Detroit with 86 wins both made the playoffs.
Okay.
So if we're looking off of last year, I know you
Yeah.
can look at different years, but last year to make the playoffs as a wild card team, you needed 86 wins or more to get the wild card. So, and that just went away from me.
They're in the playoffs now. Then what happens, Mike? Am I allowed to ask that?
I think the Rangers could do serious damage.
Oh my God!
That being said, they have, my opinion, if they're going to do damage in the playoffs, I get that they ran with somehow Leclerc and Spores came through in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And we were scared to death of it, and it happened. I think the Rangers are going to have to trade for a closer.
I agree.
I really do.
I
and that's
agree.
where, like, if they get the right closer, and let's just say, I'm just throwing out Chris Martin as a name, because I think he's going to be the closer on opening day. If Chris Martin can be solid in that role until they trade for a guy even better, and then you move Martin down to the 8th inning, that will make me feel so much better about this team come playoff time. So they don't trade for a closer. They win 86 games. I think they're in big trouble in the final innings of playoff baseball. If they trade for a closer, I think there's a good chance they're back in the World Series. I really do. I think that they have the veteran experience. I think that they're hungry. I think that Wyatt Langford's going to have a very good year. I really do believe in Evan Carter. Maybe it's silly. I still believe he's going to be a really good player. Yes, I'm with everybody that tells me, hey, longevity of his career is probably going to be tough. I don't think Rusty Greer had any back issues at 21 years old or 22 years old. But Rusty Greer's career ended a lot sooner than people thought because of injuries. I could see where Evan Carter will worry about this when he's 30 or 32 years old. I could see where his back at that point is just like, hey, into my 30s, it's just not holding up. To have one of those careers where you play till you're 35 or 38 years old. But I do think that Evan Carter is going to have a big bounce back year from his results last year. I do think the Yankees are going to repeat as the division champs. I like the Orioles to make the playoffs too. I think those two teams both make the playoffs. I think Boston competes for a playoff spot. The Central is tough, but I am going to go with the Kansas City Royals here. I'm going to go with the Kansas City Royals.
That's a good one.
I think
Is that influenced by your undying love of Bobby?
I don't
Witt
think
Jr.?
I don't think it's that though. They have a good young core. They have a good young
They
team
do.
that they've built.
Yeah, and I think that Cleveland doesn't make the playoffs. I know they won 92
Ooh,
games. I
okay.
think that was surprising, and I don't think that they're going to repeat the season that they had.
All right.
So that kind of gives you an idea of, as my time is up for baseball nuggets the rest of my life, that gives
we'll
you an
see about
idea of how I see, as of today, February 28th, I would not put any money on Sacramento to win the division. Like, it's my prediction. Obviously, I can't put any money on it. It's illegal. But I would tell you, like, if somebody's like, oh, Mike said this, so I'm going to do this. No, it's a prediction. That's all it is. And if you've listened to me long enough, I'm usually wrong.
From the 469, shout out to Ballsack. I'm going to miss his crazy ass. There you go. I like that. And then from the 214, we get a non-Mike shout out. Actually, you know what? I'm going to read another Mike shout out. Shout out to Mike.
Cussing about me?
No. It was really about basketball, but the other one came up on my computer. Shout out to Mike. You was the off-brand glue that held the show together, and hilariously random times it fell apart.
Yeah.
I love it.
I'm the horse.
Hey, can I? Yeah, there's one other one I want to get to. It's we'll do it on the other side.
Okay, well, on the other side, coming up next, surprise guest number 2 joins the show right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to patiently await on guest number 2, surprise guest number 2. And if they fail us, well, then we'll have to badmouth them. As we are here live in surprise for spring training, it is also Mike Bassick's last day. It is also a shout-out Friday. Corey, what do you got?
Saw this one from, 214. Sounds like a good one to me. Shout out to Mike and Pause, Sue. We'll miss Mike, but I'm looking forward to his call the Rangers games. Before he leaves, I wanted to shout out Sue for putting up with him all these years.
Facts.
Also, a little backstory. I'm thankful for Sue, who was the doctor who finally diagnosed my youngest daughter with a rare and incurable kidney disease while she was in high school. Despite several rounds of chemo, my daughter, a 2-sport high school athlete, played a full college lacrosse career at a Big East Division I school. She would not have been able to achieve her goals if it had not been for Sue. And as fate would have it, Sue's now my son's daughter's pediatrician. So thank you to Mike and Sue. My family will always be grateful.
Thank you very much.
I almost teared up reading that one.
Oak Cliff Pediatrics.
Yeah.
That's where sick Noah goes.
My wife is pretty awesome at her job. She truly cares about her patients, the parents, and make sure that she takes the time to make sure that the parents feel that they've been taken care of, that it didn't feel like it just an in and out, because obviously they're the parents of their children. They love them a whole bunch, and it's tough. I know that it is tough as a doctor, that you have people in the waiting room and you have a lot of patients to see, but you have to have patience with the parents to make sure that they feel like they have all the information possible and that she truly cares about the people and not just the job.
It's wild because last night we were literally just talking about being a doctor having to tell people bad news.
Oh my God.
And like that's not an easy part of the job because you don't know how they're going to react. You also empathize with them, and there's also these things. And I can imagine Mike being a supportive husband when she gets home. There have been nights where you've just been like, I'm just going to have to shut up and listen tonight and pour you a nice glass of wine.
Yeah, and we like drinking wine.
Hey,
put on some weight.
Hey, Alec, if you want to call back surprise guest number 2, I think he is ready now.
All right.
In the meantime, Corey, You can answer these questions before Mike. I have over-under betting odds for Mike's new career.
All right.
Is it on the website that you go to?
No, I have created these odds. I love numbers. I feel like these are accurate.
Numbers calm his mind.
That's true. Over-under. Number of seasons employed with the Rangers.
Over-under, I'm going to set it at 3.
Oh, I got it at, I heard you, Alec, I promise. I got it at 2.5.
I'll take the over.
Okay.
I'll take the
All
over.
right.
Okay.
Well, let's see if our next surprise guest will confirm that, because coming up right now, former Rangers pitcher, somebody who it feels like him and Mike hate each other at times.
I know who this is.
It is Derek Holland. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. Sorry, my phone overheated while I was waiting for you guys to call.
Because our show's been on fire. I got what you're saying.
Yeah.
Hi, Derek.
Hi, Mike.
How's coaching and golfing going?
It's going really well. I'm enjoying myself. How's not really caring about the radio right now?
That's awesome. Can you tell the difference?
Not really. I really can't.
2 weeks, and it seems like you've already checked out. I'm proud of you. Sounds like a normal Mike Bassick.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's it hasn't. So you said you kind of contradicted yourself there, Derek. Is you kind of said that it sounds the same, but you can tell I've checked out.
No, I was just saying you checked out.
Yeah. Well, I met your coach the other day at Rockwall.
I know you did. That was pretty cool.
And
I'm happy
he
for
said
you.
we can play some golf soon.
Well, we're waiting for it, but I don't know. You're kind of big time now. You haven't really talked to me since you got your new gig at working for the Rangers.
Oh, good point.
Well, I mean, I am bigger than you now, so.
Oh my
God. Yeah, they called you. They didn't call me.
Yeah.
Oh,
I only
man.
have to be with the Rangers on their broadcast for how many years did you get with the Rangers? 7? 8?
I was with them for 8.
Yeah, so I have to go. So the over-under, I have to beat 8.
Hey, Derek, would you say that you and Mike get along? Because sometimes it's hard to tell.
I would say so. It's just a lefty thing. You guys wouldn't understand.
Well, Kevin's left-handed.
I'm naturally left-handed.
He just
Thank you
writes
very much.
right-handed because a teacher slapped him with a ruler.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
True story.
Yeah, but see, you're not a true lefty, though.
Okay, fair enough. I'm going to get you, if you would like, involved with some of our betting odds for Mike Bassick's new career.
Okay.
Oh, I got it. The over-under at 0.5. Times Mike will use the word fart head or fart knocker in a game this season on the TV broadcast. Over-under is at 0.5.
Man, I really want to take the over because I know how he is personality-wise, but I think he has to be very professional. So with his, at least the first year, I don't think we'll hear it. But going forward, we definitely will.
Okay.
I'm with Derek on that. I think first year he's going to, once he gets comfortable, he's going to be like, you know what? Honeymoon's over. Now you'll get the real Mike.
You know what? Because of that, I'm glad that you said that. We're going to skip ahead to year 2 for my next question. Over-under is 1.5 in year 2. The mentions of the movie or general plot description of Indecent Proposal in a Texas Rangers TV broadcast. 1.5 in year 2 is the over-under.
Man, you set the bar low. I feel like he would definitely, I would say the bar should be set at 3.5.
You might be right. You might be right about that.
Go over.
If any situation ever comes up about money, I just feel like Mike's brain's going to be like, don't do it. And then the other part's like, hey, you know what he could do? Sell him to Robert Redford.
They're going to be like, Robert Redford, the natural. I'm like, no, Robert Redford, Indecent Proposal.
All right, Corey, are you
Derek's dead on. You set that way too low. That's an easy play.
All right, so we
you guys are
take.
being too generous.
Okay, fair. Now this is going to be a tricky question. I need your percentage odds on this one. Percentage chance that Mike is on Peace-a-thon this year for at least 8 hours.
Oh man,
Shut up,
I'm
Mike.
gonna say about 5%.
Yeah, that could be high when I saw Mike's face at the number.
The way I see it was, once Mike's done with the radio, there will be no such thing as radio to him. They will be completely eliminated. He will not be doing things to help you guys.
That's
that's
fair. I've already been fighting that battle, man.
Yeah,
I've already
look at how he quit the NBA like that. I mean, so.
Oh, good point.
I'm with. I think he says 5%. I'm going to say 48% is where I'm going to set that at, because I think there's a way. I think there is a way that we might be
hours?
Don't worry, man. You
really
like
think
things.
You really think he likes everybody at the station?
No, he likes me.
To be done with you guys.
He likes Corey. Yeah, he likes Corey. He seems okay with Alec.
My piece-a-thon.
He likes your radio show, your group of guys. But other than that, no chance does he like anybody else, especially Sean. I wish I could have heard how you guys reacted or how you guys talked about goodbyes to Sean and what's he going to miss the most. I missed it because you guys were talking about it, but I got here to the field, so I didn't get to hear it.
It was cordial.
Mike really hammered home the fact that they don't know each other outside of sports whatsoever. It was really nice.
Yeah, honest.
All right, Mike, what would you set over under Peace-a-thon hours at? Feels like you think 8 is significantly too high.
I would say over under should be 1 hour.
What?
These new studios are going to be in Oklahoma.
It's not that far.
You think everything outside of a 15-minute radius is Oklahoma.
Guys are going to be like, golly, am I at the casino yet?
It's not even past Richardson North. It's in Dallas.
That's how it is trying to get him to golf with me. It seems like it's so far away. He doesn't want to do it.
Yeah,
Las Colinas.
He really needs teleportation.
Okay, this one I feel like you'll take the under, so I'm going to move to season 3 on this.
Ooh.
Season 3 of Mike Bassick, over under 0.5. Will he mention, by accident probably, that a GM once told him to keep trick effing him?
I would definitely say it's over for sure. He'll say that.
Okay, wow. Oh, we're taking
shocked. I didn't think he was going to make it to year 3, so I'm pretty happy to hear that you guys think he'll get that far.
I think
Corey believes in
years
him.
3 is that's the limit though, Derek. That's as far as I'm going on that one. But yeah, I think that's a good story. Like, it really is a good story, and Mike's he's got to be a storyteller now.
That'll be one to remember. Yeah, when there's a lefty throwing, I don't know, 88 to 91, which is harder than I did, but I'm gonna be like, yeah, probably somebody is like in the bullpen telling him, hey, you just got to trick F him.
So my next one. How many mentions of the KNC masterpiece this season? Ooh. Corey, I'm going to start with you. We are in season 1. Got to be best behavior. It might be none. But how many mentions of the KNC masterpiece?
I'm going to say I'll take if it's set at 1.
It's set at 0.5.
I'm taking the under. Yeah.
I'm going to follow y'all's lead on this, and Derek, you can chime in after this. Would you rather me say Bruce Bochy said this on 105.3 The Fan, or on The Fan, or said it on the KNC Masterpiece? What would you guys rather me say? If on your Wednesday interview with Bochy said something that I'm going to use on the Wednesday game, how would you guys like for me to use what Bochy said on his show?
I know our boss is listening, so I'm going to say on KNC Masterpiece on 105.
I'm not going to say all that.
He's just going to pick one. You got to pick one.
Yeah, say the KNC Masterpiece. Everybody knows we're on The Fan.
Wow! I'm going to say The Fan.
I personally agree with that, too. I think you should represent the guys that you worked for and the show-wise, and I think you should be saying KNC Masterpiece. I mean, that's how it should be, but knowing Mike, he will not do that. He will probably just say the interview with Bruce Bochy on the radio.
I heard it somewhere today.
Yeah.
On the Rangers
radio network. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Now, Derek, are there any other betting odds that you would like to know? I can compute them for you. Or do you want to just tell Mike that you're proud of him?
I feel like Mike will also get to the point he does get very passionate about each sports team that he likes. And I feel like when the moment hits, he might drop his, something like, what is that turd doing out there when they make a bad play, or something like that. I could see him being a little too aggressive and forgetting that he's on the TV. So I could see that happening.
Yeah, I unfortunately can see that happening.
And I could also see, because, I know his love for Dwight Powell on the Mavericks. So I could see him picking a player and doing the exact same thing he did on the radio about a certain player.
Oh, that's a great point. And you think he's going to be like
a really good teammate?
Yeah,
he can't play the sport.
What is he doing out there? What is he, Dwight Powell? And you're going to be like, what? Oh, no.
Dwight Powell's made almost $100 million being a good teammate.
Now, Derek, I know you and Mike's favorite pastime is to kick each other in the junk. This is his last day on radio. Are you excited to see how he's going to do in the next stage of his broadcast career?
Yeah, I mean, I will say this. As much as we always have fun and everything, and I've learned a lot from you guys when I was working with you guys on the radio, and Mike was always good to help me as well, especially when we were off the field. Off the radio, we'd have a lot of conversations helping me out. So I think Mike's going to thrive in this. I know what's great about what the Rangers did is obviously hiring somebody who's very passionate about the Rangers, somebody that cares about the team, that gets into it. He's very animated. I think he's going to do an excellent job out there. Rather than trying to put him down right now, and as he would do to me, Mike, I think you're going to do great. I wish you nothing but the best out there. Kick some butt. Have fun with it. Give the fans what they deserve. Get them involved. Get into the games. Be passionate about this whole thing.
Thank you, Derek. You know, I can remember being out here in Surprise 14 years ago, and you guys were the defending American League champions. Do you guys remember how that season ended?
Mike.
You know what, Mike? Now that I think about it, I hope you sucked. I hope you on the radio. I hope in the middle of one of your interviews when you're talking and the camera's on you, your chair breaks and you fall down. And you do get hurt.
Hey, and then the next year after you guys, after 11, I came out here for the 2012 spring training, and I thought, this is the best Rangers team ever. Remember that?
Yeah, I do. And you know what? Remember who had a longer career, me or you?
Oh. Hey, Derek, the best way to make him mad now is to take his old job.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it.
I don't want his job because it's already bad enough as it is. I don't need to go in there and try to fill those shoes.
Oh, man.
He's already been terrible.
Hey, Derek.
I do. I hope, Mike, your car runs out of gas today. I know.
No, we got to ride with him.
No. But after we get to the airport, after we get back to the airport.
You're just wishing bad things on my wife now.
No, just you. I want your wife to, instead of come and pick you up, I want her to make you sit there and think about what you've done.
She's kind of made me do that sometimes in my life. I'm not the best husband at times. I try to be, but I fail a lot.
Oh, I can see. You weren't really the best teammate either, so giving up home runs and stuff, iconic home runs. I mean, my goodness.
At one point I got called into an office and they said, do you know what a cancer is?
Jesus Christ. All right, Derek, man.
Thanks very much.
You know
Derek,
we love you, buddy.
Coming
Hey,
on.
Derek, look forward to talking
I'm just
to you
teasing
again.
you. I love you. I don't even know if you're baseball friends like we are. I don't know how to have a relationship with a baseball friend without ragging the dude.
That's how it's supposed to be. You do it because you care. You don't do it because you hate them. And that's what people need to learn. When people make fun of each other, they do it because they care. It's not because they hate somebody. Mike, kick some butt out there. Have fun with it. You're gonna kill it, buddy.
I'll see you on the golf course next week. How about that?
Yeah, I'll be out there soon.
All right, go North Lake.
That's right. Let's go.
There you go.
Derek Holland right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I got some Rangers questions and answers for you, or we can combo Forgiveness Friday, and there's a present here for you.
Whoa!
I'll let you guys decide, and we'll do it next
In the
right here on The
presence.
Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
That ties his season high. Now you got to move for Kyrie.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. The Mavericks were victorious last night, 103-96. Mike was stunned to learn that Moses Brown was back on the team. He scored 20 points last night. I know that Charlotte is terrible, but the Mavericks get a win right there. We are live in surprise.
Corey got me a Moses Brown rookie card one time.
I did.
Hey!
I liked him, like, I don't know, was it 4 years ago he was on the Mavs, and I thought he can contribute, but, unfortunately Dwight Powell's in his way.
By the way, I hope you guys have been enjoying our confessional videos brought to you by Best Buy Windows and Siding. A very emotional one from Mike this morning. Or you'll think it's hilarious. Right now, we get this from the 214. When are we doing Forgiveness Friday? We're doing Forgiveness Friday right now. 877-881-1053. Do you need to ask for somebody for forgiveness? Do they need to ask you for forgiveness? And also, Corey, if you say it's okay in this segment, we have a present for Mike.
All right, that sounds good. Let's get to that in just a moment.
Okay.
Can I ask? I don't know if Kevin. I'm sorry. I don't know if you have this anywhere else in the show, but it is about Jake Brugler.
About the hospital bracelet?
Yeah,
you should definitely bring that up.
Can we ask for forgiveness for him being an amazing dad? His daughter, his 4-month-old daughter Penelope, had successful open heart surgery on Monday, and so he'd been gone most of this week. He shows back up yesterday and hits his first Rangers home run wearing her hospital band on his wrist. And Jake Brugler, salute to you, good sir, because that one right there, that's awesome. That's an awesome moment. And I saw everybody signing the blanket for her.
That was delightful.
That was special to see teammates do stuff like that. I like it a lot.
And they all, like, the really cool thing on the blanket is it felt like you were getting their best possible signature. Even though I imagine it's probably
you're right.
It's probably not super easy to sign a blanket, but
signing cloth is not easy.
You got to stretch it out and hope that it stays.
And then as soon as you pull the pen, it pulls the material with it, and you're like, oh. So yeah, that is not easy to do. So, Jake Brugler, I think the fans, I think this is extreme. I think Brugler could have a little bit of a Mike Napoli effect in this.
I'm with you.
In terms of just general likability.
Yeah, I think likability.
Bashes left-handed hitting.
Big home runs, kind of that just, he's a big dude, but kind of that normal guy kind of feel to him. Like, hey, he's you look at Corey Seager and Sebastian Walcott, you're like, I can never look like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Now, I want to go to Nestor Cortez, who definitely needs to ask for forgiveness. This is an actual thing, Mike, that he actually said about the World Series.
Yeah.
Quote, they, being the Dodgers, can talk whatever they want to, but we win game 1, which we should have. We lost 2 and 3. We win game 4, and we would have won game 5. Then we go back to L.A. up 3-2. So people can say it slipped away from us. People could say we made a lot of mistakes, which we did. But at the end of the day, we were the better team. Just a reminder, the Dodgers won that series 4-1.
Yeah. I hear what he's saying in this sense. If you take away Corey Seager's home run and Sewald closes out game 1, maybe the Rangers don't win the World Series, even though the Rangers won 4 out of 5 games. But there's certain moments in series and momentum shifts, and I get, like, Reggie wished me a happy last day. Thank you, Reggie. I know he's working hard right now in Houston. There are certain moments in a series that changes everything.
Yeah.
That Seager home run changed everything. That Freddie Freeman grand slam home run off of Nasty Nestor changed everything. So I can see where he's coming from.
Remember Jordan Montgomery's dive of the Tampa series? Changed everything in that series.
Yeah, there's certain moments that you're like, if that moment doesn't happen, does it change the outcome of the series? And we'll never know because we only know the reality that we saw play out. We can't go, all right, now let's play a reality where that doesn't happen, and now play game 2 this way, and now play game 3 this way. We don't know how certain series are going to play out, but the Mavericks losing game 3 in Miami the way they did changed everything. The Mavericks winning game 2 against Miami in 2011 changed everything. So I get what he's saying, but then to just go off of, well, I know now if Arizona wins game 1 and Corey Seager doesn't hit the homer, I know that Arizona wins that World Series. We don't know.
Yeah. Now, Mike, last Wednesday was your last day in the studio.
Yeah.
And you said it was the last day people could bring things to you at work.
Yeah.
Some people decided to take up that challenge.
Oh, wow.
And here is a note if you want to read it, and then I'll show you what we've got.
Okay, Mike, just a little going away present. Thanks for the entertainment and the support you've given the store over the years. Ryan and the RJ Duke Sports Crew in Allen near the McDonald's.
It's in McKinney.
in McKinney.
Still near the McDonald's.
Just
You have
past
to, You have
Allen.
to drive through Allen.
Yeah, that's
Dang it.
That is true.
RJ Dukes. Just if you're looking for them, there's that McDonald's off of 75.
Yeah, the one McDonald's that's in McKinney.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you guys so much. Ooh, this is a new product,
That
right?
just came out yesterday. It's Tops Mid. Don't worry about it.
How'd they do this?
Don't worry about it, man. It's Tops Midnight right
Tops
there.
Midnight Basketball, and then
Dude, that box looks amazing.
Panini 3 and 2.
Oh.
So if you would like to open those in this segment, great. If not, that would probably hurt Ryan and RJ.
I will
Dukes.
definitely. I'll start with Tops Midnight
Yeah,
because
those
it's a little
work
bit
for you to
smaller
open at home.
box. But I just want to say to Ginger, somebody on here,
Snap.
Ginger Snaps.
I don't know if
They
that's
said, should I ask for forgiveness for leaving the fan?
from the 3-2-1. Mike needs forgiveness for leaving the station. All right. I mean, so it sounds like you do, Mike.
I see. That's difficult for me because I kind of pushed him to do this job.
Ginger beard.
I was like, "Hey, Mike, you should do more of this. You should do this job." So I feel weird in that I pushed him to it. You don't need to ask me for forgiveness for leaving. So
Okay.
I wanted this for you.
This is an extreme version, but somebody texted in, if the Mavericks didn't trade Luka, would they win the championship? Well, the Mavericks didn't think so because, according to Sam Amick, Doncic's affinity for drinking beer and smoking hookah bothered some with the former team. And then they believe with his health history, it will, quote, likely lead to catastrophe in the next 5 years or so. Catastrophe, Corey!
His demise will happen in that time.
I have a stupid question.
What's
hookah?
Okay. Hookah
It's like
is
flavored tobacco?
Yeah,
kinda?
yeah.
Okay.
You got smoke, and everybody does the little. They got the little hookah thing where everybody has a little straw kind of thing. I don't know. It's a tube, and then
It kind of looks like Alice in Wonderland.
and everybody kind of sits around and smokes it together. I don't know how harmful it is. I really have no clue. I've never been a hookah or.
I've been to a hookah bar a couple times, but I've never.
I've always been around hookah bars,
smoked
and I
a
saw what was
hookah.
going on. It smelled good.
Yeah.
But I don't know much about it. Mike is now opening
He said
midnight.
catastrophic in the
I
next
mean, if
5
this
years.
isn't my day, look who's on the back before I look at the front. I mean,
Is
it's
it
Kristaps Porzingis.
Oh, my God. I
My
thought it was going to
favorite
be
guy,
Dwight Powell
who
for
averaged
sure.
4 points and 3 rebounds for a season with the Mavericks. If you include his 0 points and 0 rebounds, all the games he didn't play.
Man, so freaking salty.
Aren't you guys going to miss that?
I am.
When I make, and then he beat us in the championship.
All right, what
it's
do we got?
midnight, Paul George. Man, 2 guys that don't like playing basketball to start this off.
Yeah, they bookend that.
They book in the non-basketball players. Midnight.
Oh, wow, that's
number
an auto.
2 of 12. Rayan Rupert.
2 of
Shooting
12?
guard.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, his Murdoch family, right?
Another autograph
Is that one of the
of Omax Prosper.
You're kidding me.
Oh,
You're
there
kidding
we
me.
go.
Omax Prosper. Did he play last night?
Did they play last night?
Yeah,
played Charlotte.
we just started
You
the
sure?
segment by
Moses
talking
Brown
about
had
how
20
they
points
won.
and 20 rebounds.
You sure they played?
Yes,
Right?
he
He had
did
a
not
20.
play a lot. He only played 4 minutes.
Oh.
He's good though, man.
Oh, that's a thick card.
Yeah,
that's a
that is-
thickie.
that's a
Oh,
thick
how
one.
about Sean Kemp, one of Dirk's favorite players?
What?
He was there for,
Oh.
he was there for Dirk's retirement.
See, I couldn't
And
get
now he's
Sean
here for mine.
I couldn't get Sean Kemp on the phone, so we figured, what is that number 2?
50. 1 of 50. The number
The
one.
number 1.
That's cool.
Trey Murphy.
Nice.
Oh, Trey Murphy.
I like Trey Murphy.
Yeah, I like him too.
Jalen Hood.
Shafino.
Shafino.
Or Shafiano. Yeah, I know who
I've
that
never
is.
heard of him.
They call him
Oh.
the chef.
Yeah,
Does he play for the Lakers?
he did. I think he got moved, though.
To the Mavericks.
Oh, I think he's with Utah.
Yeah, I think he's
And then
with
the
Utah.
last card, numbered to 99 for the minutes he played for the Mavericks.
Golly.
Kristaps Porzingis. Hey, congrats on that championship you sat out most of the finals on. Well, he got hurt again. Whoa, big deal. He got hurt again. Well, can you believe it?
All right, so that's box number 1.
That's awesome.
While you get
Thanks, RJ Dukes.
to box number 2, and look, we always say we love RJ Dukes. They're so helpful with Peace-a-thon, and they shipped this out
That is amazing.
to Arizona.
They are awesome.
Now, I don't know if you noticed yesterday, we all got back to the hotel, and I hung back.
Oh.
It was because I had a package waiting at the desk.
Okay.
Kevin, I would also like to shout out Carter Freeman for getting the video of Mike going to the restaurant to see if the Hurtado hat that he left 1 year ago was still there. Carter has the video up on Twitter and I think Instagram as well right now.
They didn't have it.
Seriously, though, they came back with the hat, and I said, I don't think this is on the video. I go, get the F out of here. And it had an H on it.
Yeah.
And they were like, is this it?
I thought it was it, dude. I thought that was
They were like,
hat was
what is
there.
it? They asked me, what does it look like? And I was like, it says Hurtado on it. I forgot what it looked like. I just love that hat.
Mm-hmm.
And I left it at that restaurant approximately a year ago. And I never told them that it was a year ago.
That is
I
a
just
shame.
said I left my hat here.
Does the United States women's soccer team need to ask for forgiveness? They lost to Japan 2-1 in the finals of the She Believes Cup. It is the first time in 5 years they have not won this tournament. So they had won it, I guess, the first time in 6 years. They had won it 5 straight years. They won the She Believes title. Corey, do they need to ask for forgiveness? Or are you like, they did win 5 in a row, so we can cut them some slack?
Yeah, I don't wonder at what point, but it's always a new group, isn't it? Isn't it always a new group? Oh, my gosh. I will forgive them for now. But you need to get back on track. Start winning again, all right?
Okay.
You hear me?
So this is the one exception year that they get.
Yeah, you got to win 5 in a row, and
right.
then you get an opportunity later on.
Okay.
This is a good card for me and you because we like mayo.
Oh, yeah, I love
You don't
mayo.
like
Kevin
mayo.
hates
Kobe
mayo.
All right.
Yeah.
Who's the other patch?
John Mustard.
No,
What?
it's
That would be
not.
awesome. No, I think it's ketchup. It's
Tommy
red.
Ketchup.
No, there's no way.
I can't see this
Yeah.
kid's name.
I really-
Philadelphia, Aiden Miller.
Okay.
I'm going to be honest. I need to look up
Eric Relish.
If it was relish or mayo or something like that, I was going to be like, good
These are-
night.
that's
And there's a pack in there too, Mike.
patchy card right
Yeah,
there.
absolutely. So this is Panini 3 and 2. I'm curious what is in this pack, but I wanted to throw some of those Forgiveness Fridays out there as we go along. From the 817, we need forgiveness for not being at Buffalo Wild Wings. I mean,
Right now?
I think, yeah,
We'll
we're
be there
in
in
Arizona
September,
right
right?
now,
Yeah.
but I think we should be back there in September.
Oh, that's a dope Gunner card right there.
I got Gunnar Henderson, Nick Lofton, and Roger Clemens.
What? That's an awesome card.
Yeah, number 3 of 8 for Roger.
3 of 8? Wow.
I always wonder this: why they make these cards so thick? Like,
Yeah.
it's not. There's
What's the
nothing.
answer?
Like, there's not a patch in it or anything. There's like, let's just make a super thick card.
Do you think some cards are just born a little thicker?
Do you like the thicker ones?
I don't know what you guys are. I don't like the thicker ones.
Okay.
I like this size card, unless it has a patch. I get where they have to make
Yeah.
it big, but I've just always been confused on like, oh, this is a thick card, and you think that's going to be like a jersey in there or something. You're like, well, they just wanted to make it thick.
Looks thick.
It is a shout-out Friday from the 903. Shout-out to the Martins Mill Lady Mustangs basketball team. Back-to-back state championships. Well done right there. And then from the 682, shout-out to Mike. He has made me love baseball all over again. I never miss baseball nuggets. That is from Kyle. And then shout-out
That
to...
does make me feel good.
Yeah.
That so many people have said either they weren't crazy about baseball or they lost the love for
Yeah.
baseball over time, and through listening to our show and me talking about it, that they really like baseball again. So thank you so much when you say that. It makes me feel very good.
And I promise, Mike.
Or very well.
Very well. No. Even though you won't be on the show, but you knew he was going to say that. Even though you won't be on the show, we will do our damnedest to keep up that baseball legacy on this show. And then shout out to... He's going to be on the show, too. Why would you say that? Shout out to Ryan and the RJ Dukes crew in McKinney for sending along.
That's awesome.
this
Thank you,
parting
RJ
gift.
Dukes. You guys are awesome, and I'll give Kevin a big, long hug for it.
Oh, do it right now.
That's okay.
Do it right now. Yeah, there it
It's
is.
too early in the show for that.
Somebody asked for a hug
Actu-
every segment.
Yeah,
So.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, I need to tell you a story about that. Coming up next,
Felt a Band-Aid.
it's time
Oh, man.
for Gridiron Gravy. Do you care how fast this position runs in the 40? We'll do that next. Some more of your shout-outs right here on 105.3 The Fan.
has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, bring your hand up in.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than any one old price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Pressure coming. And the ball's out. Knocked away. I think Tennessee fell on it. Volunteers have it. The sack fumble, and there's number 27. You've been talking about him, James Pierce Jr.
I&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Surprise in Arizona at Texas Rangers Spring Training, courtesy of ASCO Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960. Luckily, we haven't had to do very many injury reports. Those injury reports are brought to you by Rhino Shield. But right now, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Here we go! With buttermilk biscuits.
There you go. Now let's start with Matthew Stafford.
Kevin, before we start there, it's me, Coach Ballsack.
Oh!
I can't believe what the Cowboys have done since I've left. I was out of there when Jason Garrett left, and I didn't come back because everybody was calling this guy Mike, and Mike can do this, and Mike can do that. And I said, stop calling him Mike. There's only one Mike, and it's Mike Bassick on the Fan. But Coach Ballsack is here one more time to say what the hell is going on with the Dallas Cowboys. They suck 7-10, and nothing gets done there. Then they're all in. Yeah, right. You know what's all in? Nothing, Corey.
Okay.
Shut the hell up.
All right, Coach.
I'm sick of this crap, and I'm sick of the Dallas Cowboys. Nothing works. Nothing works with this organization. And Jerry's there drinking on his Miller Lights. I think that's the sponsor of the Cowboys. I forget. It's some sort of beer that they sip on their bus in Indianapolis. Start paying attention to the players there and start picking better players. And that's Coach Ballsack one last time.
Oh, man.
Holy moly. I want to let you guys know, I had no idea that was going to happen until the moment you yelled at me, and it took me probably another 2 seconds to figure it out. But now I can recreate how I should have known, because Mike told Ruben to shut the door, and I didn't know why.
I was like, what's happening?
Yeah,
It's so
and then
loud.
he just starts yelling, and I was not prepared for that.
Jared was next door to us looking in there going, what is going on over there?
But eventually, he loved it.
Yeah, he did.
All right.
It's his last day.
No, God, not with the ghost of Tom Landry. All right. So the situation with Matthew Stafford. He's meeting with the Rams today. Supposedly, he has contractual deals in place with both the Raiders and the Giants, because the whole deal about this is money and guaranteed money. Now, I know that the Rams would still have to figure out compensation when it comes to trading Matthew Stafford, but apparently the reports are this morning that both the Raiders and the Giants have come to financial terms with him. So I think we're going to find out a lot more today about whether the Rams are like, hey, we can't do that, and let's see if we can facilitate one of those trades.
I know the Giants appear to be like a fruitless organization at the moment.
Sure.
They still have work on their offensive line. Like, that's just the thing. They still have offensive line work they have to do. But his connection with Malik Neighbors could be special.
Yeah.
And like, that could be the thing. New York, I would, if I'm him, I would prefer New York over Las Vegas, just because it just seems like that might be the better situation. And in years, New York has had those moments where for a year or two they pop up really well, and Vegas just continues to be a floundering group.
Can I ask you guys, I know this is tough for us. We're not football players. We've not made lots of money in our life. And I'm not saying that everybody in the NFL or in sports has made a lot of money. When you talk about I would choose this team over the other, I understand that our wives support us. Mm-hmm. And I don't know who's married and not married in these situations. But how much would you take less to play on a team that you think will be better? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I think this is always fun for us to talk about, but when it would come to maybe your life.
Proportionately, based on the amount of money that I've made, I definitely think I would take 20% less, like,
for happiness.
Yeah, pretty instantaneously for competitiveness. Not even for happiness, but for competitiveness.
Yeah, and you know, I'm not sure what his wife seems to be fine going in wherever. She was in Detroit forever.
Sure.
So, but that is an interesting conversation when it comes to you've already made a lot of money. obviously your agent is going to have a say in this. He's going to be trying to talk you into taking the most. He's not going to be like, no, let's take less money. He's looking out for what's best for you, but he's also trying to make sure everybody's pockets are lined. And then there's also the Players Association, who does not want you to take less because they want you to take more, so everybody else's salaries continue to go up. So you're going to have that pressure from the outside of it, for one. And so those conversations, it really does come down to using your gut instinct on what's going to be best for you, though.
On the flip side, and it's not definitely going to happen, but are you surprised at the way this is played out from the Rams' perspective, where it feels like at times they're like, yeah, I guess you can take off if you want?
Yeah,
I'm surprised by that.
Yeah, they don't. They're just like, but that might be where their organization is. Where they're looking at it, going, no, we have a different route. And we may have, run the course with this one. So, and I actually, quite honestly, if both sides can have that conversation and not be butthurt about it, as they're, neither one be butthurt as they're going away from it, it looks better for everybody.
How much do you guys care about the 40-yard time of a defensive end or a defensive lineman?
It's cool.
It matters in you're just trying to get more of an idea of their athleticism, and I'm not saying that's the perfect gauge. It's not, but yes, they're never going to run straight for 40 yards, but it just gives you a little bit more information. I guess the sprint times of cornerbacks and the sprint times of wide receivers are maybe more important, even linebackers.
Maybe running backs, too, to a certain extent. Yeah. I realize a lot of
could they run away from people?
Well, and also, there is some sort of fun buzz about, can he break 4.2, whatever.
Right.
With wide receivers, but you're not going to get that necessarily with a big defensive end. That being said, it's fun to watch a big dude run. And so that is always a fun thing.
Well, and that's why I wanted to play that specific highlight we came back with. James Pierce Jr. from Tennessee. He ran the fastest 40-yard dash among defensive linemen at a 4.47. And I get that that's the 40 is what everybody knows, but I was also fascinated his 10-yard split time was 1.56 seconds. And that feels like probably the more relevant statistic specifically for that position, and probably a few other positions. The Kansas City Chiefs are going to franchise tag Trey Smith, the offensive lineman, going into the next season. I believe he will make approximately $23.1 million, unless they still have the window to work on a long-term deal. But that seems like an offensive lineman that they love a lot, and I don't necessarily know if you want to be subtracting from that offensive line.
No, you don't. Absolutely not.
They probably need to add a starter, right?
Maybe 3 starters.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay.
We got Creed.
That is good.
That's true.
Yeah.
And now Trey Smith. All right. The Buccaneers, I have to admit I didn't know this was the case. Did you know that the Buccaneers took John Gruden out of their Ring of Honor? This happened 4 years ago.
Oh, because of the email thing?
I'm sure. Well, they announced yesterday he's back in.
New ceremony.
Their Ring of Honor. Okay, Corey, my question for you. Would you want to be back in the Ring of Honor, and would you demand another ceremony to make it so?
I think being in a Ring of Honor is cool. I think you need another ceremony. I think that both of them need to happen. I'm happy that I'm back in, but I want another ceremony. If you're going to put me back in, celebrate me again.
Okay.
Because you hurt my feelings when you took me out of it. So now I'm back in. Give me 2 celebrations. I want a party afterwards.
And then we go to Brian Schottenheimer, obviously out at the Combine. You've heard all kinds of great scoops from Shan RJ and Bobby. Brian Schottenheimer was talking about his desire to run the ball, and he used an analogy, or I guess a story, and said, I got in trouble for letting Russ cook a little bit in Seattle. Does that feel like a random drive-by on Russell Wilson?
Everybody was demanding to let Russ cook.
Yes.
That might not be his fault as much as
Mr.
the whole
Unlimited.
Yeah.
The whole football world kept using that term, and then you saw for 7 games, he cooked well.
He did.
And then it fell apart after that. I don't know exactly if it was because he just kept letting him cook, or
it's kind of like making a grilled cheese. You can only leave it on the flat top for a certain amount of time.
Then it's going to burn.
Yep. And that's what Russ did.
He burned.
He cooked it too long.
By the way, one more thing for you. Cam Ward will not throw at the scouting combine, but he's already just dropping hints to the Titans. He goes, yeah, if I got drafted by the Titans, I would think it'd be plug and play from day one. So smart strategy right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm so excited for this segment. It's time for the Combo Platter Mike edition. Give us a sports opinion, and then what will you miss most or least about Bassick? Next, right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Surprise Stadium in Surprise, Arizona for Texas Rangers spring training, brought to you by ASCO Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960. Also want to throw a shout out there for the On-Time Experts Air Conditioning and Plumbing, same-day service guaranteed. We're going to do a special combo platter right here in honor of Mike taking off. Give us a sports opinion, and then what will you miss the most or the least about Mike Bassick? From the 817, it's not fun to watch Luka with the Lakers, and it's not fun to watch the Mavs without Luka. And then they said they're surely going to miss the random takes and off-topic comments that you have. From the 214, man, This is a really good one. I think Jim Nill will find a good replacement defenseman for the Stars on the trade market. And they will miss Mike doing deep analysis of the commercials for 105.3 The Fan sponsor. Man,
that is a good one.
He has lots of thoughts about our commercials.
I want to meet Big Lou, and I want to meet his second wife, who I think he's still married to.
Uh-huh.
Because Big Lou is amazing to me.
Now, what do you think about Bluebell, though? Is it the first day?
It's the first day of the first grade, and you found a new best friend.
And your thoughts on Pepto-Bismol?
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Oh, man. And is there anything better than a fresh pair of Ray-Bans, a crisp white shirt?
That was the worst commercial, Mike. I'm sorry.
They gave me the stuff. It was for shaving.
I hated that
We were
commercial.
on nights at the time, right? We were still on nights.
Go get your shave on.
Okay.
Better than a fresh white shirt, crisp white T-shirt. And I don't know. I felt like I was like on like that movie Grease.
Mm-hmm. Did I tell you I just saw that for the first time last month?
Yeah, my wife makes every time my wife climbs up the attic ladder and she sees me, she starts singing
in the attic. Like you're just in the attic hiding and waiting. And you're like,
so yeah, I don't get. I get the reference, but I don't get the reference because she starts singing about a Easy Rider or something. Mm-hmm. I've never seen Grease 2, but there's a part where she starts climbing upstairs and then stopping and dancing and doing this song. And so every time she's climbing up the attic stairs, she starts, and I look at her, she starts singing that song. And I'm like, I get it. It's Grease 2. I don't watch that movie.
You should.
So.
Should he?
There's a little inside information.
All right. Thank you.
No, but that being said, how often does she go into the attic?
Once a month, maybe. I don't know.
They've been married for a while, so not as much.
If we go on a trip, we get the luggage out of the attic, and then when we come back on the trip and we get done with the luggage, we put the luggage back up in the attic.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So that's one of the times she goes up there.
Yeah.
Now, Mike, I think you will think this is a fair critique. From the 214, the Stars are going to win the Stanley Cup and the Rangers are going to win the World Series.
I like it.
And they're going to miss Mike's great baseball takes, and they're not going to miss your Cowboys takes at all.
Facts. I totally get it. If you're a Cowboys fan and you're like, I am sick of your crap, Bassick, that might be my boss.
Or me.
Or you. And Corey. Corey raised his hand too. I don't know what else to do. I don't know what else to do than to be super sarcastic about an organization that isn't even trying to win anymore. They are America's team, and they went to 8 Super Bowls and won 5 out of the first 30. And then Jerry and his kids are like, who gives a crap about winning? What am I supposed to do about that? They were my team too. And then they just decided to crap on all of us Dallas Cowboy fans and say, we want you to eat it and like it. Well, what am I supposed to do about that?
Don't forget, they were also in 15 of the first 30 NFC Championship games. From the 401, that's a true fact, by the way, Ashton Genty will be gone before the Cowboys pick, and they said they're going to miss you, Mike, but hopefully we don't ever have to talk about card collecting again. Don't bet on it. I also love card collecting, and I know Corey and his kiddos are into it as well.
I'll say what's tough about that is there's so many athletes and let's say famous people getting into the card world in the last 5 years that it's just kind of part of the culture.
From the 817, the Mavericks will win the NBA championship this year, Mike. I love it. And they said, I will not miss you telling us how little you care about the Cowboys and now basketball.
Okay. Yeah, I get it. Moses is going to save us again.
Oh, man. That's
Moses Malone.
It's Moses Brown.
No.
He saved us last night, right?
I guess that's true against a really, really terrible team. Corey, do you have a sports opinion on what you will miss the most or least about Mike Bassick?
I got 2 sports opinions.
Oh.
One is new. I will not like it if the Washington Commanders trade for Deebo Samuel and acquire Deebo Samuel. But I also will like it because he will get injured and they will be like, we were relying on you. And he'll be like, I'm sorry, I just played physical and I got hurt. Sorry, guys. So that's one of them. The other one I'll save for later.
Ooh, okay.
The thing that I won't miss the most about Mike is if you've ever been up to the studio and at the end of whatever we do with you, if you're a guest or if you're a Tolo that's up there, we always like to take a picture with our big 105.3 The Fan sign.
Yes.
And at some point I learned I need to be on the opposite side of the picture from Mike because he's going to touch my butt at some point.
Yeah. Oh, my God. It might happen right
and he's
now.
doing it right now.
Your
and
side butt. Your
that was
upper
my
thigh.
side. Yeah, side butt's a little bit different.
Also known as your leg.
He knows I don't wear underwear, and he's still like, you know what? I'm going to caress this thing. So that's the funny thing that I. But listen, seriously, I'm going to miss a lot of the fun that we get to have together, cracking with Kevin, but cracking on other things when we're out here on these trips. Mike's funny. Last night, he almost killed Kevin in the car.
Dude, that was not funny.
I laughed so hard at that, and it was a hilarious thing for me because I saw it all happening. If his foot would have slipped, we're all dead. But
well,
it was
especially
because
he goes, the car's not in my name. And I was like, oh, it's in my name, Mike.
We wouldn't be dead. We'd just be hurt.
Hurt, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, probably.
okay.
Did you
Great.
have your seatbelt on?
Yes, I did.
I did not. I'd already taken mine off.
you
But I
might
was in the
be
back
dead.
seat, so it's fine.
From the 903, Lakers will win a championship before the Mavs, and the Mavs will be a bottom 3 team in 3 years, Mike. You're definitely going to be missed. Your humor and immature jokes and sarcasm are always on point, and we can relate to it.
Thank you so much. I would disagree always on point. There's plenty of misses. But, you got to Antoine Walker it sometimes. Booby shake no
That's
matter
right.
what.
You got to throw them as far as you can.
Right. From the 214, Rangers will win the AL West by 10 games. Hell yeah.
And I hope so.
There's a lot I'm going to miss about Mike. I'm going to miss Mike helping me get hitched, but also I'll miss Mike going off on Jim Rome years ago when he was on GBag. That was legendary.
Oh, thank you. It's interesting because it's been 13 years full time here.
Yeah.
So it's been a while. 15 years total.
Yeah.
October of 2011 is when I started.
Yeah.
And obviously, I haven't signed papers yet. So maybe I think today's my last day.
Too, Kevin, when we were a night show, Mike always took part in our show. He would
Yeah.
call in during like Rangers post-game stuff. He'd call in, but he'd show up occasionally and be like, I forgot my pants. And then he'd like...
Do you guys remember that?
Yes, I do remember that, Mike. You're like, isn't the pants off 10? You're like, check it out.
Yeah,
do a little dance.
I did the Captain Morgan. I went like this with just undies on. Remember, Kevin?
Yes, I do.
I went like this.
And it makes me uncomfortable even now that you have pants on. But yes, and you were like, isn't this how it goes? And you would be like, ugh, while you were stretching out.
We had a phone call with him while he was in Arizona, and we were like, Mike, you're in the no shirt 9 right now. Do you have your shirt off? And he was like, no, I don't, but I can do it right now. And he took his shirt off and sent us a picture on Twitter. So Mike's always wanted to be part of this show.
Alec, do you have a sports opinion? And then what will you miss most or least about Mike?
Sports opinion, I think and I hope that it's going to be hard for the Cowboys to screw up this draft because a lot of their positional needs line up with the deepest parts of this draft in my mind. So I'm hoping that it's good. You know, it might not reflect to instant success this first season of Brian Schottenheimer's tenure as the head coach, but I think the draft is going to be fun for Cowboys fans because you're going to see some picks that you'll go like, huh, that makes sense. There we go. So I'm hoping for the best there, and as the combine's getting started and hearing some of the conversations on the morning show, I'm kind of getting amped up for the draft. So I'm excited for that just to see what they do. As for things I will or won't miss about Mike, there's going to be a lot, honestly. But I think I'm going to miss taking a load off. You know, 1240s. That's gonna be rough not having that. You know, I think the origin of that was one of my favorite segments ever. Like, if we're being
that's
honest,
the worst segment I've ever heard in my life.
I'm not as tenured as you guys. I'm in year 6. I think out of that might be the best segment I've ever been a part of in my life.
That segment and the very first segment Corey and I ever did where we wrote down introduction and thought that was going to take up the first 11 minutes.
It was 2.
Those were the worst 2 segments I've ever been a part of in my entire life.
Oh, man. I might try to find that article one last time.
Please, God, no.
Yes.
I mean, you kind of love it. You made a T-shirt for everybody.
I did that because I love you guys, not because I love that stupid segment.
And then what did we walk to the ballpark today in?
We did play that song.
Take a load off,
yes,
Annie.
We did. From the 817, I think eventually Steven's going to sell the team, and I'm going to miss Mike heckling the crap out of Kevin. You know what? Believe it or not, that's not even the number one thing that I'm going to be glad you're gone for. The number one thing I'm going to be glad that you're gone for is boundaries in the bathroom. Because
oh my gosh,
if you walk into the bathroom and Mike knows it's you and he's pooping, he will be sure to be like, "Hey Corey, how's it going? I'm just pooping here."
Yeah,
like that. He does that all the freaking time.
If he knows you're in there, he's gonna have a conversation with you and ask you how things are coming out, and do you need any help?
And then, like, one time he goes, "Don't worry, I'll be here for a little bit." And I'm just like, no, I don't need to hear any of that.
I've showered with a lot of my teammates and friends.
Wait, hold on. Are those...
Did you just say
but was that still in the teammate era? This isn't like a post-baseball thing where you're still showering with your friends, is it?
Well, one.
Okay, that's fine.
But I haven't showered with you guys. That's one thing that we never got to do together,
and we never will.
That is
what if at one point they would have got us a place that was more like a locker room type of place, where that's where we'd have stayed, but the showers were just like there's just 8 shower heads,
community showers,
one shower, and then you just have to shower together.
I would have started tracking your sleeping schedule to know when I should take a shower to make sure that you're asleep.
Yes.
And you would have really thought there's no way I would have faked sleeping. And then you would have got in the shower, and then I would have just walked in and been like, "Looks like it's shower time."
That's that's very fair. From the 2-1,
it did take me a while to get used to showering with other guys.
Okay, that's good.
But once you get used to it, it's pretty cool.
From the 214, I think the Mavs can really make a playoff push if they get healthy. Don't you bail on me, Corey. Don't you bail on me.
You get used to it.
It's pretty cool. And I'll miss how much Mike professes his faith and love for Christ. That's nice. You do. And we've had a lot of you have had a lot of religious-based conversations with multiple folks on the station.
Yeah.
Off air, sometimes unfortunately on air.
Yeah.
From the 469 Stars are going to win the Stanley Cup, and I'll miss Mike's corny and sarcastic dad energy.
Okay.
There is some fun dad energy going on with Mike.
And we learned more about it in the last week or so, right? When he talked about the things that he plans out in his head that he thinks are just going to be the funniest things in the world, and people are like, "Yeah, I'm good. I didn't really think that was that great." From the 817, I think the Cowboys will only win 6 games next year, and I will miss Mike's passion and expertise when it comes to talking about baseball. And that's what you see a lot of people coming back to. A lot of people love the humor, a lot of people love the enthusiasm and the passion, and a lot of people love all of the baseball breakdowns. I think all of those are great answers.
Well, thank you guys so much. Thank you, Tolos. It's been fun. I've really enjoyed my time, and unfortunately we have another hour and 40 minutes to go.
Hey, it's going to be great, Mike, so why don't you shut up? Okay. Coming up next.
Oh, I don't know.
Hey, that was a lot of nice stuff to say about Mike.
Oh, and that's the bad segment?
So how about we do the Mikester piece of the decade?
Oh, my God.
It is going to be the best, the worst, and...
This is the KNC of the day, right?
Yeah.
No, that's not...
But we had to move it for one of our surprise guests. Okay. The best and the worst and some of the... I still don't know what the hell that meant. Ever. From Mike Bassick. Next, right here on The Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live in Surprise for Texas Rangers spring training, but the breaking news we got for you that is actually related to football is Matthew Stafford will be back with the Rams. The Rams and Stafford reached an agreement today on a restructured deal that keeps him in Los Angeles. Like, one of the things we talked about is lack of guaranteed money that was remaining on the contract, and so that's why he had gone out. And I think
it's smart.
It really was a
Go
good...
get your value from somebody else.
Yes.
And then we'll see if we can match that.
And the fact that he immediately found teams, two teams that made the deal
Good agent.
In the Raiders and the Giants, I could see how the Rams were like, whoa.
Yeah.
We didn't really think you were going to...
Especially the Rams going, hey, look, we hate draft picks anyway, so what are we going to do with
That's
those?
true,
We need
except
the
for
players.
this year.
Yeah.
But yes, so Matthew Stafford back in Los Angeles, and that's interesting because that was going to impact a lot of free agency stuff, whether it's with Sam Darnold or whoever. That was going to impact what some teams did in the draft. So Matthew Stafford, restructured deal, going back to the Rams. Also, quick sports note for you. I thought this was really cool. Did you guys know that the Brewers have a 17-year-old prospect named Jesus Made?
No.
And that's his real name.
Is he from United States?
It's not Jesus?
That's a good question.
I know that obviously they're
maybe.
Isn't it I've
that's
never
a fair
understood
point.
this. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm not when Hispanic people will say Jesus, like that's their name. But it seems like American or English speaking people won't use the name Jesus. And I'm not saying one's right or one's wrong. I don't know. I've just always found that interesting that it is a common name in Spanish-speaking countries, but not a common name in, let's say, English-speaking
He is
countries.
from the Dominican Republic. But yeah, he's 17 and he's already making his way, and he's got a big name for himself. Not just because like he's a cool and unique name, but like
he plays for Milwaukee.
Yeah, he has been doing excellently.
Yeah.
All right, we got Mike Likes It coming up in just a little bit, but right now, I believe this could be the segment that most people have been waiting for. It is time for Mikester Piece of the Decade.
Wow.
She said, list this.
Gentlemen, especially Mike. This is going to be fun.
How long did this take you?
A couple days.
Wow.
Just trying to think of, with the help of our lovely video expert, Carter Freeman, who I just want to throw this out there. He is still back there watching old videos and laughing during the break. So that tells me there will be stuff that we miss, but we, put the brain power together and we combined for what we think are some of the most iconic and some of our favorite moments of the famous Mike Bassick throughout the past few years. So there will be some stuff we miss, but there's going to be some great stuff here as well. And it's fun because you guys have texted me some stuff, and it's like, yep, already got that. I heard you mention one during the break that you wanted to hear. Well, guess what? I have that one too. So there's going to be a lot of great stuff here today. And I do want to start with that one that I believe you were talking about during the break. So there's a couple of great Mike Bassick live reads that will forever be infamous to me because, as Kevin likes to say, phrasing.
Don't forget about the Frisco location. It's at the McKinney Corridor for our Craig Ranch guys, or the guys just passing through from McKinney and Allen. It's super easy to get in, get off. I said that wrong. It's super easy to get on and off of 121 on the northeast corner of Independence and 121.
Man, I bet the calls to men's tea that day went through the roof.
Yeah. So there are times
they do help you
during
with that.
Mike's reads where, Kevin, we would be sitting there laughing about them. But there would also be times that I would get up to go to the restroom, and as I'm walking down the hallway, I just crumble to my knees in laughter that it just, because I'm like, oh my gosh, it's happening right now. And that was one of them.
Yeah, I'm so glad that was part of this because I know people are going to send in, oh, what about this one? What about this one? There are so freaking many great options.
There's a lot. And there's like, how every week I almost do subcategories for Masterpiece of the Week. Just for all of Bassick's moments, there's almost categories of like, there's some stuff that he might not have been the moment, but he created a moment because of the reaction that he got out of someone else. That happens a lot. He's good at impersonations, I've found out over the years as well. But speaking of moments that he kind of created, he got the best of Corey Majors here.
Anything can happen. We saw Mr. Bob Dabalina beat us, so.
That's Joshua Dobbs, I believe.
Who is Bob Double? Am I supposed to know that name? Was that supposed to be on the KNC bingo card today? Because I've never. Who is Bob Dabalina?
Mr. Dabalina.
And then he started singing the song, and I was like, I still never heard the song.
Mr. Dabalina, Bob Dabalina.
Look, I don't know if we have time to play that again. I want to point out, Mike, you did a great job there, but I think it's Corey's response that takes this
Corey,
to one of my absolute favorite clips.
I'm so confused. Anything can happen. We saw Mr. Bob Dabalina beat us, so.
That's Joshua Dobbs, I believe.
Who is Bob Double? Am I supposed to know that name? Was that supposed to be on the KNC bingo card today? Because I've never. Who is Bob Dabalina? I just remember, like, in that moment, I was looking at my computer and I kind of looked at you and you didn't know, and I was like, "Yeah, Google this real quick. What is going on?"
And then he goes, Mr. Dabalina, Mr. Bob Dabalina.
And then I think the next day we ended up playing the song, and I was like, "What is happening?"
Man, for the 817, God, Corey is so mad. Oh my God. The disdain in his voice. All right.
I did sound mad.
Man, I already think both of these are great. Okay.
There's something that Kevin's really good at that Mike has done sometimes. Just the way he reads something or he presents something just so perfectly that it sounds like it's something he actually did.
Man, I stole a Mercedes, and I got guns and drugs, too.
Congrats, Mike. It's a big day. It's a big day.
What are you going to do with the Mercedes and the guns and drugs?
It sounds like the triple play right there, huh?
It does.
Hit all of them in one.
It does. Good job. I don't know.
I don't remember what that was about, but hey, congrats.
You know, sometimes in the radio industry, it does get physical. Sometimes you pull a hamstring and you can hear Mike Bassett screaming about it in the background.
Mm-hmm. Just
Mike Bassett
has the potential.
Lay down
It
and
won't
stretch
stop.
it.
It won't
Lay down.
stop.
But you keep making noise. Go out the hall.
And he did
Go out the hall.
Get out of here. We were so tired of it.
Man, I regret that. I had no sympathy for you in that situation. You know what I thought in that moment, Mike? Your injury is interrupting my broadcast, so leave. That was a selfish thing that I said. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I think the best part is he actually did go in the hall, and I'm pretty sure Carter made it into a social media video, too.
He did.
Yeah, he did. Just stretching. So good. Let's see. We got a lot of stuff here. This one is actually two parts. This is one of my favorite Mike Bassett jokes ever. So there was the moment it happened, but the next day when we replayed it, I think was even better. So here is the origin of one of the best stories or one of the best jokes that Mike has ever told.
Digging holes.
Like digging pools up and stuff. I love to watch
Like
those.
making a pool hole?
Yeah,
Okay.
like as people start to dig holes to create the pool, the art of making the pool setup is when Sean was posting all those pictures of his stuff, I was totally into that. But my dad restores furniture. This is one of the things that he does.
Okay. He should train you.
And shouldn't Albert get into this?
Who's Albert?
Like the name of his company, Albert Pool Holes.
So there's the origin.
By the way, you can, if you listen to that clip,
so excited.
You can hear the moment where Mike created that joke in his head, and he was like, "Hey, Corey, stop talking so I can tell my amazing
When's
joke."
Corey going to get done? I have this. I got it.
And then what I think was even better was Masterpiece of the Week was the next day. So I replayed it, but this moment was created by replaying that.
Sean got a pool built into his back.
And he should have a pool company. Albert Pool Holes. I did it again. It's been on back-to-back shows. Oh, my God. And you know what you can fill your pool hose with? Mike Trout.
Oh, my God. Mike is never. That might be Mike's proudest moment of broadcast. Mike Trout. And then I think Corey goes for Tim Salmon, and then he was like,
That's how you do radio, amateurs.
Thank you, Mike, for that.
When they send me to UNT and they're like, show me how to do radio. Alec, can you send me that clip?
Yes, I absolutely will.
From the 817, no one thought that was funnier than Mike. And I will tell you, you've just zeroed in on the bulk of Mike's humor. Yeah. Nobody thinks Mike is funnier than Mike.
Yeah. You got to believe in yourself.
That's true. That's true.
Be the ball. Throw yourself.
Well, sometimes we learn about the dreams and fantasies of Mike Bassick.
You put, for me, 25 young guys somewhere between 20 and 32 years old in the same room for 7 months, 10 hours a day. Spring training.
Yeah.
Nobody thought you were talking about spring training.
And then if you combo that thing earlier with when he talked about showering with all of the men, that's pretty cool. That's some fun times right there.
There's only 8 shower heads and 32 of us.
Oh, my God.
You got to take turns.
Yeah, I get you.
Or team up.
Yeah, 4 at a time. No, what? No. I guess if you were talking about
4 shower heads open.
Yeah.
Man, all right. That took a turn that I did not expect.
There goes the measuring of the runner's lane. Let's make that really complicated. Yeah, that's a bigger guy with bigger feet today.
Back to you, Al.
All right, thanks, Mike. Sometimes Mike just calls it how it is.
We'll be auctioning off at Pizza-thon.
You did it! You said it! You're an idiot.
God. Golly.
I don't know why I love that so much.
You're an idiot.
It's like the 3-second pause. You're an idiot. So good.
Oh, thanks, Mike.
One of these days, I'm going to get you guys pizza thongs.
Oh,
you said you almost had
I did.
them ordered.
I looked to order, but they don't sell them on Amazon.
That's a shame.
Only special stores.
Oh, that is a shame.
This moment was only created because Kevin and Corey, along with Shan and RJ, took off for a holiday. This involves me. This was during Crosstalk. I was on the morning show with the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. I was hosting. And it was Reggie and Mike who were in for the KNC Masterpiece because that formulation, they were the KNC Masterpiece. And Mike was trying to make a great point. I remember this conversation. It was a great basketball discussion, I do believe. And you might have forgot who I am.
It's not just me, or it's not just Reggie or Bobby, or who knows?
Alec Medford.
It was Bobby. I lied, not CA, but yeah.
You forgot his
He looked
name?
right at you and just
He's
like,
yep.
Oh, crap.
It was early on.
Phil.
Names are tough for me
This is
to
the
remember.
part where he's going to tell you that he says his son's names interchangeably.
I can see how he would be like, yeah, his name's Phil because he's filling in today.
Yeah.
Like, that would be in Mike's mind.
I have been with you guys for a long time. I still will forget your names.
That is
eventually.
true.
I'm like, oh, crap.
Well, you
He
know what
looks at
makes it
us-
even better, Mike, is I think this was around the holiday season, so I think a little bit before this, I hosted a show with you and Derek Holland. And you even renamed the show to the Damn Masterpiece, DAM, because we had Derek, Alec, and Mike.
I like that.
Yeah, so that made it even better to me. But there was a dark time, not just in radio, but in the world. COVID. But some great moments were born in Mike Bassick's pantry.
I hope you get to what I think might be my favorite bit from Mike.
Well, we'll see if this is what it is.
If Anthony Davis next round against
topical.
the Houston Rockets, or I guess Oklahoma City, because that's tied at 2, if he says, you know what, I got to sit out 2 of these 7 games, Lakers, you pick. That's going to be tough for him to beat the Houston Rockets. And then if they go on to play the Clippers, he said, glad we won. I got to sit out 2 of these 7 games against the Clippers. They're not making it past the Clippers. I don't know why if Michael Jordan and LeBron struggle with it with their second best player, you guys are going to tell me Luka can do it.
Michael Jordan won his championship.
Pippen played all the games.
I think he did that last part on purpose.
It was, if you could just back that up a little bit, it's the confused and angry sounds that happen.
You guys are going to tell me Luka can do it.
Michael Jordan won his championship.
Pippen played all the games. That's me wanting to cuss.
For sure. For
And I'm like,
sure.
don't cuss. But I can do it today.
No, please don't.
I'd rather you not. That makes my job difficult.
I can cuss twice in a segment.
Okay, but please don't.
Well, you know what he might do is he might challenge somebody to approach his house.
They have a back-to-school special going on right now. As I like to say, just try to rob our house. Please don't. If you're really good at it, please don't. You'll probably figure out a way. But, hey, you can secure your home or your business. You'll be caught on camera at least, I think. But you get this in the back-to-school special from DFW Security. You'll get the touchscreen smart hub with smart security, 2 outdoor cameras, and a doorbell camera with video analytics, plus a smart door lock. All of those things. Good luck, robbers.
So,
how did they drop me? DFW Security, Guy, if you're listening right now, how did you drop me and keep Sean?
I think
you tell me what's more memorable, Sean reading the script correctly or that?
It's probably when you go, unless you're really good at it, then you'll probably get away with
Robbers
it.
do get away with it. They know how to beat DFW Security or any security. We
try to-
watched so many movies about it. What about the Big 12?
Just try to rob our house. What? The Big 12?
Those people in Vegas with George Clooney. What's that called? The
Ocean's 11?
Yeah, I
Ocean's
knew it was
8.
something like that.
Jeez. Oh man, sometimes we get into we get into certain segments where you just got to release some energy, and this one was very topical for Mike.
The relationship wasn't
You
one
take
of
her to
the,
scream practice?
the great, it's yell practice, and
Yeah, it is.
that is more prevalent in the fall as opposed to, and also people are sending in other ways. Time to make out. And then they turn the lights out, and then you make out. If you've ever missed the college station, if you've ever missed the college station
This time we're going to count to 5.
That's
1, 2, 3. Don't do it yet. 4, 5. Scream practice.
And that was another thing that we had no idea you were just going to randomly yell out.
God, I'm good.
Oh man, I've got so much here.
All right, the 817. I'm a rideshare driver, and I just scared the hell out of my rider, screaming, laughing at Mike. Yep.
You can rapid fire some of them if you need
just keep
to.
going fast.
All right, this is probably one of the. This is probably one of the most famous ones. Of course, you got to listen very closely.
And let's be honest here. Eric's not 35 years old, and I don't know that I communicated this with him a ton, maybe once or twice. I know that he thought it, I know Matt thought it, and I know I thought it. It killed me.
So
Sounds made up. It sounds made up that I really did that. I did.
That was the night that the Rangers won the World Series. And, we all impromptu rushed up to the station. And Jared is giving this, really heartfelt tribute to Eric Nadel. And Mike is opening half-price Halloween candy in popcorn bags and just...
I was like, Mike, your microphone is on. And he just looked at me and just shrugged his shoulders. And he goes, I'm not talking right now. It's not my turn to talk.
See, the only justice in this world is if Mike gets emotional in the last hour. Jared just comes in and starts opening things.
Oh, Jared's over there getting ready for the game. Go Cubbies.
Bro, I was from the 214. Bro, I was listening to that live, and I was like, who the hell is crumbling a bag of chips out there?
Oh, man. There's a couple more I need to play. I see Tejano Boy in the YouTube asked for this one, and I actually have it, so here you go.
There's a dude from Greece that's a freak.
Yeah, he just won a championship in America.
Yeah.
That is true.
The greatest.
It'd be really weird, though, if you're called the Greek pervert. It would.
It would be.
I still think that's as funny now. And he was like, "Oh, now the ball goes to the Greek pervert who dunks it."
It's another word for freak, Corey.
Send him.
Oh, let's see. There's another live read spot that's pretty quick. That's fun to listen to.
For 29 years, so It will be done right. Frog in the throat. Frog in the throat. You got to get it out.
You have a cough button.
Not during a live.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do.
Just push it like this. You're all talking, and all of a sudden,
You did not.
Corey
I pushed the button.
Corey just gave you an example of literally what already happened.
Yeah.
So now I think Mike is vindicated.
I am.
Sorry, guys.
And so I don't know how to do that. It doesn't matter.
Peyton played this one earlier, but I have to play it. His impersonation of Bobby Belt might be spot on.
Well, this is Bobby Belton. Let's talk about CD Lamb and all the things that he's doing. And then 100 get him. I'm doing Las Vegas Super Bowl. If you guys stop talking bad about him, then maybe we'll get him in the Super Bowl.
It's so accurate.
From I don't know if this is doable or if some of these clips can be put up, but if you guys can post a highlight reel of any of these on social media, that would be amazing. I would love that. They've already put a lot of work into this. So, you know what? Give us some more, Alec. This is fun.
Okay, well, let's see.
We'll make it quick because then we got to get to Mike's segment, I know.
It's okay.
Here's a great question. How much does crack cost, I guess?
All right. We got to go to break. Text in how much crack cost on the street.
And I like that you threw in on the street.
Not at the house.
Well, not like at your local grocery store or something. That's like the official price.
Yeah. Where are your cookies and where's the crack? Yeah.
What aisle is the crack on?
No way related to this one.
Here I am. Look at my boobies. Yeah, I know you got fat ones because you keep eating yourself out of shape.
Is that about one of the Antoine Walker?
I think so because he's the booby shaker.
Okay. Can you give us two more?
I can do two more.
Okay.
Let's see. I have
from the 214 while you think, guys, I'm at the gym with headphones on and people are staring at me because I'm laughing so hard.
Good.
What a great nod to
Tell 'em
Mikey
why.
from the 530. I'm dying laughing.
Let's see. English is hard for Bassick sometimes.
Left tackle Josh. Yosh. Starts with a Y. Nijman? Nijman? N-I-J? Nijman.
Just let it happen.
How would you pronounce N-I-J? Go. Nijman? Nijman.
He told us to go, and then he kept going.
How could you have seen that name and thought, I can pronounce this?
That one part, though, Kevin, I think that was the moment you learned. I was like, no, just let it happen.
I did.
Like, let him he'll keep talking, so you just listen.
I was hoping you guys would give me a thumbs up or you've done it.
We didn't help at all.
No, but that was the fun.
I think this is a good one to wrap it up on.
Here's my boobs, Van Halen.
All right. That was amazing. I just want to say, Pippin, Bob Dabalina, the men's tee, the Pujols and Trout, and then go ahead, try to rob our house. Those five are incredible, and you can hear us laughing in the background of that commercial. And that was amazing. Great job, Alec. Great job, Carter, for putting that all together. And right now, it's time for Mike Likes It.
Kevin's already rolled his eyes because
son of a bitch.
It wouldn't be a proper end to Mike Likes It without taking a load off.
Oh, yes.
And Kevin, I want you to take a deep breath. He just did. Now I want you to take that load off and put it right on me.
Please,
all right?
God,
that's the
phrasing.
The song.
Phrasing.
It's exactly how the song is.
Yeah. Take a load off, Annie.
Take a load for free.
Take a load off, Annie. And
put the load right on me.
Put the load right on me.
All right.
Okay.
So I go to Women's Health.
Oh, my God.
Women, right?
.com?
Yeah. womenshealthmag.com/live/A281101.
No, stop it. Stop saying all those numbers.
Okay.
You know how
and
women
letters.
are.
Yes, I know, PJ.
Thanks, PJ.
Kevin, deep breath. Just relax.
Okay.
If you got to choose your name, what would your name be?
That's a real conversation starting question.
And why?
He said, and why?
And why, Kevin?
Tell him.
What's your new name? And why?
I'm going to keep my same name. Who cares?
Kevin doesn't like taking a load off with me. Corey,
yeah,
you've enjoyed taking a load off with me.
Mm-hmm.
Change your name. If you could name yourself, what would it be and why?
Jack MacGyver. Yeah, I always Jack for some reason. My middle name's the letter J, but didn't stand for anything. So I always went with like Jack. I was like Jack. I always just thought that was a good one. That was my alter ego.
Thanks for playing along.
Yep.
Let's take another load off here, Kevin.
I don't know why you're looking at me thinking I'm going to answer this question.
What do you think of parrots?
The bird?
Yeah. What else?
Parrot heads.
See, I thought what you were going to do is I was going to go, you know what, Mike, they're great. And you were going to be like, they are great. And you're just going to repeat everything that I said.
I didn't think of that, but that's a good one to do. You said it already, so I can't copy. Would you like to teach a parrot what to say?
No.
If you could teach it, I would definitely like to teach it some bad words.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. or some phrases around the,
Would you teach it Pippin played all the games?
Yes. Yeah. A
Pippin
bunch of the
played
mic
all
drops.
the games.
A robber breaks into the house, and it's like, good luck robbing us.
Those are pretty good parrots.
Kevin, I'm going to try to take another load off for you.
I don't know if...
Tolos, you can text in your answers to these load-off questions.
Uh-huh.
What's a one item that you can't live without, Kevin?
Oh, man,
you
toilet
can't
paper.
live without this item. It can't be your lover. That's not an item. That's a person.
He doesn't even call her his lover.
That's true.
Certain times you do.
Oh, my God.
In his mind or like out loud?
I guess my cell phone?
Wow.
Okay.
My cell phone.
That's a good answer.
You said and not Noah?
Right. You can't,
Okay,
it's an
all right.
item.
All right,
No, it's not an item.
Huh?
No, it's not an item.
Okay, all right. Toilet paper. I feel like toilet paper is essential. I guess if I had a bidet, though.
Yeah. Or
I'd be all
shower.
right there. Well, yeah. Water.
Okay.
You need water to survive.
Better answer.
Thank you.
He's going to live.
Yeah.
You're going to
dead.
die on your phone.
A phone in your hand.
Yeah, your phone's going to die. You didn't even say a charger.
Yeah. Texting people, bring water, please.
Yeah, you got like 7 hours worth of your phone, and then it's over.
Hey, by the way, though, if you ever get lost, Kevin, in like the wilderness, change your voicemail so that when people call you, say, I'm here, I'm in this area, because your phone's going to die.
That's a great
so
idea.
Change your voicemail to say, like, whatever it is, so that when they're like, oh, he's there.
My last take a load off question ever. Kevin, when you're making love to your wife.
This cannot be on the list.
What do you think? What do you think, Ruben? You think this is a good start to a question?
Yes.
So Ruben thinks it's a good start to a question. Your eyes are open. Do you also talk?
Sometimes.
And what's the thing you like saying the most when your eyes are open?
No.
You say nope. Oh, that's... So,
Stop doing that. That's what it sounds like.
What is Jess doing to you that you have to say nope to?
That is not what I meant. Stop laughing, Ruben, you jerk.
Nope.
That is...
Yes, too. Yeah. Nope. Multiple times, too.
That is not what I meant.
Talk sometimes.
From the 214. Guys, I needed this so bad. My mother-in-law, they're just going to laugh over this. They'll feel bad. My mother-in-law will be seeing Jesus soon. This is the most I've laughed all week. Thank you so much, Mike, Kevin, and Corey. And then from the 806, with Mike leaving, will y'all be changing the name of the show or keeping it as Mike and K&C and the Masterpiece?
That was an amazing
I don't know
morning.
if you can find that
was
commercial,
amazing.
Alec, but that's another amazing bit right there. How'd this segment go, Mike? Did you like it?
I love this segment. Okay. I would like for more people, even though I'm not going to be here anymore. Hey, did you know we didn't do any commercials during those two segments?
That's true.
So
The
why don't you
Expressway.
listen?
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors and special guest number 3. Next on The Fan.
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What were they? Seaman Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you missed the Expressway, it kind of feels like you've missed a lot from the 817. Oh, man, that segment was greatness. I have been delivering mail, and I don't know if I've been doing it correctly. I may have a big cleanup tomorrow. So much laughing and crying throughout that segment. And obviously, we want to give a big shout-out to ASCO Equipment for helping us get here, making this trip happen. Your heavy equipment partner since 1960. Now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that.
We're going to have a special guest in here. They're just not here yet.
Not here yet. So as soon as Alec tells me, we will be back to doing some radio. And it sounds like we do have our next guest on. And for this next guest, he is now your problem. It is Dave Raymond joining the show, the TV play-by-play voice of the Texas Rangers. And Dave, thank you for hopping on with us today. We get to talk some baseball and get to talk a little Mike.
Yeah, and now you boys can, take a load off. I've got it.
I kind of hate you for that, Dave. I appreciate you listening. I kind of hate you for saying that.
Dave, I'm kind of curious. Last year was like Mike's kind of, his run through with this. When you got him on air and you got to work next to him, because I think I texted you and I kind of talked about this with you. I learned a lot more about baseball working with Mike through these years, and it's been a lot of fun. What was your understanding of what Mike was when he was on TV with you?
Well, I've had the chance to get to know Mike too through your show, and through the work at the ballpark, all the pre and post game shows and everything. So I had a pretty good sense of what we were up against, and
that's a good way to put it.
but like you guys, truly, I feel like when he opens his mouth and starts talking about baseball, it's always interesting to me, and it's so many times he will bring up something that I hadn't thought of. And I think, I tell you, one of his great strengths, and I love to talk about a person when he's in the room as if he's not in the room. It's always fun. But I think what draws us to Mike as listeners, and what draws me to him as a baseball person, is his willingness to be vulnerable and say, like, well, I don't know why they would do that. You know what I mean? Like, he'll ask questions. Like, well, I wonder why they're putting this guy in this spot or whatever, right? And I think so many times when I'm listening to broadcasts and stuff, people will try to explain something as if, like, this is common knowledge or we all knew this or something. And sometimes, to be quite honest, they're wrong. And so, like, people who have an expertise in a field or presume to have that expertise sometimes feel like they have to say something as if it's the truth. And what I love about Mike is he doesn't always feel that way. He's willing to humble himself and say, like, I'm not sure I really get that. And I think it's a relief. It's very disarming to people to say, like, well, good, because I had no idea what was going on there either. And there's probably an answer, right? There's probably an answer, but we just don't know it yet. And so anyway, I just think Mike has a brilliant way of seeing things and explaining things, and I love it. I really enjoy it.
By the way, I wanted to give an update on the text we read at the beginning of this segment. Please let that one mailman know that I am also delivering mail, and I had to go back to the same house 3 times because I was distracted so much in that segment. That's amazing.
That was great. So great. Now, have you had a moment, because we've had plenty of these, Dave, have you had a moment where Mike has said something and you've just looked at him and gone, I don't know how to follow up, but good luck to me on this?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure I have. But, I haven't taken inventory of them per se.
That means it hasn't really happened yet, Dave. I hear what you're saying, but if it had really, really happened, you would remember. We will make sure to exchange phone numbers. I'll be there, and Corey will be there if you need to call us and vent about things.
Yeah. No, I mean, there are definitely some times where you just might have to take a breath and sort it out, right? Just take a moment and sort it out. What is he getting at there? I mean, look, one time we got offline on some dump cake conversation, but I knew where he was going.
Too. Yeah. And he also brought you that carrot cake. He still hadn't brought me a carrot cake yet, so that's amazing. One of the things, Dave, that I've really as a listener, as a watcher, and hearing you guys do your own thing is I think Mike does a really good job at telling me what I'm seeing and why I'm seeing what I'm seeing and in the moment. Sometimes you get guys, Kevin, that'll talk about their career and it's like that's the whole game. Yeah. Mike can do that, but he weaves all these other things about what's happening, why it's happening, and that's where I think a lot of our audience goes, that's how I became a smarter baseball fan. And I keep telling him that, Dave, so keep letting him know that is a good thing if it is a good thing.
It is a good thing. And young broadcasters and stuff like that, it's part of the life is that the young people ask you for stuff, ask you for advice, ask you to listen to their tapes, all these types of things. And I understand what a lot of pressures young broadcasters feel. I got to do this. I got to sound like Vin Scully. I got to do an Al Michaels, whatever. And there's always this thing about I got to have all this stuff prepared. I got to have these stories and anecdotes and yada, yada, yada. I would contend the opposite, right? Don't bog it down with stuff that you're bringing to the table. If you actually just watch the game and pay attention to what's going on down there and ask yourself questions and listen to your partner and the two of you discuss things, there's so much going on every night that it's a fascination. And I think if people would just be curious about what they're watching, that there's so much there. And that's, again, why I think Mike has such great strength is he understands a lot more than the rest of us do. He's been through a lot of it before, and so he can see things and explain it to us, point it out to us. I can ask him questions, and he can explain it. That part to me is the real fun of it. And I really enjoy working with guys who can do that same thing, right? Who can watch a game. Maybe I'm paying attention to something totally different.
Yeah.
But he's looking at the positioning of this outfielder the whole time. And I'll see him working over there on the talkback switch and stuff, talking to the truck. I'm like, all right, I know something cool's coming. And then, boom, here we go into a replay, and he's sequencing what's happening and telling me something. And I'm like, this is so cool. I just love that.
Well, I've been very lucky because getting Norm Hitzges to start off as a mentor and now getting to work with you. I remember, Dave, I can't remember where we were at, but you'd said, we were just talking about how broadcasting goes, and it was maybe around, I'm not 100% sure, but maybe around Ohtani's 50-50 game and just the way it was broadcast or other things. And you've given advice, and Norm has given advice, and I'm listening to it, and it's interesting because I'm not trying to big ego here, but I definitely am unique. I listen to other people and go, I like this or I like that, but you and Norm have both told me the same thing. Be you. Obviously you have to bring good information, and you have to, keep the interest at times in certain situations, but be you, and that's fun because I know that being me sometimes can put Dave Raymond or Kevin Hagelin on a what the hell is going on right now?
Yeah. Well, but that's good, right? It's fun. It's entertaining. And it is true. I mean, of course, everybody's got to do their work, and we have to be ready and prepared. But I think I think a lot of times it's the hardest thing for people to learn is how to just really be comfortable with who they are and the fact that they don't know everything, whatever, right? Some people, it's really hard to not have the answer. But I think if everybody was honest with themselves, they would say, I probably don't have the answer, right? And so, anyway, I think it is the most critical piece to any of it, I think, is that you just have to be who you are. And it just so happens that you're just sort of, delightfully daffy and yet, baseball brilliant. It's great.
Yes.
Now, speaking of things that we don't have the answer for, I just wanted to ask you real quick in the midst of all of this, is it okay that I'm super concerned about who's going to close games for the Rangers?
Ooh. I think that's fair. I think I am. And, somebody will. We do know that you
True.
You just can't swerve past the ninth inning. It does happen. And so you're going to have somebody to do it. And if it's by committee at first, and that may be how they declare it, that's fine. But we've heard it a million times from managers of, I'm just going to try and let anybody do it or whatever. Go with matchups. Yeah, okay. You're doing that until somebody makes it clear that they can do it consistently for you, and then that's where you're going. And so hopefully somebody emerges, and if not, then it's going to really take some pretty clever dancing, and who knows, maybe a trade or a transaction somewhere along the line where they find somebody. But no, I think they worked so hard this offseason. They were so aggressive in adding great additions to the lineup, to building that bullpen from scratch, and they frankly run out of money if they're going to stay under the threshold.
Yeah.
And so now it's a matter of getting creative or finding that guy, building him up from within. But they'll figure it out.
So, Dave, you come out here around March 10th, am I right?
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
So when you get here, obviously, we'll be 17 days away from opening day. When you get out here, what are you right now thinking about? Here's what I'm looking for from a specific player or the team heading into opening day.
Well, I want to see what Garcia looks like. I want to see how Adolis is moving in the outfield. I want to see how he looks at the plate, but I just want to see that he looks healthy and energized and ready to go like he did in 2023. So that's important to me. I want to see how the various outfielders look in their spots. I know they're moving Tavares around a little bit and see what that looks like. I want to see Wyatt Langford be healthy after this oblique or side scare that we've had early on here. And then generally, most of the guys, especially in the lineup, there's not a whole lot I need to see. Same with like DeGrom and Eovaldi and these guys. Just whatever, do your work. Be ready to go on opening day. I don't care what the numbers are at spring training. I'm not going to get fooled by that. Just be ready to go. So just mostly health. But then there are the young guys that you want to see, the Teodos and whatnot. You want to see what, are they close? Are they legit? Are they ready? Where do they stand? And for that matter, the guys that we've already seen a little bit, the Jack Gliders and Kumar Rocker kind of guys, you want to make sure that they look like they're continuing to progress and be ready to contribute. But it's mostly just getting a temperature on where everybody is, and hopefully everybody will be healthy.
Well, Dave, thank you very much for hopping on with us today and taking a load off with everybody. We really appreciate that. I know Kevin appreciates that a lot. Just do me a favor. Take care of our friend while he's out on the road with you, all right?
Yeah. Don't get too emotional today. Try to rein it in a little bit. But it's a big day. It's a big day, and your loss is definitely our gain. We're super excited. Thrilled to death that Mike's going to be in the booth, and he'll be the primary dude, and he'll be steering the ship, man. If you can believe it, TV's the analyst medium. So
that's a decision.
This is his show. So here we go.
Here we go.
There you go. Thank you very much, Dave Raymond,
Giddy up.
TV play-by-play for the Texas Rangers.
Coming up next.
Oh, I'm excited.
You should be.
Last segment ever.
We might try to get in some more Mikester piece of the decade.
Ooh.
But also, surprise guest number 4. Next, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Surprise from the 214. This almost feels like a retirement party with all the guests and celebrations. Congratulations, Mike, on the new job. And right now, let's get a GBag blast from the past as we bring to you Mr. Jeff Kavanaugh. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, guys, but mostly hi, Mike.
Oh, hell.
Hey, Jeff.
Shut up, Mike.
Oh, my gosh.
Hey,
Jeff.
what are y'all doing?
We're watching a guy hose the field.
Okay, yeah, that's very Mike of you. That's a very Mike response. Just kind of shuts everything down, and everybody else has to figure it out. It's very Mike.
Oh, my God. The story of the last 6 years. Yeah, absolutely. Jeff, are you shocked that the Texas Rangers have put all of this faith in Mike Bassick on their television network?
I mean, I guess the big thing is that, like, I don't think companies think about it. Like, the organization isn't thinking about it. They just think, is he good at the job, right? And Mike's really good at the job. They're not thinking about poor Dave Raymond. Like, they're not, like, that's going to be Dave Raymond's problem. And, you know, that's just kind of how it goes.
Dave has fortunately said that he is more than willing to take on the extra things that come along. Yeah, he doesn't know.
He doesn't know yet.
Okay, Jeff, you're right, because Corey asked him, like, for one of those kind of like non sequitur moments, and Dave goes, "Oh, I'm sure they've happened. I can't think of one offhand." And I was like, "Then they haven't happened yet, Dave. You would be able to think about them immediately."
No, and it's honestly, it is absolutely positively what makes Mike the best. I think that he is literally the best at sports radio in the entire market. But if you are working with him, It is not easy sometimes. Like your Bob Dobalina deal earlier that you guys played. Like, one of my favorite things about Mike when I don't have to work with him is he will either not know where he's going or abruptly end a thought because he didn't know what was happening, and he did it in the Bob Dobalina thing where he just goes, so. And that's it.
Yeah.
So you think that this is going somewhere, and like something like you're going to bring something to the table, and he just goes so, and then stares at you, and you're like, all right, so I got to figure out something to talk about right now, or we're going to have silence for 7 minutes, and that is the greatness of Mike.
When do you think, Jeff? Because obviously it was Gavin Dawson hosting the show with you and me and Chris Arnold. How long did it take? Because if I haven't done this to Dave Raymond yet, was it a couple weeks, a couple months? Did it take a year? Do you feel like when you're like, wow, Mike can be a issue?
I think it takes the first time that somebody above Dave tells you something to do or not do something.
Oh, that's a good answer.
Yeah, the people who get punished when Mike gets in trouble are the people that he works with. Mm-hmm. Because, like, I remember the Cowboys are great about this. For the most part, they leave you alone, right? When you're the partner of the Cowboys, and for the most part, they leave you alone. They do not care. Like, I think once or twice in my 9 to 22, 13 years at the Fan, did they tell us before we interviewed Jerry, hey, like, he's done talking about the anthem or something like that.
Yeah,
but for the most part, you don't get messed with. But they don't want like personal attacks. And so I'm sure Mike said something about Jerry that was over the line. And in a break, I don't even think we heard from the Cowboys. I think it was just our boss. It was like, Mike, like that's too much. And so for the next, Gavin Dawson was out that day. And so for the next 3 hours, anything that I brought up during Cowboy season about the Cowboys, and I would ask Mike a question and, analyze this, give me a thought, give me an opinion. His opinion was, Jerry Jones is a Hall of Famer. Who are we to question him?
That hasn't changed much, Jeff.
God. And that's what I got for 3 hours, no matter the question, was Jerry Jones is a Hall of Famer. What do we know? He's the smartest guy to ever do it. And
was that Jeff at Bob? I don't know which. It was that place where you'd bought a car from out in like Allen McKinney.
Oh, yeah, HCOM. I mean, if they're not giving you money now, they don't give. Oh,
yeah. But yeah, I can remember. I can remember things that exactly tick me off, and I'm like, okay, watch this. That's how in my head I'm like, oh, you thought you didn't like that. Let's see how much you don't like the complete and total opposite 180. Yeah. And it was
you're not doing that to the person who yelled at you. You're doing that to the people who you're on the air with that are on your team that had nothing to do with it. Yeah, that's no, it's awesome.
Yeah, I know, but I know how much it's ticking somebody off. So I'm like, well, watch this, because I remember it was coming back from Christmas break. I can't remember what year it was, but the Cowboys, I think one of those years they didn't make the playoffs. And I was like, oh, you think I'm too harsh on Jerry? I will now sarcastically compliment every second of the show for 4 straight hours.
It's great. No, I had a great time. That was incredible. Yeah. And I'm spending most of my time bitching about Mike, and you guys, when you work with him, you do know it's mostly rooted in truth. Mike can be an absolute challenge. But in terms of the listener and what things get to turn into because Mike exists, I honestly believe it's the best in the market, maybe the best in the world. It's absolutely incredible. Like, I'll give you the Luka trade, right? Mike's super emotional and a big-time sports fan. So when Luka got traded and he fired off on the internet, on the Twixter or whatever, where it was like, I'm done. Like, I'm unfollowing basketball accounts. I'm not watching the games. Like, I'm literally done. And I saw Sean Shariff's response to him was like, oh, that's great for a radio show. And it's like, it's just the different ways of doing things. Where in the preparer, presenter, host, like in that brain, it's like, why would you share that? We are going to be doing content about the sports team all the time, and you're telling the listener that you're not even going to be watching. You can't break down a game if you're not watching. And like that goes on in some people's brains. Whereas I think that emotional response is so real and so relatable to people that it would be my job if I had to run a show with Mike. Like, I would make that a bit. where it's like Mike can't break down the games, and you own it.
Yeah.
Where it's like Mike's not watching; he's that mad. So what we're going to do is we're going to check in with Mike every day on his Quid-O-meter. Have you seen the highlights? Do you know anything? And it's like you just have to change the way you do things to let the greatness shine. And Mike is absolutely greatness.
Yeah. Last night when you guys were talking about Moses Brown, I was like, oh, I guess he's on the Charlotte Hornets.
He's back, baby.
I found out this morning, I'm scrolling through Twitter, and I believe it was Skin who might have been interviewing Moses Brown after the game. I'm like, why is he interviewing a Charlotte Hornet after this game?
Because he's a Maverick again.
Yeah.
He's a Maverick.
Jeff,
Good for him.
If you had to do it all over again, do you wish you would have asked for a higher price for Mike to give out your phone number on air?
No, because at the time I was broke, man. What did I get, $20, 40?
20 or
At the
40.
time,
I thought it was 40. I was like, I got two 20s. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, and I
here.
noticed that you guys obviously asked if anybody still had it while we were at Super Bowl this year, because I definitely one morning
Oh,
got
yes,
about
we.
40 texts.
Sorry
not-
about that, Jeff.
I'm not doing it again, even though you're on right now. That was my last time ever to do it.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Can you imagine if I did it during a Ranger game?
Oh my god!
I mean, it would be these same texts. It's not like you're giving out my number again. It's just people who still have it. I will hang up and they'll have texted, because there will be people listening right now that just hear us mention it. They'll be like, "This will be funny," and I'll pick like one or two to respond to, and it'll be fun.
Jeff, I know how much of a DFW sports fan you are. If the Rangers have a bad season this year, should we demand Mike get fired from that job?
Oh, they did go 78-84 after winning a World Series with me.
I think we demand, like, if they're not good, I think we go the exact other direction, where we say, like, we limit the amount of words Dave Raymond's allowed to say, and we make Mike just do the games, where it's like, look, if we're not going to be good at this, we're at least going to be entertained by Mike's dumbassery. Like,
now
he's just going to have to. Just going to have to be the one who has all the pressure of, hey, if you don't talk, it'll be quiet. But here's the thing about his personality: he'd be like, that's fine. It'll be quiet.
I do think that some people, I've heard people around the game go, gosh, what do I do when it's 10-0 in the third inning of this major league game and we still have another 2 hours to broadcast? And
That's
it's
when you
probably
want
not gonna
Mike, baby.
And it's like, I'm like, no, I love this. Now that it's 10-0, I do love the intense part of the game, 3-2 in the seventh inning. I'm into it. Let's go. But if it's 10-0 after 3, I got some things to get off my chest.
Well, speaking of dumbassery, Mike, can you give a description to Jeff Kavanaugh of what is happening on the field right now?
It looks like it's an Outback Steakhouse day, because there's a lady dressed up as a coconut shrimp, and then there's a man dressed up as a bloomin' onion.
Is Outback the one with the brown bread?
Yeah, they got good brown bread.
I think it is.
Boy, that is a good brown bread.
I will tell you, I recently went to Outback Steakhouse in Round Rock, Texas, visiting my daughter, and they have really, it's just one Outback. I don't know all of them, but I was like, you guys have really gone down on the quality.
Oh, that's tough. Shout out to the guy who just texted me. What's up, Jeff? Be nice to Mike. Yeah,
I just texted you a picture of what we were looking at, too.
But my best relationships aren't nice with each other, except my wife. She demands it, so I do it.
That wasn't even That wasn't even a sentence. What does that mean? Like, what did you just say? My best relationships aren't even nice with each other?
Yeah.
Who? What?
Comma, except for my wife, I guess, semicolon?
Yeah. Like
You're
me and
saying
you.
that you don't...
We rag each other.
But
And that
even
lets me
then, you talked about a fundamental generational ploy by women passed down through the years to hide things from you.
I brought that up again to my wife as I couldn't find my long johns. It was freezing a cold for high school baseball. And she's like, where do you think these things go? She asked the question. And I said, honestly, I think you hide them from me.
How did it go from there?
She laughed, but not like in a good way. She laughed like, I can't believe you.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I think that's what women do.
Facts. I have 3 Mike Bassick moments for you.
Jeff.
I have 3 Mike Bassick moments for you.
All right,
Okay,
lay them on us.
And I guess this one's not really a moment. Well, it's kind of a moment since you played it earlier. But the DFW security live spot, one of my favorite things about Mike is that he doesn't know how anything works. The DFW security live spot, it was funny because of some of the words that he said, but I thought the ancillary funny was more funny when he asked people to rob his house and he realized that was a bad idea. But then he was like, but you'll be on video, I think. So like guy from DFW security, when you do ads for him, like I have DFW security at my house, and Mike, while talking about said product, really, if his house got robbed, has no idea if it would be on camera or anything, and he's had the product for a decade. Like, but maybe it could be.
If they're good robbers, they might know how to do different things. I've seen Ocean's 11.
But that's probably not what the security company wants you to say.
Probably right.
We can keep out everyone but the best. DFW security.
Tagline, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
That's a good tagline.
Yeah.
Number 2. The dirty little secret about radio, at least according to me. No one ever teaches us the rules. It's just when you screw up, somebody tells you it's against the rules. Like, I don't know the rules of radio at all. And when Mike, at the very end of the show, I think he was trying to sell his house. Did you move? Did you move, Mike? Like, you were trying to sell your house?
Yeah, we moved, but then people were renting our house for a year, but then we had to sell our house, sell the house that we were renting. This was awesome.
Mike was trying to sell his house, and it wasn't getting sold fast enough for Mike. And so he, in crosstalk at the end of our show, was just like, look, if you're out there right now and you can sell my house, I will give you X number of dollars or whatever. And the show ends, and our boss is standing in the hallway to let Mike know that this is absolutely not allowed. Like, you can't do this. And so, like, he's gearing up for the exchange, the education. Like, we'll talk about this for a bit until you understand. And Mike walks out the door, and our boss says, with a slightly elevated voice, if I remember right, Mike, you cannot do that. And Mike does not break stride on his way to the elevator and says, okay. And then like, that's it. And then when we went to training camp and we had a beach house one time, Mike went up to the second floor because if Mike has a joke in mind, that joke's happening.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
That bit is happening, and so Mike, I'm up there, and I'm in on the bit. I'm up like I'm like unpacking or whatever, and Mike's like, I'm getting in the tub, and so Mike gets in the bathtub, butt naked, and he's like, and the bit is he's going to wait until someone walks in. After 45 minutes of sitting in that tub, he's like, man, I'm getting really pruny.
Water was getting cold. It was hot water when we started.
He sat there for like an hour and a half until, I don't know if it was fish or who, but, I mean, the son of a bitch sat there for 90 minutes until somebody walked into this room to make sure that somebody had to see him naked. Like, he's just commitment to the bit, Mikey B.
Thanks. I don't remember that trip. We slept together on that trip in the same bed.
I thought you just said you didn't remember it.
No, I remember.
Oh, okay.
I remember that trip.
Okay.
We didn't have enough rooms and beds, so we shared.
Yeah,
bed.
it happens sometimes, but we were on the beach. So all the stuff that I like to bitch about Mike, Mike's also the person who, since I left the fan, has kept up with me the most, and I think that he's a very genuine, real person that tries his best, knows his shortcomings, really tries to work on them, cares about people. And we've stayed fairly close, even though I left a job. And when you leave a job, like, the thing you have in common with most of your coworkers is the job. There's people over there that I haven't spoken to since the day I left. Mike is the person who checks in on me the most, and I think that he's a wonderful friend and a really good person. He is just hard as hell to work with.
That is true. That is true.
I was mad when you left.
Yeah. Right.
But I understood.
Why? I hated working with you.
I know, but I liked working with you. I didn't mind that you yelled at me and told me to shut up. I was like, that's kind of funny.
Thank you.
It's going to be great on TV.
All right.
Thank you very much, Jeff, for jumping on with us. Really appreciate it.
All right. Bye, boys. Love you.
See you, Jeff.
Jeff Kavanaugh right here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, Alex said he's got 2 or 3 more Mike's piece of the decades that he would like to throw out. Is that okay with you if we do that right now?
Sure.
Okay, go for it, Alex.
Oh, right now. Let's see. He has a greeting.
Like, how you doing, sick kids?
I think about that
sticks.
a lot.
Still sticks to this day.
Absolutely.
Whenever I walk into the house, if my kids are sick, I say that to them.
How you doing, sick kids?
Hey, how's it going, sick kids?
This is one of my favorite bits that Carter Freeman came up with during Peace-a-thon last year, where Mike had to guess if this was a real athlete or not, and he heard Grizzly Fondue and said this.
Oh, that's like a cheesy bear.
Grizzly Fondue.
I don't know why I love that so much.
Oh, my gosh.
Let's see.
Do you
I
want to play
probably
one
got-
more, or are we set?
I probably got one more. This is one of
Okay,
my
yeah.
personal favorites because it's a moment that Kevin probably regrets.
Eric. Eric. Oh man, their second kid was Ricky. So is it Eric Ricky?
And that was all based off of what I thought was a throwaway joke. What did the DJ name his son? Eric. And that joke infuriated Mike so much. Eric. All right, there you go. Another jam-packed segment for you. Coming up next, it is the final segment. We will chit-chat with those fellas from the GBag Nation next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
rates has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan on a shout-out Friday from Christopher. Shout-out to Mikey for being our fourth in the My Possibilities charity golf tournament a few years ago and contributing at least 5 shots over the round.
Nice. Right, thank you.
From the 832, Mike is incredible. The KNC Masterpiece with Mike reminds me of Inside the NBA with the chemistry and antics. Truly legendary. And from the 940, shout-out to Mike. For all the years of chaos, laughter, and love, you'll be missed, but I'm excited to see your new journey with the Rangers. Now go take a load off. But before you can, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the GBag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Doing okay, Hagee. How about you?
I'm doing fine. I want to switch it up just a little bit. Can you tell me what is coming up on the program first?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. The Burger Bot himself, Jake Burger's going to join us as soon as he checks out of the game, so probably somewhere in 3 o'clock hour.
Oh, that is going to be phenomenal. That is going to be phenomenal.
Yeah, what a dude.
Now, we've had lots of people on throughout the day.
Yeah.
But you, my friend Gavin Dawson, have as much experience with Mike as damn near anybody at this station.
Believe so. What was that run? About 8 years?
Yeah, 2013 through 2019, I believe. 19 was when Broadus was added, I believe. Am I correct? Yeah. I think I'm right on the timeline because it was right before COVID. I worked with these guys for just a few months.
Right before Halloween, yeah.
And then in whatever March, everything got changed. So.
Yeah, and then the 2 years before that, where you were just kind of like our baseball expert, and filling in and stuff. And I think we started working together in the 2011 playoff run.
Yep. You're right.
Was there a particular moment that stands out to you of Mike agitation or Mike greatness?
Probably, greatness would be the Coach Ballsack speech that he did live one night at a watching party. I don't know if that was like a Monday night game.
Oh, I heard about that, yeah.
But I don't know. That was probably 2014 or something at like a Pluckers or a Buffalo Wild Wings or Twin Peaks or something like that. It's probably my favorite moment. When we first got to one of the beach houses in Oxnard, him just randomly walking naked through the house, like, hey, what's up, guys, with a big old smile on his face.
Kavanaugh said he sat in the hot tub for like 90 minutes waiting for somebody to come in.
Yeah, I wish it was a hot tub. It was just a bathtub.
It was. It was the upstairs bathtub.
I was getting cold after a while because the water doesn't stay hot forever.
Oh, my God, that's so much worse. So this is a really low-key thing, but this just set the tone. I still remember that divisional round game, the Cowboys against the Rams, when we're sitting together. The first run goes for like 9 yards. Mike looks right at me. This is the first play of the game. And he goes, we're going to lose. just because of that one play. And I was like, it's been one effing play.
Wasn't that at the Omni in
Yes.
Dallas?
Yeah. And then by the end of the game, he looks over at me and he goes, I told you we were going to lose. And I was like, thanks.
I remember we were at Redneck Heaven, and he and I got to go run around those during the playoffs, that playoff run. And he gets up on the microphone and goes, the boss told me not to cuss at these things anymore, so I'm just going to give you a good pep speech here. And he did. The whole place was rocking, and he didn't say one cuss word. I was proud of him.
That is true. And then one of my other favorite moments has just happened in the last year because I was shocked when this happened. We're at a Buffalo Wild Wings, and we throw it to Mike Likes It. Everybody in that restaurant goes nuts. Like, they all start cheering and going crazy, and I'm like, what the hell is happening? And it's just because of the enthusiasm for the segment, and then that was early on. So every week, people were fired up about Mike Likes It. But the first time, it was like this shocking impromptu applause that I felt was tremendous.
Well,
finish strong, Mike.
As I close it out here, thank you to everybody who's listened to me throughout the years. And I know that I can at times not be the most liked person, but you stuck with me. You stuck with the station. Thank you so much. Thank you to Bruce Gilbert. Thank you to Gavin Spittle. They took a chance on me, a second chance on me. And without that second chance, there's no way that I am going to do the Texas Rangers. full-time like I am. Thank you to really you three guys in here, because you three guys are kind of the three that are left that have worked with me. I know I've occasionally worked with Eric and Zach and Brian and Shan and RJ and Bobby, but you guys mean the world to me. Thank you guys so much. I love you guys. I truly love you guys. I've loved working at this station. There's been ups, there's been downs, there's been times that have been great, and there's been times where I'm like, what the crap am I doing here? But it's been awesome, and thank you to all the Tolos. I've got to talk to a lot of you throughout the time. I know there's the majority I've never met.
Sure.
But for the people that I've got to meet and got to know a little bit, and you've got to know me through this radio, thank you so much. It's kind of hard to believe that it is over. I'm sure Monday I'll be thinking about what I would say or going to say on the show, but it won't be there anymore. And this is where I just got to thank Eric Nadell, because I never thought Eric was going to see this moment. And to Matt Hicks, you're here too. And that will end my time on the Fan. Thank you so much. It's been great. You guys did a great job. Thanks for the 4 guests, to Norm Hitzges, to Dave Raymond, to Jeff Kavanaugh, and to, lastly, Derek Holland, who almost won us a World Series in 2011. But he couldn't catch that fly ball in right field.
Oh, my gosh.
So
been faster.
You guys are just going to have to live with being the second best Rangers team of all time, and possibly the third best if another team wins a World Series. Just keep moving down.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been the KNC Masterpiece live from Surprise. Remember, come back with the rest of us
I love you guys.
on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Mike.
Good night forever. Until Monday, when
God,
you guys will do a show. And guess what? I haven't signed my papers yet. I might come back Monday.
Holy crap.
And you know what you can fill your pillows with? Mike Trout! They played on the same team!
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's a Friday edition of spring training with the GBag Nation. We are live in Arizona at Surprise Stadium. General at your service. We're ready to watch the Rangers and Cubbies. Brian Broaddus is in the house here, the former Cowboys scout, Super Bowl champion, NFL executive. Lucius Alexander is back home with the Pimp Cup at Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh, fixing to go 5 flawless. Of course, Wolchuk and Chiafalo are here, been dominating the Rangers clubhouse, the best to ever do it. I feel like that's something we can confirm after their third trip here to Surprise. You have Carter Freeman, though, coordinating your video. You can watch us on the internet, YouTube, Twitch, 105thethefan.com. And you have Ruben Portillo, remote engineering. Been doing a heck of a job all week long here in Surprise for us. And a good afternoon, gentlemen. How you doing on this historic broadcast Friday? Mike Bassett closing an iconic chapter of his broadcast career.
We got some big shoes to fill, boys. I mean, my gosh, what a run the station's been on with Shan RJ from the Combine. Then you just had an extravaganza saying bye to Baskey.
Yeah.
And now we got to try and hold our side of things here for 4 hours before we head to the airport. But crazy day. I also found out it's technically Jared Sandler's last day. With the fan, as he's going over to the Rangers full-time as well. So obviously Jared will still be popping on a lot, but he's technically no longer an Odyssey employee today. So farewells to Baskey and to Sands.
It's emotional, man. More emotional than I was expecting.
Yeah.
But what a broadcast from the fellas in the KNC Masterpiece today, honoring Mike and making fun of Mike, more importantly, as much as humanly possible. And I'm excited to watch some Rangers baseball now. Now, we got to be on high alert. We have to be on high alert because we had Tokyo Joe's for lunch.
Yeah.
Yes. Broaddus doused his bowl, his poke bowl.
Uh-oh.
You already know what's coming.
Yep.
The bubble guts.
The soy sauce bubble guts. He said. He said I might end up painting the walls. This is a direct quote.
Wow.
In the press box bathroom. Because of the lunch choice that he made. He made the decision, fully aware of the consequences and the implications, and now we just await. And perhaps it happens to him tonight on the airplane.
Ooh, that's uncomfortable.
This is going to be a little touch and go, I think, for the next 4.
I thought it was pretty instant when you consumed the soy sauce. It was like immediately, boom.
It's the combo usually, right? Soy sauce and OJ. That combo is instant. Right?
Yeah, it could be, the combinations could work, but also, though, just the straight soy sauce. So I kind of feel like I'll be able to hold some things off. But, yeah, if you just kind of if you just see me leave for a segment or 2, maybe, it might be
2 seconds.
It might be might be it. So just be alert, but good to be with you guys. It's getaway day for us today here, too.
How about it?
So, yeah, but it's nice to see. And, by the way, Eric, was it kind of out of line for me to hit that Cubs fan walking in?
My gosh. Broaddus, man. He just came storming in here. He was like, we're going to have a lot of Cubs fans here today, so just watch out. And I'm like, all right. And then
Cubs fans offend you?
I guess.
Brian doesn't like
Wrigley Field either. Like, you just don't like the Cubs.
I'm going to KO one of these guys.
Some lady had on a Cubs outfit. I might have bumped into her a little strong.
Yeah,
a little strong.
Forearm shiver.
Yeah, knocked her the hell down.
Yeah,
she face planted.
I
Brian,
kept
a little strong.
Just kept walking, but no. But it's good to be in the. It's good to be here with the Cubs in our backyard here today.
But the Cubs fans should be on high alert. We'll be on high alert for you, Broaddus, as well, for the potential soy sauce incident. I got to tell you guys, I woke up with some of the worst gas I've ever had in my life.
Wow.
It's nuclear level. I hope it's starting to clear out. But you ever have gas that's heat? You can feel the heat coming off of it.
Yeah.
And then so I think it's a different kind of gas because this will sit in pockets wherever it is deployed. And it's not like dissipating quickly.
Thick smoke.
I got up out of bed and just lifted the blankets, and I was like, oh my goodness, you might need a hazmat team in here. So, yes, one of my biggest anxieties about flying is having to, deuce on the plane, basically. I never want to do that.
Plane deuce is one of the all-time worst deuces that you could experience.
It's humiliating. There's a line waiting for you when you finally do leave. Yep. And from the moment that door swings open, everybody in those immediate rows is just like, good Lord, what did that guy have for breakfast?
It's truly, truly awful.
It is. So I want to apologize in advance. I'm doing a pretty good job of containing it, but as I've found out on several times today, sometimes when I think I have it contained or it has dissipated, in fact, it's just hiding, and you never know when you're going to run smack dab into it. Okay, Texas Rangers are taking on the Cubs. Our friend Big Bad Cody Bradford, a DFW guy, is on the hill out there right now. Walcott and Berger coming off the ultimate display of power in yesterday's game, going to left field in a strong wind, right in the face of the wind. They just drove that thing out with impressive bombs, and I hear Berger's going to join us on today's show, Wolchuk.
Yeah, that's what we'll be waiting for as soon as he gets out of the game. He might even come up to the booth here. We'll see what Rich has planned. I think that'd be hilarious, him in here. We're all at tight, confined space, and then Gavin just ripping farts and Ryan's running. This is just a terrible deal.
That would be
for anybody that's got to come up here. I'm honestly embarrassed and ashamed for our show right now.
It would be amazing to get Berger on, though. An incredible story. His daughter having open heart surgery. Then he hops on a bird. He was at the hospital 11 o'clock at night, had a 5:45 flight, gets on the plane, arrives back in Phoenix, drives to Surprise, gets in the box, and hits the dinger of the year so far here at spring training. So salute to Jake Berger. Looking forward to learning more about him. Mm-hmm. You never know what you're going to get when one of these big lumberjack-style dudes with their beard that hits bombs sits down with you.
Yeah, and
be unpredictable.
CY was talking glowingly about just the type of guy that Jake Berger is, so I can't wait to get a feel for the personality. And today we get the first look at the glove at first base.
Oh, that's right. We do look at him out there. Wow, what an absolute...
He's a unit.
Monster. Yeah, it's no wonder he hits the ball into 30-mile-an-hour winds over the fence. He's just a big, strong guy, and he's your new Rangers first baseman. Not only does he hit bombs and he's like dad of the year, whatever, in baseball, but he's been working on his defense a lot, too. Apparently, that was one of the things that wasn't on the strengths when they acquired him that I read, and he's kind of looking at that like, man, the Rangers kind of need me to be amazing at first base. I'm going to do whatever I can here. I know he's been a third baseman at times, and he's got pretty good hands. It's just, some of these big, strong guys that are built like guards, sometimes they don't have the most fluid of hips, Wolchuk.
We're at 100%. Sometimes, we try. It's all in the hips. That is true. But the fluidity of the hips, sometimes it can be a little stiff there. He's going to need it because Jock Peterson's not really putting the time in defensively. He's all about the dong.
He loves the DH spot. Berger just looks unbelievable. I thought I was looking at his thighs for the last 30 seconds. It was his forearms. I mean, the dude is just special.
Yeah. Jock Peterson, though, he might be the first guy to care about as much as Willie Calhoun when it comes to playing defense. He's just like, give me a bat.
I think he takes pride in the spare tire.
Yeah,
like he reps it like a badge of honor, and he's
true alpha.
And he knows he's sexy too. Like he doesn't just think it; he knows it. Wow. And so there's just a swagger about it, man. You love that guy.
Okay, so Matt Stafford's going to do a new deal with the Rams. NFL News Today coming up at 3 o'clock with Wolchuk, and he'll get you caught up to speed on everything that's been reported on that so far. But not a big surprise. Didn't actually believe the Rams would let him go, and I didn't think Stafford would want to leave. So apparently they came to some sort of a compromise. As you got a Cubby rounding first, he's heading into second. As they're hitting our guy Bradford pretty hard here, probably a sign that he's just wanting to work that strike zone, probably working on a few pitches, not necessarily trying to get guys out is what I'm seeing out here. Another heroic game from Kyrie Irving to make sure the Mavs had enough offense to beat the Hornets. It was a little shaky at times as the Hornets came back there at the start of the fourth. They led multiple times. I think there were like 8 lead changes in the game. It's like, no, we cannot mess around and lose this game to the Hornets with what's coming up on the schedule. And Kyrie was great. Not only was it 19 points in the second half, he had a big steal late. He had a big rebound late. Klay Thompson was shooting it pretty good. He had a block and a big 3 late. But a lot of good stuff going. And Moses Brown might be the story of the night.
20 and 11 from Moses Brown. Are you kidding me?
I think he gets another 10-day contract out of that. I don't think you win last night without Moses Brown. He's got one more game before his 10-day is up. They have 3 more games before they even update us on their other bigs. I think Moses just kind of gives you more strength. Now, he is not a great athlete. I mean, watching him play every now and then, it's like, oh, my God, how's this guy even on an NBA court? Mm-hmm. But At other times, he's catching alley-oops, he's getting rebounds. Like, if the ball comes to him and he doesn't have to do anything quick laterally, he's good to go. And last night, that was great.
It's as good as you could ask for when you're basically on your, like, fifth center.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And shout out to Kyrie, by the way, just like you mentioned, filling up the stat sheet on both ends of the floor. And you can really tell in that Laker game, he's just become so much more active defensively, trying to just, because he understands what the task is now. How can we create some easy points? He's getting blocks. He's getting these steals. Yeah. And I just love the way he's playing right now.
Yeah, he's like defending the ball and sitting down into the paint so much and sort of anticipating and able to go back and like into the lap of the intended receiver almost and come up with these interceptions in that Lakers game. I was like, man, he's got so much more to offer, but you're already getting more than you could expect from a guy his age and his size.
What kind of DB could Kyrie Irving have been?
Incredible.
I think he would have been outstanding.
Yeah. I think a
Nickel
quarterback,
corner.
wide receiver.
Yeah.
You know, I want to get the hands in play somehow because he's got some of the greatest hands in the history of basketball.
Really good foot quickness.
But I mean, assuming he's got that football gene of kind of being a little crazy. You know, it's hard to make sure that translates. But assuming that part did, I think he could play a lot of positions well in football.
Pick six, Kyrie Irving. I mean, that sounds right. If he was floating around in the back end, he gets his hands on a football, that's going to the house.
So the takeaway in the morning news is that it's going to be hard to avoid the play-in. That was one of their headlines, and that is true. But you know what else is true right now is that the Suns have been playing bad. I think they've lost a couple, maybe 2 or 3 in a row. They've lost 8 of 10.
They're falling apart.
So now, while 9 and 10 are above 500, and you're 9th right now, 4 games over 500, the 11 team, the Suns, is 4 or 5 games under 500 now. I'm starting to look at this like they've done enough winning since the trade that this is a lock. There's no way you're going to give up 4 games to the Suns who are in give-up mode.
No, so you'll get into the play-in, and then you'll just beat the crap out of whichever team you got to play, basically.
Yeah, I think you can give Lively, Gafford, Davis the time that they need to totally get right. We don't have to hurry anybody back. You with me on this?
Yeah, as long as yeah. If you're just kind of comfortable being like, hey, we're good, just being in the play-in.
Yeah.
We're not really going to try and push to try and get one of those 7 or 8 seeds
happens,
or whatever.
happens.
But for the most part, let's just get in there and be as healthy as possible, and just let the chips fall where they may after that.
So they are 32 and 28 now on the year. Okay, the Magic were going to beat the Warriors last night, and then Steph Curry had one of the greatest games of his career.
Wow.
The highlights just kept going. Like, he's going to make more? I feel like I've already watched Steph Curry make 15 baskets, and the highlight reel is only halfway done. Ends up making 12 threes, and Golden State beat Orlando. By the way, Banchero, I know he's been in the league a couple of years now. This guy is starting to look like an MVP.
Oh, yeah. He's legit.
Yes.
I think that he's part of the reason why, coupled with Jamal Mosley being the head coach, the Magic being on the up and up a little bit, and the idea that maybe Luka wants to end up in Orlando, which is
crazy,
closer to home for him, and still kind of a tropical vibe, and then also being in the East with a young squad that's on the up and up right now. Banchero's the main reason why.
Okay, what else is going on here in the world of sport? You had that going on. You had the Lakers beat the T-Wolves. Luka had 21 and 13. LeBron 33 and 17. LA is 4th, a game and a half behind second place Memphis. I think that's fascinating. If we could get a round 1 Lakers-Mavs type of series, that would be historic. The Combine continues. Isaiah Bond says he's going to beat Xavier Worthy's 40-time record. Which was 4-2-1.
His teammate might beat it. Blue might be the one.
Yeah, they're both
really. Can fly.
Blue can run like that.
Yep.
He's fast. I don't think either are beating Worthies, but they both have a shot at it.
What round are we thinking for Blue?
Blue's probably a 3rd-round player for you right now.
He's that fast and only a 3? What's wrong with
him? Well,
he's got some fumble problems too.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I think
he catches the ball really well. I mean, the things that they were talking about, looking for a running back, he can make people miss. He's got speed, of course. He's got quickness. He's elusive. He catches the ball well. He tries as a blocker, but the problem is that he will put the ball on the ground occasionally.
You remember James White at New England?
Yeah.
I think he's James White-like. That's a great role for him. Like, to me, he's not a 3-down back, but tremendous pass catcher, 3rd-down specialist. He's definitely going to find a spot to be a playmaker. I did just see Jerry's not going to talk to reporters on the bus. I guess he arrived in Indy, but he's canceled the bus with the reporters because he's got several meetings scheduled.
Okay,
so we're not going to get our good Jerry audio.
Got to get down to business.
It's a bummer,
dude.
That's
that has
tough.
to be like one of the first times.
Yeah,
that's been a while. That has been a while. Yep, for sure.
Maybe he doesn't feel like he wants to feed the reporters anymore. Maybe Steven's taking that up.
Tad probably talked him out of it. One of those things.
I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, we got GBag today coming up at 2:30. Cowboys mock draft roundup. Which one of these selections would make the most sense for you at 12? We are live. That one almost came back into the Cubs booth, didn't it? That was close off the bat of Corey Seager. Almost got up over that net and down here. I keep waiting for I'm ready to make a play, by the way. I'm going to barehand one of these sons of guns one of these years. Okay.
No chance.
Yes, I am, Brian.
Oh, get out of here.
Okay.
I'm behind you, so if you do, let it hit you, and that way I'll run and get the ball.
You're going to see me turn to the side and either my right or left hand come up and just barehand that thing right there like the claw.
Yeah, well, and then it's going to go right into old Crawfish shoulder is what's going to happen. The right shoulder's going to be injured.
You're good to go back there, buddy. You can take a nap. Okay, Cowboys mock draft, then the G-Bag of the day. Our coverage brought to you by ASCO Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960, and by On Time Experts Air Conditioning and Plumbing, same-day service guaranteed. You can check out our confessional videos brought to you by Best Buy Windows and Siding up on our socials. And we're back with more sports content here. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something.
Welcome back, Nation. We're watching Rangers baseball. Travis Jankowski now with the Cubbies just grounded out to Marcus Semien. There's a 2 down here for the Cubbies in the top of the first inning with Big Cody Bradford there towing the rubber for your Rangers, throwing it high 80s, low 90s, getting it done so far. Scoreless game. Got a nice cheer going for Janko. I thought if he comes to bat while on air, I think we got to do the El Blondie chant.
Oh, I'm down. I am down. Let's make it happen.
He can feel the love. I saw him down there smiling as the Rangers fans showing their appreciation for the great work that he did helping secure the 2023 World Series championship here for these Rangers. I'm going to give you some a mock draft roundup. Salute to the morning news for wrangling all these for us, making it nice and organized. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels 214 or 817-333-3333. Never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, our final show here in Surprise before heading on home tonight. And we look forward to getting our feet back inside Texas borders. But until then, we have over 4.5 hours of sports content here for you. We thank you so much for making us part of your day. Now, Brian, before we get there, I did mean to ask you in the opening segment, have we heard anything one way or another on Osa? Seemed like we were getting pretty close to the finish line yesterday. What happened?
Yeah, I was just kind of hearing that they were still working on some things. Nothing to report. I asked before we came on air, I sent a text message, have not heard back. So we'll see if we get something going on. But as of yesterday, they were still working on some things. I'd heard that they wanted to try and get things done by Friday, if they could, being today, maybe with the thought of having an idea of wanting to do something with Tank. But it doesn't seem like the Tank thing is going to be a possibility. Jordan Lewis, I believe, is now going to be in play for your Dallas Cowboys.
You think Tank's out?
Yeah, I think Tank's out. Yeah.
Why? What makes you think that?
I don't think them and the agent really are talking that much about this. So, I think that it's one of those things where, that there was some thought that maybe there would be some interest of wanting to bring him back, but it doesn't sound like that Tank's agent has heard anything from the Cowboys at all.
Well, I mean, they can ghost you for a while.
Well, yeah, and maybe it's a ghost you for a while bit, and
try to get the price down.
Try and get the price down a little bit, but I think it's all hands on deck to get Osa done, and then see what they can do with Jordan Lewis. Jordan Lewis seems like to me, and Zach, maybe you've been in on this conversation. Jordan Lewis, like at $4.5 million, $5 million a year, you getting that kind of a vibe?
I think that's what the Cowboys would like. I wonder if J-Lu then goes and kind of sniffs around elsewhere.
Yeah.
Can he get some more? But I think the Cowboys have a number in place. It probably is right around where you've talked about, and they probably don't want to go higher than that. So either you keep J-Lu on those terms, or else maybe he leaves. I think Golston's the one that's 100% out as well. Yeah. I think they're getting. I think Chauncey Golston's market's going to be much higher than we think it is.
Well, if you bring some of them back, I think that's a step in the right direction. But I think a team serious about contending would be like, we need Tank back, we need Osa back, we need Jordan Lewis back, we need Rico back, and then we'll look outside. But maybe they're going to be satisfied just putting a team together that can play meaningful football games in December. Maybe that's where they are in their rebuild trajectory. At some point, though, you really need to deliver something of meaning in the postseason. I don't know how much longer you can go on for like this. Mm-hmm. I think when you're close and you're sort of on the doorstep, you're getting another bite of the apple. If that's all you're doing, it's going to create fatigue. It's already created a significant amount of fatigue. And I know Jerry said a couple of years ago, what the Eagles are doing isn't sustainable. But you know what else isn't sustainable? It's never winning a championship for your team, for your city. That's not sustainable either. Just get us one, and we'll appreciate that for a very significant amount of time.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say it's not sustainable when they've made 3 Super Bowls now, won 2 of them in 8 years? 7, 8 years?
It's quite sustainable.
It seemed to be pretty sustainable.
Yes. Okay, we go to the morning news mock draft roundup. Looks like there's 4 different mocks that are out currently live in the last week, going with Ashton Genty, NFL.com, CBS Sports, Fox Sports, ESPN, a lot taking Ashton Genty there at 12 for the Cowboys. And I can't think of anything else that would have a bigger immediate impact than getting a star running back in there. The ability to play ball control, to get your defense off the field, and to take pressure off of Dak Prescott. Is it the best overall long-term move? I don't know. I just know that at 12, I want to get a great player. And I think signing Osa is going to allow them to be like, we're okay on defensive line. Where's the best player here sitting at 12? And I think if you do that more often than not, you're going to be in a great spot.
I wouldn't have a problem with Mason Graham from Michigan, the defensive tackle. I know Dane Brugler and I were talking about it, that a lot of things were going to go his way as far as people being critical of him. He weighed in at 296 pounds, which is about 20 pounds down from where he'd been playing at. So obviously he felt like that he had to do some things to lose some weight, to move around a little bit better. But a defensive tackle like that, a dominant 1 and a dominant 3, something like that, paired with Osa, I think would be a pretty special thing for you there at defensive tackle.
Currently, none of the mocks going with Graham, probably because he's not on the board anymore.
Not
right?
on the board, but if you're going to throw something in there that could be a difference maker kind of a thing, I would throw him in there as that guy.
Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle from Ole Miss, has 2 mockers that are heavy hitters. Daniel Jeremiah and Lance Zerline, saying Walter Nolan. I know he's kind of boom or bust, and you guys aren't high on him, but very explosive athlete for that size.
Well, this is where you're at now. And this Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft came out last week, and this is before, and we had this discussion this morning on Love of the Star, which will be out. We encourage you to listen to it at the end of the day here. But we had a discussion where with Nolan being a 3 technique, and you signed Osa. Would you want to double dip that early with the position, or would you want to go, okay, you get Osa done and then turn around and draft another position? But they definitely need defensive tackles, both the 1s and the 3s.
Luther Burden III, the wide receiver from Missouri, is the target for not only Dane Brugler, who hasn't done a mock for over a month now, but also Mel Kiper Jr. turns into a running back once you get the ball in his hands. That would be fun. Bucky Brooks going with Missouri's guard tackle combo, Armand Membu. What didn't you like about this guy, Brian? Membu?
I think he was a much better pass blocker than he was a run blocker.
Right.
And so if you're committed to wanting to go that route, I think you want a guy that's got a little bit more both to his game, especially at 12. If you just have a player that all he's doing is pass block, and then that's kind of something that might be a little bit short-sighted there for the position.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kyle Higashioka, Rangers catcher, has just left the building. You had Berger on base. That makes it 2-zip Rangers here in surprise. Let's go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has G-Bag of the day.
Yeah, I love the crack of that bat, man.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
And Broadus, you do not have to worry if Gavin is around you and that ball gets a little loose.
Yeah.
That man has a Hoover for a glove.
Okay.
That's right.
I've heard about some third base, hot corner activities that he was once pretty good at it, but
I'll barehand that
if
thing.
that thing comes screaming over that fence, Lucius, I don't know. I just don't know.
Hey, I like that little shade you threw out there. You said he was once good at it.
He was.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
That's what I was told by a drunk.
I'll show it if I get a chance here, Brian.
You got it, man. I've seen it, brother. All right. So our winner and champ of G-Bag of the day so far comes from a church clip. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie D. Haynes. This church mother got up in front of the church. She had a church announcement. She said, don't be offended if I hand you a mint. Please.
And again, I would like to say, now you all have to excuse me, but it's the truth. If I'm talking to any of you all and my breath stinking, and we have something here does, I forgot to brush my teeth or my tongue. Please, if anybody walk up and give you a mint, don't feel embarrassed. Take it, because they have a reason. So y'all, this is true. I'm not just up here just talking to be talking. I'm talking because it's the truth. And it's going around. This thing is going around. And when it's in the streets and every place else. This is my church. I love my church. I was born and reared in this church like many of you. So I'm going to speak the truth whether you like it or not.
Keep your bad breath out of my church.
I love how she started that off. I didn't realize yesterday. She says, like, I'm going to have to say this again. Like, this was not the first time she had to lay that.
She just had this interaction right before she started talking. She's ticked about it.
I'm handing her a mint.
I was giving you the mint for a damn reason, and you didn't take it.
I just got to check the good word there. I don't know how Jesus would feel about that. Is that a turn the other nostril situation?
She said it's going around. It's in the streets. She is sick of it.
What if you
I've
hand
talked
the
to
mint
4
back to
different
her?
people, and everybody's breath is funky. What is going on out here? That is that eat a booty gang.
Yeah, big Saturday night.
Saturday night. Where you been? Why you smell like a locker room? All right, let's see here. What else do we have? Oh, this happened yesterday during spring training. A game situation just like this. Texas Rangers GM, he can tell by the sound of the bat if it's a home run or not.
You might have noticed the fans are pretty disappointed with the local basketball team, CY. And, I just wanted to ask you.
There we go, Jake.
Nice.
First one.
That's what you paid for right there.
That's
Burger
right.
bomb. You knew that one off the bat.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
3-zip Rangers.
His last 2 exit velos were he grounded out twice at 108, 110. So he's hit the ball hard twice and just got that one elevated. So that's what we look forward to seeing a lot of this year, guys.
Yeah, he knew it.
Yeah, that was pretty amazing.
He didn't even look up.
It was an awesome moment.
Yeah, he can hurt that. That man can eyeball work, as they say. He can eyeball the work.
I really don't think that ball had gotten completely through the infield.
No.
I mean, it was like immediate. He knew.
Yep. There we go.
He knows his guys.
Bro, you said this is 7 grams? This is light, bro. This kind of light. This ain't even. This feel like a 4.5, fam. What's going on, bro? I thought you liked me, man. What's going on with this, man?
Yeah, we found out last night CY definitely not into that.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I don't even know where to go with that one. Like, how did you find out?
Apparently, he set up a meeting in the clubhouse with somebody who would speak to the ills of the Devil's lettuce and how you can't optimize your performance. So he wanted to make sure the players were educated.
It's going to rob you of your motivation, son.
Yeah.
Wait till you retire.
Yeah.
You smoke all day after that. You got a pension and everything. You can smoke all you want to and fish on your bass boat. But right now, I need you throwing fastballs.
Lock it in. CY's annual spring training jazz cabbage meeting.
Jazz cabbage.
Report in 10 minutes.
We're in a game of speed and power. This thing will make you slower. Math not mathing, boys. Be your best.
Hey.
That's how I imagine.
No, man. You're in your bag, bro. Just, a little Billy Ocean. Hey.
I love Billy
The sun is out. Little baseball going. Hey. All right, last one, bro. And speaking of last ones, this is the last one from Coach Ballsack. Yeah, a little something to say about the Cowboys on his way out the door.
Coach Ballsack is here one more time to say what the hell is going on with the Dallas Cowboys. They suck 7-10, and nothing gets done there. And then they're all in. Yeah, right. You know what's all in? Nothing, Corey.
Okay.
Shut the hell up.
All right, Coach.
I'm sick of this crap, and I'm sick of the Dallas Cowboys. Nothing works. Nothing works with this organization. And Jerry's there drinking on his Miller Lights. I think that's the sponsor of the Cowboys. I forget. It's some sort of beer that they sip on their bus in Indianapolis. Start paying attention to the players there and start picking better players.
Wow, maybe Jerry heard Ballsack this morning.
Wow.
He called off his Miller Lights on the bus.
Yep.
Ballsack can do that to you, man.
He did.
Make you look in the mirror.
Did y'all hear that, Coach Ballsack?
Yeah.
I really got to get my S together. I tell you what. He lit a fire up under me.
Said nothing works. I'm going to show him.
I'll show him.
Maybe that's Mike's real next job, advising Jared.
Hell of a walk-off there for Ballsack, man. That was a great mic drop moment for him.
Nothing, Corey. Shut the hell up.
Upper tank. Time to vote, Lucius?
Yeah, let's do that.
Look at that.
Yeah, let's do that, bro.
Okay, Church Lady has a mint for you. Texas Rangers GM
It's
Chris
running
Young.
rampant out here, bad breath.
It's in the damn streets, man.
Uh-oh. There's a long fly ball to center field. Track down. And thrown back in. Who was that out there in Pilar?
I think that's Pilar.
Pilar?
Yeah.
Dude, he made that look easy. 36 years old. This guy can run.
He's a hell of a defensive outfielder, man. That is his forte.
He's got wheels. Saved a run. Saved a triple.
Every time y'all say Pilar, I think of Deion Sanders' old girl.
Yeah.
Shador's mommy.
You know what's funny is he's got a similar name to another Red Sox, Millar, right? Was that Kevin Millar?
Kevin Millar. He's on, the baseball.
No, this is Kevin Pilar.
Yeah.
Okay, and he's 36-year-old hell of a center fielder. Hits lefties well, although he grounded out in his at-bat last inning. Is it the church lady? Is it the last speech for Mr. Sack there in KMC?
Mr. Sack.
Yeah.
You call me Mr. Sack.
That's my vote. Mikey B.
Same
Chief?
here, yeah.
Lucius?
You'll chutch.
Bullcheck?
Ball sack.
Bam.
Let's go with the sack.
By a score of 4-1. Your new GBag of the day champion.
Look at Berger chasing down that fly ball. That's another out.
Just 39 minutes removed from his final segment in 105.3 The Fan history. Mike Bassett's your new GBag of the day champion. Okay, it's a Friday at 2:40, Chief. Where are you taking us?
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Biggest L, biggest dub. Next right here on The Fan.
That is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023 and 2024, y'all.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. We're live in surprise spring training. Jake Berger out there at first base. He's going to jump on a headset and join us on the show as soon as he checks out of this game, but I imagine he'll be in there for at least another 20, 30 minutes or so. NFL News of the Day is coming up at 3 o'clock. Here's the Chief.
All right, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Live from Surprise with Jack Leiter now on the bump. Here's British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
All right, big dub to our buddy Kenson Ramirez. We know his dad, Nine God, a.k.a. Ken Doggy. It's his son's 22nd birthday. He's home from the Marines. It would mean the world to him to get a birthday shout-out.
Let's go. Let's go.
Mr. Ramirez,
happy birthday, Kenson. Happy birthday.
Thank you for your service, and happy birthday to you, my friend. On a Friday. Birthday's on a Friday. Is that the best? Because then you just kind of carry that thing into the weekend. Yeah. It turns out to be one heck of a celebration.
Or just maybe a Saturday. If you've got to go to school or something, then you get a full day, but Friday's an outstanding birthday.
I remember when I got home last week on my big 49th birthday, there was so much fun and festivities waiting for me, all the gifts.
Yeah.
There was a plate of brownies, I believe, that was only half eaten.
Yeah.
It was terrific.
Oh, my goodness, man. Yeah, there's nothing quite like that, especially for old Ramirez here because he's in his Emmitt Smith year.
He is the golden year.
It's going to be a huge year for him. Also got another birthday in the 817, Daniel Lopez. Happy birthday to him.
DP.
And he is apparently just a super beast when it comes to football. They would have won state had their coach done the right thing in the fourth quarter, according to the text here in the 817.
Started throwing it too much, sounds like.
Happy birthday to him. All
Kyle
right.
Shanahan in the Super Bowl, huh?
Yeah, sounds like he may have pulled
Finally
one of those.
came around.
Yeah.
We have our buddy Pappy, Tim in Carthage. Biggest L this week was Lucius not winning G-Bag of the Day for saying, ain't that a B word during Zach's Top 10 Nuts segment. Was that the...
That was cool.
Was that the black almond or something like that? Or the black walnut or something?
Yeah, the black walnut.
Yeah,
that was a great moment.
I know who has a big L out here, though.
Who's that?
Your boy Tony Martinez.
What happened?
Husband of the woman that got her IUD rearranged by Steve Smith.
Oh, dude.
That is a hell of a call.
Thank you, Lucius.
And he tagged everybody. I think he tagged Chuck E. Cheese, too. Like, can you believe this dude?
Yeah, just the most random. He just wanted to get that out to as many different places.
He tagged Yeti coolers, too,
Yeah,
one
he
time.
did.
What's going on there?
Trying to get a sponsorship.
Yeah.
I don't know. That was tough, man. That was tough. I'll tell you what, maybe the biggest L, it's either that guy or it's the Ole Miss family that's having to put out fires, getting ball sacked. It was apparently a fraternity prank gone awry. Using all sorts of fake screenshots and whatnot to paint a very poor picture about a young lady at Ole Miss. That family's going through a lot right now. Big L to her.
That was all made up.
And the boyfriend, allegedly, according to them, they're coming out and saying it's all a ball sack. Wow. So either way, a giant
Get
L.
some control of the program down there, Lane. God, what are we?
Well,
doing?
to be fair, it wasn't a football. It wasn't a football.
No, I'm just blaming Lane.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
That's what LSU
Come on,
people.
Lane.
That's what LSU people do to Ole Miss people. Just
I could
blame
see
them.
Lane Kiffin being behind the prank.
Be better, Lane.
Be better.
He was doing keg stands at the frat house while they were setting up the prank. Okay, we have our buddy Woody 214. Still sober from the opiates and the benzos. Still rocking and rolling.
There you go.
And bigged up for him this week as well, getting his wife into seeing a neurologist after her having an anoxic brain injury.
Ouch.
So I don't know what the anoxic portion of that particular injury is. Sounds extremely difficult.
Bring him up.
And
Leiter's dealing.
we're praying for your wife there, Woody. Glad she got in there to the doctor. Leiter's dealing right now?
He is, yeah. Struck him out looking.
In the midst of a Leiter dub as we
look
speak.
at this.
That's beautiful. 9-7-2, biggest L. Feels like we lost a family member with Ballsack leaving. Biggest win.
Oh, yeah.
It's Friday.
It is Friday.
Yeah, I mean, biggest L, you lose Mike. Biggest dub, though, you gain
lose
Mike
Mike.
on the TV broadcast.
Yes.
Yeah, that's going to be special.
Good luck, Dave.
I wonder how many G-Bag of the Day moments we can get from Mike Bassick on the Rangers telecast.
Yeah, I was
this
thinking
year.
about that. I do think that, obviously being a TV guy, you're buttoned up. But at some point, Mike's going to have enough games under his belt to let it hang a little bit.
Yes.
And
Yes.
right when he knows the fans love me and my boss can't say a damn thing about it,
yeah,
that's when. And I don't know if that happens this year or 5 years from now, but I guarantee it will.
I look forward to that evolution where slowly he's showing more and more of the inner ball sack in him, and then finally it's all going to culminate in just an unbelievable moment right there at Globe Life Field.
The Batwing.
Okay, we have the 254 biggest L losing the 432 as my co-pilot. Sorry about that. Biggest dub, though, not stuck in the truck with the 432 all day. So I don't know what it is about the 432, but had an impact on this guy. 214 biggest L couldn't get the insurance to cover the Ozempic.
Yeah, it doesn't always work.
Gosh, dog it.
Man, that seems like something you'd want
That's
to
a big
approve.
mistake.
Big dubs. It's payday today, though. Just not.
That's true. Big dub.
Not
Big
enough
dub,
of a
baby.
payday to cover the Ozempic, but it's still a payday nonetheless. Let's see. We have the 325 biggest dub to our country. 928 biggest L, losing my job. Biggest dub, anniversary for my wife, 9 years. All right, well,
congrats.
This is just one little setback. The comeback's going to be incredible. How many people have we heard text in say, Big L, I lost my job, and then next thing we know, we get the dub text,
better job
within a couple of weeks or whatever it is, and they're like, hey, better job, better situation. So I know that's going to happen to that guy. Let's see, 469.
Ooh, looking again. Oh, he's going to challenge. Janko is challenging a called third strike on the inside corner from Leiter.
I think he's going to lose this challenge.
Leiter looking for a clean inning. That's outside.
Yeah, that's outside.
That is outside. Does that make the count full? It does by almost a full inch. In your face, umpire.
He didn't make a joke this time.
The count has gone full on Janko here with Leiter dealing. That was a damn good pitch.
It was, man. I wonder what he throws him now. That was the changeup.
It was almost a full inch in your face.
The payoff pitch.
That's what you said, bro. 252. You'll hear it on Monday.
Oh, no.
972 biggest dub. My daughter Allison Gonzalez won first place in the powerlifting regional meet. We'll be headed to state for the 105-pound division.
Congratulations. That's badass.
Dude, I wonder 105
Oh, no.
Ooh, gets through Young and Seager.
See what that silly ump did to us.
Is that an error? Or is that a...
It bounced off
Seeing
Young's
eye.
glove.
Single. 4 hits for the Cubs, still no runs. Rangers lead 2-0 here in the third. I babysat a kid that went on to like Division II college powerlifting and national wrestling champ, Krista. Yeah, my buddy's Chris's kid.
Oh, man,
Chris
that
was
is
a
so
good
cool.
wrestler. Like when we would drunken wrestle, he'd get me pretty good, you know?
Oh, it was in her DNA then. She was ready.
But I didn't know he was like that. I was like, bro, you probably should have wrestled. If you weren't such a screw up in high school, you would have.
So Chris named his daughter Krista?
Yeah. Little George Foreman thing going on there.
That's good.
We have Gage Workman of the Cubs in the box right now versus Leiter.
It's a good name. It's a good baseball name.
All right, how about the L? We discussed this earlier off the air this week, but the that couple that was forced to sit next to a woman's corpse for 4 hours on an international flight.
Yeah.
Can you fathom?
No.
I mean, they got to get some reparations for that. That is uncalled for. Oh, did we just get a Workman dong right there on Leiter? Son of a bee.
Dang it.
He nearly hit it to the slide over there, that public pool.
These Cubs fans are giving Workman a standing O right now.
Well, it's tough to get Leiter like that, you know, but he made one mistake, the one mistake he's made all inning. Obviously, he's got to look at Young and Seager as guys.
Yeah.
Either one of you want to get to that ground ball from Janko.
Yeah,
Should have been the
thanks a
third
lot.
out.
That's
about
what they're
3
over there
minutes ago.
talking about right now.
Yeah, screw that challenge.
That's our bad.
Gosh, El Blondie, why's your eye so good?
Jeez.
I miss El Blondie so much, man.
Yeah.
Looking at him right
Just
there.
doing all the little things once again to give his team a chance.
Ultimate glue guy. I like
great
the idea
dude.
of a mid-season sort of hedgy trade back for Janko, though.
Exit velo on that thing was 110.8.
Do you think the Cubs PR guy is here and would give us Janko a little bit later on the show?
Yeah, possible.
Be nice to catch up with him.
Could ask.
Yeah, let's start that conversation. There it is. Biggest L, biggest dub right here from Surprise.
Thank you, Chief. Biggest L, biggest dub most every Friday at 2:40 here in the GBag Nation. We are standing by for Jake Berger, who is currently standing in a shifted first base position here at Surprise Stadium in Arizona, where we now have a game that's tied 2-2 with Jack Leiter working to his fifth batter of the inning. Okay, we're coming back with some NFL news today, ain't that right, Wolchuk?
Yeah, Howie's swinging big. We got stocks up, stocks down from the combine, and this potential draft target is talking Cowboys. That's next.
Uber Eats has Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. You have Josh Young on first base. Jock Peterson hitting a high fly ball along the first base line, and appears their first baseman ran over there and wrangled it. So you do have one out for the Rangers. Adolis Garcia stepping into the batter's box. Tie game now, 2-2, after a monster shot with Janko on base for the Cubbies there.
Yeah, Gage Workman.
Top of the fourth inning. Yeah, Gage Workman.
Yeah.
Gage Workman nearly hit it over the fence that holds the entire yard. There's a shot into right field. It could drop, and it did. Josh Young had to hold up, so he'll end up at first and second there. Runners
setting up the Burger Daddy.
That was 390 feet that Workman home run went.
We might get a Burger Jimmy Jag.
We could. 2 on, 1 out. Jake Burger.
Impressive poke. Okay, here's Wolchuk with your NFL news today.
DBs are flying so far at the Combine today. Texas's Jahdae Barron running a 4.4. How about UTSA's cornerback Za Frazier, who I got to check out at the Shrine Bowl? Good player. Runs a 4.39. You got Kentucky's corner Maxwell Hairston, who is widely considered a second rounder, runs a 4.3. Maybe that bumps him into the first. Who knows? Iowa State corner Darian Porter, a 4.3, and K-State cornerback, I'm a big fan of, Jacob Parrish, 4.36. So corners are crushing it. Oh, that's going to
hit too hard.
Berger hit that ball so hard it one hop to the center fielder, and Young could only get to third.
I thought that was going to score Josh Young the way that came off the bat.
Yeah, it could have. I think he had to hold up just a little bit.
But Higashioka's going for home run 2 of the day.
Wow.
So now he's in the box. It's a fun inning. Rangers offense is going off right now. Okay, we did get a lot of news regarding the quarterback deal now because Matthew Stafford is staying with the Rams. Rams have now announced they agreed to terms with Stafford on a restructured deal. Sides are finalizing that. It's going to factor in that Stafford is year-to-year at age 37. His 2025 cap number was already almost $50 million with over $22 million in dead money in 2026. So the restructure keeps both sides happy. Giants now, the great thing is they were really trying hard to get Stafford. Raiders thought they had a chance too. Now they're out on this. So the Giants are pivoting to one Aaron Rodgers.
Let's go. That'll be funny twice a year. You know, I think that is a sign that your front office doesn't know what the hell they're doing. You got a tag-up situation, and the Rangers now have the lead. 3-2.
Should have dropped that ball, man. That was a mistake by the first baseman there playing that ball, and he didn't have a chance.
I'm surprised he couldn't throw him out. I mean, that was not too far down the right field line, but he came over there into foul territory and makes the out. Maybe he didn't know the guy was running?
No, he had his back to the infield there. I mean,
he
just dropped that ball and then, fight for another day. But, man, you just sacrificed a run there for making a play that you could have probably just, maybe got out of the inning on if you would have just dropped it.
The other runners advanced, so they got runners on second and third now. Rangers looking to break this thing open, but they got 2 outs.
Raiders are considering Russell Wilson and Sam Darnold, according to Mike Silver. So that's their new plan of action as soon as Stafford was no longer available. So Giants going for A-Rod, and then the Raiders are going for Wilson or Darnold. Darnold makes some sense, I guess. I don't know what the Wilson connection with Pete Carroll's why everyone keeps saying that.
How do you guys like this as the headline the day that the news breaks that the Giants have signed Aaron Rodgers? G-Men. Tripping day balls.
Tripping day balls.
I think that's your headline.
Yes. I like it.
Man, I see what you're doing there.
Put that in 3 inches.
Pilar going oppo, and it's
got snagged
out on
I
the
think
warning
that
track.
was Alcantara out there making that snag on the outfield. Damn, he hit that hard, though. End of the inning, Rangers got 1 on, so 3-2 they lead as we head into the 5th. Cam Ward is not going to throw at the Combine. He's doing interviews. We also did get to hear from Emeka Egbuka. Okay, this is Ohio State wide receiver that I think could be in play. He's a first-rounder, one of my favorite receivers in the draft, tremendous route runner. If the Cowboys were to take a receiver, he'd definitely be one that I'd love them to consider. This was him talking about the Cowboys' new receivers coach, but also his visit with the boys.
There's Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson, Jackson Smith-Njigba, Julian Fleming, Jamison Williams, Cameron Babb, Marvin Harrison Jr. that's probably one of the craziest rosters I've ever heard in my life. So I think some of you can just picture what that room was like. And that was really the reason I decided to go to Ohio State, was because I didn't want to go to a place where I wasn't going to be challenged by my peers. I wanted to go to a place where, in order to see the field, I had to grow and at an exponential rate, because they were all growing as well. So being able to play with them and just being in that competitive atmosphere is why I'm standing before you all today, for sure.
Have you met formally with the Cowboys?
I've not met formally with the Cowboys. Yes, sir.
How was that?
It was awesome. Junior Adams, wide receiver coach, I've known him for a very long time. He actually coached my wide receiver coach in high school when he was at Eastern Washington. So, we've had a long relationship ever since I was in high school. He's awesome. I love spending time with him, and we stay connected all my 4 years throughout college.
So you got a connection there with the Cowboys wide receivers coach, and he did. I mean, this guy, he's capable of being a top wide receiver, but he's playing with Jackson Smith and Jigba. Then you've got Marvin Harrison Jr. Now you've got the freshman phenom Jeremiah Smith. I mean, it was a who's who from Ohio State, and then he mentioned the other names when he started there with that receiver room. Was like, I love Emeka Egbuka. To me, blocking, he's incredible. The route running, he's just a smooth player. You talk about guys that aren't necessarily projections, traits. I think there's no doubt about it, is going to be a successful wide receiver at the next level. Some look at him as a slot player, but I think he can win outside.
I could see that with his size, but I mean, very impressive. Total professional. From what I can tell, like they say, he's one of the hardest working guys, one of the best teammates that you could have on your team. I wonder how much another wide receiver would really help this team. And I think until you can make them pay for playing coverage, they'll just play coverage. And we've seen CeeDee Lamb be a receiver for the Cowboys that the other team can't take away for significant stretches of his career. Other than that, like anything short of CeeDee Lamb, I think the defense can scheme you out of that, and you got to make sure your running game is great. So if Egbuka is the best player at 12, I think you could take him and be very happy for a long time. But as far as what this team needs in order to excel and be balanced offensively, I don't think that gets you closer to winning a playoff game immediately. The biggest impact that you could make would be at other positions than wide receiver.
Yeah, and for him, where he will help in the running game is the blocking aspect of it.
Nice.
Like, the dude's an outstanding blocker. So that's something where the Cowboys don't have good blocking wide receivers at all right now. CD's okay. He's willing to do it. I guess Mingo, that might be his best trait. But Egbuka, to your point, like, if you want to improve the running game, he would do that as an outside weapon, but I get where you're coming from. Diana Rossini, talking about Travis Hunter, said the character, all the stuff teams are learning about him in those meetings, he's been blowing teams away. He's just a really, really good guy. He has just been dominating this entire process.
He's very comfortable talking to people.
And he does the podcast deal.
Yeah, he's going to come off as very polished. He's going to come off with thoughtful answers. He's going to be funny. He could be serious. You watch the tape. He's going to interview very well because he's comfortable being around people. And I think that's one of those things that you show nerves when you get in those meetings. People can those coaches and scouts can tell when you're anxious and nervous and uncomfortable. He's never going to come off that way.
No.
True alpha.
He is. He absolutely is. Now, Quinn Ewers, we're talking about meetings with teams, and I always love just getting some insight on how these went. So Quinn's there, and we found out he was playing through the season with an oblique injury, and all the other Texas kids out there have been dominating their 40s. I mean, Bond's out there saying, I'm going to break Xavier Worthy's record. Jadon Blue did the same thing. But Quinn said he met with the Steelers, and he told Aditi Kinkawala of CBS Sports how some of that combine meeting went.
So let's talk about the Steelers. How was that meeting?
It was great. It was great getting to talk to, Coach Tomlin and just get to know him a little bit and him getting to know me.
What's the best thing he asked you? What did he ask you that you said, you know what, that's a good question?
Oh, it was funny. We started talking about my major.
Okay.
It's like what Cardell Jones said. We didn't go to college to play school, but no, it was good to get to talk to him. And
what was your major?
Physical culture and sports.
So he wanted to know what it is. He wanted to know your classes.
Yeah, he wanted to know what it is, kind of like what my final GPA was. But
what was your final GPA?
It was around like a 3.3, 3.4-ish.
Okay, so like a B+.
Yeah.
Was he impressed or?
He just wrote it down in his notebook. But you know what they say, get degrees. So, but you know, I didn't finish school yet. So.
Did he get on you about that?
No.
Mike Tomlin has swallowed a dictionary, so when he's asking you academic questions.
Yeah, I bet.
What else about the Steelers? Did they really put you on the board?
No, they didn't put me on the board, which is really them and one other team that I didn't get on the board. I think they were just really trying to get to know me, and then I know they're going to be at the pro day for me, and I'm sure we'll have conversations after or before then.
There's a lot that I took away from this. The swallowing of a dictionary was interesting. Who was lying?
The quarterback.
Well, Quinn admitted he didn't even finish school.
Yeah, but he said like he's got a 3.3. I mean, it sounds like he wasn't really sure
C's get degrees because a 3.3 is like a B.
Sounds more like a 2.7 to me.
Probably didn't know really what the GPA scale is.
Yeah, was he trying to kind of circle back? It's like, wait, they might check
3.3, maybe not. Maybe it's a 2.7.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I don't know. But either way, hey, I'm a C guy, C student.
Hey, jeez.
I liked it. I thought that was a good interaction with Quinn. But swallowing a dictionary from Mike Tomlin, quite the visual.
Never heard that in relation to just trying to paint the picture of somebody being extremely intelligent.
No.
But what was his? Did he say his major was physical culture
of sports?
Yeah.
Was that a made-up major?
He was still pulling a 2.7, bro.
There's just a lot of things I never heard in that clip.
I was kind of confused there for a minute. Hey, I mean, I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but, man, I was kind of like, oh, okay.
If teams hear that, he's going to drop another round or two. They didn't even put him on the board. They're like, we don't want to embarrass you anymore. Thanks for your time.
He's a good kid.
No, he's a great kid. I mean,
I think going to be a good backup.
The character, I think, is outstanding.
Good backup in the league, in my opinion. Maybe in one of your fifth-round picks if they want to take a quarterback and take a flyer on Quinn. Howie Roseman's doing it again, and this is just frustrating. We've been hearing the reports all week about, could the Eagles be in on Myles Garrett? Well, here's the latest smoke to that fire from Diana Rossini on Scoop City.
Here's what some people are saying right now, that Howie's willing to move on from some of these guys because he's looking to make a big swing, and that big swing would be for Myles Garrett. Some of these guys that you think are a sure thing may not be sure things to return to Philly.
I would rather have
right?
Myles Garrett than Zach Bond.
Put it past Howie Roseman going after Myles Garrett.
Absolutely
no way.
not.
Continue to build and build and build in the area that got them to the Super Bowl and in the Super Bowl's past, which is just to continue with it.
And Myles Garrett.
Could you imagine that? Wow. Look, but is Cleveland going to move him? At the end of the day, it's going to come down to that.
It's just annoying to think about this. All right, Josh Sweat, get the hell out of here. That's fine. We're not going to re-sign you. You know what we're going to do? We're pivoting. Myles Garrett, come on up. And then he ends up being a darn Eagle. And this is the kind of crap that Howie Roseman does. And it's what's got the Eagles at the top. Boom.
Stick.
Is that the Leote Tavares?
Leote has left the building.
Look at Leote.
Nice shot there to right center.
Having himself a good spring so far.
Yeah. Is that a second home run?
Yeah. It is. It is.
Tear him up.
2 dongs in 1 week for Leote.
So you've got the Eagles trying to get better. They might make a big swing. And then the Commanders and the Texans, according to Jordan Schultz, Starbucks own, had significant interest in trading for wide receiver Deebo Samuel. Talks are progressing in recent days. Steelers and Broncos have also checked in, but he believes Houston and Washington are the two most aggressive teams to land Deebo services. Now,
the former assistant general managers at the Commanders,
Adam Peters,
right?
Absolutely. So there's a link here, but out of the options that have been floated out there, like whether T. Higgins was a big name, I think he's staying in Cincinnati. Other teams realize that, so that's why you had New England's backing off on that. I don't know that I'd be okay Deebo going to Washington maybe. I don't think that one's going to scare me as much as some of these other moves they could possibly make that a weapon.
I mean, the problem with Deebo was he was such a threat in the running game and the yak, and all of that just seemed to die.
Shoulder problems. A lot of injuries, stuff.
His play style, right?
His play style.
That's just it's one that it's difficult to age well at that position.
Yeah.
So this is one where I don't know. I mean, the availability at this stage in his career has become a concern. I don't think they would be acquiring the player that was really just igniting fear when the Cowboys were taking on San Francisco in the postseason back-to-back years.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I don't think you're getting a full, productive 17-game season out of him. But the other dot, too, with the Texans is D'Amico Ryans.
Sure. Yep, absolutely.
Head coach,
Fair
happy
point.
with the
Fair
Niners.
point.
So it's definitely teams that know him well, and maybe they just know what kind of dude he is and the type of worker that he is. But we have seen him balloon a little bit and up 20 pounds or whatever this offseason.
It's true. Not in the best shape of his life season at all.
Yeah, I
Not
mean,
yet.
Washington has a lot of potential, a lot of cap space. We need to see them fail on their big decisions, and I think that would be very risky for them.
214 says he's washed. I think that's the perfect way to put it.
Washed. Like, I'd be
or
cool
he's,
with it.
he's approaching the wash line. And
Sure. You could get another big season out of him, maybe one more.
Okay, so the other big receiver trade that I saw floating out there was DK Metcalf. So you've got Corbin Smith in Seattle, and then Peter Bukowski. Okay, I didn't say Butkowski, I said Bukowski. They're discussing a trade with the Packers. Trade would involve the 23rd pick and another one of Green Bay's young receivers. So immediately I'm like, Brian, gang of 7. Can we find out what the hell's going on with DK Metcalf? Because if all of a sudden, like, you're giving up a young receiver in 23. Is this legit? Is he going to be on the move? Green Bay adding DK? That could be a little bit scary inside the conference. That's an interconference move. What did you hear about this, Bri?
John's not trading him.
This is ball sacking.
Yeah. John said not trading him.
Not trading him.
Yep.
Not trading him. So don't believe these reports of DK Metcalf right now. Last thing, NFL news of the day. I thought the Saints were going to move on from Derek Carr after Ellen Moore went ahead and was like non-committal during his presser, but I guess today they kind of hinted that Derek Carr is going to come back. They think they can win with him. They were Mickey Loomis was saying at the Combine. Maybe this is also the salary cap hit. If they were to move on, they'd probably be in on a lot of over-the-cap dead money. And maybe Derek Carr says, okay, I don't know what my market would even be like. I'll go ahead and take a pay cut just to stay here in New Orleans. I mean, the first 2 games were magical for the Saints. Maybe they're hoping they can channel that with a new head coach.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Great stuff. Okay, if the Cowboys do attack free agency, who are the Tier 1 players they could target next week? That's coming up next as we take in the scene live in spring training. Coverage brought to you by Asco Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960. And the on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing, same-day service guaranteed. And we're back in the
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
All right, welcome back, Nation. We're live in Surprise at the stadium watching the Rangers and Cubs play. Rangers do lead 4-2 here in the top of the sixth. I got to tell you, Jack Leiter looks good. Okay. Dude. He's been challenged a couple of times with the ball just right on the edge. I know that's a huge concern for him. How can I throw strikes without throwing meatballs? And I think he's what we're looking at here is a good winner of work.
26 strikes on 39 pitches, 4 Ks already.
Wow.
It's been good.
He's getting it done. Is this the third inning he's pitched in? I believe it is. Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on this and pass along anything of note. We are anticipating Jake Berger is going to join the show when he checks out of the game. But here we are in the sixth, and he's still out there standing at his first base position. Segment of the Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It is time for the C-Note here, Cowboys news of the evening. Jerry Jones is going to talk with reporters coming up on Wednesday, Wolchuk.
Yeah, that's what some of our friends out there in Indy have said, that he's probably going to end up talking Wednesday. I think that's when they've scheduled the Zach Martin special send-off that they're doing for him, so that makes some sense. It's already naturally kind of built in. The media is going to be there, so he'll chat with them then.
Yeah, no need to double up. It'll be interesting. You had the Steven quotes early this week. By the time we get to the middle of next week, there should be free agency news and decisions starting to trickle into the news cycle. And hopefully at that point, we'll be looking at, a team that's shown even more signs of being aggressive and building this thing out. I've kind of had the epiphany or the thought at this winter and now going into free agency, for all the faults that we talk about with the way that the Joneses go about doing their business, it's not an ideal GM situation. I think they could win big if they just decided we really got to go for it. We have, 4 years of Dak Prescott's contract. Who knows what happens after that as far as having a legitimate franchise quarterback. Let's try to make it happen now. And if they would do that, I think they could absolutely do things their way and still have success. They just keep building rosters with massive holes in them and then expecting them to beat better teams in the playoffs, more physical teams in the playoffs, deeper teams in the playoffs. So I assume that at some point in Jerry's life, he'd want to go make his absolute best foot forward at doing that again. I think you have enough star players. 2 corners that can go get the ball, one of the best rushers, one of the best wide receivers, an offensive line that's good enough. I mean, you have the foundation of a team that could contend. So hopefully when Jerry talks next Wednesday, maybe this is strategic because they're going to be, unleashing a new era. And it's been their way of doing things. You know what I think might have happened here? Remember the Nnamdi Asomugha offseason there? It was a strike offseason, so we weren't getting a lot of news. But right as teams were starting to get finalized there, it was late July.
They were at a practice in San Antonio when that was going down.
They thought they were getting Asomugha.
Yeah.
Jerry actually talked about it with Richie and Grego.
Yep.
Like, oh, hey, we're going to pass the phone around. I think we're getting ready to announce something. This is exciting. They didn't get him. Where did he go? He went to Philadelphia. Where Vince Young famously said, we've put together the dream team.
Yep.
And it failed. And then the next year you got Brandon Carr, and he was just okay, even though he's one of the top signings. And I think at that point they decided, guys, when we go into free agency, it's just too dang risky. We thought we were going to get this great corner, and we dodged a bullet here not getting Asomugha is what ended up happening because his career as a good player was over. He went from being the best corner in the NFL with the Raiders, like a coach on the field. They said he had the ability to anticipate what the other team was going to do. He went from checking all the boxes to being bad. And I think the mistake they made is in believing that risk meant you shouldn't try free agency anymore. They're like, oh, we're going to outthink the room here and go cheap, and ultimately it's blown up in their face. Now, we did the story, I think it was late last week, teams signing players in free agency, it's still a fail a lot. Mm-hmm. Like at every position, the top signings, there's over a 50% chance that he's going to play worse than what he played at for his prior team. So I could see where the math is. But what the Eagles do is when they mess up, they go get another player.
Right.
Like, wow, that signing didn't work. Now we got to trade for somebody. And, you could absolutely make something big happen. This team only needs 6 good players.
Yeah, I think where the Eagles now, after winning the Super Bowl, I think what they realize is, and they always say this, hey, you're never going to have the same team from year to year. I think Philadelphia is going to start living that. I think Philadelphia is going to try and keep their core guys. But if there's guys that they absolutely can move on from and go get other guys, they're going to be willing to turn their roster. Some people say, wow, they gave up a Super Bowl winning roster. And it's like Howie's looking at it as like, man, I can't count on these guys to play great again next year.
Yeah.
So he's going to keep churning his roster. And maybe the thing that he will keep consistent is his offense and defensive line. And then everything else that he'll just continue to kind of churn and see if he can make his roster, once again, a Super Bowl winning roster. I always believe this. I mean, I think it is the way it is now. Dallas builds a roster that's good enough to win the division. That's their ceiling. Where the Eagles, and maybe now you're going to have to worry about the Commanders because they've got a general manager in there that came from that 49ers system that knows how to build rosters.
And a new owner that's eager to do whatever it takes to compete. I feel like, guys, if the Cowboys won, they would look at all their players as they have a special connection to the fans.
No question.
And we don't want to get rid of these guys because whenever fans see a Super Bowl champion on TV, they're like, there's value in that. I mean, teams that win ultimately bring back their champions for opening night or a big ceremony. I mean, there's value in there and how the fans connect. And certainly we saw Nico on the complete other side of that spectrum screw it up that way. But I think it's more dangerous to be too loyal to your guys.
I think Howie is not loyal to anybody but trying to build the best roster that he can. And he's taken the attitude as my roster will never be the same, championship or not. Every year it's going to look remarkably different, and he accepts that. He embraces that.
Adolis Garcia opens the Rangers half of the sixth with a base hit up the middle. A little ground ball situation, got past the shortstop, and now our guy Jake Berger here is up to bat once again as the Rangers lead 4-2. What do you say, another home run, then head into the clubhouse and join the GBag Nation?
He's 2 for 2 today.
He is hitting the absolute heck out of the ball.
He is, man.
See why I told us yesterday, some of the exit velos, all triple digits, and the hit that he had last time up had to be 108, 109. That thing was smoking as it left the infield. I saw there's a greater chance of the asteroid hitting the Earth than the Cowboys winning the Super Bowl in 2025. This asteroid percentage currently sitting at 3.1, Cowboys' chances at 1.4. Hopefully this asteroid not coming anywhere near a major city. You're going to have to evacuate. This is a city wiper, you know. So best of luck. I suppose we'll be tracking that pretty good, and NASA will let us know here before.
How close are we talking about here? Years or what are we talking about?
I think this is in 2026. They're talking about there's a 3% chance of a asteroid that could take out a city.
2026.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they're spotting it. You know, this year China is going to test some anti-asteroid tech that they have on a smaller one. And see if they're onto something, or they got to tweak their formula here before the big potential showdown in 2026. I mean, a 97% chance basically it takes a big turn.
We just need to get Ben Affleck and them up in a rocket, right, and kind of land on the asteroid, break it up. You know,
I suppose.
Yeah.
You know, I think Bruce Willis had more.
Bruce
to do with
Willis.
that.
Yeah, he did.
Well, I think he said, "Hey, take care of my daughter," or that kind of thing. You know, so. Bruce, you got to do what you got to do.
I thought that movie was pretty corny and poorly acted, so I checked out on a lot of it.
It was about an hour too long.
Yeah. Okay, we go to big-name wide receivers the Cowboys could target if they do actually attack free agency. This is Saad Youssef in The Athletic.
There we go. Berger got himself a walk.
Nice job. Good eye, Berg.
Back on base.
T. Higgins, number 1 on this list. Cowboys go after him. Is that a $30 million wide receiver?
Yeah.
Sure.
That's just, I'd love it. That'd be fun. T. Higgins and CeeDee Lamb together. Let's go party. But I think he's staying in Cincinnati.
Yeah, a little too rich for the Cowboys, I feel like. If there's a wide receiver out there, it's probably got to be in the Brandon Cooks $10, $11 million range at most.
Yeah.
Higashioka trying to lay down a bunt, move the runners over. There's nobody out. 2 runners on here for the Rangers, bottom of the 6th, looking to add some insurance runs to their lead as they head into the 7th. Trey Smith is not happening, right? Chiefs tagged him? Or
They tagged.
Yeah.
They tagged him.
So you go to another offensive lineman. I would love this. Ronnie Stanley. Feels like he has been in the NFL since Ray Lewis's rookie year.
Yep. He played for the Baltimore Colts.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, did Higashioka get another one?
He did.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Second
Three-run
dog
shot.
of the game.
Yeah, take that, Cubs.
He went from trying to lay down a bunt to just saying, "Let me just dong this real quick. Let me get that Jimmy Jack."
He just said, he told Bocce, he goes, "Listen, I ain't bunting. All right, Botch.
Yeah.
Old Botch.
Oh, Botch. He's just not going to bunt."
Dude, he's got like a 6 RBI game now. This is amazing.
Strong guy there, that Higashioka. Has been brought in to be the backup catcher to Jonah Heim. I don't know, the way he's swinging it right now, maybe he's going to be the starter. If you had to bet right now who's going to play more games at catcher, Wolchuk, tough to say.
I do think
After a home
offensively
run,
Higashioka is definitely better. Defensively, Heim's better. So
Yeah, but what have you done for me lately?
it's a pretty damn good 1-2 punch right there.
Yeah, no doubt. Ronnie Stanley, number 3. Is there any chance of him on the Cowboys?
I don't think so.
No, I'm putting in the guarantee, actually, Dawson. He's going to be a Cowboy.
Thank you.
Not.
Wolchuk, that's what I needed.
I think the Patriots are going to throw a bunch of money at him.
He's not leaving Baltimore. Shut up.
See that?
I think Saad right here probably wasted a couple hours on this list.
What are you saying? Oh, Pilar, boom, base hit. Let's get it, boys.
Hey, and shout out to Pilar with 2 great plays at the wall today as well in the outfield.
Yeah.
Gosh,
Flashing the leather.
This is a World Series damn champ we're watching.
It does not look like early returns are good on our guy out there hitting lefties, Evan Carter.
Well, Evan Carter got scratched from the game today.
Oh, did he?
He's got the crud. Got the crud going around.
Man.
That was the report, too. It was like he's got the crud.
CY had the crud yesterday. I don't know if you guys noticed.
Oh, and I was using his headset?
Yeah, that I was going to bring that up in Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Well, and I had an awkward interaction with him. I went to shake his hand. I could tell he didn't really want to do the handshake.
He
because
shook
of the
my
sickness
hand.
thing, and I just shook it anyway.
Shook
well,
my hand.
he wanted to get you sick.
I intentionally got up and left at the end of that segment so I wouldn't have to shake his hand.
I thought it was because you had to fart.
Well, no, that was last segment actually.
No, you're just one of the most social people on the earth.
I
That's
did.
why
I let out a tester in the men's room there at that last break when I was going number one.
Respect.
And I was like, oh my God, I got to walk around outside here just to let the pants air out. This is the worst gas I've ever had. Milton Williams, the defensive tackle, number 4.
Let's double up. Let's get him in.
I like
Milton.
Milton. I'm interested to see where he ends up. If the Eagles don't bring him back, if they're going all in on Myles Garrett, who ends up throwing the bag at him.
Chris Godwin, number 5. That's another wide receiver. He might be up there and injured enough to
I
be
think Godwin could be,
in range.
Maybe you get a 1-year prove-it deal for Godwin coming off the injury.
Zach Bond, 28 years old. That would be a shame if you gave him a big deal and he came here and didn't play half as good as you did for the Eagles. I don't think that one's possible. He probably earned himself close to $20 million a year, right, with that season? That's a great question.
He was one of the best.
I mean, him and Bolton. Honestly, I'd love either one. Yeah. Let's do this thing, man. That's what the issue is.
I would take Bolton just because I think he's proven it.
Yeah, more consistently.
Yeah.
I mean, his entire career, he's done it year over year. Bond's kind of a 1-year wonder.
Right.
But I think the Saints were just misusing Bond the whole time.
Yeah, they were using him as an edge.
Yeah.
Instead of an off-ball linebacker.
Got it. Okay.
Oh, that was very close to the chin area on Marcelo Osuna, but a stolen bagger there?
No, I think he's out.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, the Adolis Garcia pinch runner did not get down. He should have. I don't know if he needs to go back to sliding practice there on the backfield or something. That was an odd sequence of events. But the good news is the Rangers got 2 home runs from Higashioka this afternoon, the latest putting them ahead 7-2 against the Cubbies here. They're on their way to another dub if the bullpen doesn't blow it, which is going to be a storyline throughout the year. Everywhere I go, people are very confident about this Rangers team. They keep saying, what about the bullpen? Got to get through the bullpen. So we got our eyes peeled for that as well. Krusty's Corners coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, there are a lot of these draft risers from the Combine. I'm going to see if Wolchuk likes any of them. We'll do that next.
Coming up Monday morning on Shan and RJ, we are back from the Combine in Indianapolis with a full recap of the entire weekend. Shan RJ.
So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay. It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
50 reward. That's the Casey's on 2101 Weatherford Highway in Granbury. Got you down.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It's the GBag Nation here on The Fan. We're live in surprise coverage brought to you by Asco Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960. And on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing, same-day service guaranteed. Rangers and Cubs out here on the diamond. We're going to get Jake Berger here before too long. It's time now, though, for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. We're going up 8-2 here, Brian.
I like it. I like it.
Here's Krusty.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Tell you what, man, and thank you to Reliant as well for being out here with us. I'm digging this, man. I'm digging the Cubs getting beat like this. I mean, I know it's
seems personal.
It is very personal to me.
Yeah, did they?
Ex-wife's from Chicago, so
okay, that's right. You were telling us
I'm kind of making this personal.
It all makes sense now.
That's why you don't like Wrigley. You went on your first date there.
Actually, before I got married, I went to a game.
Yep.
Took all the groomsmen to a game.
Ruined the whole damn thing. I can't go back.
That was an omen for your entire marriage.
Yeah,
taking the groomsmen to Wrigley.
When they fly the W, I flew the L there. That was my deal right there. I flew the L. Okay. Woolchuck, I want to kind of pick your brain on some stuff.
Pick it.
That's not a lot to pick.
Well,
who's your pick to click?
These. Well, yesterday. Okay, today we've got these secondary guys, these corners and stuff. I mean, they're flying in.
Yeah.
Monday we'll circle back on them, but we kind of have an idea of.
I believe Dawson is hammering home some glazed donuts out of a plastic bag right now.
No, the glazed donuts
are lazy.
Are those? Was that a real donut shop or was that a gas station?
Gas station. Yeah.
Gas station.
I thought maybe Abby baked those too for you. And you've been holding out on us.
Did you really take a tray of those sweet rolls back to your room?
No, I ate.
Seriously, the lady asked me. She goes, "Hey, I saw somebody. It might have been in your party. He just picked up a whole tray of sweet rolls, left the top on the ground."
It was okay. So there's 8 per tray. 3 were missing. So did I take the whole tray? No.
You took
did I
5?
take the rest of the tray? Yes.
I did the same thing with the pork sausage
You
patties.
did. In fact, they're out of pork sausage now at that Holiday Inn. If anybody's flying in and staying there,
sorry.
Jeez.
I'm sorry. I got a sweet tooth, man.
So, I saw some young kids that were like, "That Mom, I'd like a sweet roll," and there was just like none there. It's like they'd been just. It's like, and the people come out, and I was like, "Man, there are no sweet rolls today."
Good engineering on those trays, by the way. They create a little bit of a greenhouse almost, where they're staying warm perfectly. They do. Right?
Seriously, do you have I'm serious? Do you have a couple of trays stacked? Did you have them in your room? We just left them in hope that the service would come in and grab them.
Well, they've been doing the service when we're here doing the show. I left with a tray and some other stuff in the room, and I returned. It was gone.
She felt like, I need to get another one.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah.
Getting another tray tomorrow.
They took money though that they thought was a tip, so I think we're even. It wasn't meant to be a tip, but it is now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, did you leave it out next to the tray?
No.
Okay. All right.
No, I just had emptied my pockets when I got back from the airport, or when we got in from the airport. Had some cash in there. Next thing I know, it was considered a tip.
All right. Good deal.
It's fine with me.
Okay.
Pay on the front end for good service.
So, for you got a tray of sweet rolls for 48 cents or something like that?
I think it was $5.48.
Okay. I just want to make sure of that. All right, Woolchuck. This Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M, we're talking about him like the workout he had yesterday at 6'5", 267.
Freak.
And, here he is. His official split was the 1.58. That's the 10-yard split. When you're looking at these offensive defensive linemen, you always look at the 10-yard split. That's outstanding. The 4.59 on the 40-yard dash was incredibly impressive as well. Woolchuck.
What up?
Does this guy play to how he works out for you.
No, not at all. And he is an athletic freak. I mean, the dude was a two-sport athlete in high school, football, basketball. He can line up all over the formation. The production does not meet the physical attributes of the player. He is a traits, my gosh, I can mold this ball of clay and get him into a star. Like the physical comps with Myles Garrett side by side, that's awesome. Myles Garrett had the tape to match. Shamar Stewart, in my opinion, does not. Now, he is a guy that generated a lot of pressures.
Yeah.
That did not lead to the sacks. Like, he was a guy, you look at college football, he was amongst your leaders in pressures, so he's getting to the quarterback. He's just not finishing. I just didn't see consistency with him. I can totally understand why teams would look at him and say, oh my gosh, that is a supreme talent. Let's get him in our building and see if we can get ourselves an all-pro capable player. He scares the heck out of me. Yeah. I just don't know that I would risk it.
Yeah, I'm with you on this one, though. I did not see the when you watched him rush the passer and you talked about the pressures, and I watched a couple of games there. Missouri was one of the games. LSU was one of the games.
I thought Will Campbell did a really good job.
Will Campbell did a really good job against him, and so I'm kind of one of these guys. I'm with you on this. I know people are talking about him as a first-round guy. Boy, I don't even see him as a second-round guy, just the way that maybe some of the things as a passer. I thought some of the stuff that he did as a run defender was better than some of the pass rush stuff that he was doing. So I have some I'm gonna trust my eyes on what I saw in the film, and I'm not going to let the workout influence me that much in this one. So where did you have him yourself? Did you have him in the second round?
I did have him in the second round, but I've got probably about 6 other edges in the second round, and he's fifth of the six.
He's down the list. Okay, have you seen Landon Jackson?
Yes.
Okay. Landon Jackson's another edge that is from Arkansas, and he had some similar numbers. He's 6'6", he's 264. He had a 40.5 vertical and a 10.9 broad jump. So that was just 2 inches shy of Stewart. His 4.68 in the 40 and the 1.68 10-yard split weren't as impressive as Stewart's, but for his size, that still those are pretty good numbers. What did you think about Landon Jackson? He's an edge out of Arkansas.
Yeah, so he's a Texas kid from Pleasant Grove. He actually transferred from your LSU Tigers.
He sure did.
I did not think that he was a very good pass rusher. I know he had an awesome game against Bama 2 years ago. That production did not carry over to this year. He needs to improve his hands and power. He can win with speed around the edge, but he lacks consistency. And I don't think his pad leverage is very good either.
Yeah.
So to me, he can get overpowered. He can get thrown around. He's a high motor, never quit type of player. But I've got him in the third round.
Yeah, I do too. And I think that I don't think the pass rush ability matches how he tested.
No, not at all.
Not at all. So I was kind of like, okay, I didn't see that testing coming, but if you look at those numbers, that looks like to me a guy that worked on drills to be good at those drills. But I can't marry what I saw in those drills to how he played.
And if you were to ask Arkansas fans, they'd probably say the same thing.
Okay. Last one I want to get to here, Wolchuk, real quick, is that James Pierce from Tennessee, the edge rusher there. Now, he is an interesting guy because he had a 31-inch vertical jump, which is not very good for a guy that's that explosive. He had a 10.3 broad jump, which was better. Maybe he was trying to kind of cheat the vertical jump and just couldn't get it done. But the 4.47 in the 40, the 1.56 split on the 10, so those were really, really good numbers for that position. Okay, when you watch James Pierce, there's people talking about him solidify, now maybe he's a top 10 player. I did not see a top 10 player. I see a good pass rusher. I don't see that type of a top 10 player in this guy from Tennessee.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that he tested well. I did see his pass rushing traits on film. The dude is a super athletic freak, and he does have a natural feel for getting to the quarterback. So he could arguably be one of your top pass rushers in the draft. So teams are going to covet that. I could see him going in the first round. I've got him at the top of the second. The thing with him is, if I'm playing against James Pierce Jr., I'm running right at him, and I'm neutralizing him. He can't set the edge. He's light, and I'm just going to blow him off the football. I saw that happen a lot. Watched him against Bama, Georgia,
Oklahoma.
NC State, Oklahoma,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
He can make plays crashing down the line in the running game, but if they run straight at him, he's going to get bullied off the football. So elite pass rusher, but, I mean, he might end up being a net negative as a run defender.
Yeah, I've seen him kind of walk bigger linemen backwards, so there is a little bit of some power there with him. But you said about setting the edge, that's where I think he has the biggest problem. I think as a run defender, there's some real inconsistencies to his game. When the ball is right at him, there's some issues. But when the ball goes away, that's where a better chance for him to run it down and stuff like that. So to talk about him as a top 10 player, boy, I have a lot of problems with that. I think he can rush the passer, guys. I think the run play, I think Wolchuk's got him right. I think he's one of those guys that's really, if you're going to pick somebody that high, you're really doing it because of his ability as a pass rusher, not as a run defender as well.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Okay, Jesse Chavez having just a little bit of trouble here in this seventh inning. The Cubbies have pushed one across, but the Rangers still lead 8-3. One out, one on here for the Cubbies as they try to mount what would be a spring training comeback for the ages. But bullpen getting a little bit of a real-life test here. We'll see how Chavez does as he tries to settle down and get a couple of more outs to get out of this inning. We're standing by for Jake Berger.
He did leave the game.
Yes.
He is out of the game now.
Joel Embiid out for the year. So that's a tough one there with that knee. I'm not sure what the future holds for the multi-time All-Star there for the 76ers. As they trusted the process, at times it looked very promising. But, this is the final chapter of a sad book of Philadelphia 76ers history, that's for sure. And now he's out for the year. I guess Paul George can go back to podcasting now that he doesn't have to worry about making a playoff
to win a championship.
Hey, so we got Jake Berger coming up in a proper round tripper to boot. Wolchuk?
Yeah, I'd love if Berger just slid in here, but if he doesn't, then who do you think's going to lead the Rangers in home runs? And the most likely teams to go from losers to the postseason. That's next.
Fellowship at its finest. You're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and our
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On Dallas Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, big developments here at the yard since we threw it to break as we had a 3-run shot there from the Cubs, so they have made this an 8-6 game now with 4 runs there in the top of the 7th. We're in the stretch now. And the Cubs and Rangers fans are all up singing the old ball game here with you. It's Jake Berger standing by. He's going to join us here from the clubhouse or up here in the press box momentarily. In the meantime, Wolchuk has a proper round tripper.
Yeah, 8-6. What a game for Kyle Higashioka today. A couple of dong balls. He was absolutely in his bag, just crushing it. 6 RBIs for him. Josh Young, 1 for 2 as well. Leody Taveras hit himself a homer. And then we just got to see Emiliano Teodo go in there after Chavez gave up the 3-run homer, and Teodo closed down that inning to avoid more damage. I'm hoping Teodo comes back out because I want to keep watching him work, man. You can see why he's getting a lot of buzz here at spring training as a guy who could end up being a big-time impact in the regular season in that Rangers pen. Dude's got some heat.
Second or third best pitching prospect, I think, in the organization, and you could tell that ball had a lot of movement on it and a lot of fire. And he's a guy that stands up there with a tremendous amount of confidence, as I would be if my arm was that live, Wolchuk.
So MLB.com put out their projected home run leaders for every single team. I thought this would be fun. 877-881-1053. Let's guess. Who do we think is going to finish the season with the most home runs for your Texas Rangers, and give us a number, and then we're going to go back and look at who ended up getting this correct. Because I know one of us is going to pick it spot on, the exact correct amount of dongs, and probably the player too.
I'll go Jake Berger, 38.
38 for Bergs. 38 for Bergs. I'm putting that one down. Dawson, 38 Berger.
I think Adoli might be washed up. Last year was just the beginning. Sorry.
Man, Berger, Peterson. I love the power that Higashioka's been showing off
You
today.
just damn say Goldie's washed up. Are you serious? Right
Playing
now?
half the
Are you
games
doing
there,
this?
Chief, kind of
Well, I
thing?
just wanted to call my shot. Sound like a prediction segment to me.
It is a prediction segment.
I wanted to explain why I didn't go Doley, who's targeting 50.
I wanted positive predictions. I didn't want negativity here.
On Monday, I was hoping to see better bat speed and, the sign that maybe he'd found the fountain of youth. But I don't know. I think it might be the same old Doley from last year.
Give me 35 Seager dongs. He sets a new personal homer season high.
Eric is going with Seager. You said 36?
35.
35 Seager dongs.
Can I pick the same? Can I pick Berger, though, as well, or do I have to
You
go?
can pick Berger. Just don't pick the same number.
I'm
Right?
not.
38's
Copy-
taken.
copy
You
and
know I
paste it,
nailed
dude.
it, Brian. Go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna pick Berger. Dawson jumped in there quickly because he knew that. Berger, that's the guy right there. But I'm gonna say I will say Berger. No, I'll do this. I'll do this. I'll go Garcia.
I'll do this.
I'll go
Okay,
Garcia.
you're going to pivot to Doley.
No Jock Peterson.
No,
I'll
go.
Have I gone yet?
That's true. Walchuk
right,
hasn't
I'll
gone
go
yet,
Garcia.
Broadus. Settle down on Jock over there, Broadus. I mean, Walchuk
Garcia?
hasn't even gone yet.
Haven't gone yet.
33.
33 for old Doley.
And he's going to lead the team.
Yes.
He said Doley? You ended up going Doley, Brian?
Yep, I went.
He's going.
I'm
He's
going
going
Doley 33.
Way to
for
balance it
Doley
out.
Garcia. I'm going to go Jock just because I like him. I'm going to go with 32. I'm going to go 32 dong balls for Jock Peterson. MLB.com is taking Jake Berger. They're going 31. Seager led the team with 30 last year. Berger quietly launched 63 home runs for the White Sox and the Marlins over the past 2 seasons. Okay, Rangers lineup hit 57 fewer home runs in 2024 than it did a year ago. Inject some Berger, inject a little Peterson, hell, inject a little Higashioka. We're getting those numbers back up, baby.
I'll tell you,
It's like you got a teriyaki burger.
For
I like what you're doing over there.
The fact that Jock Peterson's the only one that went toe-to-toe with us in the clubhouse, I'm kind of pulling for him. I'm pulling for Walchuk to be right on this.
I've developed a soft spot for him. I really have. He's kind of becoming a favorite of mine. They did say keep an eye on Wyatt Langford. Top prospect heading into the season. He had 8 homers, slugged .610 in the final month of his rookie season. We're talking 8 homers in a month for Wyatt. Wyatt might be a sneaky contender to end up leading the Rangers in homers this year. 972 is going Garcia, 37.
There we go.
They're picking Doley. 817 going. If Seager plays 157 games, I'm going to go 41 home runs for him. And the 214 says, Dawson, you're being more toxic than your farts right now.
I don't know if that's possible. I just wanted to throw it out there. I'm kind of regretting it already, so let me just go ahead and dump all that.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and Lucius will clean that out in post. That's why we love him. He's going ahead and just making us look good because we make ourselves look foolish.
I could see it happening though. I really could. Yeah. I mean that's
you just
the
saved yourself, and now you want to go back into the mud.
Okay, so we're talking about probabilities right here. Okay, what's your probability that we've seen the best from Adolis Garcia, and last year was the beginning of the end for him? You got to put it at least 25.
I'm just banking on the health. I'm banking on the health, I'm banking on the health, but I think you're right about the swing. I just kind of wanted to be different. How do we forget about Wyatt Langford, by the way? Is that just because out of sight, out of mind?
Well, I mean, I just mentioned him.
I know,
strong
but
finish to last year. What was the most home runs he had in any given month?
Eight with the September
well,
one.
in college, he was.
But you're right. I mean, Wyatt might end up doing it. Like the 432 is going Wyatt for 42 homers. 817. Give me Wyatt Langford for 33 home runs.
There you go.
And I'm with you. 785. If Seager plays 150 games, he's got a good shot to win the MVP. And in the likelihood of that, I'd love to see it. But I don't think the career trajectory would say that he'll play that many. Yeah. But I'd love it. I'd absolutely love to see it. It means the Rangers are in a great spot. This got me super pumped. So MLB.com FanGraphs, they have the postseason odds. And they went, okay, who are the 8 candidates that had losing records last year that can end up making a jump to the playoffs? The number one most likely team.
White Sox.
Your Texas Rangers. 78 and 84 last year. They've right now got 58% postseason odds. Why it will be them? Because the core of the team that won the World Series 2 years ago largely still there, reinforced by all the offensive additions we just talked about. Plus, there's excitement about Jacob deGrom, as well as Kamar Rocker, Jack Leiter, who looked really good today, Wyatt Langford. You throw in the fact that Houston seems to have taken a step back, and Seattle has, at the least, not taken a step forward. AL West, that's a 3-way toss-up. Baskey, though, boys. picking the A's. Picking the Sacramento A's, even though they're not claiming Sacramento. That's been a big story this week, too. He's thinking the A's might have a Washington-like pop-up season.
Yeah. Even Jared Sandler was kind of talking about that. Yeah, Jared was talking about that, too.
I mean, they did weirdly spend money this offseason. And it kind of went unnoticed because we're like, whatever, it's the A's. They don't even have a home. But they did. They spent some money.
I guess they put together a solid team. You can't discount Basic's critiques. Or his predictions. But I tell you what, from time to time, I work back a long time, and sometimes he just gets so down on a team that he loves that he goes a little bit too far the other way. And I saw him give Elvis Andrus a kiss of career death in about 2014, and Shin-Soo Choo shortly thereafter. They both came back and had all-star campaigns.
Well, the A's are number 7 of the 8 candidates to make the jump. Well, he did also pick, I think it was the Rangers to lose just about every series.
I mean,
in their 2023 World Series run.
You remember?
So that's a good point you bring up. Maybe you want him to pick against you.
In Oxnard, they just traded for Scherzer. They'd made the trade with the Cardinals. He was like, they're done. They have no chance. No bullpen. And I was like, but they kind of have a chance, don't they? He's like, nope.
He was like, I don't think they're making the playoffs, boys.
And he was damn near right.
He was. That August got a little wonky.
He got upset. But we were all having fear. Mike will just lean into it more so than anybody I've ever met. Like, if he sees the negative, he's just going to go ahead and dive headfirst into it.
By the way, Will Chambers just texted in, you can put his call for Wyatt Langford, 44 dongs.
I like the 44. I like that. 877-881-1053. Jock Peterson from the 214, 34. Big Jock hitting 40 this season from the 469. Josh Young getting a 69 vote.
Hey, Josh Young's looked good out here.
He has.
I mean, at the plate with the glove for the most part. I mean, he's looking spry. The Jungle Cat is ready to purr.
You forgot the first cut, Brundon. That one that went right past him.
No, we're just not going to mention that.
That's why I said for the most part when talking about the glove.
Since we're into just doing it right now. How we feel right now.
Right now, today.
Right now, I like the veteran move from Boch. He's sending Alstrom out here, a minor league reliever, after Chavez gives up 4 in the 7th. The narrative could have started to develop that this bullpen's in trouble, and that's psychologically in your clubhouse. So what do? You send a minor leaguer out. You cut that storyline off at the pass. Evan Grant, you can save that headline for the first week of the regular season.
Well, I think that's part of the problem with the burger, too, is I think we're having Rich is trying to make the writers happy now. And he's done a great job for us, so we'll see what happens.
Oh, you're getting those guys. Probably they want to talk to Higashioka.
Yeah,
after
they're making sure that, and I get it. They live with this team.
This guy though, Alstrom, he's got the best mustache on the team.
Yeah. Oh, is that the guy?
Yeah.
Eric wanted to go talk to Alstrom, and I was like, let's just talk to Bradford. But I didn't see the stash. You're right. That thing looks outstanding.
Yeah, that's a real lib ferret. You know, like Cole Wins is like a Peyton Russell kind of stash.
Yeah, a little skinny.
All of a sudden, you get Alstrom in here, and he's rocking a Tom Selleck on you.
Best mustache I think we've seen since Miles Michaelis was in camp with the Rangers about a decade ago.
That's
Good
a pull.
Blizzard
Miles Michaelis, yes, sir. A's, by the way, 13% chance to make the playoffs, according to Fangraphs right now. Shohei, he's back. He's DHing tonight, making his spring training debut as a designated hitter with the Dodgers. This one's going to come against his former club, the Halos, tonight. So I know everybody gets excited to watch Shohei. That's going to be on Sportsnet LA, MLB.TV, if you want to check that out, at Camelback Ranch. Do you like Camelback Ranch? Is that like the best of all the stadiums?
Is it better than the Cadillac Ranch?
I'll tell you what, Camelback Mountain is one of the top 5 hikes you can take in all of America.
Golf course, too.
It's a great Ted Nichols Payne introduced us to that many years ago.
Ooh. Now, that was a nice play.
There we go. That's out of the inning right there. That was Alstrom just doing work. Nick Madrigal, Mets utility infielder, he's likely going to miss the entire 2025 season due to a shoulder surgery, according to Carlos Mendoza, their manager. That's a bummer for him. He's 28, signed a 1-year deal. He did spend the past season with these Cubbies right here, had himself a solid year, but he's now going to be out ski for the season. The Mets just can't catch any breaks, man. Feels like every day there's a Mets injury that we're talking about here in around the bases. And then we've got 10 MLB Comeback Player of the Year candidates and what their general managers are saying about them.
That'd be DeGrom?
Would it be DeGrom? It would be. Jacob deGrom, Chris Young. He is one of the best pitchers in the world, and having him healthy at the top of our rotation sets us up for success. In fact, deGrom is the third favorite. The only two ahead of him, other pitchers, you've got Shane McClanahan of the Rays, and then number 1, Sandy Alcantara of the Marlins, who, in his first start of spring training, looked absolutely incredible. Their president of baseball ops, Peter Bendix, said Sandy's looking strong and healthy, and he feels great. Was it the Bendix that is that what got you there?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. No, I was just going to pick Dolis Garcia for my comeback player of the year. I think maybe 45 bombs, something like that. Makes sense.
There you go. He's back, baby.
That's your guy. That's your guy.
Friday.
1 for 5 on guessing the attendance right thing. I'm 1 for 5.
What was it today, Brian?
What was it? 60. It was 6,200. 6,400, I think. Yeah.
6,400.
Well, what was it? Damn it.
6,400. Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is definitely the biggest of all the games.
I was 1
in terms
for
of attendance.
5 this week.
No question about it.
Being sent back to the minors.
Rangers
the best
still
day
up
we've
2.
seen here was when Russell Wilson was here and the Seahawks fans invaded the ballpark. That was the year they won the Super Bowl. And Russell Wilson was in Rangers camp, and it was packed. And then for whatever reason, when the Royals won it, it was sold out here for every Royals spring training game. That's Kavanaugh with a live mic out there in the outfield and left field. As that basically set the scene of what Seahawks fans serenaded us with for about 4 hours that afternoon.
Russell Wilson.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you, dude.
Proper Round Tripper is in the books as we broadcast live in Surprise. Rangers spring training 2025. Had a great afternoon. Watched Higashioka hit 2 bombs. Watched Leote hit a home run, and the Rangers holding an 8-6 lead here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Yes, Jack Leiter was very good over 3 innings. That might be the highlight.
Yeah, 4 Ks.
Seen a number of quality pitching performances this week here in Surprise from these Rangers. We also saw Kumar Rocker, and hoping to see him again. But
pitching better.
Probably not today. I don't know who's coming in next. Looks like they have a big right-hander throwing out there in the bullpen. Okay, it's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Buddy, you're going back-to-back. Look at this. What a legend. What's in store?
He took his headset off.
Never stops. Come on. All right, we're gonna keep the baseball talk going. I save this for every Friday we're out here. Not the. Are you eating beef stick?
He is.
Oh, I knew I smelled cabbage. Top 10 classic baseball foods.
That wasn't a beef stick.
What is your favorite baseball food when you come out to the ballpark? 877-881-1053. Let's do that next in the nation.
It's afternoons with the GBag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by
Uber Eats has low fee products?
I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Welcome back. It's the GBag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers trying to nail down an 8-6 win over the Cubbies here in the top of the ninth inning. Segment here, Wolchuk's Top 10, as we stand by for Jake Berger as well, is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call Franklin Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here he is, your woolly bully, Zach with an H.
877-881-1053. What is your favorite all-time ballpark snack? We've got so many delectable treats at the ballpark to choose from. I mean, I tried the Monster Dog here earlier this week. Solid dog. I mean, you can't really go wrong with the traditional hot dog, throat Lizzie, gobbler, whatever you want to call it, right?
Throat rocket.
The throat rocket. It's delicious. No matter what you want to put on there, the mustard, the relish, the onion, ketchup, hell, maybe a little kraut if you want that on your dog. But 877-881-1053, what do you think is the best all-time classic dog? What you giggling about there, bro?
Everything you named, Dawson absolutely hates.
He's just going dry.
I was just thinking, like, oh wait,
that Oaxaca dog.
Don't mind what you put on it, you know. Just and then you named all those things. I'm thinking Dawson just goes. Whoa.
How about some cheese? Would you put some cheese on the dog?
Oaxaca dog.
I do like a good cheddar dog.
Me too.
Maybe some chili.
I mean, my all-time favorite item is Hurtado's ballpark nachos. They only make at the ballpark. It's the only disappointing thing about going into an actual Hurtado restaurant, can't get the nachos. As far as a classic item, man, I don't know, because I think those cheap hot dogs are bad. You know, I don't even want to put that in my body. It's unhealthy. It's not delicious. You know, it needs to be delicious or healthy. So
can I get you on board with a brat?
Yes. Yeah.
Because I think the nachos and the brat.
No. We got an 8-7 game and an error at first base with the runner advancing to second with one out here at the top of the ninth.
That guy took forever to round the bases.
Well, yeah, he thought he was going to get thrown out at first, so he stopped.
Holy moly, that was okay. 8-7 here. Rangers trying to hold on to victory.
You know, I would like to also point out the deliciousness of the Flamin' Hot Cheetos soft pretzel at Globe Life Field.
Yeah.
Finally got around to tasting that thing, and my goodness, it's all that it's cracked up to be.
It's not a classic ballpark item, okay?
No, I just wanted to pay homage.
I was thinking about the pretzel itself, but
I saw pretzel's going to be on here.
Okay, I go without salt though. Is that bad?
Yeah,
because I think they put
just
too
a little
much.
bit.
They put too much salt on it though.
Well, that
gotta
kosher
wipe it
salt
off.
comes off easily.
Yeah,
you can just dust it.
You got to
go full Heggie and just rub it off.
Yeah, Heggie was taking those mott sticks. You see that last night, Chieftain?
Yeah, with the blue cheese.
He just was kind of like, when nobody was noticing, he was taking his index finger and like scraping off while it was in the tray.
Yeah.
Not even taking it out of the container.
Didn't he ask for it on the side?
And I went, Heggie, I'll eat those if you just, just leave them. I'll take that.
I think my favorite entree order of the week was earlier at the brewery when Hagee just ordered the mac and cheese with bacon inside of it. That was, I mean, when that thing came out piping hot, I had envy. And that was the night I had the triple patty burger.
I tell you what, I think you missed out on the peanut butter and jelly burger last night. That thing was outstanding.
It was very good.
Yeah, you and Wolchuk both hammered that thing
They
home.
put some sort of like pepper jelly in there.
Yeah.
It was unreal.
And the bacon was a nice salty component on there as well.
Yeah, by the way, I think you can also drown out the salt on that pretzel Broadus if you're dipping it in some cheese or some mustard or something. But you always go dry with that thing.
Yeah, but you're right. They always ask me about the cheese element of it, and I'm like, no. But then they don't have a container for the mustard.
Two down.
You have to like put it on a napkin or something and kind of
wow.
work it that route.
Yeah, that's tough.
Okay, we got 2 texts, one from the 682, one from the 903, and this is such an underrated item, the lemon chill.
Ooh, yes, especially in the old Globe Life Park days.
The old ballpark, or whenever I went to Texas Stadium before it ended up, you get into October, if you're doing those early season games or even a preseason game, the lemon chill there was outstanding.
Basic's lemon chill story is so hilarious. He's in the minor leagues somewhere or another, and some of the guys broke into a concession and raided the lemon chills, and they sat around all morning eating them, and somebody from the stadium told on them. Their manager finds out. He made him do an hour of abs.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
After just gorging on lemon chills?
Yeah. Everybody's abs were killing him for like a week.
Oh, gosh. We're going to get a throw. We're not even going to get a throw. It gets cut off. Back to second. And he's safe.
He's safe.
So we're tied at 8 here.
Oh, and the
I don't think
Hashtag
this
the
counts.
bullpen is in trouble today.
Rangers started just working on stuff the last 3 innings, and it's caught up with them a little bit. But the good news is nobody cares because it's spring training.
Yeah, we're not even keeping score. It's not even a big deal. Why are we even giving this
We
to
were
them?
for 9 innings.
All right, we're not anymore.
Yeah, but
okay?
they started
it's a tied
running
game.
their jobbers out there on the bump.
Gosh, this was over when the Rangers were up 8-2.
Our Caballos went out there and dealt today. And then the lineup started mashing.
We were crushing.
Sandler texted me last break. He's like, about 4:30 sound good? I'm like, yeah, going to have to make that 5, buddy.
Sorry, dude. Okay, I'm going to get through this list. I did see, because we were talking Milton Williams earlier, Andrew Filipponi, who covers the Steelers there in Pittsburgh. Steelers are believed to be smitten by Eagles defensive lineman Milton Williams and view signing him in free agency as their dream scenario.
Oh, my gosh. See, if you're the Cowboys seeing and hearing that, you have to think to yourself, is their guy better than ours? Is he better than ours? Howie certainly thinks so.
He might be, but
Maybe
man,
Matt
what if it
Eberflus
busts?
does. That's probably the thing why right there. Eberflus and those coaches sat
Yeah,
down.
Eberflus is an Osa guy.
Yeah.
He's an Osa guy. He absolutely is. Okay, let's get to this. The top 10 best ballpark foods. The honorable mention, sunflower seeds.
Yeah.
I can't say I really ever gotten sunflower seeds at a ballpark.
What a mess.
It is a mess.
But that's the beauty of the park, man. You can just spit
Hey,
it
you
right
just kind of
down.
leave it all.
Yeah.
Like when the guy comes over and he's using his blow thing and he's just going through the stands. And
See, I don't think he's blowing trash. I think they have the trash folks that come in and actually have to handle that. And that's one of the toughest jobs in all of America,
No,
being
I
a
saw him.
stadium cleaner.
Yeah, I saw him blow the nuts and crap all over the place.
Yeah, but that's down on the dirt, right?
No, it's in the stands.
Oh,
It was,
really?
like right over here. Yeah, like the peanut shells.
Wouldn't you want
He's
more of a
just-
sucker than a blower in a situation like that? When you're trying to get rid of all the
I think
seeds on the...
That's a good
Well,
point.
like where are you blowing it into?
They're kind of getting in like one
Into a
confined
pile.
area.
Into a
yeah.
pile where you could sweep them up, man. You don't want all that stuff going in. You have to bag it.
And that's when the trash comes in and whoop whoop and bagging
See,
it.
you
Just
never-
feels like more of a
did you ever-
vacuum
you
than a
never done
blower
You
scenario.
never done a postseason game? A postseason.
I live for the postseason, Broadus. What the hell are you asking me?
A post game.
We got the third out, going to the bottom of the ninth, chance to win it.
All
Could
right,
have our
we're going to
first
get a walk
tie.
off. We're going to get a walk off, tied at 8, but we're not keeping score. 9 is or 10's the soft serve ice cream, which I thought should be higher. Because like the ice cream and a helmet for me, everyone loves to do that as a kid.
Yeah, I talk about that way too much and never do it.
You've never gotten it, so stop talking about it.
Rangers ice cream, though, that they have the Bluebell, and I don't think many ballparks can
fair.
say that.
That's fair.
So I think that
Nobody
should
better.
be higher if you're talking about Globe Life Field.
9 is soft pretzels.
There you go.
8 is the popcorn.
Oh, that's trash.
Really?
It's old and stale and not good.
I do feel there's a stale factor.
They don't care.
Yeah.
Do you guys feel like cotton candy tastes better at the ballpark?
Okay, cotton
If you
candy's
get
high
that,
on this
you're a
list, dude.
3-year-old.
Just saying it tastes better at the park.
It
That's all.
does.
Yeah,
And people
you're
love
a
it
3-year-old.
because it's one of the most
Who eats
purchased
cotton
items.
candy besides your daughter?
Apparently, a lot. It's the third most consumed item in ballparks, Brian.
You're getting it for the kiddo, but you're taking the dad tax kind of deal, and it's a huge handful.
Oh, there's nothing better than cotton candy when it's 98 degrees outside.
We're indoor park now, Broadus. You know what I'm saying? You have to evolve. You have to get with the times a little bit.
All right.
Don't
I'm willing to
shortchange
try it
yourself.
because I've just put cotton candy on the do not eat list since I was about 8. You
With
know,
the sweet tooth that you got?
I don't like it. You know,
Wow.
or
Take a
at
tray
least
of sweet
in my
rolls,
mind,
so.
I don't like it. You know, I think it's one of those items that you kind of con kids with. Lunchables, cotton candy.
Well, they did con me, and I'll still eat a lunch.
You throw it in your mouth, and then you don't even have to do anything. It just dissolves, and you're like, did I eat that, or did it just sort of disappear?
Oh, you would know that after the way you shovel down food.
Calorie-free snack.
You might be able to put a whole cotton candy in your mouth in one bite.
There's no question.
Yeah.
Just stuff it. We should watch that.
Let's do that.
I did used to like taking a bunch of it and trying to condense it down into a ball.
Yeah.
Get a little sweat on it. That's good.
We do have some questions from the Tolos. Did the farts get to you, Brian? Because you're starting to get a little crusty.
What do you mean?
I don't think I've cut one in here.
No, he hasn't. He's been good.
You know what? I've actually.
What's made me mad is that the
Big
Cubs
time.
come
Have
back
you smelled
today.
any?
I thought I did.
I think I've been pretty good today, but maybe you did. Maybe you got a little lingering scent there.
You've been kind of quiet sometimes. I think that's when you're doing it.
Me?
Yeah, you're just like, it's supposed to be to you, and you're just kind of,
I'm just keeping to myself over here.
Yeah,
Walchuk has the obvious tell because he leans to his left a little bit every time. It is just a freaking guarantee.
Don't tell my secrets, okay? That's a me and you
Call that to Chris
conversation.
Christie.
6 is nachos.
Fupa of the year, 3 years running.
I thought you gave that to Doncic.
In
That was
sports.
Nico.
That was in
Nico.
sport.
The sport.
Top
Fupa.
5 all-time ballpark snacks. 5 is the hot dogs, all right? Not high. At number 5. 4 the Cracker
About
Jacks.
35,000.
I will say I've never, ever, ever had a Cracker Jack at a ballpark.
Well, I mean, you would have if you'd gone in the 80s.
Yeah,
you
for
had
sure.
like 3 things you could pick from back then.
Number
It used to be
3,
big.
we've gotten the cotton candies. 2 are chicken tendies. But number 1 is the cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger, huh?
The cheeseburger has all of a sudden surpassed the hot dog for the most consumed ballpark snack item.
They're making some pretty good cheeseburgers. There was a time where the burgers at a ballpark or an arena were the worst patties. Like it was just short of prison grade burger patties. And at some point it
Culver's
changed.
was involved somewhere.
Burgers were also like a stadium burger was on my list of there's no way I'm eating this thing. But I would say over the last 10 years or so, they've really stepped their game up.
All right, Jake Burger's on the way.
Okay.
Speaking of burgers.
Love it. We'll chat with Jake. We have a clubhouse conversation with Matt Hicksey to play for you as well. The Nosebleed Boys doing great work down there all week long. I think they're even going to have some in the hopper for next week as well. So the series will not end today. Jake Burger slides in with us coming up next here. It's the GBag Nation on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Window.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. Last year, the Rangers defending their World Series title saw their run production decrease by a run and a half per game compared to their title season, so they needed a fix. And on December 11th, they traded for our next guest here on your home of the Rangers. The big new first baseman out there, combined 63 home runs the last 2 seasons. Jake Berger joining us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon to you, sir. How the heck are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
It's been a lot of fun to watch you this week, man. Yesterday we were on with CY when you hit the bomb, and again today, the ball just exploding off your bat. Is this normal? Is this what we're in for here?
Yeah, when I'm in the right position, it's pretty regular, you know, and especially with the right launch angles. And, you know, for me, I'm going to hit the ball hard, and, you know, hopefully it goes a long way.
So when you're kind of locked in like that, are you in the dugout getting ready for your at bat? Like, man, this one might go out of the yard. This is good.
Yeah, you always some days I'll like wake up and I'm like, I'm hitting a home run today. You know, just how it feels. My first swing in the cage, I'm like, hell yeah. But other times, you know, it's more just when I don't get in my own way in my head, you know, thinking about my moves too much. It's just hey, go out there and compete. You know, good things happen, and especially when they're slotting correctly. You know, I feel good. I mean, I feel like I hit a ball consistently over 110 when I do that.
Well, it's been a lot of fun, and you've probably always been that kind of player. You were always a strong kid growing up. Team was looking for some power from.
Yeah, it was interesting because I was kind of like a ground ball, low line drive guy, wearing out the 6-hole for you know, probably up until my freshman year of college, and then I didn't play summer ball that year, and you know, just got to work with my hitting coach Nate Thompson, who's at Arkansas now, and you know, we kind of worked on getting that launch angle up, and that's when I jumped from like 4 home runs with like 40 doubles to kind of the flip of that. Not 4 doubles, but you know, I kind of got up to 23 or 22 home runs in college, and you know, those movements that I kind of learned.
Must have been very exciting for you.
Yeah,
kind of changed the trajectory a little bit.
Yeah, 100%. You know, I felt like I was always hitting the ball hard, but you know, one hopper through the 6-hole doesn't play at the big leagues.
So go ahead.
When we were just talking off air, you were playing hockey as well when you were in high school growing up in St. Louis. So were you like Fulton Reed with the slap shot, just basically breaking glass all the time?
Yeah, I mean that it's interesting because there's a lot of hockey players that, you know, can pick up a bat and kind of compete out there, and you know, I think it's a similar type of movement. And you know, I always felt like I had a good slap shot, you know, kind of play on the side on the power play, just kind of in the Ovechkin you know, area, and that's just kind of always been part of it.
It's Jake Berger with us. So story goes, the other night you're at the hospital with your daughter.
Yes.
At 11, and then you're on a bird at 5:45 in the morning, and you hit the home run a few hours later.
Yeah. It was a long couple days. I flew in Sunday night after the Cubs game at Cubs, and you know, we had surgery early the next morning. Kind of woke up at 4 a.m., drove to the hospital, and it's the longest day of my life, longest day of my wife's life. But you know, we kind of look at that as it was a great opportunity for us to just be there with each other and be present with each other, and you know, just kind of pray, and just when it's out of your control, it's tough. And she did great. She's a warrior. Glad she gets to hold it over her brother's head for the rest of his life. But you know, then it was recovery, and obviously some scares here and there. Anytime you have open heart surgery, there's going to be something in there. And today we got the news that she's moving out of the ICU to step down, and you know, she should get discharged probably Sunday or Monday, which my wife's ready to get home with her, and you know, back in the normal routine. And but yeah, I mean, that first day was, or I guess first game back, 8 coffees. You know, Josh wasn't lying. It was 8 coffees, and it was about 3 hours of sleep. And hopped on the plane, finished 2 books, so I was really excited about that. I don't sleep well on planes, and you know, got out here, and you know, I'm just grateful that my daughter, you know, got through it, and you know, I wouldn't be able to do it without my awesome rock star wife, and you know, just kind of having that in my mind, it kind of eases this a little bit more out here. You know, it's just take every day, just with gratitude. And, I feel like I've got that full effect going right now.
The three of us here were girl dads, so we empathize with that. We can't imagine what it would be like to be in that situation.
Mm-mm.
How old is she?
4 months.
4 months old.
Yeah, she's already sassy. She's like my sister, her aunt. She's got that sassy attitude already.
The fighters, man.
Yeah,
they're the best
for
ones.
sure.
My daughter spent the first 2 months in the NICU as well, so she was a preemie. Nothing comparable to what you're dealing with there, but they're the fighters, man.
Oh, the NICU. I mean, that we were there for 5 days. Fortunately, we thought we were going to be there for a lot longer, and that's tough on any parent.
Bless those nurses, man.
Yep.
Is it like a safe space when you're able to come back out to the diamond and play baseball? Like, is it hard to kind of get clap out of that?
Yeah, for sure. But like the love and support from the organization, top to bottom, with CY and Ross, and obviously familiar friend and Skip, and Pipe out there, and then my teammates have been just incredible. They got a blanket for Penelope with her name stitched on it. Everybody signed it, and just everybody asking how she's doing and wanting an update. So it's been. Felt the love, throughout this entire community.
So is Penelope the same daughter that you changed your number for? Can you tell us more about that story?
Yes, yeah. So trisomy 21 is basically the non-scientific version is Down syndrome, and call us the lucky few, and that's how we feel. And my wife actually came up with the idea of like, what, I think this is going to be more meaningful for a lot more people than just us with this change of number to 21 to honor her and all the families out there with a child with Down syndrome or, a best friend with Down syndrome. And so it's first time I'm wearing a number that's not for me. I don't feel when I put that jersey on that it's for me. It's for all those families out there.
That's terrific stuff here with Jake Berger, new Rangers first baseman in the GBag Nation. So we know you can hit. I just read an article about you working on your fielding a lot.
Yeah.
What was your priority there, or what was the emphasis?
Yeah, I think obviously played some first base last year. It's kind of split time between third and first, and it's the first year where I'm dialing in on first base and trying to get as good as I can over there. I felt comfortable. Felt like as it progressed, I got better and better over there, just with the more reps and stuff. And it's just getting with rags and working on certain small, minute plays that are going to make a big difference when it comes to over there. And obviously learning everybody's arm and what they can do, what they can't, and you're kind of like I wouldn't say backup quarterback because the catcher's the quarterback of the entire defense, but you have a really strong position over there with you can save a lot of innings on certain plays.
So you've had a bunch of production in Chicago, in Miami. You mentioned here the clubhouse. I think like for us, that it's so unique, this Rangers clubhouse. Like Jock Peterson, incredible. Like you, great personalities. Kyle Higashioka, same thing. Like for CY, that seems so important. How's that been with the Rangers so far?
Yeah, I mean, it feels in a sense like a college clubhouse. Everybody's caring for each other, and like it doesn't feel like pro ball. You feel like you got everybody's back, and that's the culture you want to play in, and that's the culture that wins. And so if everybody's pulling from the same side of the rope, that's a scary team to play day in and day out.
What was your reaction when you found out you got traded?
Overjoyed, and it was really exciting because I don't know, it just seems like it lines up. We feel like this is the right spot for us at this moment. It's just like everything kind of aligned together. Dallas has a great children's hospital, and with Penelope and her birth, we need a children's hospital just to make sure that everything's okay. And my son woke up like 2 hours into going down for sleep, and it was my wife's turn to go up, and I actually got the call while she was up in the room, and that was I ran upstairs, and I'm like waiting outside the door, and probably scared my wife immensely. But I told her that, hey, I just got traded to the Texas Rangers, and we both just like, hey, let's go. Like that night, I got an Airbnb in Arizona to get ready for that, and I'm glad to be back in Arizona too. I didn't like Florida spring training.
Yeah, lengthy rides, right?
Yeah.
To and fro. Mm-hmm. Jake Berger here with you on 105 through the Fan. So your Twitter handle is BurgerBot?
Burgertron.
Burgertron.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is that the nickname?
So Calvin Munson, who plays linebacker in the NFL, played baseball with him growing up, and one day, it was probably during like the Transformer Megatron like type craze, and he's like, you know what, we should call you Burgertron. And so made that Twitter handle, and it hasn't changed since.
Burgertron.
That's awesome, dude. Yeah, you're built like a brick S house. I thought I was looking at your thighs earlier today. I was looking at your forearms. I was like, my dear God, Jake.
No wonder he's hitting dongs.
How exciting is it to go from the humidity of Miami Outdoor Park, just sweat and tail, to now indoors at Globe Life Field?
No, I'm excited to playing Globe Life. It's we've been there for FanFest, and it's exciting. I have a lot of history at Globe Life too. I got traded from Chicago to Miami there, and hit my first home run with Miami there. So I'm hoping to make a lot more great memories there.
Heck yeah! When you get traded, is that CY calling you? Is that your agent calling you?
So with Chicago, my agent actually found out first and called me. This time, CY let me know, and it was funny because he gave me the phone. He's like, "Hey," or talked to me on the phone. He goes, "Hey, I got some friends to talk to you too." And Skip's like, "Let's go, dude!" And
Nice.
Pipe got the phone too. And it's crazy and really exciting for us.
What surprised you more when you saw it? The size of Chris Young or the size of Bochy's dome?
Dude, CY's huge, man.
He's huge.
I feel like a midget next to him. It's crazy. I feel so small. But yeah, it's Boch is awesome. He's got that same tone the entire time, and he's just even keel as it gets, just himself. I actually lived close to him in Tennessee, and we went up to the clubhouse and had some lunch and talked baseball.
That is fantastic, Jake. We'd love to talk with you for the rest of the afternoon, but Rich is saying that we got to let you go, and we don't want to make an enemy out of him. But I have a feeling you're going to be around for a long time. We look forward to chatting with you more.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so
There
much.
he is.
We appreciate you,
Jake
man.
Berger here with you on your home of the Rangers, 105 through the fan with a big, strong hands. Big, strong handshake. Oh, here we go. As we got 3 down, 1 more hour of sports to go live at spring training here on your home of the Rangers. Our coverage brought to you by Asco Equipment, your heavy equipment partner since 1960, and on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing, same-day service guaranteed. Okay, and we're coming back with some football's finest. Then we'll hit the Expressway, LA Live, what you drinking, what you think. It's coming up here in the 5 o'clock hour of the GBag Nation on the fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? Gotta remember that.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's the fourth and final hour of the GBag Nation on a Getaway Friday. Salute to Fred and Blake, Fan After Dark. They're going to pick up for us here coming up in the 6 o'clock hour to give us time to head to the airport real quick, as we got an edition of the Finest, which is on deck. But stepping into batter's box here, spring training for one more, is Jared Sandler. And a good afternoon to you, Jared.
What's up, guys? Last dance day,
Last dance, baby.
Last dance day.
Woo!
Just the ghost of Mike Bassick is in this room. You can feel it.
Bullpen killing the Rangers already. I can feel that.
Gosh, they had a great chance to take a big step forward for that iron ukulele pursuit, and squandering that 8-2 lead. That's not going to get it done. I mean, Matt and I agreed that the iron ukulele was not going to be won today, but it could be lost.
Right.
And we might look back on this game as the one that really was the turning point, Gavin. You always ask about the turning point. This could be it.
Yeah.
This one got away.
I felt like the turning point today was when Chavez went in.
Yeah, that didn't go so well for
Might
Jesse.
as well clean out your locker, old man.
No. I think last year in his first or second spring training appearance, he gave up like 6 or 7 runs. Veterans like that care way less about spring training, I think. Even though he doesn't necessarily have a guaranteed spot, they just have a different way of going about it. But you're right. In this game, it didn't help. And the Rangers also didn't help themselves with some sloppy defense and just plays that went unmade in those late innings.
Jared, I don't want to be prisoner of the moment here, but, Kyle Higashioka, 2 home runs.
Hall of Fame.
Jake Berger, been crushing it. And we just saw what the Eagles did, maybe one of the greatest off seasons in NFL history. Rangers might have just had theirs.
Good point.
No, I think that's great. Who's the Saquon?
Jock Peterson.
Okay, got it. Okay. So then who would Jake Berger be? If you had
Zach Bond.
All right, I like it. Similar, like hair.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they
Bald.
both. Yeah. All right, I like that. That's good. It was nice to see Kyle Higashioka with that power stroke. He's one of these guys who changed, a little bit of his mechanics with his swing, and there's so much data now. And the technology to help guys understand how to go from where they are to maybe where realistically they can go. I don't want to say it's an easy thing to do. Adjustments in sports are never easy, but maybe the blueprint or the understanding is a litlittle bit easier. And Kyle Higashioka is coming off a really good year, and I think the Rangers are hoping that some of that power translates to 2025.
What do you think the plan is for Higashioka and Heim? Like, how do they go about balancing that?
Yeah, I don't know if it's like a straight every other day 50-50 split. I think the general idea is that those two will start the season splitting the load behind the plate. And then if one guy kind of emerges maybe more potent offensively, then that guy will probably be the 1A to the other one's 1B. They're both really good defensively. Higashioka isn't as good of a thrower as Jonah, but he's really good at working with pitchers. Both guys are very good framers. And so maybe right now Jonah's the 1A to Higashioka's 1B, or maybe it's vice versa. But I think in general it's going to be a split until, one guy maybe forces a little more playing time.
Jared, it's like 6 innings with Bradford and then Leiter coming in, against some of the starters for the Cubs. There, kind of their how did you think their day went? I kind of felt like that, with the 7 strikeouts and stuff, it probably went on pretty well.
Yeah, let's start with Bradford. He did a really nice job. He's now got 5 scoreless so far this spring, and we saw him really work in that curveball. I mean, that was a pitch last year that he added to the mix. Wanting to be able to get through a lineup for a third time. We know he's got the fastball change, but the curveball was really good. And then with Jack Leiter, he should have had a 1-2-3 first inning.
Yeah. Defensive mistake out there, yeah.
And then gives up the home run, which, that's, hey, you can't do that.
Right.
All right. But should have been in the dugout, ultimately 3 scoreless. And what really impressed me, 3 with 2 runs.
Right.
What really impressed me, we saw the fastball. We've seen that. The slider, we've seen that. How about the changeup? I don't know if you guys noticed. I know you guys were doing the show, but I think 3 of his first 4 strikeouts came on the changeup. That was a pitch he largely did not throw last year, and a new weapon for him. He throws it around 90 miles an hour, and I was texting with some people, some of the scouts that have a much better view, and they said that's the best that pitch has looked since they've seen him as a professional. Now it's one day in Arizona, right? We got to get that going when the games start to count, but if he can add that changeup as a weapon to go along with the fastball slider, he's worked in the cutter, the curveball. Now you're dealing with a repertoire that is not only good for righties and lefties, right? Like a guy can have multiple pitches, but I think what you see from some of the best pitchers, they might have 5 pitches, but they use 3 against righties and maybe 3 against lefties with a little bit of overlap, right? And that changeup is a pitch that he can use to really help neutralize the lefties.
Classic situation where maybe if you look at his line, it didn't look the best, but for all of us watching these pitches from Jack Leiter today, he was outstanding. A big step in the right direction.
Yeah, I think he's looked good. And here's the thing, too, and I think I talked to you guys about this after his last outing. He getting ahead is one thing, and you don't need to finish guys off in 3 pitches every time. It would be nice, but you don't want to dance around too much because then your pitch count elevates, and now all of a sudden a 6-inning outing becomes a 5-inning or a 4-inning outing, and certainly if you want to be a starting pitcher, you got to be able to go 6. He's got the stamina and he's got the weapons to go 6+, but he's got to have the efficiency, and we saw a little more efficiency today, which I think was a good thing.
Thank you, Jared.
Hey, guys, thanks so much for coming out
See
here.
you
It was
back
great
in the
seeing
dub.
you guys.
Had a lot of fun, dude.
Appreciate you guys.
There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. He must follow for Rangers fans everywhere. What you drinking, what you thinking is coming up in about 15 minutes, but we do have time for an edition of the finest, Chief.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do this thing. I think this is going to be must-watch television. We got the news today that HBO's off-season version of Hard Knocks, we saw the first iteration of it last off-season with the Giants. Going through their off season and their free agency stuff, and then the draft, and now because the Giants general manager has looked like such a schmo, punting on Saquon Barkley, no NFL team wanted to do the off season version of Hard Knocks.
Oh,
so now we welcome in Chapel Bill and the Tar Heels.
Carolina.
How about that, dude?
Let's go.
We're going to get the inside look at Bill Belichick in his first offseason and spring camp with the Tar Heels. To me, that would be more interesting than any NFL team doing it. I'm going to be locked in on this. I'm excited about it.
Yeah, I'm fascinated. I think that was without a doubt, like out of any team in sports, probably the one that has the most intrigue around it. Like, how will this transition work for Bill going to college, putting together kind of an NFL-like program where that seems to kind of be how college is transitioning with general managers now, and he's got his old Brian's buddy, Michael Lombardi, there. Yeah. So this is going to be fascinating, and I can definitely see the benefit from a college now probably picking up this trend because it's another great way to just prep up your program and benefit with recruiting.
Yeah, I saw Lombardi on this morning in his North Carolina track jacket and matching shoes. I love it. They're all getting Jordaned out. I think it's a tremendous opportunity to grow your brand if you're North Carolina, and things can change quickly where suddenly you could become the hot school and recruiting could look like a major windfall next cycle.
Well, you could be in a situation, too, and I need to check this with Michael, do the people pay you to be on Hard Knocks? Do you and can they take that money and put it right back into the NIL stuff that they might be doing and things? So there's a lot of possibilities there, but you're absolutely right about the exposure that they're going to get.
Do we agree must watch appointment television?
Oh, I'll watch it just to rip Lombardi for like stupid things he says. He'll be like uncomfortable and like looking around and he'll look like a fool and all that kind of stuff.
I wonder how much of a look we'll get at Bill Belichick and his 24-year-old girlfriend.
I guarantee
she might be the star of this
storyline.
She's probably going to want to be in front of the camera.
Yeah.
Well, she's apparently acting as like sort of his assistant or whatever.
There you go.
So she might be on the payroll.
There's this viral video of her like walking behind him though in that jacket style that all like the 16-year-olds are wearing. It
shows the
over the
back.
shoulders.
Yeah. She's got the jacket off barely on her arms, basically on her lower back, and it's just it really puts the picture in the frame of to what extent he is robbing the cradle here.
It's crazy, dude. Do you guys remember that guy who was interviewed? He was actually a Commanders fan, and it was after a Commanders-Eagles game, and he kept referring to Saquon Barkley as Shayshawn Barkley. Remember when we played that sound? Well, it looks like Saquon himself has filed a trademark for Shayshawn Barkley, and he will be using this phrase for clothing line. So
you knew he liked it because they made a reference to it at the parade during it, so it's like they clearly thought it was hilarious.
You have A.J. Brown capitalizing on his book reading, And now you have Saquon capitalizing on the Commanders fan mistake of calling him Shayshawn. But was it a mistake? It was actually one of the greatest moments from a business standpoint, potentially in Barkley's career. Now, the other thing that I wanted to know, we discussed earlier that Stafford is going to be back with the Rams, and so the Raiders were really the only other team that he was considering. Sounded like he had no interest in going to Cleveland or Pittsburgh or the Giants. So it was really just the Raiders as the only team that he was seemingly interested in. He had the face-to-face with Brady and everything like that, but you now have the Raiders swinging and missing on Ben Johnson. They end up with Pete Carroll, and now they're swinging and missing on Matthew Stafford, and it looks like they're going to end up with maybe Russell Wilson or Sam Darnold. So I saw David Hellman's tweet. He was like gunning for Ben Johnson and Matthew Stafford, and then you end up landing Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson. But it's 2025. One hell of a roller coaster if you're a Raiders fan. Tough deal.
Ooh, yeah.
I'd go for Darnold. If I
between those two,
absolutely
100%.
just go for Darnold. I mean, you could just throw on his film, and there's better. It's just better body of work. You know,
he's in his athletic prime.
Yeah.
He's a winner. He's a decent leader. There's a lot to like there. I wouldn't go for any other option. At least they're not subjected to what the Giants are doing here with the Aaron Rodgers story. Dude, that's hilarious. Sorry I lost you Saquon Barkley last year. I'll make up for it here with a washed-up quarterback.
You're trying to get fired if you're doing that.
Yeah.
Seriously, you are trying to get fired if you're bringing in Aaron Rodgers, and it's just across the way. I mean, you've seen all the things that happened, on the other side of that stadium that you share.
Yeah.
You've seen it every single weekend, and you want to go that route, you're not paying attention, and you deserve to get fired if that's the case.
Bold prediction, sure to go wrong. They end up not doing the Aaron Rodgers bit.
Okay.
They trade up to number 1. They get Cam Ward.
That would be a guy trying to save his job, and maybe giving it a shot. Maybe it could help save his job.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would be if I was a Giants fan, that's what I'd be crossing my fingers for. And then how about our guy Jahdae Barron, dude? He ran a 4.4 today. Texas's DB who
flat.
4.4 flat. Real speed. Now the size is seriously in question. He's under 5'11", under 200 pounds, and his arms are apparently as short as you could really ever fathom a cornerback being. So I don't know how this is going to play. Does the lack of size matter more than the speed to some teams? He's the guy that I love. I know, Broadus, you got him as one of your first round players.
Yeah, first round guy.
Everybody likes the player, and the speed is clearly there. So when I saw the size, he was like, man, maybe he can slip out of the first round and you can try and make a move for him there. But then he ran the 4.4 flat, and it was like, okay, crap, he's probably still going to be a first round pick. And I think whoever gets him is just getting a total dog.
Yeah, I would. If I had one of the top 15 picks that I was considering, I think the lack of measurables kicks him out. But once we're in the back half of the first round, I'm in on that guy. He's obviously a football player.
Way too small. He needs to slide to 44.
There you go, Wolchuk. I like what you're doing with that one.
No, you can't draft a guy with that short arms in the first round. Come on.
Finally, I did want to note that Shedeur Sanders was spotted walking around the NFL Combine wearing his backpack on, and then he had 3 hats that were just clipped to the outside of his backpack. And one was a Browns hat, the other was a Vikings hat, and the other was a Saints hat. So I don't really understand the deal here. I can't fathom that the Vikings would be in on Shedeur Sanders. Perhaps the Saints could be for sure. But the Browns, I don't know. Shedeur and the Browns, we know he likes to play with them in Madden. There might be something there, boys.
Are they giving away hats when you come through those combine interviews?
They do, yeah, they do. And and they're more than happy too if a player walks by, and even if you don't interview them, they're like, hey, can I get a hat? And you're like, sure, here's a hat and a T-shirt. Yeah, some of these guys can clean up pretty well when it comes to getting gear.
Oh, I would definitely be taking advantage of that. You got free tees in there.
No question.
What type of stuff you got picked up in there?
You would be set for the month.
You guys got any snacks in there?
Oh, they do have snacks.
Yeah.
Get some snacks, yeah.
I believe it. All right, there it is, football's finest.
Oh, thank you. Perfect, because it's time now for What You Drinking and What You Thinking here at 877-881-1053. Load up the phone calls. We'll take a quick snapshot of all the news that's been developing throughout the afternoon, and then before too long, we'll be into L.A. Live here as the Expressway is next. It's the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
segment of the week where you're encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching the buzz. That's right. It's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking at 877-881-1053. Line them up. We're going to go around the room, talk about what we're drinking and thinking, and then take your phone calls. The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. LA Live with Lucius Alexander coming up in 15 minutes. Just a snapshot of the news. We're still waiting to hear if the Osa deal is going to become official. Jerry reportedly had a lot of meetings today. That's why he called off his usual bus media session with the assembled Cowboys media. He's going to talk with the media next week on Wednesday, the day of the Zach Martin event. So I guess he'll make up for that. Mavs do have one more game of Moses Brown on a 10-day contract. They have 10 more games of Kessler Edwards on this two-way deal, and they have 3 more games to play before they get updates on their 3 injured big men. So we'll see how they handle this. I think Kessler Edwards has done enough, and if you're going to be without those 3, then you need Moses Brown for at least one more 10-day. And Joel Embiid's going to be out for the rest of the year. So that's kind of what's happening out there. Currently, I'm drinking a 20-ounce Diet Coke, and I just want to thank Mike Bassick for a great run, decade and a half of sports broadcasting from a slightly emotionally unstable youngster, breaking into this business to a guy that he cracked the code, man. He hacked this thing, and he figured out whatever it took to talk about sports and entertain people there for a long time. So great job by Mike with a hell of a radio career now in the books. He's going to do Rangers TV.
Amen.
Brian, what you drinking and thinking?
I'm not drinking anything currently. It's just kind of par for the course for me. But what I'm thinking is, though, I want to thank the Rangers for allowing us to come out here and be a part of this. I want to thank Rich Rice for the guest that he's got us. But I want to thank Wolchuk and Chiafalo for going down in the clubhouse every day. And I know coming to work, we always talk about laughing and having fun. You two made this a lot of fun, this trip going down there and getting those guys to just have fun with you and the conversation. And, a lot of those guys we're going to get to interview during the year for some of the player show stuff. So I think we're off to a really, really good start with them. I want to thank you guys for doing such a great job down there.
Cheers to that. Chief, what you drinking and thinking?
Drinking some Mountain Valley spring water right now, and just thinking about how awesome of a week this has been. Talking with Jake Berger there, what a special dude, and him talking about his daughter and his family. I can't wait to get back to mine. Yeah. And this lineup just has me really encouraged, dude. The Pop is going to be back. I'm excited for all the dong balls at Globe Life Field this year.
Big Papa Pump in the house. Wolchuk?
Yeah, I already crushed the water that we're drinking over here, this Mountain Valley Spring. It's delicious. Did put some emergency in there as well, so feeling good. I will say I'm going overs on the Rangers win total this year. I think you should bet them to win the AL West. I think that they absolutely have the makings of a special club that's going to get right back to the postseason and be competing for a World Series again. Rich was brilliant to work with, as he always is. And the Rangers are a first-class organization, so it's always awesome getting out here and being a part of it. But I'm really, really hoping this is not a full flight tonight. Hoping we can spread out, we get spacious.
That's a good call.
And the flight here, if it's anything like it was going home, we're going to be in for one, boys.
You might need to pack a parachute if it's going to be like the flight that we had on the way here. I might need to dip out somewhere.
Wish us luck.
Over El Paso. It's time to go into the Pimp Cup, find out what Lucius is drinking and thinking on this Friday.
It's alkaline water. I had a whole lot of it, almost a gallon today. Just and no gym, just straight water. How about that one?
How about that?
There you go.
Yeah, proper motivation. I'm thinking Saturday will be a maintenance day for your boy. Clean up the house, fix up things that need to be fixed, Take the truck to get his oil changes and things.
You good at fixing on things around the house?
Decent. I'm decent. I'm not going to say I'm great. I'm definitely decent, though.
Yeah, I hear you. It's quite a sense of accomplishment when you start checking those things off the list, the weekend honeydews and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No.
At 877-881-1053. Let's get out to these phone calls and see how these boys are doing on a Friday night back in DFW. Cannot wait to get home. Who's first, Lucius?
Let's go to Tim in Carthage. Tim, haven't heard from you in a long time. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, sir?
Hey, guys, I'm doing great, and I'm drinking a little Brian Parade ready to drink margarita today.
Oh, there you go.
And I have to tip my hat to you yesterday, Brian. You was man up yesterday with the handle. So, and the food that I heard about was pretty darn good. I understand you can do your best work when you're a little bit inebriated.
I do my best. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. And while I got you here, Brian, I just want to point out. Yeah, that's right, Brian. I just want to point out that Riddick boy, he called it just like I did. Jerry should have hired your ass back a long time ago. But my question is, what would happen if Brian Schottenheimer, if he called you and says, I need you and the Love of the Star team to come back and work for the Cowboys and be in charge of our scouting department? I think that would be top of the line right there. And Eric and Zach, now, boys, you know I'm always proud of you, but I've been extra proud of you this week, and I'm telling you, you hit some home runs with your clubhouse conversations, and it's time for y'all to get y'all's ass back home because the wife's been working all week long while y'all having way too much fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, amen.
And Lucius, ain't that a bitch? You couldn't even be G-Bag of the Day winner today. And my question finally, this one's got to go to Brian, is where does Kyle Kenner go? And because I don't want him to go to the New York Giants like I'm hearing he will, I'm afraid he's going to end up being another Michael Strahan. Now, you boys, y'all get home safe and sound, and I'll talk to y'all next week.
There he goes, Tim Carthage. Salute to you, sir. Looks like he's got his eye on some prospects as well, Brian.
South Carolina Edge.
South Carolina
He's a good
Edge.
player.
Yeah, he is a good player, though. And that's the thing about it is you have to worry about these teams. Like I said earlier, I think the Giants are in that mode right now where they're going to take some chances and they're going to kind of move around the board, try and find some players. If they miss out on some guys, they'll do some other things. When you're a general manager that's fighting for your job, you will do anything to keep your job. So I expect the Giants to be really aggressive with the draft, and maybe we'll see what's happening in free agency as well, but they'll probably be a better team, and that makes your division even harder to deal with.
Are these dove out here on this cable, Brian? Is that what these are? These birds right here?
I'm looking to my left here.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't see them. Oh, there they are. Oh, no, I do. They're down the scoreboard now. Yes, those look like doves.
Yeah. You give me the old Crossman 760 Pump Master.
Which one? The big fat one on the nearest one?
That big one.
Yeah, the big one for sure.
It's good dinner.
Yep.
Okay, where are we going next, Lucius?
Man, I remember I shot a bird with a pellet gun, and it totally changed the inside of me. Because I didn't get him where I should have got him, and he was in a lot of pain. And I was like, oh, my God, this is bad.
These two, if you hit these two, you get some jalapeno peppers and wrap some bacon around them a little bit. I think you might have some nice little meal.
Yeah, that might change your trauma.
Yep.
Once you taste them.
And we have the Matt Hicks Clubhouse interview. Yeah, I was able to get it. Sorry.
Yeah, we do have that. We were going to get there, and
it.
then Burger sat down, and we had Sands, and it's just been a whirlwind.
Just make sure.
We'll do that next week.
We can save it for Monday. We'll be ready to rock.
Cool.
Evergreen.
All right, let's go to Kevin.
Luke Jackson as well. Luke Jackson's on the way.
All right.
Back for a good time.
Let's go to Kevin in Fort Worth. Kevin, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, sir?
Hey, I'm drinking some water after a round of golf with my girlfriend, and I'm thinking I have the best girlfriend in the world because she asks me every day, will Lucius be black tomorrow? And I tell her, Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. I'm all right.
Awesome. Like this.
Thank you, Kevin. Opens the line at 877-881-1053.
My man called up to get his joke off. Shout out to Big Kev. Let's go to Ryan and Richardson. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Ryan?
Well, right now I'm only drinking water because I'm driving. And I'm out of Jack, so I'll only be drinking Mountain Dew tonight. But good news is I'm going to the liquor store tomorrow to buy some more and buy some 1800 silver and some triple sec to make me some margaritas for me and my wife.
Ryan.
But anyways, what I was thinking was, at first I was so sad Luka was gone and all this. But now I've been watching the match some more. And who is this Moses Brown kid? I have no idea who he is, but he looks pretty good. I hope we can keep him. And then also, turns out, Max Christie is doing pretty well. So I think when we're fully healthy, I do think that we're gonna be all right. We'll be all right.
Yeah, I'm with you, buddy. Now Moses Brown is at best like on a championship team, probably on the G League roster.
Yeah.
But man, he came through last night. So I think it's an emergency big. I'm very appreciative of the services Moses Brown is providing these Mavs right now. I'm more appreciative of the Suns' losing streak.
Yeah.
That's coming in clutch right now.
Yeah, they're on a heater of L's.
We're starting to talk about how bad they are. That's encouraging.
He makes a good point, though. I mean, we hadn't been talking about the idea that how many teams in the league would rather have Moses Brown than Luka.
Right.
Well, there's got to be a handful.
Yeah, it's glass half full. Ryan and Richardson. Who's next, Lucius?
Let's see. Dusty and Rockwall. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Dusty?
Happy Friday, my guys.
Hey.
Salute.
Sir.
What I'm drinking is an enormous glass of Haterade from Nico.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll take
And
it, sir.
hopefully the temperature has kind of gotten down from Mavericks fans. The last caller stole my thunder. Go Mavs, but I'm not disappointed. I love Luka, but hey, they moved on, and I love the fight that the boys are doing on the court. I do have a question for Brian.
Yes, sir.
Brian. Since we need a running back in the draft, no
Yes, sir.
one's talking about – I'm a Longhorn fan, so no one is talking about the performance of Scattaboo in the playoff game. What do you think about him? I'll hang up and listen. Y'all have a good weekend.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the thing about with Scattaboo is what is he going to measure at? And I haven't seen official what it is. I saw him with 5'9", 215, and he does play the game with extreme toughness, and he can make plays with the ball in his hands. We talked about all that, the pad level, everything about him is really, really, really good. And he's got some home run tendencies to him, though. The thing about him is, though, that there's going to be some teams that are going to say, okay, can he, with the toughness and all, can he be a complete back? And, we saw some of that at Arizona State. There would be some questions about that, but this guy's a little bit of a home run hitter, and he only had 2 drops during the season. So if you listen to what Coach Schottenheimer was talking about with the type of back that they were looking for the Cowboys, this guy makes kind of the plan. He reminded me, if you know, of Isaiah Spiller, that from Texas A&M that's currently with the Chargers. So kind of a little bit some of those complete back, but that type of player that you're looking at. Probably some teams would probably, because of the 5'9", might have him in the late second, early third round.
There's a scouting report from Broadus there on Arizona State's Cam Scattaboo. We'll have the best draft coverage for you in the entire world once again. Brian Broadus heading up our coverage.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously coming out of this week, the Combine, those boards are going to start to take shape here over the
Yeah,
next
they will.
month or so. You don't want to miss Krusty's Corner with Broadus every day, 3:40. Who's next, Lucius?
Let's go to Magic Mike on the lines. Magic Mike, what are you drinking and what are you thinking?
Let me tell you something. I'm drinking a little liquid death slaughterberry. That's because one of my boys back in the day says you have to hydrate to dehydrate, fellas. That's the story, and I'm sticking to it. So on the other start, I would just like to point out on starting, I guess, the little negative side is I heard that somebody over at the Mavericks, Nico, got a sponsorship, and Southwest is bringing back their Gotta Get Away promotion. Okay, good for him. On the other side, the question that I have, the only question I've got is, and this is going to be a throwback, is Jake Berger walk-up song going to be ZZ Top Burger Man?
Oh,
I
it
just
should
want
be.
to know.
It should be. There's a lot of fun to be had with that name. Not as much fun as listening to Magic Mike's calls, though. This is
the voice of
2 for 2 now.
Unbelievable.
Goodness,
the voice is unbelievable.
We got to go behind the phone call at some point with that. Get the backstory. On Magic Mike's broadcast history. It's pretty impressive. And a couple of good jokes there. I like the idea of hydrating to rehydrate as well. That's key.
Mm-hmm. That's the name of the game, bro. Friday, my pee has to be clear in order for me to enjoy the weekend. If not, it's going to be tough.
Hey, man, you get that all clear, you're good to go. Who's next, Lucius?
Clear pee means you're overhydrated, in fact.
Yes.
Walt in Waco, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, sir?
Walt.
I'm drinking that Natty Light, baller on a budget. And I want to build on what the general said to start the segment and salute a real man of genius. I'm sure he's not listening because, as we all know, he's made a career out of doing the bare minimum. From the way that he pitched in the majors to the GBag Nation and the KNC masterpiece, Mike Bassick, you're an inspiration to all of us who have mastered the art of half-assing our way through life. I miss you on the midday. I look forward to your call on the Rangers broadcast. Long live Coach Ballsack. Salute, you fart knocker.
There he goes.
That was great, bro.
Great call,
That was
Walt.
great, Walt.
A real man of genius. That was a terrific
Real
bit there.
man of genius.
Real man of genius.
So good.
I hope the person that came up with that got paid for real. I hope they just didn't get like
It
a
was good. No, they did.
$1,500 bonus or something, and you know.
Like the lady that designed the Nike logo.
Yeah,
Like that's
exactly.
something out of it.
You can get sad stories out there. Let's go to Dope Sick Dave. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Davey?
Hey, fellas. Just the water right now. We'll crack something open in just a little bit. Man, y'all during Radio Row and this week, I love when y'all go out of town. It's great. All the features and interviews. I mean, it's great.
Thank you.
So love to see more of that. A few quick things. I'll make it quick. I cannot wait for PJ to get healthy and to get all of our bigs back, not just to see the Luka trade pay off, but I cannot see Omax and Kessler on the floor. It's so bad. It's 5-on-3 on offense. It's crazy. They get the ball and they just turn around and look to pass. It's like the Dwight Powell special. A little, you know. Anyways, 2 more things. I'd love to hear your honest thoughts on Brian Windhorst. If you guys are willing to do that, I think he's a load of nonsense all the time. And also, Brian, what are your thoughts about Curtis Rourke? I mean, during the season, people thought he was an NFL prospect. I think they got him maybe going 4th or 5th round right now. Played on torn ACL. I mean, he's had some NFL-style throws. I mean, the talent is there. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
There he goes, Dope Sick Dave. Yeah, it's rough watching this offense sometimes. Below G League level is how I would describe it with Kessler and Omax on the floor together at the same time. Wendy's turned into a blowhard, which is probably his namesake. I think the shoe fits here.
Woo!
Opposite Stephen A., I think sometimes it can provide a little perspective, but I don't think they have good battles. I saw this morning they're trying to work in Rudy Gay and Gilbert Arenas.
Yeah.
You know, so I know they're trying out different stuff, but I think they're still looking for their next big star.
Yeah, I think Wendy is his contract's up, so they might be kind of preparing some people for when he moves on as well. So, and as far as Rourke, the quarterback from Indiana, though, I have not got to him as far as the evaluations and stuff. I've seen him throw the ball in watching some of those Big Ten games. So I'm interested to study him. I think the size with him is kind of a trend, like a 6'4", 220-pound guy.
He's got the prototypical size. He did a lot with a little.
Looks like it. So I'm looking forward to kind of seeing how that is.
Time for a couple more, Lucius?
Sure, man. Hey, can you let the people know who sponsors Jared Sandler's appearance in the G-Bag Nation?
You know, that's perfect timing. I should have told you back then. It's Advanced Hair Restoration. Go to advancedhair.com, Lucius. Thank you.
Let's go to my man Polo in Garland. Polo, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, Lo?
What's going on, fellas? I'm going to answer the question that y'all asked. I'm drinking some double XL strawberry and grape. It's pretty good. What I'm thinking is Chill Follow here today?
What's up, Polo? I'm here, man.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen the movie Django?
Uh-oh.
Yes, sir.
Django. Okay, did you watch the Super Bowl halftime with Kendrick Lamar and all that?
Uh-oh.
I did.
Okay, Samuel Jackson, did he do a better performance in Django or in Super Bowl? What's your opinion?
I'm gonna go ahead and plead the fifth on this one here.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what I want to talk about, y'all, I'm hoping SMU do their thing. I'm proud of the Texas Longhorn girls. They number one in the country. I almost got beat by Mississippi State last night, but represent Roy Harmon and Madison Booker. I see y'all down there. Y'all never talk about the Longhorn girls. But Rodney Terry, I'm sorry, you finna get fired because you can't coach for nothing. Trey Johnson, I don't think y'all got down there in Texas. I love my Longhorns every sport. I'm ready for track season to come on with it. But think about that question for a minute. What did Samuel do a better performance in, the Super Bowl or Django? I think Django. Gotta go. Love y'all. Bye.
Django.
Have a good weekend. There he goes, Polo in Garland here in the G-Bag Nation. Lucius?
I mean, Eric did always say he's a Calvin Candy kind of guy. I heard him say that a few times here on this broadcast, damn it.
Direct quote.
Direct quote, dog. All right, let's go. Let's wrap it up with my man, Rodeo Ron. Rodeo. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Rodeo?
Now, this may be one of the last time I ever say this, but I'm drinking Jim Beam with a slash of Dr. Pepper, but stay tuned for that. But, hey, I spent my whole life devoted to all the wrong things in life, and I'm not talking about our DFW sports teams either, because I will remain devoted to them, and I will remain devoted to 105.3 The Fan, too, but I'm about to devote myself way more into diabetes than I am already. And if you don't know the cost of keeping someone you love alive due to diabetics, it's not cheap, even with insurance. I love you, Rodeo Crystal, and I asked all the Tolos to realize diabetes sucks way worse than some of our GMs here. And remember, if you're not drinking Jim Beam with Rodeo Ron, listen to that GBag Nation. Where the F you at, baby?
Thoughts and prayers, bro.
Wow,
We're with you, Ron. We got you, brother.
Prayers.
We love Rodeo Crystal.
Yep.
Ron is a real life comedian, dog. Like
he is.
Even through the pain, I got to get this joke off.
Yeah,
he did.
Yeah. Hell of a performance.
That was maybe the most unpredicted joke I've ever heard. And once again,
I wasn't sure where that was going.
The man with the best punchlines on the fan. It's Rodeo Ron. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. Where Lucian.
You knew this was coming, right?
That's LA Live.
Yeah, I knew it, dog.
I recruited
All
Ron.
right, you squares.
Oh, my gosh. All right, let's get into a feel-good Friday edition of LA Live right into the great Rick James. Let's go.
Well, all right, squares, it's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Everybody get happy.
R.I.P. Thaddeus Matthews.
And happy you Friday to you. You know, with all that's going on in the world today, there are people who are trying to steal your joy and your inspiration. They're trying to say negative things about you. But on this you Friday, tell them you. If it's not about income, if it's not about inspiration, if it's not about an then you. You have the right to be anything that you want to be, whether it's negative or positive. If you want to be a nothing mother, it's up to you. If you want to be a low-lifed mother, it's up to you. If you don't want no job, it's up to you. But God, if you really want something out of life, it's up to you as well. Get up off your ass. Do what's good for you. Make it all work for you. You are somebody. You can be anybody that you want. Be happy with yourself if you can't be happy with anybody else but you. And to the rest of the world, just tell them you. That's my you Friday message for today.
Amen. What's up?
R.I.P. to the great Thaddeus Matthews, the cousin pastor. He's up there in the bosom of Abraham right now explaining all these videos he left on the planet Earth. This is LA Live for Friday, February 28th, 2025. It is a feel-good Friday here in LA Live. Yeah, people, we made it. Another week of 2025 in the books. Woo! Let's enjoy this weekend safely, though, folks. Avoid the law dogs. Mind your speeds. Don't drink and drive. Keep your emotions in check. I seen a story about 2 weeks ago where a girl seen her ex-boyfriend in traffic and rammed her car into his... Oh. Yes. He was in the passenger side of another car. Killed him.
What?
Wow. Yes. And she was crashing out over a Valentine's Day gift.
Oh, jeez.
Come on. That's emotions right there, man. Keep your emotions in check. I do not want to see you on DFW or Dallas, Texas TV and DFW scanner. In other words, stay on your square and don't crash out. Like I'm trying not to. I was having a great Friday. Then I got a message that my mortgage and my HOA went up. On a Friday afternoon. That's diabolical. I'll tell you what. Oh, it's diabolical. Oh my gosh. And they don't go up a little bit. It's not like $75 or something, bro. They go up to a whole nother tax bracket. Oh my gosh.
Got one of those a few years ago.
Yeah. Hit me last year. It was painful.
Oh, it's so painful. It's the second time. Oh my God. I wonder if it has anything to do with the fact that they might be moving the Mavericks over there to Irving.
Mm-hmm.
Into my area, maybe
property value.
Maybe
that would. Yes, maybe. Absolutely.
I don't know. All right, here's the weekend warning, folks.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish settlement quickly.
Yes. Yes. Here we go, Friday, payday Friday. This type of vibes I'm on right here. Shout out to A20, everybody on I-20, everybody on I-45. Ball Springs, where you at? yeah. Hey. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here is Mike Bassey. Goes by